Sang Luo pursued He Mingchuan with unabashed intent, subtly enticing him. He Mingchuan, unresisting, acquiesced with ease. Observe, all men are inherently lustful. What does he understand of romance? If you profess your love, he will play along with the entire charade. At the banquet, Sang Luo discreetly cast several glances towards He Mingchuan, who, understanding her signal, set down his glass and ascended the stairs. The moment he departed, Sang Luo gracefully followed, her alluring figure swaying with each step. However, upon reaching the second floor, she found no trace of the impeccably dressed man. As she prepared to search room by room, she was suddenly drawn into a pitch-black chamber. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, and instinctively, she attempted to push him away, only to have her wrist grasped and pinned against the door. With her back pressed against the cold, unyielding wood, she found herself facing a fervent chest. Illuminated by the faint moonlight, she discerned his identity. Relaxing her body, she smiled sweetly. "What is my dear uncle doing?" "I'm frightened." The man chuckled softly, his words laced with ambiguity. "Was it not you who beckoned me here?" Sang Luo leaned closer to He Mingchuan. "I merely noticed you gazing at me for quite some time. Surely, you wish to take me to bed?" He Mingchuan seemed to recall something, subtly retreating, his tone becoming distant. "Do not address me as uncle. Since Fang Xulin has discarded you, do not cling to familial ties." Indeed, He Mingchuan was the younger uncle of Sang Luo's former boyfriend. Yet he was mistaken in one regard. It was not Fang Xulin who ended things, it was I who chose to walk away. Sang Luo corrected him, then gazed at him with sultry eyes, "For I have set my sights on you. Compared to Fang Xulin, you are undoubtedly more composed and charming." The He family of Song City boasts a century-old legacy, renowned and illustrious. He Mingchuan stands out as the most exceptional among the younger generation, a decorated retired pilot who has now ventured into the business realm, flourishing with remarkable success. Women seeking to grace He Mingchuan's bed range from starry-eyed idols to accomplished artists, with a list of former lovers that could encompass an entire array of professions. He welcomes all, ever the willing participant. "What do you say? Will you accept me?" Sang Luo released his grip and wrapped her arms around his neck. No one could resist the advances of Sang Luo, the most beautiful woman in Song City. He Mingchuan paused in contemplation, then calmly inquired, "Here?" A swift resolution is not out of the question. The man, with a knowing look, replied, "It may not be so quick." When He Mingchuan descended the stairs, he remained impeccably dressed. Yet upon closer inspection, his tie was askew. The banquet was nearing its conclusion when Jin approached He Mingchuan, phone in hand, a teasing smile on his face. "Earlier, I noticed Boss Sang exchanging glances with you. You both vanished for over an hour, how intriguing." With one hand in his suit pocket, He Mingchuan walked briskly towards the exit. Jin hurried after him, perplexed. "You truly have no standards after all. Fang Zilin's leftovers are hardly appealing. What are you thinking?" As they reached the entrance, the doorman had already brought forth the sport car. He Mingchuan took the car keys with an air of indifference, remarking, "Fang Xulin might not be the one playing her." The entire city of Song knew that Fang Xulin was an irresponsible dandy, his infatuations rarely lasting beyond a month. To pour one's heart out to him was akin to moths drawn to a flame. Those within the circle often claimed that Sang Luo was that moth. What they were oblivious to, however, was that Fang Xulin had landed himself in trouble, and Sang Luo was intricately involved. "And what about you?" He Mingchuan seemed to be lost in thought, his voice low. "Her legs are quite remarkable." Sang Luo felt a sharp ache in her body. He Mingchuan had gripped her waist with little regard for her delicacy. To her astonishment, he inquired, "A novice?" Feigning nonchalance, she replied, "I was merely replenishing." Upon hearing this, He Mingchuan's actions grew more fervent. Sang Luo nearly fell apart. Had it not been for his striking looks and admirable physique, she would never have tolerated such indignity. When she finally composed herself and stepped out of the room, she was confronted by a woman of stunning beauty. The woman obstructed Sang Luo's path, taunting, "Has Boss Sang fallen so low as to sell herself? In any case, I've grown tired of Fang Xulin. I might as well return him to you, since you seem to enjoy picking up after others." Sang Luo remained composed, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her gaze cold as she regarded the woman who believed that winning Fang Zilin's affections made her victorious over Sang Luo. Suddenly, she recalled that this woman, Zhou Xian, had a sister who had previously been involved with He Mingchuan. "I do not revisit the same man. I am not a scavenger who retrieves discarded rubbish," Sang Luo replied, her tone measured. "However, as a gesture of goodwill, I advise you to visit a hospital for a checkup. Men who have been with so many women are truly unclean. What nonsense are you spouting, Sang Luo? Sang Luo was yanked backward by her arm, her high heels unsteady, leading to a sprained ankle. Pain twisted her features, while the instigator, Fang Shulin, refused to relent, shoving her against the wall. Fang Shulin was a madman, a lunatic whose true nature was revealed under Sang Luo's pressure. You reported me for stealing my documents, and we shall settle this, Sang Luo. Fang Zilin's eyes blazed with fury, as if he wished to dismember her. 2 months prior, when he was summoned for tax evasion, he had sent a message to Sang Luo, vowing to wreak havoc upon her upon his release. Now that he had returned, it was no surprise that he sought her out for retribution. Sang Luo, clad in a spaghetti-strap dress, felt the rough wall scrape against her shoulder, likely drawing blood, while her ankle throbbed with pain. The ache was genuine. Her hair cascaded around her, and the lipstick from her earlier encounter with He Mingchuan had smudged away. The warm yellow light illuminated her, creating a hauntingly beautiful yet treacherous atmosphere. She was breathtakingly lovely, yet possessed a heart of a viper. Sang Luo regarded Fang Shulin with a cool demeanor, her voice soft yet firm. Fang Shulin, I have made it clear I abhor betrayal, and you shall pay the price. Even as the weaker party, Sang Luo maintained an air of superiority, inciting Fang Zilin's wrath. Yu Fang Shulin raised his arm, poised to strike her exquisitely defiant face. Beside them, Zhou Xian lit a cigarette, engrossed in watching the performance. However, the anticipated slap never landed on Sang Luo's face. When Fang Shulin realized that someone had grasped his wrist, a surge of anger welled up within him. After muttering a curse, he turned to confront the audacious individual who dared to obstruct him. The words of insult nearly escaped his lips, but upon seeing He Mingchuan, he swallowed them back with great effort. Uncle. Fang Shulin quickly altered his tone, concealing his anger and addressing He Mingchuan with utmost respect. He Mingchuan cast a glance at Sang Luo, whose lips curved into a slight smile, and calmly withdrew his hand from Fang Zilin's wrist. Hitting a woman, how admirable, he remarked. Uncle, it was her that caused me to spend nearly 2 months in the station. She is a lunatic. Fang Shulin was eager for everyone to understand that his confinement stemmed from a series of retaliatory actions by Sang Luo, born from unrequited love, and he wished to ruin her reputation in Songqing. He Mingchuan refrained from commenting on their affairs. Meanwhile, Sang Luo retrieved a black mobile phone from her handbag and handed it to He Mingchuan. You left in such a hurry that you took the wrong phone, she remarked. If it were not a mistake, how could he have returned? And if he had not returned, how could he witness this spectacle? Chapter 3. Emotional Entanglement. He Mingchuan calmly retrieved his phone. Sang Luo discerned that he had no intention of addressing the matter at hand. He merely wished to exchange his device. She hastily interjected, Uncle, could I catch a ride with you? Who are you calling uncle? Fang Shulin retorted sharply, turning to confront Sang Luo. I warn you, wretched girl, you won't leave here alive today. After finally capturing her, he was determined to either eliminate her or leave her severely injured. Sang Luo was acutely aware of Fang Shulin's unpredictable nature. He was capable of anything in his frenzy, which was precisely why she had dared to provoke He Mingchuan. At that moment, she gazed at him with a hint of desperation. He Mingchuan remained unmoved, and Fang Shulin dared not act against her. The Fang family's numerous business dealings relied on the He family, and they could not afford to offend them. With an expression devoid of emotion, He Mingchuan tucked his phone back into his pocket and replied coolly, It's not on my way. After uttering this, he turned and left. Casting a glance at Zhou Xian, who was seated nearby, smoking and enjoying the spectacle, it was evident that her thoughts were occupied with He Mingchuan at that moment. Sang Luo felt an urge to berate He Mingchuan for being so heartless, utterly disregarding their past connection. Once He Mingchuan's figure vanished around the stairwell, Fang Shulin forcefully shoved Sang Luo against the wall, his voice dripping with venom. What audacity! You have to seduce my uncle. Do you truly believe he would confront me over someone as worthless as you? You call me wretched and worthless, and yet your words genuinely wound me, Sang Luo replied, her face a mask of theatrical sorrow. If you continue with such unrestrained insults, I cannot guarantee that something incriminating won't find its way to the police station. Fang Shulin's expression shifted dramatically. He appeared ready to explode, yet was seemingly choked by his own rage. Sang Luo shook her lightly. exuding confidence as she sidestepped the furious Fang Xulin and seized the opportunity to leave before they could react. What evidence did she truly possess against Fang Xulin? Her gamble was solely based on his own guilt. Yet, from his countenance, it was evident he had committed numerous transgressions. Should he choose not to let her off easily, she was certain she could uncover something substantial. As Sang Luo made her way outside, she spotted a sleek black sports car pulling away. Ignoring the pain in her ankle, she hurriedly ran towards it, her heels clicking against the pavement. The banquet had just concluded, and the exit was congested with vehicles, allowing her to catch up and uninvitedly enter his car. He Mingchuan glanced at her, now fastened in her seatbelt, his demeanor aloof and indifferent. Even if he were to summon security to remove her, Sang Luo would not be surprised. "Young Master He, shall we discuss business?" As the car glided smoothly onto the open road, the man considered her request for a moment before proceeding to drive, seemingly acquiescing to her proposal. Sang Luo exhaled in relief and continued, "While collaborating with your esteemed He Corporation, Fang Xulin embezzled funds. He siphoned off millions, if not tens of millions." The man at the wheel remained composed, his expression unchanging, unaffected by the revelation of Fang Xulin's greed. Sang Luo felt a twinge of uncertainty within her. She was unsure how to navigate the complexities of dealing with a prominent figure like He Mingchuan. The man glanced at Sang Luo, whose face was etched with contemplation, and said, devoid of any emotion, "Only you, Song Chung, would send someone to jail after a breakup. Then why don't you inquire about what Fang Xulin has done to me?" Sang Luo torted. The man unexpectedly, yet predictably, replied with indifference, "I am not interested." Chapter 4 Longing for you, He Mingchuan unceremoniously abandoned her by the roadside and drove away, offering a parting piece of unsolicited advice. Young ladies ought to maintain a sense of self-respect and avoid readily offering themselves to men, lest they appear cheap. Sang Luo wished to retort that she had not emerged empty-handed, having shared a night with the most esteemed male deity in Song City. However, he did not afford her the opportunity to speak. In recent days, Sang Luo had refrained from returning home, aware that Fang Xulin was likely lurking there, waiting for her. Instead, she sought refuge at Yi Lanshan's place for a few days. Yi Lanshan teased her, questioning where her boldness had gone, the same boldness that had enabled her to send Fang Xulin to jail. Now that fear had gripped her, why had she not acted sooner? As Sang Luo scrolled through her phone, frustration enveloped her. At that time, he had subjected her to emotional abuse while simultaneously engaging in infidelity. In her anger, rationality had eluded her. "I had warned you that Fang Xulin was no good, yet you were convinced you possessed the power to reform a scoundrel," Yi Lanshan replied, shaking her head. Such reflections were futile. The pressing concern was how to compel Fang Xulin to leave her be. In Song City, Sang Luo felt utterly alone. Though she had established a social circle through her club, none were close enough to offend Fang Xulin on her behalf. "Didn't you sleep with He Mingchuan? Why not enlist his assistance?" Sang Luo chuckled dryly, stating that if that were effective, she would not be hiding in Yi Lanshan's abode. It was ironic that while Fang Xulin had erred, it was Sang Luo who lived in fear. Ultimately, it boiled down to the Fang family's vast influence. Exploiting Sang Luo's lack of support, Yi Lanshan pondered briefly before suggesting, why not reach out to? But Sang Luo interrupted, insisting she would rather sleep with He Mingchuan again. The old Sang family was eager to distance themselves from her, a scandalous, illegitimate daughter. So how could they possibly aid her in resolving her predicament? Currently, the only individual capable of dealing with Fang Xulin, the madman, was none other than He Mingchuan, a man of considerable power in Song City. Thus, whether it meant sleeping with him once, twice, or thrice, Sang Luo was more than willing. In her view, life and body held different weights, with the former being paramount. Her reunion with He Mingchuan took place amidst the revelry of a lavish establishment, where the manager informed her that Fang Xulin had been waiting for her for several days, but had since given up, allowing her to return to her own venue. He Mingchuan was entertaining several partners, having summoned the most beautiful women from the club to join him. As Sang Luo entered, clad in a little black dress, the atmosphere was vibrant with laughter, drinking, and singing. The partners appeared thoroughly pleased with He Mingchuan's hospitality. She wondered if, upon the successful conclusion of their negotiations, He Mingchuan might be in a favorable mood to assist her. A girl sat beside He Mingchuan, who immediately vacated her seat upon catching Sang Luo's gaze. As Sang Luo settled next to He Mingchuan, her body nearly pressed against his. "Uncle, it's been a few days, and I must admit I've missed you." He Mingchuan showed no aversion to her proximity, and as he turned, his gaze naturally fell upon her bosom. Though she was slender, she possessed curves where it counted. Men rarely reject women who present themselves so readily. He Mingchuan's hand encircled her delicate waist, giving it a gentle squeeze as he whispered in her ear, "Where is it that you miss me?" This truly left Sang Luo at a loss. She was well aware of his intentions. If she acquiesced, it would appear as though she lacked modesty. Yet, if she did not comply, she feared inciting his anger. Did even her uncle not desire her? Sang Luo tilted her head to meet He Mingchuan's profound gaze. It must be the intoxicating atmosphere that rendered one susceptible to allure. He Mingchuan, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "My younger brother desires." Chapter 5. Tools. Only He Mingchuan could articulate such crude words in a manner that was not entirely off-putting. Sang Luo a gentil smile. Her expression radiating innocence, as if she were oblivious to He Mingchuan's jest. "I need to discuss something with you. Let us find a more suitable location," she suggested. He Mingchuan was never one to consider himself a paragon of virtue. With Sang Luo's striking beauty and alluring figure, coupled with her proactive demeanor, who could resist her charm? "Where shall we go?" he inquired, his fingers lingering on her waist, a hint of distraction in his demeanor. Sang Luo pondered for a moment before responding. "Where do you prefer? Last time we hastily concluded our meeting in a private room, and I felt somewhat unsatisfied. Perhaps your place?" She hesitated, reluctant to invite He Mingchuan to her residence, contemplating whether to usher him into her car first. The other partners in the room observed Sang Luo's enticing presence clinging to He Mingchuan, and they couldn't help but feel that their own companions paled in comparison. They jested, "Mr. He, this is your flaw. You keep all the treasures for yourself." Their gazes unabashedly roamed over Sang Luo, seemingly eager to be closer to her. Sang Luo was accustomed to such scrutiny, having long been in the entertainment industry, where one must possess a certain allure to thrive as a proprietor. However, the atmosphere in the private room quickly shifted. A blanket was draped over her, concealing her enticing silhouette. Just as a man began to speak, the music from the speakers abruptly ceased. "Mr. Huang, you are inebriated." The individual referred to as Mr. Huang attempted to respond, but those nearby sensed the tension and quickly pulled the rotund man back, silencing him with more alcohol. "Please do not take it to heart, Mr. He. Mr. Huang is merely intoxicated," they assured. He Mingchuan's gaze remained frosty as he stood up, taking Sang Luo with him, his expression devoid of emotion as they exited the private room, leaving behind a hushed assembly. Sang Luo certainly did not perceive He Mingchuan's actions as a valiant rescue on her behalf. Rather, it was a matter of his pride being affronted. How could anyone else sit beside He Mingchuan? Nonetheless, she felt compelled to express her gratitude toward him. "Thank you, dear uncle. How shall I repay you for your chivalrous intervention?" He Mingchuan, losing interest, stepped back, hands tucked into his suit pockets, his tone laced with detachment. Excess leads to backlash. Overdoing it can become tiresome. Her intentions appeared too overt, rendering her seduction devoid of sincerity, leaving He Mingchuan feeling like a mere instrument, devoid of any stirrings of conquest. At this juncture, He Mingchuan chose not to conceal his thoughts any longer. "Do not exert yourself on me. I'm not inclined to sever ties with my family on your behalf. If you possessed any wit, you would not seek my assistance. Relying solely on your looks to transform a cad is not your failing. The true error lies in your superficiality." Sang Luo reflected on He Mingchuan's words, realizing he was indeed chastising her intellect. Yet, she remained unfazed and retorted, "It sounds as though you were complimenting my beauty." "Such audacity," he replied. "Think as you will." He Mingchuan prepared to depart. Men's interest in women who are readily available is fleeting, dissipating as swiftly as it ignites. Not even the most exquisite woman could alter that reality. Sang Luo gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Would you like to come to my home? She pondered, considering that if she truly could not persuade He Mingchuan to lend a hand, she would simply sell this extravagant lifestyle and use the proceeds to start anew in another city. She refused to believe that Feng Shulin's animosity towards her had reached such depths that he would go to great lengths to hunt her down and eliminate her. He Mingchuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he replied, Chapter 6. Agreed. The one-bedroom apartment rented by Sang Luo was situated near the dazzling nightlife, a mere 10-minute drive away. Having returned with a singular purpose, there was no exchange of pleasantries upon entering the home. They delved straight into the matter at hand. He Mingchuan glanced at the layout of the apartment and guided Sang Luo towards the bathroom. Despite the presence of a bedroom, she insisted on going to the bathroom, an eccentric preference, perhaps. Wait a moment, Sang Luo interjected, pushing him gently. He Mingchuan furrowed his brow, feeling an uncomfortable tension, and replied with irritation, What is it? Emerging from the shower room, Sang Luo retrieved something from the bathroom cabinet, her back turned to him. She was slender, tall, with skin as pale as snow, and her long, straight legs had undoubtedly been the object of admiration for many in Song City. Under the glaring lights, He Mingchuan's gaze deepened. As Sang Luo found what she sought, he had already approached her. From the bathroom to the living room, Sang Luo ultimately settled weakly onto He Mingchuan's lap. Her delicate fingers traced circles on his chest as she tentatively spoke. Uncle, you see, I am ever so compliant. I've even welcomed you into my home. Leaning back on the sofa, He Mingchuan held a cigarette between his left hand's index and middle fingers. Choose what you desire, he replied. The young master of the He family in Song City was renowned for his generosity. Every woman who had been with him not only lived in comfort, but often flourished in wealth. Sang Luo, with patience, recognized that He Mingchuan was feigning ignorance. What she desired was not bags, necklaces, or jewelry. Such material things were within her means. I want to possess me? He Mingchuan interjected, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke. You are being rather greedy. He chose to remain silent on the matter of Feng Shulin, leaving Sang Luo to feel that perhaps she had once again surrendered herself to He Mingchuan in vain. Turning to face him, Sang Luo cupped his face in her hands, her alluring fox-like eyes gazing into the relaxed features of He Mingchuan. What if I admit that I am indeed that greedy? As her words echoed through the living room, silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of the cigarette burning between his fingers. He regarded Sang Luo with a detached expression, his deep brown eyes holding an abyss of mystery. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint, enigmatic smile as he softly inquired, Was Feng Shulin ensnared by your charms in this manner? One could hardly deny that with her captivating beauty and earnest declarations, few could withstand her allure. Sans Luo, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, why would I deceive you? My affection is also quite precious. Her tone hinted at a touch of grievance. He Mingchuan chose not to respond further, lightly patting her lower back to signal her to rise. Are we leaving? Sang Luo asked. Extinguishing his cigarette, He Mingchuan raised his hand slightly. What, is it not enough? Sang Luo's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as she remarked, I had thought that someone of your age would be deeply engrossed in such matters. Thought? He Mingchuan extinguished the cigarette, but I had assumed that Boss Sang possessed a keen understanding of men. He Mingchuan, in Song City, was known to be unyielding in the face of beautiful women, navigating the throngs of admirers without a trace of attachment. Sang Luo is adept at navigating the complexities of the male-dominated world, possessing a remarkable charm that enables her to flourish. The current scene evokes a sense of a fierce duel reminiscent of the clash between Poseidon and his queen. Just as the confrontation reaches its zenith, the doorbell at Sang Luo's residence suddenly rings. The individual outside appears to be in a rush. Upon receiving no response, they begin to pound on the door with increasing urgency. Oh no, could it be that the eccentric Feng Shulin, spotting the lights on in her home, has come to challenge her? Chapter 7. Genuine emotions. Sang Luo pondered that if Feng Shulin were to catch them in this intimate setting, it would not be of great concern. Should he witness them together, marked by suspicious traces on her neck, he would undoubtedly reconsider his approach. taking into account her significance in He Mingchuan's heart. However, to her dismay, the individual outside was not Fang Xulin, but rather her half-sister, Sang Yu. Upon the door's opening, Sang Yu raised her hand and struck Sang Luo, promptly followed by a scathing interrogation. Sang Luo, you troublemaker. If you wish to wallow in the mire, that is your affair, but do you really intend to drag the Sang family down with you? Sang Luo felt a sharp sting on her cheek, accompanied by the searing pain of a cut. She caught a glimpse of Sang Yu's exquisitely manicured nails. Exiting the room, she left the door ajar and retorted, "What are you doing here at this hour, causing a ruckus? If you hadn't provoked Fang Xulin, would he be targeting the Sang family?" Sang Yu shoved her, suddenly noticing the polished shoes in the entryway. Sang Luo, you are just like your mother, worthless without a man. Sometimes it's better to act than to speak. You dare to strike me? Do you believe? Sang Luo replied indifferently, lacking the patience to engage with Sang Yu. She had previously wondered why Fang Xulin had not sought her out at Zizui Jinmi, nor waited for her at home. It appeared he had chosen to focus his efforts on targeting the Sang family instead. Indeed, he seemed determined to make her suffer greatly. Disregarding Sang Yu, Sang Luo turned and closed the door with a resounding slam. The angered figure outside kicked the door, their frustration apparent, further inciting Sang Luo's mockery. Given Sang Yu's temperament, it was evident that she could hardly tolerate such indignation. Upon entering her abode, Sang Luo found He Mingchuan already dressed. He maintained his impeccable appearance, as if the man who had just shared an intimate moment with her on the sofa was not the same. Sang Yu is likely still outside. If you go out like this, you will be discovered, Sang Luo cautioned He Mingchuan. The man noticed the clear imprint of fingers on her pale face and her lackadaisical demeanor. I presumed you would be eager for the world to know of our relationship, he remarked. Sang Luo looked at He Mingchuan with confusion, raising an eyebrow. I genuinely wish to be with you. That is why I do not want you to be forced to disclose our relationship. If there comes a day when we must reveal our bond, I hope it is because you desire the world to bless us. Even in her apathetic state, she managed to express such heartfelt sentiments, a rarity in the world of Song City. He Mingchuan offered no response, took the car keys, and departed, reminding her, the performance is over. Sang Luo was left speechless. She had once been a distinguished student in the acting department at Song City Film Academy, praised by her instructors for her natural talent, with the potential to become a remarkable actress. Yet, he suggested she had overplayed her part, entirely oblivious to the art of appreciation. After her second attempt to seduce He Mingchuan ended in failure, Sang Luo secluded herself at home for 2 days. It was not until Yilanshan sent a message inquiring whether she had successfully captured He Mingchuan's heart and returned home together that she stirred from her retreat. Sang Luo instinctively replied with a negative, but soon realized and inquired, "How do you know?" Yilanshan responded, "Not only do I know, but everyone who played together is aware." Subsequently, Yilanshan tossed over a blurry photograph. Although the image was dark and indistinct, who in their circle was unaware of Sang Luo? Who could possibly be oblivious to He Mingchuan? At that moment, only 2 words echoed in Sang Luo's mind. It's over. Chapter 8 Pursuit. Sang Luo found it impossible to openly disclose her relationship with He Mingchuan, for provoking this gentleman might lead to a more severe backlash than that of Fang Xulin. Thus, in a bid to demonstrate her innocence in this matter, she resolved to apologize to He Mingchuan in person. Naturally, their encounter would entail more than mere words of apology. It was essential to make her presence felt, ensuring she lingered in his memory. Some young women, in their naivety, believe they can charm a man through mere WeChat conversations, which is a fanciful delusion. In other words, she lacked He Mingchuan's contact information. However, she learned from Yilanshan that he often visited the winery, suggesting she might try her luck there. Fortuitously, on this day, as she arrived at the winery, she spotted He Mingchuan's sleek black sports car in the parking lot. The winery operated on a membership basis, and Sang Luo managed to gain entry by using Yilanshan's name. Inside the tasting room, there were few patrons, but she immediately spotted He Mingchuan in his tailored black suit. Though others around him donned suits as well, only He Mingchuan exuded that distinctive aura of refined power. Upon her arrival, He Mingchuan and his companions noticed her as well. Jin gestured toward He Mingchuan and remarked, "Old He, your rumored girlfriend has arrived." Laughter erupted among the group. He Mingchuan turned his gaze towards her, his expression cool and relaxed, casually swirling the goblet of dark red wine in his hand, the rich aroma wafting through the air. He spoke in a nonchalant tone, "We merely share the same building." The others exchanged knowing looks, and a bespectacled gentleman chimed in, "Jin, do refrain from making such remarks. Old He is yet to seriously date anyone. Imagine how his future girlfriend would react to the notion of a rumored girlfriend." "My apologies," Jin said, pouring himself a drink in self-punishment before asking He Mingchuan, "In that case, how many casual relationships have you had?" As Sang Luo approached, the sound of their laughter reached her ears. Indeed, these carefree second-generation heirs, born at the finish line, found amusement in matters of romance. They categorized women like Sang Luo as mere distractions, never to be considered for serious relationships or marriage. Even if, in a moment of impulsiveness, they wished to marry, their families would invariably disapprove. Sang Luo was acutely aware of her own position. She did not aspire to leap into the role of a wealthy heir's wife. With a charming smile, she addressed He Mingchuan. "Mr. He, I apologize for the inconvenience caused by the photograph taken when you graciously escorted me home a few days ago." He Mingchuan, reclining with his legs crossed, regarded her with an aloof expression. "It's of no consequence." Indeed, it was not a significant issue. Compared to the previous rumors linking He Mingchuan with female idols and renowned artists, their photograph had barely made a ripple, its discussion limited to their social circle. The most bothersome aspect was merely the teasing remarks from his friends. To express her contrition, she proposed, "May I treat you to a meal, Mr. He?" Sang Luo's intention had never been solely to apologize. It was illogical to utter a simple, "I'm sorry," and depart. He Mingchuan lifted his eyelids slightly to scrutinize her, his piercing gaze seeming to see right through her. Beside them, Jin, reveling in the commotion, exclaimed, "Boss Sang is only inviting Old He to dinner. That seems rather biased." Sang Luo, poised and gracious, exhibited no signs of timidity in front of the second-generation elites. "Next time, let young Master He treat all of you," he suggested. "Let Old He treat us?" Jin was puzzled. Sang Luo's gaze fixed intently on He Mingchuan as he declared earnestly, "I am pursuing He Mingchuan, and until I succeed, I shall not dine with any other man. Once I succeed, I will no longer dine alone with any other man." He Mingchuan's wine glass trembled slightly in his hand. Chapter 9. Engagement. As soon as Sang Luo spoke, none of the men surrounding He Mingchuan dared to utter a word. They all turned to look at the person involved. While many admired He Mingchuan, only Sang Luo had the audacity to openly declare her pursuit of him. The object of her affection, however, seemed devoid of any joy typically associated with such attention, maintaining an expression of calm indifference. He merely stated, "I do not favor overly forward women." The anticipated rejection did not faze Sang Luo. Had he accepted her advances, she would have deemed it a true anomaly. Nonetheless, Jin and the others noticed a somewhat different attitude from He Mingchuan toward Sang Luo and invited her to sit. Sang Luo glanced at He Mingchuan, who neither agreed nor disagreed, appearing as though he were a mere bystander, feigning ignorance of their acquaintance. A tinge of disappointment lingered in Sang Luo's heart. As soon as she settled in, Jin gestured for a waiter to bring a clean glass and poured her some wine. "I've heard that Boss Sang can drink 1,000 cups without intoxication?" Jin inquired, eager to witness her drinking prowess. Given that she managed a large establishment, if she could not hold her liquor, she would have long been taken advantage of. After sharing a few drinks with Jin and the others, He Mingchuan remained aloof, absorbed in his phone as if engaged in a conversation. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, and before the figure even arrived, the scent of her presence preceded her. The group turned to see Lin Miaoshi, the daughter of a prominent family, adorned in a round-necked doll dress. Upon her arrival, Lin Miaoshi naturally settled beside He Mingchuan, greeting Jin and the others with an overly sweet demeanor. Sang Luo found herself thinking that if she were a man, she would truly struggle with her incessant calling of brother, It was enough to make one's bones feel weak. Eventually, Lin Miaoshi's gaze fell upon Sang Luo, and with curiosity, she asked, "This sister looks quite familiar. I must have seen you somewhere before. Are you Xie Jin's girlfriend?" Sitting beside Xie Jin made it difficult for others not to speculate about their relationship. Sang Luo smiled and replied, "Not all." Lin Miaoshi then glanced back at He Mingchuan, her eyes betraying her fondness for him, and remarked, "Not now, but perhaps later, right, Mingchuan?" At that moment, Sang Luo too observed He Mingchuan, contemplating just how far he would persist in pretending not to know her. He cast a brief glance at Sang Luo and, with a distracted tone, replied, "I don't know." In the end, Lin Miaoshi remained unaware of who had brought Sang Luo along. With He Mingchuan silent, who among the others would dare to pry further? Each one of them was adept at feigning ignorance while being fully aware of the situation. Of course, they were also skilled in discerning the subtleties of social interaction. When Sang Luo arrived, they poured her wine, asserting her legendary capacity for drinking. Conversely, when Lin Miaoshi appeared, they directed the waiter to serve her soda water, cautioning that it was dangerous for a young woman to drink alone at night. After consuming a few more drinks, Sang Luo felt a slight discomfort in her stomach and excused herself to the restroom. Though she truly could handle her liquor, the price of such resilience was a compromised stomach. Shortly after her arrival in the restroom, Lin Miaoshi followed her in. A look of concern etched on her face as she supported her, asking, "Sister, are you drunk?" I initially believed that the extravagant proprietress, effortlessly navigating through a sea of men, possessed refined drinking prowess. This young lady, with the sweetest timbre, uttered the most sardonic remarks while her grip remained firmly upon Sang Luo's arm. Thus, the earlier display of innocence and purity was merely a facade. Sang Luo withdrew his arm, admonishing her not to call him brother as there were no spectators present. Lin Miaoshi maintained a seemingly harmless smile, reminding him to take care of his health, and teasingly added that he should come to the engagement banquet between her and Mingchuan. An engagement banquet? Chapter 10. The scoundrel Sang Luo had not heard of He Mingchuan being engaged. She had thoroughly investigated and confirmed that there were no women in his recent life, which prompted her to be so proactive. Just as things were progressing, an unexpected interruption occurred, leaving Sang Luo utterly speechless. She quickly composed herself and calmly said to Lin Miaoshi, "Very well, I shall certainly attend your engagement ceremony." Once Lin Miaoshi departed, Sang Luo wearily leaned against the sink. All her efforts over the past few days seemed to have been in vain. The man, He Mingchuan, clearly had a fiancée, yet he did not reject her advances. He was indeed despicable. Reflecting on her years in the world of fleeting pleasures, she had heard countless promises from men that had never materialized. How could she remain so naïve as to believe that someone who had not even offered a promise would lend her a hand? It was evident that in her desperation, she had turned to the wrong remedy. Lin Miaoshi emerged from the restroom, turned a corner, and spotted He Mingchuan smoking at the staircase. Instantly, her face transformed into an innocent smile as she briskly approached him, linking her arm through his wrist. "Mingchuan go, would you escort me home? I live alone outside." The implication of her words was unmistakable for two grown adults. He Mingchuan, maintaining his composure, withdrew his hand and extinguished half of his cigarette, his voice indifferent. "I've been drinking. I'll have someone else take you." "That's quite all right. We can call a designated driver," Lin Miaoshi persisted, once again entwining her arm with his, almost wishing to envelop herself in his presence. Since their meeting that day, her parents had taken a liking to He Mingchuan and were contemplating discussing engagement plans with his family. At 24, He Mingchuan was at an age where marriage was becoming a pressing matter, with his family having arranged several blind dates. Lin Miaoshi was one of them. She had previously messaged him on WeChat to inquire about his whereabouts. He Mingchuan, undeterred, had replied, "I'm not done having fun yet. I can wait for you." This exemplified the blind confidence women often possess, believing themselves to be the exception capable of coaxing a man to change his ways and settle down. The harsh reality was that a scoundrel's temporary commitment often stemmed from mere exhaustion. He Mingchuan called for Xie Jin to take Lin Miaoshi home. After leaving the restroom, Sang Luo refrained from seeking out He Mingchuan again, primarily out of pride. Before losing face entirely, it was best to contemplate her escape plan. Having arranged for a designated driver, she awaited the arrival of the chauffeur in the car. When a knock sounded on her window, she assumed it was the driver. To her surprise, it was He Mingchuan. The car door was open from the outside, and the man noticed her hand pressed against her abdomen. "Stomachache?" he inquired. A touch of vulnerability could indeed evoke a man as protective instincts. But Sang Luo had her principles. She would not provoke someone who was already involved. She waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just an old ailment." She attempted to close the door, feeling the chill of the wind. Yet, he kept his hand firmly on the door, and with the pain intensifying, she found herself unable to resist him. Her temper flared suddenly, and her voice grew colder. "Mister, if you wish to act as if we are strangers, then let us continue to do so. I shall consider the previous encounters as a lesson for my own foolishness. However, allow me to remind you, if you have a fiancé, do refrain from being too reckless. There is a fundamental distinction between a scoundrel and a despicable person." After speaking, she felt a sense of relief. Yet, He Mingchuan's expression darkened further. It was a sharp rebuke. It was only natural for him to be angered. However, after a few moments of silence, the corner of the man's lips curved into a smile, finding the situation rather amusing. "Who told you that Lim Yaosher is my fiancé?" Chapter 11. The hospital. From his tone, it seemed that Lin Yaosher was not his fiancé. What, then, was their relationship? This was crucial for her to determine whether to continue investing her time in He Mingchuan as a means to salvage her situation. However, Sang Luo felt it unnecessary to inquire further. He Mingchuan was under no obligation to provide her with answers. This man was more callous and rational than she had anticipated. He could lavish her with money and indulge her wishes, yet when it came to deeper entanglements, he was quick to withdraw. The clarity of reality had dawned upon her. He represented a significant setback in her romantic pursuits. Fortunately, the designated driver arrived, alleviating the awkwardness of the moment. The driver inquired, "Does this gentleman wish to accompany you?" Sang Luo, feeling unwell and not wanting to engage with He Mingchuan, noted his disinterest in leaving with her and promptly replied, "He won't be coming." Upon hearing this, He Mingchuan indeed released his grip on the car door, showing no inclination to stay. Sang Luo decided not to squander any more time on him. After departing the vineyard, she requested the driver to take her to the hospital, fearing that should she return home, no one would know if she perished alone in her apartment. The emergency room was bustling with others like Sang Luo, who had come seeking medical attention after drinking. While registering, she overheard a nurse grumbling. "It seems like they're all intent on drinking themselves to death. Dr. Liu just finished resuscitating one patient for the ICU, and now here comes another." Sang Luo remained silent, clutching her registration slip as she made her way to the examination room. The doctor, a handsome man wearing a mask, was still unable to conceal his striking features, which could easily rival those of a celebrity and outshine many male artists. As Sang Luo took a seat, she glanced at the doctor's name tag. Lu Qi, the name, seemed vaguely familiar. "What seems to be the trouble?" Dr. Liu inquired, taking the registration slip from Sang Luo. Sang Luo? Upon seeing her name, Dr. Liu looked up to find Sang Luo grimacing in pain. She lowered her gaze, gripping the edge of the table to ease her stomach discomfort. "Yes, I am Sang Luo. I drank some wine, and my stomach hurts. I have a pre-existing issue with my stomach, and thought a little red wine would be harmless, but it turned out to be quite painful." Sweat began to bead on her forehead, the discomfort becoming unbearable. Dr. Liu rose to assist her, guiding her to the examination bed. Sang Luo grasped his arm, leaning heavily against him for support. Up close, she noticed his long eyelashes. She resolved to tell Yilanshan that there was an exceptionally handsome doctor at Renai Hospital and that she ought to visit him for a consultation as well. "Doctor." Liu observed her, finding her face somewhat familiar. As Sang Luo settled onto the examination bed, she sensed a tone that seemed akin to flirtation. "Wearing medical gloves, doctor." Liu pressed gently on her abdomen and remarked, "Perhaps once your stomach feels better, we can exchange WeChat." "Ah, that hurts. Please be gentle." Sang Luo exclaimed softly. "Do all doctors so readily add their patients on WeChat? I shall first prescribe you some medication, and then proceed to administer an intravenous infusion." Lu Qi removed his medical gloves and subsequently took off his mask. Sang Luo, You did not recognize me, and it pains my heart. Sang Luo thought that her embarrassment from the earlier encounter at He Mingchuan's place was already sufficient. Little did she expect that at the hospital, she would encounter a handsome gentleman who turned out to be none other than her former neighbor, the elder brother who once resided in the Sang household. She wished for a hole to hide in. It seems that as a sister matures, her elder brother is no longer the one she yearns to marry with tearful pleas. Chapter 12. Captured after examining Sang Luo, Lu Qi administered a 4-drip for her. He still had work to attend to, so he left her in his office for the infusion, which was a more pleasant environment than the emergency room. With the 4 connected, Sang Luo felt her stomach pain alleviate somewhat and nestled into the sofa in Lu Qi's office, drifting into a light slumber. This nap extended until the following morning, by which time the 4-needle had long been removed. Venturing out in search of Lu Qi, she found him just emerging from the operating room. The sight of him clad in a white coat naturally evoked memories of the male escorts at the club, who occasionally donned various professional outfits at the request of female patrons. Yet, it was Lu Qi who truly embodied the essence of the white coat. Awake? Lu Qi approached her. I just finished my shift. Shall we go have breakfast together and chat a bit? Sure, Sang Luo replied, her stomach empty and yearning for something warm before returning home to rest. By the way, do you have any clothes for me to change into? This dress is rather chilly. Dressed in the attire from her visit to the winery the previous night, she had simply thrown on a coat. A quintessential choice of style over warmth. I'll go ask, Lu Qi said, glancing at her black dress. I wanted to mention last night that with such little clothing in this weather, you might as well brace yourself for cold-related ailments and arthritis. She felt a touch of warmth at his concern, while the men outside urged her to wear less. Her neighbor seemed to be the only one advising her to bundle up. Sang Luo had anticipated a simple breakfast, but to her surprise, Lu Qi led her to a restaurant known for its morning tea. He ordered a variety of dishes from the menu, all of which she adored. At the end, he added, in a bowl of plain congee, Brother Lu, you still remember my favorite food. It's truly touching, Sang Luo beamed. It seemed Lu Qi only then realized his words, retorting, What are you thinking? I merely ordered you a bowl of congee. Sang Luo's expression was one of bewilderment. But with so many dishes, will you even finish them? I will manage. While you were receiving the 4, I performed a surgery and now I'm absolutely famished. Lu Qi replied, pouring her some warm water. And I should inform you, with a damaged stomach, you can only have plain congee. So, why did you drink so much last night? Sang Luo averted her gaze, feeling at ease with Lu Qi largely because he was unaware of the trials she had faced over the years. He had been studying abroad, and it seemed few in their circle knew of his return. Otherwise, the news would have reached her long ago. Friend gatherings, she briefly explained, What about you? Why didn't you let me know you were back in the country? It seems you've forgotten your sister. With a light snort, Lu Qi playfully flicked her forehead, reminiscent of their childhood, though his touch was gentle and devoid of pain. I didn't want to contact you, but you moved out of the Sang family home, and they claimed they didn't have your contact information. His voice trailed off as he took out his phone. Let us add each other on WeChat. Great. Sang Luo quickly turned to retrieve her phone. Just then, she caught sight of He Mingchuan walking into the restaurant. Unfortunately, he also spotted her. Sang Luo swiftly turned her head, feigning ignorance of his presence. Having already removed her makeup, she assumed He Mingchuan would hardly recognize her natural visage. Yet, the turmoil of such a scene knows no bounds. Sang Luo distinctly heard Lu Qi exclaim, Old He. At this moment, she felt as if she were embroiled in an affair, caught in the act. However, upon reflection, it seemed she had never been involved with He Mingchuan at all. Chapter 13. Slow down after He Mingchuan took a seat. His gaze casually swept over Sang Luo. She was barefaced, clad in a loose men's sweatshirt, giving the impression of someone who had spent the night at a hotel upstairs and had come down for a morning tea. This woman, indeed, was not as innocent as she appeared. Lu Qi, unaware of their connection, warmly introduced them. Old He, this is Sang Luo. He Mingchuan called out Sang Luo's name nonchalantly. Do you two know each other? Lu Qi inquired. A hint of mockery flickered across He Mingchuan's face as he replied. In a small place like Songcheng, who doesn't know the young master of the business world, He Mingchuan? Sang Luo hurriedly interjected. It's just that we had some prior work interactions, which is how I became acquainted with young Master He. Otherwise, how could someone like me catch the eye of someone as distinguished as you? He Mingchuan sat opposite Sang Luo, lightly kicking his foot against hers, a subtle request for her to maintain some dignity. However, the man proceeded to tease her by rubbing the tip of his leather shoe against her calf, inching upward. The wide pant leg left her feeling the chill of his shoe, raising the hairs on her body. She swallowed hard, sitting up straight. Yet on the surface, He Mingchuan maintained a serious demeanor. He stated nonchalantly, yes, it was regarding work. However, I was particularly satisfied with the previous 2 occasions. Boss Sang will need to keep striving for improvement. Sang Luo, who was sipping water to calm her nerves, nearly choked at his words. Slow down. He Mingchuan appeared quite gentlemanly as he pushed a tissue towards Sang Luo. Yet, only she understood the true meaning behind his remark. During their intimate moments, she often urged him to slow down, unable to endure the pace. He would respond, I can't. Sang Luo's ears turned crimson. Sang Luo, are you feeling unwell? Running a fever? Lu Qi asked with concern, realizing that staying any longer would surely lead to her demise at the hands of He Mingchuan. She hastily replied to Lu Qi, Brother Lu, I've suddenly remembered some matters that require my attention. I must take my leave. I'll treat you to a meal next time. I'll escort you. No, you two enjoy your meal. Sang Luo swiftly grabbed her phone and bag, making a hasty exit. Once she departed, He Mingchuan observed Lu Qi, who still wore a smile, and tapped the table to bring him back to reality. Interested? This is the neighbor girl who cried and insisted on marrying me when we were young. Her family immigrated abroad, and I had no choice but to go with them. I intended to inform her after settling down upon my return, but unexpectedly, I ran into her last night at the hospital. Forget it, He Mingchuan stated in a nonchalant tone. At this moment, Lu Qi was already envisioning a glorious future, waiting to realize it step by step. He asked, what do you mean forget it? Sometimes, brothers need not articulate their thoughts too clearly to understand each other. Lu Qi's expression changed abruptly. He Mingchuan added, she is quite wild. You want to be able to keep her in check. Lu Qi, feeling a deep wound to his spirit, asked somewhat disheartened. You can keep her in check. What do I care about her? He Mingchuan chuckled lightly. Women like Sang Luo require no supervision. Just as Sang Luo returned home and finished her bath, the doorbell rang. Upon checking the electronic doorbell, she discovered it was He Mingchuan. She had presumed that their encounter at the morning tea restaurant would be their final interaction, yet he unexpectedly arrived at her residence. Sang Luo opened the door. The man beheld her clad only in a creamy silk nightgown, devoid of any undergarments, her fair skin flushed from the recent bath. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she exuded a delicate fragrance of body wash. She had mastered the art of allure with precision. He Mingchuan deftly closed the door with a flick of his wrist, pressing her against the entrance cabinet, and remarked, I see you are not feverish. Rather, you are aflame with desire. Chapter 14. The balance of power. Sang Luo felt as though she had nearly lost her life due to He Mingchuan's relentless antics, ultimately succumbing to pleas for mercy. Curled up on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, she noted that the man had not even bothered to remove his clothing. It seemed exceedingly unfair. With a gentle kick to He Mingchuan's leg, she was swiftly met with his firm grasp around her ankle. It appears you still possess some strength, he remarked, his tone laced with a subtle threat. Fear not. Sang Luo quickly attempted to retract her foot, but his grip was quite formidable. Resolutely, she placed both legs atop his. For when it came to taking liberties, Sang Luo prided herself on being unparalleled. He Mingchuan cast a glance her way, and, while he did not dislodge her feet, the relaxed demeanor he once exhibited had noticeably vanished. He Mingchuan, when I say I'm serious about pursuing you, I truly mean it, Sang Luo declared. Have you truly given it no thought? Her words seemed to awaken his memories of why he had come here in the first place. Sang Luo, it's merely a game for me. Do you genuinely desire to be my girlfriend? Most individuals would likely feel a pang of indignation upon hearing such a remark. However, Sang Luo found the situation rather amusing. If it's just a game, then why the anger? Are you upset that I didn't call you brother? The previous night, she had publicly vowed not to dine alone with any other man until she had won He Mingchuan's affections. Yet that morning, He had stumbled upon her having a meal. With Lu Qi, the speed of events had been dizzying, but her promise had been sincere. Who could have foreseen her encounter with Lu Qi? I came to inform you that Lu Qi operates within a small circle. Be cautious not to provoke him, He Mingchuan stated, removing her feet from his lap and rising to stand over her. He was tall, easily measuring over 185 centimeters, compelling Sang Luo to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. Their recent interactions had been relatively amicable, yet she sensed that this would be their last encounter. Sang Luo suddenly froze. Having initially believed He Mingchuan was jealous of her association with Lu Qi, she had thought she had him figured out. To her astonishment, he had come solely to bid her farewell. Instinctively, she felt compelled to call out to him, but she stifled the impulse. When a man wishes to distance himself from a woman, the more she clings, the swifter his departure becomes. This was an immutable truth. Thus, the words that almost escaped her lips transformed into, "Then I wish you success in the realm of romance, Mr. He." He Mingchuan left with unwavering decisiveness. Sang Luo felt despondent and promptly dialed Yilanshan, recounting the events in great detail. She concluded with, "If it weren't for that infuriatingly handsome face of his. Really now, you sought him out for your own gain. Do you think He Mingchuan is oblivious to that? Fortunately, he chooses not to stoop to your level. Otherwise, do you believe he would let you off so easily?" Sang Luo sighed. "What am I to do now? Fang Shulin has started to make moves against the Sang family. Although we Haven-T had dealings with the old Sang family for years, I fear they might resurrect the patriarch. Moreover, this predicament is indeed a consequence of my actions that have implicated the Sang family. The notion of packing up and fleeing was clearly impractical. One could escape the monk, but not the temple. Very well, I shall confront Fang Shulin directly and inquire what it would take for him to relent." Sang Luo found herself with no alternative. For after all, the path to He Mingchuan had been irrevocably blocked. Sighing, she hung up the phone, took a shower, changed her attire, and set out to find Fang Shulin. Though her heart was laden with 1,000 reluctant sentiments towards apologizing to that foolish man who had betrayed her. A true gentleman knows when to yield. Yet, while she was prepared to bend, it was uncertain whether he would be inclined to accept her apology. Sang Luo waited beneath the Fang building for an entire afternoon, only to be met with the receptionist's singular response: "President Fang is busy. Please queue for an appointment if needed." Was Fang Shulin deliberately avoiding her? Chapter 15, fractured at 8 o'clock in the evening. Sang Luo finally witnessed Fang Shulin and his entourage emerge from the elevator. It was a relief to see them, yet accompanying Fang Shulin were He Mingchuan, Zhou Xian, and several other men clad in suits. Sang Luo's gaze instinctively fell upon He Mingchuan. The man, with one hand casually tucked into his suit pocket, strode confidently with long strides, casting a fleeting glance at Sang Luo, as if she were a mere stranger. Fortunately, Sang Luo had long since given up on the indifferent and unfeeling man. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to a moment of heartbreak. She approached Fang Shulin directly, blocking his path, and spoke in a tone imbued with humility. "Mr. Fang, I realize I acted inappropriately the other day, creating an uproar out of thin air. Here, I sincerely apologize. Might you, for the sake of our past rapport, extend a gracious hand and spare me this time?" Upon finishing her apology, Sang Luo bowed deeply, a gesture laden with genuine contrition. With so many witnesses present, especially Zhou Xian, it was certain that this incident would swiftly circulate among all. The once imperious Sang Luo personally apologizing to her former partner would undoubtedly be a topic of conversation for days to come. Fang Shulin did not respond with the graciousness she sought, leaving Sang Luo in her bow, unable to see their expressions. However, she could easily surmise that Fang Shulin wore a triumphant smirk. Zhou Xian was eagerly anticipating the spectacle. He Mingchuan remained impassive, and the others were left astonished. "Sang Luo, the only reason I begrudgingly associated with you was due to your relentless pursuit of me. Otherwise, do you truly believe a woman of your frivolous demeanor could ever be with someone like me?" Fang Shulin seized the opportunity to humiliate Sang Luo thoroughly. Straightening up, Sang Luo forced a smile and replied, "Indeed, Mr. Fang, you are correct. I failed to recognize your esteemed position. If you're satisfied, Might you consider ending this? Fang Xulin chuckled, clearly reveling in her discomfort. If you wish for me to let you off the hook, that is indeed possible. His gaze roamed over Sang Luo, a smile that was anything but kind gracing his lips. This situation promised nothing but mischief. Sang Luo maintained her composure, though she caught a glimpse of He Mingchuan, who remained as unperturbed as ever. Fang Xulin continued, "You have clung to me for so long, yet you've kept your little frame from my touch. Very well. Today you shall strip off your clothes and run outside. Shouting Sang Luo is a whore. Perhaps then I might reconsider my stance." Sang Luo was aware that Fang Xulin was unhinged, but she had not anticipated the depths of his madness. He enthusiastically turned to He Mingchuan, declaring, "See, I told you I was innocent. This woman has brought this upon me. Look, she has come to apologize today." He Mingchuan glanced at Sang Luo, whose expression had darkened, resembling a cornered creature poised to strike. Fang Xulin, now emboldened, called out to those present, urging everyone to take out their phones and prepare to record. "Everyone, prepare for a show. This is the young lady of the Sang family." With that, the atmosphere shifted and the tension hung palpably in the air. A potted plant, seized from the reception desk by Sang Luo, came crashing down upon Fang Xulin's head. The pot, too solid, inflicted a grievous wound, causing blood to flow and shattering upon impact with the floor. Fang Xulin clutched his bleeding head with one hand, pointing at Sang Luo, stammering, You deserve this," Sang Luo retorted, her eyes glinting with cold disdain. In an instant, chaos erupted in the hall. Zhou Xian shrieked, "Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! Security, apprehend that woman! Sang Luo, seize her!" The scene spiraled into disarray. Yet, Sang Luo did not flee. She remained there, observing Fang Xulin sprawled on the ground. The ever-composed He Mingchuan cast a glance at Sang Luo, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smirk. This woman is quite formidable. Chapter 16. Dispute. Sang Luo acknowledged her impulsiveness, yet in that moment, restraint proved elusive. Consequently, she found herself escorted to the hospital by Zhou Xian, with the intent to ensure that as soon as the results concerning Fang Xulin emerged, she would be taken to the police station. The emergency room was under police surveillance to avert any unforeseen incidents. Given the gravity of Fang Xulin's injury, it was only natural for law enforcement to arrive for inquiries. Zhou Xian seized the opportunity to inform the police, asserting, "It was Sang Luo. She deliberately assaulted my boyfriend with a flower pot. Not only I, but He Mingchuan also witnessed the event. We are both eyewitnesses." In her agitation, Zhou Xian's claims raised the eyebrows of the officers, prompting them to seek confirmation from He Mingchuan. "Sir, is the situation as this lady describes? Was the assailant indeed this Ms. Sang Luo?" He Mingchuan glanced at the impassive Sang Luo, recalling the ferocity with which she had struck Fang Xulin. Their eyes met, and she wore an expression of indifference, as if the world crumbling around her bore no consequence. Her concern lay not in the aftermath, but in the satisfaction derived from the act itself. Before He Mingchuan could articulate a response, Sang Luo preemptively confessed, "Yes, it was I who struck that scoundrel." With numerous witnesses present and surveillance footage from the Fang family hall serving as evidence, there was no necessity for He Mingchuan to come to her defense. She harbored no illusions that he would shield her from accountability. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian seized the opportunity to ensure Sang Luo faced severe repercussions, exclaiming to the officers, "Look how brazen she is in her admission. We will not settle this privately. We intend to press charges. Hurry and take her into custody." As the officers prepared to take Sang Luo's statement, she noticed Lu Qi, clad in a white coat, hurriedly approaching. Upon his arrival, he swiftly positioned Sang Luo behind him and inquired of the police, "What has transpired?" "This lady is suspected of intentional assault, and the injured party does not wish to settle privately. We need to take a detailed statement." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi turned to Sang Luo. "Have they been bullying you?" Zhou Xian, pointing at Lu Qi, retaliated, "It was Sang Luo who assaulted my boyfriend. How can you say we are bullying her?" "Sang Luo, you truly have a knack for attracting men to your defense." Zhou Xian hurled insults at Sang Luo. Just as Lu Qi was about to respond, He Mingchuan, who had remained silent until then, stepped forward and addressed the officers. I apologize, officers. This is merely a personal dispute. Once they reach a resolution, we will provide you with an answer. This statement made it appear as though the matter was indeed a personal conflict, prompting the officers to nod and return to their posts. Zhou Xian, undeterred, pressed on, taking advantage of their status as victims, dismissing even He Mingchuan. He Mingchuan, your nephew is in the operating room. Are you truly willing to overlook his life because of her? You are allowing your infatuation with her to cloud your judgment. Zhou Xian challenged. He Mingchuan's brow furrowed slightly, his expression tinged with displeasure, and he replied coolly, if you wish for Fang Xulin to emerge from the operating room only to find himself imprisoned, then by all means, continue your outburst. With those words, Zhou Xian fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Fang Xulin had only just been released from police custody, and his troubles were far from resolved. She, on the other hand, seemed intent on escalating the situation, almost inviting scrutiny upon Fang Xulin. However, Zhou Xian, begrudgingly, cast a glance at Sang Luo, her hands clenched into tight fists. How could He Mingchuan not comprehend the subtleties of female emotions? Zhou Xian, it would be prudent for you to concern yourself with Fang Xulin's well-being rather than fixate solely on how to implicate Sang Luo. Ironically, despite Fang Xulin being rushed into surgery after the incident, not a single soul outside the operating room appeared to care about his condition. Sang Luo averted her gaze, inadvertently catching sight of He Mingchuan. Although he had quelled this turmoil, she did not perceive his actions as benevolent. He had just articulated his reluctance to escalate the matter to the police, fearing repercussions for Fang Xulin. Not only had he suffered an injury, but he might also face detention, a truly futile exchange. At that moment, her solace came from Lu Qi, perhaps having grown accustomed to battling alone with unwavering strength. She only realized how it felt to be shielded when someone genuinely stood before her. It was then she understood that being protected allowed her to unconsciously shed her defenses. He Mingchuan turned his head and noticed Sang Luo regarding Lu Qi with a look of gratitude. He spoke softly, drawing her thoughts back to the present. How do you intend to address this matter? Chapter 17. The matter having calmed down, Sang Luo reflected on all that had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed He Mingchuan, saying, you mentioned earlier that this is merely a matter of emotional entanglement. I can assure you that during my time with Fang Xulin, I was wholly devoted to him. It was he who first subjected me to emotional neglect and infidelity, and my subsequent actions merely served to balance the scales. You witnessed my sincere apology to him, yet he insisted on humiliating me by forcing me to run through the streets without my clothes. Now, I find myself at a loss. I shall simply proceed as circumstances dictate. Fang Xulin treated you in such a manner? Lu Qi furrowed his brow as he regarded Sang Luo, genuinely unaware of the extent of her suffering during his absence. Sang Luo, however, was reluctant to unveil her past tribulations before Lu Qi yet. Given the limited confines of their social circle, he would inevitably learn of it. When she spoke to Lu Qi, her tone softened slightly. It is nothing significant. He Mingchuan, observing their exchange, narrowed his eyes with a hint of derision, retorting Sang Luo. You are merely banking on the Fang family's reluctance to escalate matters. Sang Luo understood the absurdity of expecting compassion from the cold-hearted He Mingchuan, even considering their past cordial encounters. His indifference, particularly in siding with Fang Xulin, left her filled with regret, to the point where even the thought of their previous intimacy made her feel uneasy. Old He, you ought not to speak to a lady in such a manner. Lu Qi replied with gravity. Since I have become embroiled in this matter, I shall not turn a blind eye. Should the Fang family have any grievances, they are welcome to approach me directly. After succinctly informing He Mingchuan, Lu Qi turned to Sang Luo and said, you should return home. Call me once you arrive. I will handle this matter. I will take care of everything. The simplicity of his assurance nearly brought Sang Luo to tears. However moved she might have felt, she did not wish to entangle Lu Qi in her troubles. Lu Qi, this is a personal affair between Fang Xulin and me. I am capable of managing it myself. You are still on duty, correct? Go attend to your responsibilities. I will treat you to a meal next time. Money can be repaid, but favors cannot. Sang Luo stood firm on this issue. Lu Qi hesitated, as if contemplating something, before finally nodding in acquiescence. A nurse arrived to summon him, and he hurried away to fulfill his work obligations. Once Lu Qi had departed, He Mingchuan remarked curtly, "You possess quite the capability." This was no compliment, but rather a scornful jab. Lu Qi, a highly esteemed scholar within their circles, had always steered clear of the chaotic matters that plagued their social sphere, focusing intently on academic pursuits and healing the sick. His unabashed protection of her was a testament not to her allure, but rather to his respect for her resilience. Sang Luo was well aware of He Mingchuan's sharp tongue. She did not expect him to be so merciless. Nonetheless, it was He Mingchuan's earlier warning against escalating matters to the authorities that spared Sang Luo from an overnight stay at the police station. Yet she mused, perhaps it would have been preferable to spend the night there, as it would at least offer a semblance of safety. Who knew what retribution Fang Xulin's parents might seek for their precious son's injuries? As Sang Luo had anticipated, the following day, her establishment was beset by troublemakers who wreaked havoc, smashing and striking everything within. After their raucous escapade, they fled, leaving no one apprehended. A rough estimate indicated losses nearing 1 million. This figure did not account for the revenue lost due to subsequent renovations. At that moment, Sang Luo nearly fainted. Everyone knew her as the extravagant proprietress, yet she was not the actual stakeholder. The true owner was someone else entirely. She was merely an employee. They had come for her, and naturally, she was expected to cover the million in losses. The crucial question remained, from where would she procure such a sum? Chapter 18. Support. The enmity between Sang Luo and Fang Xulin had reached an irrevocable point, following a tumultuous incident that shattered the tranquility. The establishment rented by Sang Luo had been harassed repeatedly. Her phone number was leaked, and if her phone had not been switched off, she would have received hundreds of calls daily. The most harrowing moment occurred when she was exiting the underground parking garage, only to have someone smash her car window with a fire extinguisher, leaving her paralyzed with fear for half an hour. Yilan Shan suggested that she might consider retreating to a different city for a while, observing that Fang Xulin's madness was evidently nurtured by his parents. Confronting the Fang family head-on would only lead to her own detriment. Sang Luo had never been one to yield easily. The more she was cornered, the more she would gather her strength to retaliate. She expressed to Yilan Shan, relying on a man is futile. I must compel Fang Xulin to sincerely apologize and compensate for my losses. My concessions will only reinforce their belief that I am easily bullied. Why engage in a power struggle with a madman? It is not a struggle, but a quest for a semblance of normalcy in life. Sang Luo next encountered He Mingchuan at the police station while filing a report. Upon submitting her evidence to the authorities, she found him waiting outside her car. Dressed in a black suit, smoking, the hand holding the cigarette was strikingly defined. She recalled how alluring he appeared when loosening his tie and unbuttoning his shirt. A group of young girls passing by excitedly deliberated whether to approach him for his WeChat, but ultimately retreated, intimidated by his aloof demeanor. Sang Luo approached him directly, bypassing any pleasantries. "Excuse me," she said. He smirked. "Is the fire this intense? You and Fang Xulin are two of kind. Why should I greet you with a smile?" Sang Luo inquired. He Mingchuan wore an expression that teetered between amusement and menace, clearly indicating that he had found a new ally, his confidence in speech palpable. Sang Luo frowned, quickly discerning that his reference to a new ally was aimed at Lu Qi. Uninterested in providing extensive explanations, she replied, "Indeed. My new ally is none other than the esteemed police officer. Fang Xulin has sent people to disrupt my life repeatedly and has invaded my home. Along with leaking my phone number, I possess evidence for all of this. It seems he truly disregards your warnings. If this continues, I shall ensure he spends the remainder of his life behind bars." "Do you think I care about Fang Xulin's fate?" He Mingchuan remarked dismissively. Of course, he did not care. Sang Luo understood that He Mingchuan was heartless, his interests confined solely to the realm of business. He would do anything for a profit that satisfied him. It was precisely this understanding that had emboldened her to pursue him earlier. However, She had not anticipated his unpredictable nature. Perhaps she simply had not offered enough. Was it that young master he desires? She queried, adding, if I satisfy your needs, will you assist me? She was acutely aware of the challenges she would face if she continued to fight alone. The Sang family would inevitably be affected. If she wished to return to her previous life, it would become increasingly difficult. Courageous as she was, if there were a shortcut, she would certainly take it. There exists a potential partner with whom negotiations have lingered without resolution for an extended period. Just the day before yesterday, he casually mentioned you, expressing a keen interest. Although he spoke in veiled terms, Sang Luo comprehended his intentions and was instructed to accompany this partner to facilitate the collaboration. Sang Luo hesitated for a moment, then replied, let us draft a written agreement. I do not place my trust in a man's verbal assurances. He Mingchuan responded nonchalantly, very well, let us do it at your residence. Chapter 19. Rivals in love. To be candid, the physical compatibility between Sang Luo and He Mingchuan is quite remarkable, although the initial encounter was not entirely pleasurable. During that occasion at her home, she did experience what could be described as earthly bliss. However, this man, after sending her to accompany his client, now wishes to draft a written agreement at her residence. Does he truly intend to exploit her completely? As Sang Luo prepared to respond, her phone rang. The two were not far apart, and He Mingchuan noticed the name Lu Chi-ge displayed on her screen. He did not leave. It seemed he was intent on accompanying her to her home for that written agreement. Sang Luo answered Lu Chi's call in his presence. Sang Luo, let's have dinner together tonight. I need to discuss the matter regarding Fong Zuling with you. Under He Mingchuan's indifferent gaze, Sang Luo replied, I'm sorry, Lu Chi-ge, but I've been preoccupied with the renovation of the club and truly cannot spare the time. Perhaps next time. In the world of adults, next time often translates to a polite refusal. Should you have anything to discuss, remember to reach out to me. If I don't answer, it means I'm in surgery. However, I will see your message once I'm done. All right. Thank you, Lu Chi-ge. Sang Luo ended the call. He Mingchuan scrutinized her with a probing gaze. Sang Luo inquired, are you curious as to why I don't seek Lu Chi's assistance? Despite having known him far longer than I have known you, he remained silent, maintaining an air of indifference, as if any curiosity he might have felt was fleeting. She dismissed her own thoughts, answering herself, as you mentioned, Lu Chi is quite innocent, unlike you. The truth, however, was that Sang Luo sensed Lu Chi's feelings for her transcended those of a brotherly affection, resembling rather the admiration of a man for a woman. She was acutely aware that she would never harbor feelings for Lu Chi, hence she would not entertain any possibility of misunderstanding. Transactions of money and power, of financial and romantic exchanges, matters that could be resolved through negotiation would not entangle her emotions. Emotions, after all, are exceedingly complex. At her words, He Mingchuan chuckled, a laugh devoid of warmth, revealing a chilling demeanor. It appeared that Sang Luo was indeed the most innocent of them all. Suddenly, he leaned closer to her, whispering conspiratorially, there are no pure men in this world. Those who offer assistance ultimately seek to bed you. She instinctively retorted, albeit feebly, do you truly believe everyone is like you? Without exception, given the gravity of their conversation, He Mingchuan lost interest in drafting the written agreement at her home. He addressed Sang Luo, if you assist me in negotiating this collaboration, the Fong family will no longer trouble you. That is unacceptable. I cannot bear the entire cost of the extravagant renovation and losses. You're quite avaricious. The following day, Sang Luo visited the partner He Mingchuan had specified, which happened to be a Chinese restaurant. As fate would have it, while she was searching for a private room, she encountered Lin Miaoshi in the corridor. The latter appeared radiant and in high spirits. Sang Luo had no intention of engaging with Lin Miaoshi, yet she proactively obstructed Sang Luo's path. Sang Luo wore a calm expression. Is something the matter? Despite her fierce demeanor, she was eager to share delightful news with her sister. My parents and Mingchuan's parents are currently discussing the arrangements for our engagement banquet. As for whether He Mingchuan has a betrothal with Lin Miaoshi and whether they will marry, Sang Luo found herself indifferent to such matters. Miss Lin, I must admit, I am quite puzzled. You have boasted repeatedly about your impending engagement. Do you consider me a rival in love? Chapter 20. Sober during their previous encounter in the wine cellar, Lin Miaoshi had exhibited considerable hostility towards Sang Luo. With a disdainful gaze, Lin Miaoshi coldly remarked, "The daughter of a mistress has yet to earn the right to be my rival. I am well aware of your unscrupulous tactics. Sang Yu has already informed me of them. Do not harbor delusions of ascending by virtue of a child. Even if you were to conceive a child with the He family, the outcome is far from guaranteed." It became evident that Lin Miaoshi and Sang Yu were allies, which clarified how she had known about Lin Miaoshi's relationship with He Mingchuan that day in the wine cellar. This implied that the individual who had taken the clandestine photographs was none other than Sang Yu. Sang Luo swiftly unraveled the dynamics at play and retorted to Lin Miaoshi, "Sang Yu is 23, while I am 25. Perhaps you should reconsider whose mother truly fits the description of a mistress. Yet, you have hastily branded me as the daughter of a mistress without any regard for the truth. Perhaps you are also misrepresenting your age," she added. It was clear that they were indifferent to the reality of the situation. They would rather embrace a ludicrously fabricated narrative than acknowledge the innocence of her and her mother. Consequently, Sang Luo had no desire to offer explanations. A radiant smile returned to her face. Her laughter was vibrant and unabashed. "Instead of attempting to provoke me, perhaps you should contemplate how to become the type that He Mingchuan finds appealing." It was evident to Lin Miaoshi that He Mingchuan held no interest in her. It seemed he could not even muster the effort to feign indifference for the sake of his parents. "Be a little more flirtatious. Perhaps he might find himself drawn to you," she jested. Sang Luo, unabashed, turned and departed, discovering that the private room she sought was just ahead. She pushed the door open and entered. When He Mingchuan arrived at the restaurant, he realized that this gathering was with the Lin family. After hearing a few remarks, he gathered that the Lin family was quite pleased with him and hoped for a swift arrangement between their families. At that moment, Lin Miaoshi stepped out to retouch her makeup, leaving He Mingchuan silently seated at the table, having spoken little throughout the meal. His demeanor was such that his parents could discern his sentiments, subtly suggesting that matters concerning their children should be left to them to navigate. This conveyed a tacit implication that the prospect of this union was to be dismissed. Before long, Lin Miaoshi returned, casually taking a seat beside He Mingchuan. "Mingchuan, I just saw Han Zhang's companion, Sang Luo, but she seems to be dining with an elderly gentleman. Should we inform Han Zhang about this?" Lin Miaoshi feigned innocence. He Mingchuan's patience at the dinner was nearly exhausted, yet his good upbringing prevented him from leaving prematurely. Lin's mother interjected, asking, "Is that the illegitimate daughter of the Sang family, Sang Luo? How could Han Zhang possibly be interested in her?" Lin Miaoshi nodded, keenly observing He Mingchuan's reaction. "Mother, please do not speak ill of Sister Sang Luo. Though her mother may be a mistress, she herself is innocent." Lin's mother scoffed, stating that among the women in their circle, mistresses were universally despised. They destroy families and naively aspire to bear children to claim a share of the family fortune. Thus, the children are equally ostracized. Merely gossiping about others' misfortunes hardly reflects nobility. He Mingchuan's parents remained silent, contemplating the complications that would arise should they become in-laws with such a family. As Lin's mother was about to utter another word, He Mingchuan suddenly rose from his chair. His abrupt movement startled Lin Miaoshi, who glanced at him anxiously and inquired, "Mingchuan, what is it?" He suddenly recalled that he had some matters to attend to and decided to excuse himself from dinner with the aunt and uncle. With that, He Mingchuan exited the private room. Although Lin Miaoshi contemplated pursuing him, she was halted by her father's call. When Sang Luo arrived at the private room, her eyes were immediately drawn to the table, adorned with an abundance of red, white, and yellow beverages, overflowing with options. The dishes ordered merely served as mere embellishments. The mere sight of the drinks made Sang Luo's stomach churn. Upon seeing Sang Luo, Su Tao enthusiastically beckoned her to sit, exclaiming, "Sang, I have longed to dine and converse with you, but you have been perpetually occupied, and I have awaited this moment with great anticipation. Today, we must indulge until we can no longer stand." As Sang Luo settled into her seat, she produced the contract He Mingchuan had given her, assuring Su, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, I shall gladly accompany you in revelry today. Your joy brings me joy, and may we all find happiness together. Chapter 21. The point of no return when it comes to drinking, Sang Luo has never feared anyone. One glass after another, she continued to down her drinks without pause. It was Su Tao, seated beside her, who faltered first, especially since his intention was not merely to drink. He placed a hand on Sang Luo's shoulder and leaned closer, confessing, Sang Luo, to be honest, I quite like you. For your sake, I will sign this contract today. Furthermore, if you accompany me, I will give you 200,000 a month. You may also reside in my villa in the western suburbs. Su Tao slurred, his words thick with intoxication. Sang Luo understood that such a sum was quite substantial in Song City. She was worth 200,000 a month. In his drunken state, Su Tao appeared willing to offer her anything, adding, I also own a renovation company, and I can provide you with free renovations. This additional proposition was even more tempting. However, Sang Luo merely removed his hand from her shoulder, responding, Mr. Su, if Mrs. Su were to hear this, it would not bode well. That yellow-faced woman, I have long since grown tired of her. Su Tao retorted, I genuinely like you. Sang Luo scuffed codedly, choosing not to respond. Just as he was about to say more, the door to the private room was kicked open from the outside. Su Tao, you ingrate. The intruder was none other than the yellow-faced woman he had mentioned. Su Tao's drunkenness faded significantly. Sang Luo hastily exited the restaurant, clutching the signed contract, her stomach ablaze with discomfort, churning violently within her. Unable to contain herself, she squatted by the roadside and began to vomit, having consumed little before drinking. The contents of her stomach were predominantly alcohol. As she continued, the acidity surged upwards, burning her throat. Dizzily, she crouched by the road, hoping not to die there, as that would render her drinking futile. In her haze, she noticed a tall figure blocking the light above her. Soon, a bottle of mineral water was extended toward her. Still dazed yet alert, she looked up to find that the person offering her water was quite handsome. He Mingchuan? Sang Luo thought she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes. He looked down at her, saying, Get up, I will take you home. It truly was him. In a fit of anger, she grabbed his pant leg, exclaiming, You bastard. He Mingchuan, you are such a jerk. He Mingchuan paid her no mind, focusing on lifting her up, despite her nearly pulling his pants down. However, inebriated individuals often lack rationality. Sang Luo, grasping his clothing, stood up, her slender fingers pointed accusingly at He Mingchuan's face as she demanded, Do you find it amusing to toy with me? In Song City, which company does not seek to collaborate with you? And the partnerships you fail to secure, you expect me to entertain with drinks? Is it assumed that because everyone views me as the daughter of a mistress, I should act like one? You know my mother was not a mistress. She was not. She queried him, grasping his collar, demanding an answer. He Mingchuan's expression darkened further than usual. Yet he remained silent, offering no response to her inquiries. Having waited in vain for an answer, her fury felt as if doused by a cold bucket of water, leaving her utterly despondent. With reddened eyes, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she lamented, He Mingchuan, I thought you were different from them. Passers-by cast curious glances at the two, catching a whiff of the intoxicating aroma of alcohol, quickly realizing that this woman was inebriated. Indeed, she seemed to have lost her sanity, uttering nonsensical words to He Mingchuan. As the effects of the liquor began to wane, a fleeting memory surfaced. Someone had once told her to act as if they had never met. When she looked at He Mingchuan again, she was met with his cold, unfeeling visage. Abruptly, she released her grip on his collar, masking her face of inappropriate expressions, and wiped away her tears. The contract has already been signed by Mrs. Su. Do not forget your promise to me. With that, she forcefully placed the contract, which she had nearly sacrificed everything for, against He Mingchuan's chest before turning to leave. Yet, after only a couple of steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground, utterly disoriented. Chapter 22. A distorted Sang Luo once experienced a period of carefree living. At the tender age of 10, she had just been welcomed back into the Sang family, residing in a lavish villa complete with a swimming pool, enjoying the luxury of a private suite with its own bathroom, and possessing an array of beautiful clothing and dresses. She will be driven to school by a chauffeur, clad in a pristine uniform, mingling and playing with her schoolmates. Such a life was beyond her wildest dreams prior to her 10th year. Had the revelation of her status as an illegitimate daughter not come to light, and had the others not conspired to ostracize and bully her, she might have graduated from university 2 years ago, pursuing a career she adored, perhaps even with a commendable partner by her side, rather than nearly losing her life over a relationship in which she bore no fault. When Sang Luo awoke, she felt a lingering dizziness, the acrid scent of disinfectant and the coldness on the back of her hand reminding her that she was in hospital. Sang, you're awake? Do you feel unwell? Should I call a doctor? He Mingchuan approached her to assess her condition. Sang Luo shook her head. I'm fine. How did I end up in the hospital? He Mingchuan adjusted the head of the bed and replied, You were clearly in communication with Mrs. Su. So why did you drink so much with Su Tao? If it hadn't been for the timely medical attention, I would have had to arrange a funeral. At that moment, Sang Luo was still dazed, unaware of when the effects of the alcohol would subside. Did He Mingchuan bring me to the hospital? I'm not sure. The hospital contacted me. He Mingchuan responded. Why do you ask about He Mingchuan? Was he there yesterday? He is engaged to Lin Yaoshi now. Even if he was present, he was probably waiting for me to finalize the contract. Although Sang Luo found He Mingchuan perplexing, she understood that he prioritized his own interests. Surely, there were contracts that the He family could not secure. Yet Su Tao's enterprise was also of significant stature. For He Mingchuan, securing the deal would be advantageous, but failing to do so would entail no loss. For Sang Luo, however, it represented two entirely different outcomes. Thus, he took the contract and left, indifferent to her fate. As they spoke, there was a knock on the ward door. Sang Luo glanced at He Mingchuan, who quietly remarked, I haven't informed anyone else about your hospitalization. She went to open the door, revealing Mrs. Su. Sang Luo noticed that Mrs. Su had shed her previous image of housewife. Now dressed in an elegant suit with a chic short hairstyle, exuding efficiency and decisiveness. Sang Luo recalled the time she first approached Mrs. Su, who had quietly insisted that her husband would not betray her, and she remembered the hysterical outbursts as she lashed out at Su Tao. It seems that men need not go to great lengths to deceive the women who love them, for a woman in denial will deceive herself. Mrs. Su addressed He Mingchuan. Miss Yi, I have matters to discuss with Boss Sang. He Mingchuan glanced at Sang Luo before responding, I'll step outside for a moment. Mrs. Su nodded slightly in gratitude. Once He Mingchuan exited and closed the door, Mrs. Su approached Sang Luo's bedside. Mrs. Su, what brings you here? Sang Luo found herself uncertain of her intentions. This morning, I divorced Su Tao. I am no longer Mrs. Su. Shun Chongning corrected Sang Luo and reclaimed the company, dismissing several of Su Tao's subordinates. It is indeed a time for recruitment, and if Boss Sang is interested, the position of Secretary General in the Shun Corporation's executive office is yours. Furthermore, I shall grant you a portion of equity. Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Shun Chongning's decisive nature. Sister Ning, you hardly seem like a woman who just got divorced this morning. Shun Chongning paused, a faint smile gracing her face, revealing the traces of time. What do you think I should do? Should I plead for him to reconsider or endure in silence for the sake of the children? Sang Luo, who prided herself on her clarity and timely withdrawal from life as complexities, felt herself as a mere novice in Shun Chongning's presence. Unfortunately, she realized she could not work for such a formidable sister. Sister Ning, I apologize. I may not be able to accept this position. To be frank, the affluent boss has been gracious to me. I was once in considerable debt, and he helped me repay it. As long as the establishment remains operational, I will continue to assist him. Surprised by this revelation, Shun Chongning displayed a hint of regret, but still handed Sang Luo a business card. This contains my personal number. Should you ever reconsider, feel free to reach out. Sang Luo accepted the card, but could not resist asking, why? Why her? She had been expelled from university and had navigated the world of indulgence since she was 20, her past littered with scandal and ruin. Appointing someone with such a history as Secretary General seemed somewhat irrational. Although Shun Chongning had made an effort to present herself well, a trace of weariness lingered in her expression. Su Tao's infidelities are not new, yet you're the only one who approached me. Perhaps it is because we have both endured similar storms that you would offer me an umbrella. Do not harbor illusions that men will assist women. Only those who have experienced similar pain can empathize. After Shen Chongning departed, Sang Luo tucked the business card away, recognizing it might prove useful in the future. She shared her thoughts on Shen Chongning's decisiveness with Yi Lanshan, who seemed unfazed. Shen Chongning is the sister-in-law of Shen Hanjing. She was once a formidable figure in Song City. Unfortunately, she fell for that scoundrel Su Tao. After parting ways with the Shun family, she established the Shun Corporation and only became a full-time housewife after having children. She is astute, wielding real power. Su Tao is merely an employee. Otherwise, do you think their marriage could dissolve so easily? In the end, love often becomes tainted by ulterior motives. Those who covet wealth thrive. Sang Luo spent nearly half a month in the hospital, during which it seemed that He Mingchuan had honored his promise to warn the Fong family, as they had not attempted any further schemes against her. However, the renovation and compensation fees from the opulent establishment had yet to be paid. She learned from a nurse that the person who brought her to the hospital that day was He Mingchuan, who also covered her surgical expenses. She inquired with several friends before finally acquiring He Mingchuan's WeChat contact and sent him a friend request. The verification message simply read, "Brother." He was likely engrossed in his phone, as he swiftly approved her request and replied with a question mark. She then sent a voice message, recalling how He Mingchuan had complimented her melodious voice, noting its vibrant charm. She mentioned that it was her brother who brought her to the hospital and graciously covered her surgical expenses, inquiring about the total amount so that she could reimburse him. It was essential to clarify financial matters. She hoped He Mingchuan would grasp the subtle implication behind her words. He promptly sent her a screenshot of the transaction, but the focus was not on the cost of her surgery. Rather, it was the substantial balance that made Sang Luo scrutinize the screen multiple times. At that moment, she pondered how fortunate it would be if that money were her own. Chapter 23. Give it a try. Sang Luo found conversing with He Mingchuan particularly tedious. Perhaps he was simply the type of person who expected everything to be handed to him without effort, as there was no need for him to invest. Even his replies seemed perfunctory. She initiated a transfer, and upon his acknowledgement, silence ensued. Had he forgotten to reimburse her for the losses and renovation costs? Sang Luo hesitated, contemplating whether to remind him. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was kicked open, causing Sang Luo's phone to tumble onto the bed. To her shock, it was the lunatic Fong Shulin who had arrived. He slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, locking it behind him, and stormed over to Sang Luo, seizing her by the neck. The speed of his aggression left her no time to react. Fong Shulin, with a bandage wrapped around his head and fury blazing in his eyes, confronted her. "So, Sang Luo, it turns out you've been entangled with my uncle all along. Giving you the audacity to act so recklessly. Is being the mistress of a wealthy man truly delightful? Do you think he cares for you at all? He only tolerates you because you're so easy. You've surely exploited your body to secure partnerships for him. Haven't you? No wonder I see him ascending the ranks at He's Corporation. Your contributions are evident." His grip was merciless, tightening around Sang Luo's throat, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Desperately, she grasped his wrist, pounding her fists against him, pleading, let go, but Fong Shulin was far from yielding. "What makes He Mingchuan superior? Don't I have money? Am I not more handsome than him? You're nothing but a shameless woman. So why pretend to be virtuous in front of me? Today, I will show you who truly holds the power." Sang Luo could not comprehend what had provoked Fong Shulin. He was devoid of reason at this moment. All she could do was struggle and resist, summoning every ounce of her strength to push him away. Yet, recovering from her illness, her frailty was painfully evident, especially against a fully grown man. Her feeble attempts were futile. Fong Shulin easily tore apart her loose hospital gown, revealing the white tank top beneath. "Get off me, Fong Shulin," Sang Luo protested, striking him with her fists and kicking wildly. But he covered her mouth, leaving her only able to whimper. The more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became, as if her emotional turmoil validated his actions. Fong Shulin understood that Sang Luo's retaliation stemmed not from love, but rather from disdain, feeling betrayed. He bound her hands to the bedpost with her torn garment and stuffed cloth into her mouth to silence her. Overwhelmed by despair, Sang Luo glared at him with cold resentment, her eyes silently vowing, "Just wait, I will make you pay for this." But with rage clouding his judgment, Fang Shulin continued to strip her of her clothing entirely. She shut her eyes, praying for this ordeal to end swiftly. Bang! The hospital room door was forcefully kicked open once more, and Sang Luo felt the weight of her assailant being shoved aside, as a blanket was swiftly draped over her trembling form. Subsequently, Sang Luo heard a harsh command, "Get out." The doctor, nurses, and onlookers promptly closed the door to the ward. Sang Luo clenched the fabric binding her wrists, desperate to free her hands. "He Mingchuan, your timing is impeccable. Are you afraid that your little treasure might be sullied by my touch, causing you discomfort? She is nothing but a harlot for the masses. Should we, as uncle and nephew, not indulge her together? After all, to you, she is merely a tool. Let me ponder, were those tax evasion evidences provided to her by you, orchestrating a crisis for the Fong family, so that you could acquire our shares at a bargain? You scheme even against your own kin. I once called you uncle, but can you truly bear that title?" He Mingchuan glanced at Sang Luo, trembling in bed with her eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowing slightly. He then turned to Fang Shulin, his voice laced with frost. "Dare you utter another word?" Chapter 24. The chess pieces He Mingchuan's formidable presence overshadowed Fang Shulin, rendering him speechless under He Mingchuan's piercing gaze. Despite his simmering discontent, he was acutely aware of He Mingchuan's stature in Song City. He Mingchuan coldly regarded Fang Shulin and inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" Fang Shulin, though unwilling to concede, felt a twinge of apprehension regarding He Mingchuan's potential actions. "Sang Luo, I will not let this matter rest." With that, Fang Shulin stormed out, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Sang Luo remained cocooned beneath the covers, trembling, until someone lifted the blanket from her head and untied the fabric bindings on her hands. She hastily retrieved her phone, instinctively dialing 3 numbers. She intended to call the police, determined to see that Fang Shulin, that madman, was imprisoned. However, her phone was snatched away. With red-rimmed eyes, Sang Luo glared at He Mingchuan. "What are you doing? Give me my phone back." She had momentarily forgotten that He Mingchuan was Fang Shulin's uncle, and he would never permit her to send Fang Shulin to jail. In stark contrast to her agitation, He Mingchuan remained composed. Attempted rape carries a minimum sentence of 3 years, with a maximum of 10. You and he were once a couple. Should his family hire a lawyer? What are the odds you could see him incarcerated? Even if you succeeded, do you think his parents would let you off easily? Then what? Should I just suffer in silence? She retorted, "Am I to endure their bullying without recourse? Is it truly so difficult for me to lead a normal life?" For the first time in front of He Mingchuan, Sang Luo exhibited genuine helplessness and vulnerability, truly at a loss for what to do. He Mingchuan observed her despair and coldly remarked, "Had you known this would be the outcome, would you have acted differently? Why provoke Fang Shulin in the first place?" Sang Luo then recounted the events. "It was Fang Shulin who pursued me initially, showering me with flowers, cars, and houses. When I rebuffed him, he resorted to indulgence and extravagance. And once he had me, he failed to cherish what he had won. What did my kindness yield in return?" Suddenly recalling something, Sang Luo looked up sharply and asked, "Earlier, Fang Shulin mentioned you were the big boss behind the scenes, the one who lent me money?" 5 years prior, an incident had left her in significant debt, and if she could not repay, the other party threatened to sue her. It was Yi Lanshan who acted as an intermediary, securing a loan of 1 million. Since then, Sang Luo had been working at a lavish venue to repay the person who had lent her the money. Yet, she had never realized that her monthly repayments were directed to He Mingchuan. Noticing He Mingchuan's silence, she understood Fang Shulin's claim was indeed true. A sardonic smile crossed her lips. "Mr. He, what a clever tactic. You exchanged 1 million for a loyal worker, ensuring your clientele at the lavish venue are well taken care of, and I must send half of my salary to your account each month. A truly lucrative endeavor." In response, He Mingchuan offered no explanation, seemingly acquiescing to her assessment. Instead, he remarked, "You have not suffered a loss. You have managed to earn money while resolving the matter. Indeed, you are absolutely right, Mr. He. Thank you." Had she not been in such a state of undress at that moment, she would have surely risen to bow deeply to He Mingchuan, expressing her gratitude for his financial assistance. She believed she could manipulate He Mingchuan, yet she discovered that she had merely been a pawn in his game all along. Later, Sang Luo inquired of He Mingchuan whether she was aware that the extravagant tycoon was none other than He Mingchuan. With confusion, He Mingchuan shook her head, questioning if the opulent magnate was not Tang Xian instead. Upon reflection, Sang Luo recalled that Tang Xian seemed to be He Mingchuan's assistant. She had seen his name on He Mingchuan's phone when he had been at her house for business. At that moment, she had assumed it was merely a case of sharing the same name, never considering the connection. Now, armed with the knowledge that He Mingchuan was indeed the extravagant tycoon, and in light of the absurd events that had transpired over the past few days, Sang Luo transferred the remaining balance of her debt to He Mingchuan and informed him of her decision to withdraw from the endeavor. He accepted the payment and responded to her departure from the opulent venture with a mere 2 words, "As you wish." Observing the message from He Mingchuan on Sang Luo's phone, He Mingchuan, perplexed, asked why He Mingchuan had been able to lend her $1 million 5 years ago. Was it due to the potential he saw in her, or because of their previous acquaintance? Sang Luo exhaled a deep sigh, not eager to revisit that chapter of her life. Chapter 25. Rejection. The essence of a girl is gossip, particularly when it involves secrets unknown to others. He Mingchuan pursued Sang Luo, inquiring about her past acquaintance with He Mingchuan, questioning whether there had always been mutual affection, or if their fateful romance had been thwarted by the lofty standards of the He family. Sang Luo replied with a hint of indifference, suggesting that she could take up screenwriting. "There is no tale to tell. We merely knew each other. If there had been genuine feelings, would he remain unmoved while Feng Shulin bullies me?" At the mention of Feng Shulin, He Mingchuan's attention shifted. She noted that the He family had indeed ceased many collaborations with the Feng family recently, and their scrutiny had intensified. Rumor had it that Feng Shulin's mother had even gone to the He residence to plead for leniency, yet the He family showed no signs of assistance. It appeared, at least on the surface, that He Mingchuan was aiding Sang Luo. Sang Luo shook her head. The He family's withdrawal from dealings with the Feng family was merely a prudent act of self-preservation. Who could tell whether the flames of the Feng family's troubles might engulf the He family as well? Moreover, with the Feng family having resorted to violent measures, would He Mingchuan allow them to escape unscathed? He Mingchuan concurred, asking what Sang Luo intended to do now that she was no longer entangled in the chaos. Sang Luo pondered seriously. After dedicating 5 years of relentless labor to He Mingchuan, she was momentarily at a loss for her next steps. Perhaps a period of rest was in order. After spending several days in the hospital, she was discharged, only to find that Lu Qi had somehow learned of her hospitalization and had come to pick her up. He did not inquire about the details, simply driving her home in silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Your stomach won't heal in a hurry. It requires gradual care. It's evident you do not tend to your own well-being. I will ensure you have 3 proper meals a day." Had it been anyone else, Sang Luo might have flirted back, teasing him that his concern could be taken seriously. Yet this was Lu Qi. She responded, "It's fine, I've resigned. I will take care of myself." At that moment, they were halted by a red light. Lu Qi turned to her and asked, "Do you truly wish to reject me?" Initially, Sang Luo believed it prudent to avoid shattering the delicate veneer of their friendship. However, as she turned to formally express the impossibility of their relationship, her gaze fell upon a sleek black convertible idling in the adjacent lane. In the passenger seat sat a voluptuous blonde, clad in a snug mini-skirt that barely concealed her shoulders, seemingly poised to leap into the driver's seat. Seizing the moment at the red light, she seemed oblivious to the potential for her actions to be captured and shared online. Lu Qi, following Sang Luo's gaze, glanced outside and, upon recognizing He Mingchuan, rolled down the window. "Old He," Lu Qi greeted casually, prompting a displeased expression from He Mingchuan's companion as she returned to the passenger seat. He Mingchuan's languid gaze drifted toward Lu Qi, and naturally, he noticed Sang Luo seated beside him. Sang Luo averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of discomfort. although she was aware that He Mingchuan changed partners as frequently as one changes clothes. The speed with which he moved on made it seem as if nothing had ever transpired between them. Indeed, it is often only women who harbor a peculiar sentiment for their first love. He Mingchuan rested one hand casually on the steering wheel and suggested, "Since we cross paths, let us share a meal together." Lu Qi turned to glance at Sang Luo, seeking her opinion. Before she could utter a word, He Mingchuan remarked, "Lu Qi, are you now so beholden to a woman's will that you require her approval even for dining with friends?" Chapter 26. Miscalculation. As the brief red light faded, He Mingchuan pressed the accelerator and remarked to Lu Qi that they would meet at the restaurant. The blonde girl in the passenger seat keenly sensed a shift in He Mingchuan's mood, which seemed to grow somber. It appeared as though a thought had crossed her mind, prompting her to say, "He Xiao, are you feeling disheartened seeing Boss Sang, the one who has openly declared her pursuit of you, seated in someone else's car? What does Sang Luo possess that I do not? Am I not equally charming?" He Mingchuan maintained his indifferent expression, revealing no hint of turbulence within, and replied, "What is Sang Luo, after all?" Sang Luo had requested Lu Qi to take her home, as she was not inclined to dine with He Mingchuan. She pondered that it would be futile to predict the tumultuous scene that might unfold. It would be wiser to return home and contemplate her next steps. Respecting her wishes, Lu Qi escorted her home, yet the journey was marked by a palpable silence. Upon arriving at Sang Luo's residence, she instructed Lu Qi to leave her there, insisting she would ascend alone. Lu Qi held on to Sang Luo's bag, hesitating to return it to her, as if he had words unspoken. With a slight sigh, Sang Luo recognized that certain matters required thorough clarification. "Lu Qi, you are aware of my family's past circumstances. My parents' issues have rendered me somewhat indifferent to matters of the heart. I do not invest my entire emotional being for anyone. My animosity towards Fang Xulin is not born from an obsessive love that cannot bear his departure, but from my disdain for fickle-hearted men. They profess love to be together, yet part ways without regard for the pain inflicted upon the other." Sang Luo did not afford Lu Qi an opportunity to interject. "Rather than invest my emotions, I am more reluctant to reveal my true self to anyone. I am sensitive and petty, selfish and self-serving, yet I demand unwavering loyalty and fidelity from my partner. I cannot tolerate even the slightest betrayal. Should it occur, I would treat him as I have treated Fang Xulin. While love may endure moments of forgiveness over time, weariness sets in, and even the strongest affections may deviate from their original path." Sang Luo's eyes could not endure any grain of sand. Yet she believed no man could be trusted. Once acquired, they would not cherish what they had. The allure of the unknown often seems sweeter than the reality of one's experiences. Expecting a man to remain steadfast is akin to chasing a fantasy. Certainly, one cannot deny the existence of good men, yet the likelihood of encountering one is slimmer than winning the lottery. With a calm tone, she continued, "Lu Qi, I do not extend you a card of goodwill, for I would rather cultivate a lasting friendship than engage in a fleeting romance." Lu Qi opened his mouth, seemingly brimming with words for Sang Luo, yet it appeared unnecessary to say more. After all, they had matured, no longer the naive children they once were. Though she did not verbally refuse him, her every word conveyed a lack of affection typically held by women for men. After a brief pause, Lu Qi finally handed the bag to Sang Luo, advising, "Take care of yourself while living alone. Remember to eat regular meals and dress warmly in this cold weather." He spoke to her as an elder brother would, refraining from further discussion of romantic matters. Sang Luo nodded. "Next time you have free time, I shall treat you to a meal. I shall head up now. Goodbye, Lu Qi, farewell." Lu Qi watched as Sang Luo's figure vanished from his sight, letting out a soft sigh before getting into the car. He pondered why Sang Luo could not believe that he was unlike other men. Sang Luo, on the other hand, thought that rather than prolonging the inevitable, it would be more straightforward to inform Lu Qi that there was no possibility for them. It was far better than dragging him along for 3 to 5 years, only to eventually confess that she had never harbored any feelings for him. She had no interest in fishing for hope. Upon returning to her home, which had been unoccupied for a fortnight, she was greeted by a stale odor. She opened the windows to air it out and replace the bedding with a new set. While organizing her belongings, she stumbled upon a business card that Shun Chongning had previously given her. She stared at the card for a moment, reflecting on her job search on recruitment platforms, where most listings demanded a bachelor's degree or higher. Although university graduates were abundant, she was indeed lacking in that regard. The conditions offered by Shun Chongning were quite appealing, yet she worried whether she would be capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of a white-collar job. As she contemplated these matters, the doorbell rang. Had her takeout arrived so soon? When Sang Luo slipped into her slippers to answer the door, she was taken aback to find He Mingchuan standing outside. Instinctively, she attempted to close the door, but the man caught it with ease. Peering inside, he coldly remarked, "Why the rush to shut the door? Afraid of disturbing your little affair?" Sang Luo blocked He Mingchuan's view and inquired, "What do you want?" The strength of a woman was hardly significant in the presence of a man, and the door was effortlessly pulled open by He Mingchuan. There was no one else inside, just Sang Luo. Frowning, she said with displeasure, "If you continue like this, I will call the police." He Mingchuan, however, was undeterred. "You've gone too far," he retorted. "You kept your identity as a debauched boss hidden from me for 5 years, allowing me to work for you all this time." He then closed the door and, as he had done before, pinned her against the shoe cabinet. "You've miscalculated," he stated. "I've only worked for you twice," she protested. He smirked, lifting the hem of her nightgown. "There will soon be a third time." Chapter 27. Punishment. At that moment, Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly mustered all her strength to push He Mingchuan away from her. Pointing at him, she said in a rather harsh tone, "He Mingchuan, do not act recklessly." He smiled faintly, his long fingers gliding over her delicate collarbone, dampness lingering at his fingertips. "I do not wish to act recklessly either, but can you endure it?" He was acutely aware that during his time in the capital, he had offended numerous individuals, and these troubles could spell disaster for both him and Lin Shi. Lowering her gaze, she noticed that she was wearing flip-flops. It was December, and the weather had turned quite chilly. With a faint smile, Su Shu ran back to change into proper shoes. Zhu Beiji had long since stealthily grasped his 9-toothed rake, and upon seeing Bai Yunyangzi take action, he swung the rake forward, while Sha Sung circled around, raising his shovel to strike. Lin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly concealed his triumphant expression. He had yet to find his soulmate and did not wish to be captured and forced into monastic life. Opening the messaging app, he saw the chaos outside. It was clear that traveling to Laiji County was no longer feasible, and he needed to communicate this to others. Back in the familiar office, Zhang Ji tossed several sheets of printed paper onto Director Bai's desk and then, with an air of self-awareness, settled onto the sofa, leaning back with a contented sigh. After her unsuccessful debut, her sister Li Kaiyan left JYP, while her younger sister chose to stay, ultimately waiting for her opportunity to shine. Before her stood a pair of exquisite items, weighing approximately 5 taels, pure wild catches from the East China Sea, truly the finest of the finest. These clan mice were no longer mere ordinary slaves. They were almost armed with knives and shields, which posed quite a challenge for Wender. Furthermore, should anyone experience physical discomfort or psychological doubts in the future, they could seek her assistance. Before long, they arrived, and shortly after Gu Ibai entered, the police chief promptly dispatched personnel to pursue the human traffickers. The female's reaction was surprisingly noteworthy. She did not receive any tangible benefits, but seemed merely disappointed, without any display of disdain. Previously, they had already devised plans for constructing a new interstellar spacecraft, and now everything was in place, awaiting the arrival of materials. Su Yin and her companions had already verified the existence of exquisite steel on Mars in the mother space, and arrangements for its extraction had been set in motion. Having spent half his time here, Qiu Moj received news of Mu's arrival and hurriedly exited the home of the former village chief, Zhu Shi. Meng Anya heard a voice in her mind and quickly pretended to rummage through her backpack, seizing the opportunity to pull out large glass vessels from her space. The spell singer also arrived, but this time did not cause any trouble, seemingly having agreed not to approach Ji Ming. She approached Ji Ming and her companion slowly. indicating that he meant no harm and had no intention of engaging in conflict, bowing respectfully. Upon meeting the real person, they were informed that the esteemed one only accepted a single disciple in this lifetime, which made them anxious. The two concubines were frightened. They had only just gained power. And did it mean that Tang Lioli's return would strip it away from them? Are you certain, Brian? Yang was acutely aware of Cardinal's limitations. Although he held deep respect for the seasoned veteran, the truth remained that Cardinal was utterly incapable of thwarting him. Even the very essence of Haiping had been ensnared atop the Zhiqian Peak for 500 years, and the Avatar no longer willing to linger, resolved to forcefully ascend the peak in search of its original form. As the vast rivers meandered over 80,000 miles, a handful of individuals traversed the borderland grasslands within merely half a day's effort. There, remnants of shattered armor and banners lay scattered, while the earth had been stained crimson with the blood that had seeped across a radius of several miles. A fierce battle had recently concluded, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses, and the only souls remaining were the spectral beings birthed within the confines of the ghostly fortress. Jack, the founder of the nation of Hop, understood this truth profoundly. Without utterly dismantling the remnants of the past, the aspiration to forge a new future was unequivocally unattainable. Chapter 28. Crying out today, Sang Luo attended a special interview, determined not to let Sang Yu and her companions ruin it. Sang Yu and her friends would never pretend to know her in front of outsiders. After all, discussing their family matters would only bring shame upon themselves. After casting a cold glance at Sang Luo, they fawned over Mrs. Zhou, saying, "Mrs. He, this is my daughter Sang Yu. She just graduated from university this year. I had intended to arrange for her to work at my company, but she insisted on proving herself through her own merits. She has worked hard and successfully joined the planning department at He's company." Mrs. Zhou handed the golf club to the caddy, removed her gloves, and with a casual glance at the Sang mother-daughter duo, nodded before departing. The Sang women felt utterly embarrassed, wishing for a hole to hide in. At that moment, Sang Luo no longer needed any prompting from Shun Chongning. She picked up the sunshade and hurried after Mrs. Zhou to offer her protection from the sun. She understood that her task today was to take good care of Mrs. Zhou and finalize the pending contract, which would ensure her success in the interview. Mrs. Zhou did not reject Sang Luo's offer of the sunshade but slowed her pace, remarking somewhat nostalgically, Chongning was an outstanding business elite in her time. Being chosen as her secretary bodes well for your future. Mrs. He, you flatter me. I merely had good fortune, Sang Luo replied, cautious not to overstep in the presence of such distinguished women. He Mingchuan's rise as a new business magnate was undoubtedly influenced by his family's upbringing. It was clear that Mrs. Zhou was not merely a wealthy socialite concerned with leisure. Do you know Mingchuan? Mrs. Zhou asked directly. More than merely knowing. Our relationship is rather complex, Sang Luo replied. Mrs. Zhou nodded. I will have him come to pick me up shortly, so you may formally meet. With Chongning taking the helm at Shun's, as an old friend, I believe I should extend my assistance. Our two companies will collaborate more closely in the future, and getting acquainted will be beneficial for the work ahead. Having decided to work under Shun Chongning, Sang Luo naturally accepted any work-related arrangements. Thank you, Mrs. He. Not at all. Mrs. Zhou boarded the electric cart and cast an annoyed glance at the approaching Sang mother-daughter duo, saying, I had intended to play another round of golf, but with such unwelcome company, I shall go take a shower first. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Zhou, Sang Luo turned around to find herself being tugged by Guomingli, Sang Yu's mother, who scolded her in a hushed tone. You little minx, did you just speak ill of us to Mrs. He? We haven't forgotten how you dragged the Sang family into trouble with Fong Shulin. Do you wish to tarnish Ye's image before Mrs. He? Sang Luo glanced at Sang Yu, who had dressed up for the golf course in a fitted gown, clearly putting effort into her appearance. In a calm tone, she replied, Your daughter saw He Mingchuan leave my house, yet you still rush to ingratiate yourselves with the He family. It seems that the bad habit of coveting what belongs to others truly runs in the family. Repeat that. Guomingli's expression turned fierce. Do you dare believe I won't return home and toss your mother's ashes out of the Sang family shrine? Sang Luo had heard Guomingli utter such threats many times before. Go home and ask your husband if he would agree to that. Sang Luo disregarded the two women and made her way towards Shun Chongning, who was engaged in conversation with several other ladies. They seemed to be discussing who had summoned the Sang mother and daughter, and upon inquiry, it was revealed that they had come uninvited, having long desired to leverage connections to introduce their daughter to He Mingchuan. However, in their social circle, matchmaking was dictated by social standing. Given Sang Yu's background, the He family held her in low regard. Shun Chongning allowed them to enjoy their conversation, setting aside her cue stick to approach Sang Luo, inquiring how her chat with Shu Yi was progressing. Mrs. Yi had gone to take a bath and would soon send her son to meet them, claiming he would introduce them, anticipating that their professional interactions would become more frequent. Shun Chongning raised an eyebrow, pleased, and remarked that she had indeed chosen the right person. When can you officially commence your position? I can start now, Sang Luo replied, eager to seize this opportunity. Acutely aware that her lack of academic credentials made securing such employment a formidable challenge. Very well, Shun Chongning responded with satisfaction, but she cautioned, I must inform you beforehand. Some of the Sang family's business dealings conflict with ours. As my secretary, you will naturally find yourself at odds with the Sang family. Although the affairs of the Sang family had long been shunned in conversation, those within the circle were well aware of the underlying tensions. Sang Luo reassured her, Sister Ning, rest assured, I have severed all ties with the Sang family. Later that evening, during dinner, He Mingchuan arrived. He was quite popular among the ladies, prompting Sang Luo to involuntarily think of the glitzy, hedonistic world that also housed a cadre of male escorts. Of course, she understood that the reasons for He Mingchuan's popularity among these women were quite distinct. Families with daughters were eager to introduce them to him, hopeful that such connections might flourish into engagements, thus elevating their social standing. Conversely, families with sons might seek friendship with He Mingchuan to gain some resources from the He family. The realization that He Mingchuan was merely a tool solidified a smile at the corner of Sang Luo's lips. However, as she smiled, He Mingchuan caught her eye, and his expression darkened slightly. Not long after he took a seat, a WeChat message arrived on Sang Luo's phone. As she was dining with her employer, she refrained from checking her device. Soon, another message followed. She silenced her phone and, upon looking up, noticed He Mingchuan subtly gesturing for her to check her messages. Observing the other guests engrossed in their conversations, she unlocked her phone to find two messages. He Mingchuan wrote, Don't smile like that. And again, I want to see you cry. Hastily, she placed her phone down on the table, pretending nothing had occurred. Yesterday, at her home, he had felt the dampness at the corner of her eye and had asked, Are you crying already? She banished those memories from her mind, maintaining an air of nonchalance as she sat in her chair. At some point, someone inquired whether He Mingchuan was to be engaged to Lin Miaoshi, prompting Mrs. Zhou to quickly clarify that such rumors were unfounded, asserting that they had merely shared a couple of meals together. The Lin family girl was beautiful, but Mingchuan was not fortunate enough to be in her favor. It was evident to discerning minds that the He family likely disapproved, though Mrs. Zhou sought to preserve appearances. Chongning, why didn't you bring your daughter today? Isn't she about to start working soon? The implication here is that He Mingchuan's previous matchmaking endeavor has fallen through, and Shun Chongning is considering introducing her daughter to him, believing that the best prospects should remain within familiar circles. Shun Chongning replied, She is studying out of town and will only return for the new year. There will be opportunities in the future. Sang Luo reflected that, were she in Shun Chongning's position, she would prefer her daughter to marry a man who, though perhaps not wealthy or powerful, is honest and reliable, rather than entrusting her to He Mingchuan. What good is wealth if a husband is unfaithful, causing endless distress? As they dined, Sang Luo stepped out to request the waiter to arrange for some fresh fruit. The ladies had modest appetites, but appreciated the delicacies, necessitating thoughtful attention. Just as she was about to return, He Mingchuan intercepted her, inquiring, Are you working for Shun Chongning? Chapter 29. Perseverance. Sang Luo glanced at the private room. Noting that no one had emerged, she withdrew her gaze and addressed He Mingchuan, stating, Sister Ning has offered an enticing proposition. I have no reason to decline. He Mingchuan scoffed lightly, his expression inscrutable. Are my terms inadequate? Sang Luo recalled the apartment key card that had been discarded into the trash, shaking her head with a hint of regret. If you wish to invite me, the price will be different. She lifted her hand to check the time before striding toward the private room. As she passed He Mingchuan, she caught a whiff of his subtle woody fragrance. He was among the few men whose scent did not repulse her. I will be at your place tonight, he remarked in a tone that was both declarative and commanding. Sang Luo halted, a slight furrow forming on her brow. Mr. He, please do not jest. If you consider yourself a form of compensation, I truly cannot accept. She was the first to dare to jest with He Mingchuan in such a manner. His gaze darkened as he replied coldly, do you comprehend the consequences of such words? Offending Mr. He of Song City may lead to an arduous existence here. However, she countered, but Mr. He, does not every individual possess the right to aspire for brighter prospects? We both understand the nature of indulgence. At this point, Sang Luo refrained from further jesting. I do not disdain the allure of indulgence. I merely seek a life of normalcy. Her previous occupation, while euphemistically referred to as the proprietor of a lavish lifestyle, could also be described, less charitably, as being subjected to the lewd jests and unwarranted advances that were commonplace. Most of her acquaintances resembled the irresponsible scoundrel Feng Shuilin. Prolonged exposure to such a decadent environment inevitably warped one's perspective on both affection and wealth. She had previously failed to find an opportune moment to extricate herself, but now that the opportunity had arisen, she was eager to leap free. He Mingchuan seemed to grasp her sentiment, stating, Sang Luo, you are quite resolute. With that, he departed, visibly displeased. The majority of individuals she encountered were affluent like He Mingchuan and Feng Shuilin, having been born at a finish line unattainable to the average person. Their privileged circumstances allowed them to acquire numerous things without effort. She had not conformed to He Mingchuan's expectations, and he was angered. But so what? She was never meant to cater to such individuals. Following that day, Sang Luo immersed herself in her work at the Shun Corporation. Having never occupied an office before, she had minimal experience with office software, only familiar with basic copy and paste functions. Unwilling to concede defeat, she dedicated considerable time to self-study. She relocated to an apartment closer to the company, embracing her new job and environment. She even changed her WeChat account, adding only colleagues and partners from her new workplace, whose social circles revolved around work, simple and monotonous. The lively escapades and global adventures were confined to her old WeChat contacts. In the past, she would rise only in the afternoon to visit the club, but now she awakens at 8 in the morning to apply her makeup, donning a professional outfit as she carries coffee purchased downstairs, waiting for the elevator like any other white-collar worker. Her vibrant demeanor resembles that of an inexperienced university student, freshly entered into society, brimming with hope and aspirations. Little do they know, this bustling and fulfilling life is what she has long yearned for. During this time, she encountered He Mingchuan once, in the conference room where both companies were negotiating contract details. He was impeccably dressed, his demeanor serious and unsmiling. At the negotiation table, He Mingchuan was unyielding, showing no leniency despite knowing that Shen Chongning was a friend of Mrs. Zhou. Later, Shen Chongning remarked that He Mingchuan was far more formidable than his father, and she feared that in dealings with He Mingchuan, she would not gain any advantage. It was then that Sang Luo realized that collaborating with He Mingchuan, wining and dining, was futile. His earlier actions with Su Tao had been deliberate. Thinking back on it, Sang Luo felt a surge of frustration. Had she known, she would never have reimbursed him for the surgery expenses he had initially covered. He had not even spared her a glance that time, as if they had never known each other. Sang Luo understood. He Mingchuan was lofty and unapproachable, and her previous rejection must have left him thoroughly disenchanted. Besides, he was surrounded by many other women. How could he possibly remember who she was? At least the collaboration had been successfully finalized, and Shen Chongning was elated. Treating the diligent employees of her secretarial office who had tirelessly worked alongside her for nearly a fortnight to dinner. As the first half of the evening concluded, Shen Chongning could no longer withstand the fatigue and decided to return home for rest, leaving Sang Luo to manage the accounting for the upcoming activities, promising to reimburse her later. The following day was the weekend, and a group of young women suggested visiting a quiet bar to enjoy some drinks and music. Sang Luo had not set foot in such establishments for nearly a month and was apprehensive about encountering acquaintances. Yet she had no choice as she was the one managing the accounts that evening. They found a nearby quiet bar, a newly opened venue where they hoped to avoid familiar faces. To her dismay, upon entering, Sang Luo spotted He Mingchuan seated in a booth with his female companion, while the men accompanying him appeared rather solitary. Instinctively, she shrank beside her colleagues, wishing the dim lighting of the bar would diminish her presence. However, one of her observant colleagues exclaimed, "Look, it's the young He from the He Corporation over there. Should we go say hello?" "Perhaps not. It would be rather awkward to intrude on a private gathering, and besides, he may not even recognize us." Nonetheless, the friends of the young He were indeed strikingly handsome. Sang Luo guided her companions towards a corner, dispelling their fantasies about the wealthy second-generation elites. While they were undeniably attractive, the prospect of romance seemed utterly implausible, as none were dependable. Indeed, she had heard that the young He had been involved with numerous girlfriends, and it was uncertain how long his current companion would last. The young women Sang Luo knew at the company held relatively simple views, seeking partners who were somewhat compatible for relationships and similarly matched for marriage. They still believed in the existence of everlasting love, the kind that lasts a lifetime. Spending time with them had even led Sang Luo to ponder the possibility that one day she too might find someone suitable to marry. Indeed, the environment significantly influences an individual. Just as they were about to place their order, the waiter presented a bottle of champagne. With a hint of confusion, Sang Luo inquired, "Excuse me, we haven't ordered yet. You've made a mistake, haven't you?" The waiter chuckled softly and replied, "No, it was ordered by Mr. Shun at that table. He mentioned that he would cover the bill for your table tonight." Turning back, Sang Luo's gaze met Shen Hanjing's, who raised his glass in a toast from across the room. Her eyes naturally drifted to He Mingchuan, seated beside Shen Hanjing, and from her vantage point, it appeared that the young woman was sharing a kiss with him. Feeling a bit awkward, she smiled at Shen Hanjing before redirecting her attention. Her colleagues, intrigued by her status as the boss, began to express their curiosity. Chapter 30 deserving of it, He Mingchuan reached for the wine on the table, while the woman beside him instinctively distanced herself from him. When the man reclined back on the sofa, she rested her head on his shoulder and softly murmured, "Mr. He, I believe I may be intoxicated." He Mingchuan cast a glance at the woman, whose cheeks were flushed, but his expression remained impassive, lacking any semblance of interest. He replied coolly, "Then you should leave first." The woman insisted on taking him along, unwilling to depart alone. "I will wait for you. I intend to return home tonight. Then I shall accompany you. I have yet to visit your residence, Mr. He," she said with a playful smile. He Mingchuan offered no response, leaving her uncertain whether he was acquiescing or declining. Nevertheless, she was content to wait, as the prospect of engaging with such a striking gentleman as He Mingchuan was worth the patience. At that moment, Shen Hanjing called out to He Mingchuan, saying, "Are you aware that Sang Luo has started working in my aunt's company? The last time I visited, I saw her in a white shirt and a fitted skirt. She truly embodies the essence of an office lady." He Mingchuan's gaze darkened slightly. Sang Luo's figure was indeed alluring, with her long, slender legs captivating. The young woman beside him whispered, "Mr. He, do you wish to see me wear that?" He seemed to have lost interest, replying, "Not at all." After speaking, he rose from the booth and departed. Sang Luo noticed He Mingchuan leaving, followed by the woman accompanying him, presumably to attend to some task. She exhaled in relief. His departure spared her the uncertainty of what might unfold later. "Sang Luo, why does President Shun call you Boss Sang? Did you own a shop before?" inquired the short-haired girl. "Lu Cece, no wonder you can always help Ning Jin navigate various relationships. When will we be able to achieve that like you?" The secretarial office was filled with young women, all graduates from prestigious institutions both domestically and abroad. Aside from having less social experience than Sang Luo, they surpassed her in almost every other regard. Initially, Sang Luo faced skepticism regarding her qualifications, but after spending time together, they were charmed by her resourcefulness. "With time, you all will be capable as well," Sang Luo deftly sidestepped the topic of being called Boss Sang, and fortunately, they did not press further. Having abstained from alcohol that evening, Sang Luo adhered to medical advice and drove each of the young women home. By the time she returned to her own residence, it was nearly 3 in the morning. The night was quiet, and the corridor was still. She quickened her pace, hurriedly unlocking the door with her fingerprint. However, as soon as she entered, someone pushed her into the room and shut the door behind her. Sang Luo's first instinct was to strike the assailant with her bag, but her wrist was seized, causing her bag to fall to the ground. She attempted to scream for help, yet her mouth was covered. In the next moment, she instinctively bent her knee to strike below. Damn it! After a series of actions, Sang Luo heard He Mingchuan's voice. Where are you kicking? His tone held a hint of irritation. Sang Luo, startled and shaken, stammered. Are you insane? Do you want to die? Sang Luo lived alone, apprehensive of encountering such situations, which is why she had placed a knife by the entrance. Had she managed to free herself from He Mingchuan's grasp moments ago, she would have had no choice but to stab him with it. What was he shouting about? The man had just been kicked, and it was evident that his mood was far from pleasant. Yet, Sang Luo had no time to concern herself with his feelings. She was startled herself. She switched on the light and pushed He Mingchuan away. If you had delayed your outburst any longer, I would have stabbed you. With your stench of alcohol. I thought you were just some drunken fool. How did you even know I lived here? In such a predicament, Sang Luo was understandably furious, wishing only to open the door and expel this intruder. However, He Mingchuan pulled her back again, gripping her hand painfully. Served him right. She attempted to shake off his hold, but he was too strong. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Sang Luo could not discern whether he was genuinely intoxicated or merely feigning it, his breath reeking of liquor and his eyes clouded with an unfathomable emotion. Do you know what I was thinking when I saw you in that outfit in the conference room? Sang Luo refrained from guessing, well aware that it was unlikely to be anything pleasant. This is work attire. She corrected him, though she knew it was futile. Indeed, it was pointless. He was drunk, and one should never attempt to reason with a drunkard. On this day off, Sang Luo was not required to rush to the office early. The two of them slept until the afternoon, with Sang Luo awakened by a phone call from her instructor. She had enrolled in a weekend class, aspiring to take an adult self-examination. Rubbing her temples, she answered the call, initially intending to get up, but He Mingchuan had his arms wrapped around her waist. I'm sorry, teacher. I forgot to request a leave. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Sang, what's wrong? Her instructor inquired. Sang Luo covered her mouth, fearing her voice would carry to the other end. At that moment, He Mingchuan was being particularly uncooperative. She paused momentarily before replying, I'm fine, teacher. I'll hang up now. Quickly, she ended the call, wanting to push the man behind her away. Waking up to this was absurd. Don't move, he said, his voice hoarse and deep. Frustrated, Sang Luo wanted to shove him aside and take a shower. Upon emerging from the bathroom, she surveyed the mess in the bedroom, her brow furrowing in dismay. The last time she moved, she had discarded all the remaining items from her home, including a box that Yulan Shan had jokingly gifted her. Now, she would have to go buy medicine. She watched He Mingchuan emerge from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, and couldn't help but notice his physique, well-defined abs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, far surpassing that of any model. I drank too much last night, He Mingchuan admitted. It's fine, she thought to say, as long as you remain sober during our future collaborations, Mr. He. He let out a soft grunt. Does Shen Changning know how loyal you are? Sang Luo chose not to respond, nor would she inquire about the nature of their relationship. He need not take responsibility, and she need not be devoted to him. At that moment, Sang Luo's phone buzzed, and numerous messages flashed across the screen. As she opened her phone, her expression darkened swiftly. Chapter 31. Before Sang Luo could delve deeper, a call from Shen Changning interrupted her thoughts. The message was clear. Either Sang Luo would leave, or the individual who had disseminated the information would. Sang Luo assured her that she would provide a response by Monday when she returned to work. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. As He Mingchuan changed his attire, he inquired about the matter at hand. Sang Luo, her gaze fixed on the chat records of the small group, replied without looking up, someone has revealed my past as the owner of a nightclub, sharing several old photographs of me. Upon closer inspection, I must admit I did possess a fine figure. He Mingchuan observed the initial panic in Sang Luo when she first received the news, but within the span of a phone call, she appeared to regain her composure. Even devising a solution, she seemed so unfazed, as if nothing had transpired at all. Yet, in truth, it was hardly a pressing issue. Sang Luo noted that the individual who had first disclosed her previous role as the nightclub owner was a man who had recently resigned. After posting a few of her more alluring photos, he departed from the group, inadvertently exposing her past to all. Although the discussions within the group had not been overtly scandalous, Sang Luo was acutely aware that she had become the focal point of the entire company. He Mingchuan, casting a sidelong glance at Sang Luo, who was clad in a long t-shirt that accentuated her long legs, could not help but agree that her physique was indeed commendable. He ventured, "If you wish to return to the nightclub." "Not at all," Sang Luo interrupted firmly, her decision made without hesitation. Rising to retrieve some clothes from her wardrobe, she reflected on how only those sheltered in a pure world perceive her past as something shameful. Yet, what was disgraceful about earning money through one's own labor? Was it not the schemers lurking in the shadows who ought to be ashamed? Sang Luo was acutely aware of this. Moreover, she understood that mere lamentation would not resolve anything. She needed to gather evidence. Otherwise, as Shun Chongning had suggested, she would have to depart. After all, it was merely a few photographs. She had endured worse tribulations before. She recalled the incident that led to her expulsion, where whispers circulated that she had been courted and was even with child. Ultimately, the influential man fell for another girl from their school in a fit of rage. She had pushed that girl down from a height, resulting in lifelong disability. The $1 million she had to pay was compensation for that girl's suffering. He Mingchuan was evidently aware of this tale, though the particulars eluded him. "Did you truly carry a child?" he asked, curiosity piqued. Sang Luo smiled enigmatically in response. "What do you think?" They adored her for her sultry allure, yet yearned for her innocence and purity. Each one desired her, and when they could not possess her, they resorted to fabrications. Ultimately, Sang Luo resolved to cease her explanations. "I'm heading out now. Please remember to close the door when you leave," she stated before departing, leaving He Mingchuan alone in contemplation. It seemed he had only just realized how nearly he had been led by Sang Luo, when he was in fact the one who should be in control. Why was it that he consistently sought her out, unlike other women who pursued him? Could it be that Sang Luo's refusal to acquiesce to his advances was precisely why he found himself drawn to her repeatedly? As He Mingchuan gazed upon the disheveled room, an answer began to crystallize in his mind. Perhaps his connection with Sang Luo was indeed profound. He had yet to encounter another individual who resonated with him in quite the same manner. Sang Luo had returned to the Sang residence. Ever since the incident 5 years prior, which severed her ties with the Sang family, she had not set foot in her ancestral home again. Chapter 32. The wayward woman. He Mingchuan departed from Sang Luo's residence and returned to the He mansion. It was said that his grandmother had taken a liking to a young lady and summoned him home for a meal with her. Upon his arrival, his mother, Mrs. Zhou, awaited him in the parking lot. A slight frown adorned his brow, intuition suggesting that this encounter might be rather challenging. "Mother, it's quite cold outside. Why are you waiting here?" He Mingchuan stepped out of the car. "Let's go inside." Mrs. Zhou, dressed rather lightly in a plain knitted long dress and a woolen overcoat, smiled gently upon seeing her son. She reached out to adjust the collar of his shirt slightly, feigning ignorance of the kiss marks above. "Today, your grandmother is introducing you to the granddaughter of her old friend. I've met her. The young lady is cultured and graceful, possessing both virtue and intelligence. Spend some time getting to know her. You cannot remain unanchored forever. It's time to settle down." "All right," He Mingchuan replied. Mrs. Zhou huffed softly. "You may be dismissive with me, but do not show such indifference to your grandmother. She is aging and longs for grandchildren. You are the only one left in the family. If your brother were still here, the mention of his brother seemed to cast a shadow over Mrs. Zhou's countenance. Her gaze toward He Mingchuan turning icy. He swiftly changed the subject, replying with a measured tone, "I understand." On Monday, as Sang Luo returned to the office, she was met with a multitude of curious stares. Perhaps they were perplexed as to how she could return to work so nonchalantly after such a significant incident. Not only had Sang Luo shown up, but she also brought another young woman from the secretarial department into Shun Changning's office. LCC appeared somewhat bewildered and cautiously inquired, "General Manager Shun, Sister Sang Luo, has something happened?" Without delving into extensive explanations, Sang Luo placed the evidence before Shun Changning. "Sister Ning, the man who released the photos is LCC's ex-boyfriend. LCC has a sister, the one who suffered a tragic accident 5 years ago and is now partially paralyzed." Clearly taken aback, LCC stammered, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a sister." Although LCC attempted to further explain, Shun Changning wrapped her fingers on the desk. "LCC, go to the Human Resources Department and collect 3 months' salary. You are terminated." "General Manager, Shun Changning clearly had no desire to hear any explanations. "Leave." The situation was resolved, and LCC recognized that explanations would be futile as she dashed out of the office, her eyes reddened. Shun Changning, however, did not dwell on the matter and instructed Sang Luo, "You will handle the collaboration with He Corporation moving forward. They specifically requested you. Manage other matters yourself. I do not wish to hear any further rumors regarding this issue." "Understood, Sister Ning," Sang Luo affirmed, observing as Shun Changning discarded the evidence she had retrieved into the trash. It was evident that those pieces of evidence held little significance for her. What truly mattered was that the representative from He Corporation engaging with them would be Sang Luo herself. As Sang Luo exited the office, she pondered whether He Mingchuan had spoken on her behalf in front of Shun Changning. The consequences for LVCC were swiftly communicated by the Human Resources Department to every employee's inbox, accompanied by a stern declaration that the company strictly forbids any underhanded dealings, warning that further infractions would result in industry-wide notifications. Subsequently, Sang Luo also sent an email to her colleagues, candidly acknowledging her previous indulgence in a hedonistic lifestyle under the guise of a boss, expressing gratitude for the past 5 years that have shaped her into the person she is today. Perhaps it was the company's decision or Sang Luo's sincerity that led to the matter being laid to rest. Upon returning to her desk, Sang Luo retrieved her phone and logged into her previous WeChat account to message He Mingchuan. Although she had surmised Shun Changning's choice upon learning of LVCC's machinations, the fact that his side had reached out for further collaboration through her was still a boon. On the day of the incident, He Mingchuan had been at home, and he likely lent a helping hand. Naturally, Sang Luo felt compelled to express her gratitude. She typed a few words on the screen. "Thank you, Mr. He. I would like to treat you to a meal." Surely, this couldn't be misconstrued as a hidden implication. If He Mingchuan interpreted it as an invitation to dine and then retire for the night, that would be rather absurd. Nevertheless, he had many admirable qualities, and should it come to that, she wouldn't be at a loss. However, upon sending the message, she was met with a red exclamation mark indicating that she was not on his friend list and needed to re-add him. Staring at the red symbol, Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean that He Mingchuan had removed her? After a brief hesitation, she sent him a verification message. After a considerable wait, he replied with a casual greeting, but had yet to approve her friend request. He stated, "My girlfriend deleted you." His girlfriend? Just 2 Saturdays ago, they had been in bed together, and now, following a mere Sunday, he had acquired a new girlfriend? Furthermore, He Mingchuan specifically mentioned girlfriend, indicating that this new woman was distinctly different from those before. Otherwise, given He Mingchuan's character, would he allow a woman to peruse his phone? Would he permit her to remove other female contacts? Naturally, Sang Luo refrained from sending any further messages. In the absence of a girlfriend, she had no qualms about their relationship. However, now that he had clearly stated he was taken, she would not pursue the role of the other woman. This revelation left her momentarily unsettled. Sang Luo messaged Yi Lanshan, lamenting how swiftly He Mingchuan had acquired a new girlfriend, branding him a scoundrel. Yi Lanshan responded, "Scoundrel? Do you remember how you broke up with your ex in the morning and went on a date with someone new in the afternoon?" Sang Luo fell silent, realizing that in essence, she and He Mingchuan were not so different after all. Soon after, Yi Lanshan sent another message. "Your discomfort stems from the fact that his transition was swifter than yours. The observations of a best friend are often the most astute. Sang Luo inquired about the type of girl He Mingchuan was now with. Yi Lanshan replied, Su Yi, a top graduate from a prestigious university. I heard that He Mingchuan's grandmother personally facilitated their meeting. It seems he is serious this time. Subsequently, Yi Lanshan sent Sang Luo a photograph of Su Yi. The young woman, a stark contrast to Sang Luo, donned her graduation robe, basking in the radiant sunshine of the West Coast, cradling a bouquet of champagne roses, and flashing a sweet smile at the camera. Who could resist expressing their admiration for such a delightful and non-threatening figure? Sang Luo, however, tucked away her phone and diligently focused on her work. As the day drew to a close, Yi Lanshan sent her a message, inviting her to dinner. Having not seen each other for quite some time, Sang Luo graciously accepted the invitation and drove to the location provided by Yi Lanshan. To her surprise, while in the elevator, she encountered He Mingchuan and his new girlfriend. Chapter 33. Congratulations. In this instance, Sang Luo was clearly intent on pretending not to recognize He Mingchuan. Thus, she casually stepped into the elevator, though her gaze lingered on his girlfriend for a moment longer. She appeared even more beautiful and graceful in person than in the photographs, adorned in a simple light blue knitted sweater paired with white wide-leg trousers. Her flaxen hair cascading gently over her shoulders, and her face adorned with a subtle, natural makeup. Sang Luo meticulously reflected on He Mingchuan's past romantic interests, all of whom seemed to embody an innocent charm. It appeared that he had a distinct preference for this type. Or perhaps it was that most men were drawn to girls who exuded a demure demeanor, as they were seemingly easier to manage. It's quite difficult to secure a reservation here. Is Secretary Sang here for lunch as well? He Mingchuan suddenly spoke, breaking the tension within the elevator. Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback, then turned to He Mingchuan and Su Yi, saying, A friend made the reservation. I merely came to join for a meal. I refrained from greeting you earlier, as I didn't want to interrupt your date with your girlfriend. Su Yi, observing the exchange between Sang Luo and He Mingchuan, chimed in gently, It's no problem at all. Since we run into each other, why not join us? The more, the merrier. Sang Luo pondered whether this young woman had discerned something between her and He Mingchuan, hence her insistence on dining together as a means to probe. She repeatedly declined, stating, I wouldn't want to intrude on your date. I wouldn't want to be a third wheel. If Ning Jia were to find out, she would surely say I lack propriety. Not all. Let us eat together, Su Yi warmly insisted. Sang Luo wondered if the girl was being overly enthusiastic. Ultimately, it was He Mingchuan who interjected, addressing Su Yi. It's our first date. We can dine together another time. Su Yi contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Sang Luo discreetly turned away, reflecting on how He Mingchuan indeed treated his girlfriend with a distinct tenderness. He took her on a date to a Michelin 3-star restaurant, whereas with her, their interactions were solely confined to the bedroom. Men, it seemed, clearly distinguished between those they wished to play with and those they intended to bring home. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, Sang Luo was taken aback by the exuberant presence of Yi Lanshan. Just that morning, she had shared her grievances about He Mingchuan swiftly finding a girlfriend, and now, in the evening, she had brought along 2 handsome gentlemen to accompany her for dinner. Naturally, Yi Lanshan had not anticipated that Sang Luo would be dining with He Mingchuan and his girlfriend. Once seated, Yi Lanshan inquired, What is going on here? It's a coincidence. Encountering him in the elevator felt like seeing a ghost. Yes, everywhere, Sang Luo replied, pouting. These two seem somewhat familiar. Hello, sister. I'm Lin Shun, and this is Lu Ming, signed influencers from Lanshan Jia's company. Lin Shun sweetly introduced himself. No wonder he seemed familiar. She must have seen him on social media platforms. Is it your stage name? Sang Luo asked. Lin Shun poured lemon water for Sang Luo, stating, If you wish to know my real name, you'll have to share a little secret of yours. Who could resist the charm of such a sweet-talking and flirtatious young man? Perhaps this was the joy of being a wealthy older sister. During the meal, Sang Luo inadvertently glanced at the two dining nearby. It appeared to be Su Yi's birthday celebration, as they had hired a violinist to play a melody, presenting a cake and roses. The rituals that ought to be observed were all meticulously upheld. Sang Luo had received numerous flowers and gifts, Yet those who presented her with such tokens were merely motivated by a desire for intimacy. The sensation of being genuinely cherished had long eluded her memory. Emerging from the restroom after washing her hands, she encountered He Mingchuan, who had also just exited the facilities. After a moment's contemplation, she ventured, "Congratulations, Mr. He. Miss Su is quite lovely." He Mingchuan maintained his characteristic impassivity, responding coolly, "She is indeed well suited for marriage." This remark carried deeper implications, suggesting that Su Yi not only matched He Mingchuan's social standing, but also possessed qualities that endeared her to him, compelling enough for him to consider marriage. Otherwise, he would have treated her like Lin Yaoshi, whose acquaintance faded after merely 2 meetings, rendering her unacknowledged even as a girlfriend. During the day, adding him on WeChat was merely an attempt to express gratitude, affirming her commitment to the collaboration between their company and Mr. He. Sang Luo heard He Mingchuan emit a laugh, yet his expression revealed no trace of mirth. "You only speak empty words," he remarked coldly. Faced with skepticism regarding her work ethic, Sang Luo promptly defended herself, asserting, "Mr. He, I assure you, I will not merely speak of my professional dedication. I will not be swayed by your tactics." With that, he departed. Sang Luo was left speechless. Had she truly provoked He Mingchuan? All she had done was extend her best wishes for him and Su Yi while affirming her resolve at work. Was it truly worthy of his ire? His temperament seemed exceedingly peculiar. What kind of patience must Su Yi possess to endure him? Perhaps, in the presence of someone he admired. He Mingchuan bore no temper at all. As Sang Luo exited, she observed He Mingchuan and Su Yi departing after their meal. Truth be told, their silhouettes formed a remarkably matched pair, embodying the essence of beauty and talent that such expressions as a match made in heaven seek to capture. Although Yilanshan's brother was handsome, he failed to evoke any particular sentiment within Sang Luo, not hitting the right notes for her. Noticing Sang Luo's disinterest, Yilanshan suggested that they take their leave first. Sensing Sang Luo's lack of enthusiasm, Yilanshan inquired, "You're not feeling jealous because Mr. He has a girlfriend, are you? Jealous? What would I have to be jealous of?" Sang Luo retorted, "Ah, so you're simply pining for your dream lover. Sweetheart, do wake up. Why sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree? Must you seek someone who resembles him?" Yilanshan had initially refrained from mentioning that particular individual, believing life to be too short for anything but enjoyment. While she vaguely knew of Sang Luo's past affection for someone, their connection had severed 5 years prior. Sang Luo chose not to engage with Yilanshan's comments, instead stating, "When I visited the Sang family 2 days ago, I discovered that they had placed my mother's urn in the storage room. Perhaps my mother never imagined that the man she loved her entire life would afford her no dignity after her passing. Thus, I disregarded her wishes and arranged for her burial at a cemetery. And what will you?" Yilanshan observed Sang Luo's calm demeanor, devoid of emotional fluctuation, and pondered what her next course of action would be. Initially, Sang Luo had vowed to make them pay, not only her biological father, but also the woman who had usurped her father's affections. Yet, at that time, Sang Luo could barely sustain herself, let alone impose retribution upon them. She merely smiled, contemplating what else could be done. Perhaps she should simply let nature take its course. Just wait and see. Those who treat love carelessly will inevitably reap the consequences. She would suffer, and so would they all, after diligently toiling for several months. Sang Luo was astonished by her ability to withstand such intense labor. Then she heard the news that He Mingchuan was to be engaged to Su Yi. Chapter 34. Seriousness upon the mention of He Mingchuan, Sang Luo suddenly realized that she had not heard any gossip about him for several months. It seemed that he was indeed earnestly pursuing a romantic relationship with intentions of marriage. The news had naturally come from Yilanshan, who informed her that the He and Su families were mutually satisfied and that the 2 young individuals were enjoying a sweet companionship, thus opting for an engagement first, with plans to select an auspicious date for the wedding later. Yilanshan sent her a message. "However, I've heard that the young lady is not to be underestimated. She had a boyfriend while studying abroad." Sang Luo nearly laughed out loud at her screen. "Who could possibly be more complicated than He Mingchuan?" Yilanshan replied, "A prodigal son returning is priceless. This world is so unfair to women. Take He Mingchuan and Sang Luo, for instance. He had been linked to numerous romantic entanglements, yet others merely remarked on his handsome appearance and wealth. Conversely, the judgment cast upon Sang Luo was that of being frivolous and lacking virtue. While many men expressed interest in her, few genuinely contemplated marrying her. If one were to insist, there was indeed one such individual. The director of the technology department had come into the picture when Sang Luo's computer malfunctioned. Unable to resolve the issue herself, she contacted someone from the tech department, and soon a man in a checkered shirt arrived, swiftly repairing the device. On another occasion, when her car broke down, it was also that same gentleman who came to her aid. Through these interactions, they grew familiar with one another. It was only after they became acquainted that Sang Luo discovered he was not merely a small employee of the technology department. He was a graduate of MIT, a highly sought-after talent in the company, earning an impressive salary. Though he was of a similar age to Sang Luo, he already commanded an annual income in the millions. Having encountered various men who were only interested in her for physical pursuits, she found him to be refreshingly different. He had never harbored such intentions. Rather, he simply ordered takeout for her each evening during her late nights at work, staying late himself to ensure she returned home safely without ever suggesting an invitation to her apartment for a drink. When she struggled with complicated spreadsheets, he would work overnight to meticulously organize the data for her. At some point, a saying gained popularity online: true feelings cannot be preserved throughout history. Only tactics can win hearts. Sang Luo believed this to be a notion propagated by those who had yet to fully experience the pains of love. She sensed that he was about to confess his feelings. Having spent an extended period in such a stable environment, she found herself yearning for a life of comfort and stability, even imagining scenarios of marriage and children in her future. However, before she could contemplate these thoughts further, a pressing issue arose concerning a project her company was collaborating on with the He family, necessitating her immediate business trip to the capital. This project was under Sang Luo's purview. She had previously coordinated with personnel from the He family, but had not encountered He Mingchuan, as he was not responsible for such minor undertakings and merely needed to provide a final signature. Yet, this particular incident was more intricate, involving a data breach. Although the trending news had been suppressed, the He family stock prices were still adversely affected, prompting He Mingchuan to personally address the matter. They crossed paths at the airport, with He Mingchuan utilizing the VIP lane while she took the standard route, catching only a distant glimpse of him. She was uncertain if he had noticed her. However, after boarding the plane, a flight attendant approached her to inform her that a first-class passenger had upgraded her seat, revealing that He Mingchuan had indeed seen her. However, it seemed rather inappropriate for the technical gentleman to leave her behind in first class during their business trip to the capital. When Sang Luo arrived, she realized she had overthought the situation. He was actually holding a meeting in first class to devise solutions. This marked the first time in months that Sang Luo had laid eyes on He Mingchuan. To her dismay, the man appeared even more handsome than before. Chapter 35. Retribution. The resolute and decisive He Mingchuan in action starkly contrasts with his demeanor when at rest. From the moment the plane took off, Sang Luo witnessed this man's unwavering decisiveness and ruthlessness in handling matters. Employees involved in the incident were dismissed. An apology was issued for the leakage of client information, accompanied by a complimentary 1-month experience package for all clients. He also instructed his assistant to convene the technical staff to rectify the vulnerabilities, mandating that all issues be resolved by 5 o'clock that afternoon. As for the losses incurred, both parties would bear half of the responsibility. Finally, He Mingchuan inquired, "Is that understood?" No one dared to express confusion. His gaze then fell upon her, silently questioning whether there were any further issues on her side. With everything meticulously arranged by He Mingchuan, she indeed had no concerns. However, the man did not await her response and leaned back in his chair to rest. Throughout the entire process, he did not solicit her opinion, as though she were merely a silent observer, devoid of any real engagement. After the proceedings, Sang Luo returned to her seat in the economy class. The technician, engrossed in his computer, was busy fixing bugs. Upon her return, he asked, "How did it go on your end?" With our Mr. He personally involved, there should be no issues. Sang Luo settled down and inquired about his progress. A quick glance at the series of incomprehensible codes on his screen left her bewildered. The technician, eager to explain how he was rectifying the bugs and fortifying the system to prevent future occurrences, sensed that Sang Luo might not be particularly interested in the technicalities. So he merely stated that he was almost done. Indeed, Sang Luo held little fascination for programming intricacies. Soon enough, the plane touched down in the chilly 49 city. The northern winter was a stark contrast to the south. As soon as she disembarked, a brisk chill enveloped her. The wool coat and thin knit sweater she wore felt inadequate in the biting cold. The technician handed her a paper bag, having anticipated her discomfort upon arrival, saying, "I guess you would be cold in 49 city." Was a scarf not a far more tangible gesture than merely advising her to dress warmly? "You are truly my savior. I cannot thank you enough." The technician, a generally earnest individual, felt a flush of embarrassment at her gratitude and quickly changed the subject. "Let us hurry to the office and get things sorted. If we finish early, I'll take you out for hot pot." The hot pot in 49 City is renowned, especially with sesame sauce. It's unforgettable, having encountered too many insincere individuals. Sang Luo found herself somewhat unarmed against a man like the technician. Love is ethereal, elusive, and intangible. Yet, genuine concern is something one can truly feel. In the afternoon, Sang Luo attended to matters at the branch office. Thanks to He Mingchuan's decisive actions, the public outcry had been quelled, and the technician's expertise successfully addressed all vulnerabilities. With just a few days of operations ahead, if no further issues arose, they could return to Song City. Finishing early, Sang Luo treated the branch staff to a meal, recognizing their hard work over the past few days, and chose the hot pot selected by the technician. On that day, the city of Beijing was graced with snow, and they found themselves seated by the window, watching the delicate snowflakes descend upon the alley. For Sang Luo, who hailed from the southern regions, this was nothing short of a heavenly blessing. Halfway through their meal, the head of their branch received a phone call and stepped outside. Sang Luo, glancing momentarily, observed the branch manager engaged in conversation with a young woman clad in a camel-colored wool coat. Presumably, she too was from the south, as evidenced by her choice of outerwear over a down jacket. Their manager, quite considerate, had removed his coat to offer it to her. However, it seemed the two were embroiled in a dispute. The young woman resisted accepting his garment, yet moved closer to embrace him. Ah, love can indeed render one irrational. Sang Luo had no desire to continue eavesdropping on their romantic entanglement. However, just as she intended to divert her gaze, she caught a glimpse of the young woman's face. Startled, she hastily averted her eyes and even changed seats with the tech guy. She noticed Su Yi and their branch manager in an embrace, and a thought struck her. Should she inform He Mingchuan that he had been cheated on? Goodness, who could possibly outshine He Mingchuan in such a manner? What a marvel that was! Yilanshan had mentioned that Su Yi had a boyfriend while studying abroad, and their branch manager seemed to be an alumnus of a prestigious university on the West Coast. Sang Luo, the tech guy, called her back from her astonishment. "What is wrong?" "Nothing, nothing," she waved her hand dismissively. "I'm starting to believe in the notion of karmic retribution." The tech guy appeared puzzled by her words. Yet undeterred, he inquired, "What do you think of the hot pot?" "I've never had such authentic lamb hot pot before," Sang Luo replied. Her ability to engage in banter had been honed over the years, though it was evident that the tech guy had put in considerable effort. It was impressive for a southerner to discover a hidden gem in the alleys of Beijing. He smiled. "I have a collection of several places. I'll take you to try them sometime." Sang Luo neither declined nor outright accepted the invitation. She had no intention of leading the tech guy on, merely wishing to foster a connection. A budding affection did not necessitate an immediate commitment. Any decision to pursue a relationship required thorough contemplation of the future's myriad possibilities. Yet, she had forgotten that the essence of romance often lay in those fleeting moments of exhilaration. After finishing dinner, the branch employees returned home, while Sang Luo and the tech guy strolled back to the hotel. The hotel was conveniently located nearby, just a 10-minute walk away. Sang Luo's thoughts were not on their leisurely walk. Instead, Her mind was preoccupied with the revelation of He Mingchuan's infidelity, which she was eager to share with Yilanshan. See, karma had indeed arrived. Previously, countless young women had lamented their desire to be with He Mingchuan, yet he had scarcely acknowledged them. Now, he too had experienced betrayal. However, a sense of morality crept in as she pondered whether it was ethical to divulge such a revelation. Should this shocking secret remain confined within her own heart? Approaching the hotel, the tech eye called out to Sang Luo. They stood beneath the street lamp, its warm yellow glow enveloping them, while snowflakes danced upon her scarf, glistening like tiny jewels. The young man hesitated for a moment, and Sang Luo sensed that he was on the verge of uttering the 4 words, "I like you." However, before such sentiments could escape his lips, the blaring horn of an automobile interrupted the moment. Sang Luo was swiftly pulled aside by the young man to avoid the oncoming vehicle. As she turned back, she beheld a sleek black Mercedes, its rear window lowered, revealing He Mingchuan clad in a tailored black suit. The man raised his gaze slightly, glancing at Sang Luo nestled against the young man, and spoke in a calm voice. "Off to romance, are we?" Sang Luo extricated herself from the young man's embrace, neither offering an explanation nor confirming anything, and inquired, "Mr. He, is there something you need?" She felt as though she could only see the vast green pastures above He Mingchuan's head. Chapter 36. Again, He Mingchuan did not exit the vehicle, but merely instructed Sang Luo to get in. His tone was commanding, leaving no room for debate. Sang Luo, maintaining her composure, inquired, "Is this about company matters, Mr. He?" It seemed she was striving to establish a boundary between herself and He Mingchuan, wishing to prevent any misconceptions from arising. "Personal matters. Get in," He Mingchuan declared, already opening the car door, insisting on taking Sang Luo away. However, the mention of personal matters was enough to reveal the undeniable relationship beyond mere work between the two. Sang Luo noticed the astonished expression on the face of the young man nearby. He appeared momentarily taken aback. The situation had unfolded in a manner that Sang Luo had not anticipated. After a brief pause, she turned to the young man and said, "I'm sorry, but I have some matters to attend to with Mr. He." The young man hesitated before responding, "No problem, just message me when you're done. Remember to call if anything comes up." "All right," Sang Luo replied with an apologetic nod before entering He Mingchuan's car. As soon as she sat down, He Mingchuan instructed the driver to start the engine, and the windows were swiftly closed. Through the rearview mirror, Sang Luo caught a glimpse of the young man staring blankly at the departing vehicle, and she sensed he might be grappling with his thoughts. In the past, she had perceived ending a relationship as a simple affair. For instance, when she had broken up with Feng Shulin, she felt no remorse, even considering his persistent pursuit as somewhat deranged. However, sensing the young man's genuine feelings, she felt a pang of regret. Suddenly, He Mingchuan pulled her into his embrace, one hand gripping her waist as he coldly asked, "Are you feeling sorrowful?" Sang Luo furrowed her brow, attempting to escape his hold. The other hand of this man was already in motion. The driver brought the car to a discreet halt and nonchalantly exited the vehicle. Sang Luo was uncomfortable with such behavior. She could be proactive, but did not grant him the license to act so recklessly, especially with touches that were deeply insulting. She grasped He Mingchuan's icy hand, which sent shivers down her spine. "What are you doing? You have a girlfriend now. Please don't involve me in your games. Whatever you and your fiancé each choose to do is your business." Despite her protests, Sang Luo found herself overpowered by He Mingchuan in the confined space of the back seat. His expression was frighteningly cold, as if he were finally admitting to playing games. He appeared to have consumed some alcohol, though Sang Luo suspected it was not enough to intoxicate him. Rather, he seemed to be using the liquor as an excuse to cause her trouble. Feeling at a disadvantage and unable to escape, she wondered if Mr. He was serious. He chuckled softly, but his eyes harbored a chilling intensity far colder than the winter of Sijiacheng. "Do you even have a right?" His voice was sharp, yet he continued, "Some matters are not as simple as you think. They do not begin or end at your whim." He leaned in closer, kissing her. When a man becomes rough, there are no boundaries. Naturally, Sang Luo resisted. After all, he was on the verge of an engagement. What did their encounter in this car signify? She struggled and dodged. exclaiming, "He Mingchuan." He gripped her wrists firmly with one hand while the other tightened around her neck, his voice resonating with a commanding intensity. Louder. "Let everyone know you belong to me." "Crazy." Sang Luo glared at He Mingchuan. "Did you not already know?" Upon hearing this, a chill surged through Sang Luo's entire being. He Mingchuan was indeed a ruthless individual. Back then, Sang Luo had been tormented due to her identity as an illegitimate child. They hurled the most vile insults at her and threw small stones at her on the way home from school. In contrast, He Mingchuan, having advanced a grade due to his exceptional academic prowess, was adored by all, a genius in their eyes. Thus, the boys naturally bullied this boy, who captured all the attention. Sang Luo had thought she had found a kindred spirit in him. Yet, she had witnessed He Mingchuan knock those boys to the ground, realizing the immense explosive power contained within his small frame. His strikes were truly merciless, causing her to wince in sympathy. At that moment, He Mingchuan had caught her gaze, and after delivering a kick to one of the boys, he had turned back and flashed her a smile. That smile had haunted Sang Luo with nightmares for several days. Later, the parents of those boys approached the school, accusing He Mingchuan of violence. He appeared every bit the model student, smaller than the boys who had bullied him, and with his well-mannered demeanor. The teachers naturally did not believe the accusations. He inadvertently revealed the injuries on his body, playing the victim in a narrative where he was being threatened, labeled as the perpetrator. The outcome was predictable. Those boys were expelled for bullying and lying, their behavior deemed irreparable. The severity of their actions warranted such expulsion, especially since He Mingchuan's mother was one of the school's board members. At that time, He Mingchuan had told her, "You are too foolish. When someone douses you with cold water, do you not realize you should pour boiling water back?" Provoking someone like He Mingchuan meant bracing oneself for the consequences. He fixed his gaze on Sang Luo and declared, "If you wish to play, I shall accompany you. However, the conclusion of this game is mine to dictate." He Mingchuan possessed a hint of a twisted disposition. Sang Luo retorted with 3 words, "Bastard." The outcome was inevitable. After the encounter, as she donned her clothes and prepared to leave without a backward glance, treating it as if she had merely been bitten by a dog, He Mingchuan halted her, inquiring, "Where are you going?" "Back to my room." "If you are satisfied, Mr. He, what do you think?" Sang Luo was rendered speechless by his words. She did not wish to play his games. She understood that some affluent couples appeared deeply affectionate on the surface while engaging in their own affairs. Much like she had previously observed Su entangled with the head of their branch. Sang Luo comprehended the existence of such relationships. She understood all forms of connections in this world. However, she could not accept such a scenario unfolding in her own life. "What do you want then?" Sang Luo asked him, her tone laced with resignation, aware that angering He Mingchuan would yield no favorable outcome for her. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, speaking softly, "As I said, wait until I've had my fill. Then you might as well kill me." Sang Luo remained seated in the car, seemingly indifferent, as if willing to accompany He Mingchuan wherever he chose to go. He was well aware of her boundaries. However, He Mingchuan chuckled, drawing her into his embrace, and inquired, "What do you say, Chapter 37. Benefits. He Mingchuan did not allow Sang Luo to return to her room. Instead, he led her to his suite. Unsurprisingly, they engaged in their intimate encounters several more times. Afterward, Sang Luo felt utterly lethargic, lying on the bed in silence, contemplating how to extricate herself from this twisted relationship with He Mingchuan. While lost in her thoughts, He Mingchuan's phone rang, disrupting the stillness. Thus, the Longshu ship set sail under the protection of the Zheng Jihu and Zheng Jiyin's offshore fleet, as well as the Zheng Ji and Zheng Ji Biao's inland naval forces, boasting over 150 warships and more than 10,000 soldiers. "Come on, darling, we must hurry. Time is of the essence," Li Huafei smiled, though the smile felt forced. Deep down, he was filled with reluctance, yet he seemed anxious that she might miss her flight. It's only natural, after all. Dream demons are inherently curious creatures. You should try to harness that curiosity, Dian casually remarked. Such a melodious voice. It seems we must find a way to avoid this. A knowing smile graced his lips. Consequently, It is understandable that many held him in low regard. If not for his fiery performance, ranking among the top 3 in the East, his chances of making the All-Star team would remain uncertain. Dien gazed at the poised sorrow before him, his lips twitching slightly. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. What scheme was the other party concocting? The fierce skirmish, akin to a fleeting shadow, had reached a temporary ceasefire. The soldiers, bearing the lifeless body of their captain, gradually retreated from the battleground occupied by the trio. The instructions from the telephone insect were crystal clear. The Navy was to pursue the pirates, while the rest were to disperse. A newcomer with strikingly handsome features, clad in a yellow robe and wielding a royal sword, was none other than the youthful Long Ying, who had recently slain a bear in the snow. At that moment, he exuded an innate regal presence, appearing as a different person altogether. Xiao Feng walked slowly, perplexed. The memories of his past path in swordsmanship were vivid. Aside from reinforcing his resolve, what purpose did these visions serve? Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a fierce glare from Lung Lingyun. Disregarding Yun Yinjin's objections, furrowed his brow and pressed upon his pulse point. Zheng Chunhang kissed fervently, his hands roaming as he pulled Shi Qin down, flipping him over to pin him beneath him. Zheng Chunhang pressed kisses against the soft, fragrant skin, burying his head into the crook of Shi Chun's neck, leaving crimson marks on the tender flesh. What Jiang Xiao articulated struck directly at Xuanqin Sansan's concerns. It was now certain that Xuanqin Buer and Jiao may have conspired against Xuanqin Wei, prompting Xuanqin Sansan to personally eliminate them. How would she confront Xuanqin Zhaohua? It's nothing. If you can bear children, we could easily have a whole family. This was undoubtedly a blatant tease. Given such banter, it would be extraordinary for Zheng Shichen to respond with any semblance of goodwill. If, after enduring 40 lashes, one still failed to show gratitude and dared to speak defiantly, there would be no need for further delay. The punishment would simply double, resulting in 80 lashes. By then, even if Wen Denkai were not sentenced to death, he would likely not survive. The protagonist has heard numerous captivating tales from the old blacksmith, many of which are drawn from the blacksmith's own experiences. According to the blacksmith, during one particularly inebriated evening, he recounted the harrowing final battle he fought as part of a mercenary group. Thousands of them were ensnared in a valley, desperately fighting to break free, resulting in countless casualties before they finally escaped the encirclement. Your usual demeanor is one of capriciousness and arrogance, and, in my presence, you exhibit a complete disregard for decorum. Before I could finish my thought, I was abruptly interrupted by Shichen's discontent. Li Mu Tsong, wearing sunglasses and a mask, bore a similarly woeful expression, though his true emotions remained concealed. Chapter 38. The Good Brother. The following morning, Sang Luo encountered a young man in the Hotel S Buffet restaurant. He nodded at her. However, unlike his previous overtures, he maintained a polite distance today. Many matters in this world yield no definitive outcome and lack substantial causality. Furthermore, adults are less likely than children to become entangled in romantic affairs. Career, familial ties, and friendships all hold significance that rivals that of love. As she made her way to the branch office, Sang Luo observed the company head disembarking from a white sports car. Despite the young woman in the driver's seat wearing oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face, Sang Luo instantly recognized it was Su Yi. As the man exited the vehicle, Su Yi playfully requested a kiss. Initially, he hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to her persistence, bestowing a swift peck upon her lips. Upon his descent, their gazes met. Sang Luo awaited Jiang Bingzhu's approach to enter the office building together. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Mr. Zhang's girlfriend is quite beautiful." She had heard that Jiang Bingzhu was well regarded at the branch office, young, accomplished, and handsome, with an impeccable reputation, having never been linked to any rumors of scandal. Jiang Bingzhu smiled lightly. "She is not my girlfriend." Of course, she was not his girlfriend. She was currently He Mingchuan's fiancée, Yi, on the brink of their engagement. "My ex-girlfriend just informed me of her forthcoming engagement. The fiancé is Secretary He, whom you must know, young Master He from the He family." Jiang Bingzhu paused momentarily before adding, "They seem quite well matched." Such candor was striking. None were willing to feign or obscure the truth. Sang Luo had just witnessed their parting kiss. Yet, what right did she have to pass judgment? A marriage involves 4 individuals, and she surmised that He Mingchuan and Su Yi were merely maintaining a facade of harmony, hence their respective pursuits of former partners. Su Yi's ex did not reject her, while Sang Luo dared not refuse He Mingchuan. Each of them appeared to harbor ulterior motives. In the ensuing days in the city, Sang Luo had minimal further interaction with He Mingchuan, likely due to his commitment to his fiancée. Indeed, Yi Lanshan, aware of Sang Luo's presence in the city, requested her assistance in acquiring a limited edition handbag from a luxury store at SKP, as it was unavailable in Songshan. While en route, Sang Luo passed a jewelry store and caught sight of He Mingchuan and Su Yi seemingly selecting rings. Su Yi tried on a ring and showcased it to He Mingchuan, who nodded with interest. Several shopping bags lay nearby, indicating they had already indulged in some retail therapy before visiting the jewelry store. Sang Luo did not linger, proceeding directly to the store Yi Lanshan had mentioned. She felt no discomfort. After all, their relationship was inherently improper. Should she truly expect He Mingchuan to accompany her for shopping? That would be beneath her dignity. Upon entering the store, Sang Luo specified the handbag she desired. The sales assistant inquired if she was a member of their store. If not, she would need to purchase additional items of equal value to acquire the handbag. Sang Luo found it absurd that a handbag costing over 100,000 yuan required the purchase of a plethora of other items, useful or otherwise, to complete the transaction. Moreover, the salesperson exhibited a disdainful attitude towards non-members. Secretary Sang? Originally, Sang Luo intended to leave, but upon hearing a familiar voice, she turned around. Wasn't it Su Yi? Following Su Yi were He Mingchuan and Tang Xian, the latter carrying a bag from the jewelry store they had just visited. Secretary Sang, what a coincidence. You are here shopping too? Su Yi greeted her warmly. What a coincidence that both you and Mingchuan are on a business trip to the city. While this sounded like a casual remark, coming from Su Yi, it seemed to probe the relationship between Sang Luo and He Mingchuan. Indeed, those with ulterior motives can turn even the most ordinary conversation into a tempest. Sang Luo nonchalantly replied, Our company has a partnership with Mr. He's headquarters, and I was sent here to resolve a minor issue. A friend asked me to bring back a bag for her, but since it requires matching items, I'll have to let it go for now. No worries, I should have a limit available. Which style does your friend want? Su Yi insisted. Sang Luo felt uneasy and wished to depart, but Su Yi's enthusiasm was overwhelming. It's fine. Your company and Mingchuan S have a collaboration, which makes you friends. Sang Luo glanced at He Mingchuan and then back at Su Yi. Ultimately, if the parties involved did not feel awkward, what right did she have to feel uncomfortable? Yet, she pondered whether He Mingchuan was aware of Su Yi's past with Jiang Bingzhu, and if Su Yi knew of He Mingchuan's connection with her. While Su Yi busied herself selecting numerous items, the previously indifferent salesperson now gravitated towards her. Recognizing that a valued customer like Su Yi was far rarer than a customer like Sang Luo, who was reluctant to purchase matching items. He Mingchuan, on the other hand, had taken a seat in the lounge area since their arrival, occasionally commenting on Su Yi's changing attire. When it came time to settle the bill, which exceeded 1 million, he effortlessly swiped his card without a flicker of an eye. Sang Luo had once heard that a man's affection for a woman could be discerned through his willingness to offer her his most treasured possessions. Those lacking wealth strive to earn money for the women they adore. Those short on time carve out moments to be with them. He Mingchuan, who was so busy that even during flights he held meetings, spent both time and money accompanying Su Yi on her shopping spree. To suggest he did not harbor feelings would be implausible, yet to say he loved her seemed a stretch. Ultimately, Su Yi extended an invitation for Sang Luo to join them for dinner. Despite her appetite, Sang Luo had no desire to partake in such a tumultuous gathering, so she politely declined, citing other matters to attend to. Su Yi then remarked, Secretary Sang, Mingchuan and I are getting engaged on February 14th. You must come. A choice date indeed, Valentine's Day. All right, Sang Luo acquiesced, contemplating that Su Yi may merely be here to bid farewell to her former boyfriend. Once back in Song City, she would likely settle into a life with He Mingchuan. Perhaps Su Yi was subtly informing her that their relationship needed to come to an end. Sang Luo found herself in a muddle of thoughts, unable to comprehend it all, yet her heart felt tumultuous. 2 days later, after the crisis in the capital was resolved, Sang Luo returned to Song City. She delivered a package to Yi Lanshan and mentioned that He Mingchuan had spent over $1 million on gifts for Su Yi, possibly even more. The diamond ring alone must have been quite extravagant. Yi Lanshan replied, "What does that even mean? I heard that the He family is preparing for an engagement banquet, which will cost several million altogether. Moreover, the dress Su Yi will wear is a high-fashion piece from abroad, the kind even celebrities struggle to borrow. If an engagement costs millions, imagine how grand the wedding will be," Sang Luo remarked. The matriarch of the He family has long desired a grandchild. Years ago, He Mingchuan's brother was on the verge of marriage, but the engagement ultimately fell through, leaving the matriarch with unfulfilled hopes. Thus, the responsibility of bearing a child now rests on He Mingchuan. Does He Mingchuan have an elder brother? Chapter 39. A predicament regarding the affairs of the He family. Sang Luo was not particularly well informed. It seemed that He Mingchuan had an elder brother, but perhaps due to his low profile, few were aware of his existence. One could observe that He Mingchuan had always been remarkably distinguished, garnering attention and admiration throughout his life. Who, after all, would wish to be overshadowed by a sibling so illustrious? This assertion held truth. Sang Luo had experienced a similar predicament within the Sang family, where she was perpetually compared to Sang Yu, better behaved, more obedient, and academically superior. Sang Yu felt as though all the accolades had been seized by Sang Luo, prompting her to fabricate a tale that Sang Luo was an illegitimate child. What Sang Yu failed to realize was that Sang Luo's apparent compliance stemmed from a profound fear of being cast out by the Sang family should she falter in any way. Living under someone else's roof was far from pleasant, yet the prospect of homelessness was even more distressing, especially when one lacked the means to support oneself. Upon returning to Song City, Sang Luo became preoccupied with her work. With the year drawing to a close, the company needed to review the previous year's accomplishments and devise plans for the upcoming year. Moreover, He Mingchuan had indeed facilitated some alternative collaborations for the Shun family. While this merely constituted a change of partners for the He family, it represented substantial profit for these small to medium enterprises. As collaborations increased, Sang Luo naturally found herself busier. An old number that had long remained silent on her phone rang, and her father urged her to return home for a meal. He lamented that she had left in haste during her last visit without partaking in a proper meal, and that the elder had been fretting about it for quite some time. Sang Luo understood that the invitation to dinner was not the primary concern. Rather, her father was probing into why the He family's partnership with theirs had transitioned into a collaboration with the Shun family. He Mingchuan had indeed kept his word, transferring the minor collaborations of the He family to the Shun family without issuing any empty promises. Sang Luo feigned a busy work schedule as an excuse to decline, fully aware that her father likely suspected she had engaged in some clandestine maneuvering and wished to summon her back for a subtle interrogation. Truthfully, she wanted to say, "No need for speculation. Is indeed me." Her father, on the other end of the line, reminisced about the mistakes of his youth, lamenting his reckless abandon that had led to the disappointment of his first wife and negligence towards his eldest daughter, resulting in the misfortunes that plagued him now. In the face of her father's hypocritical confessions, Sang Luo chose silence as her response, believing that remaining mute was the most effective way to manage her emotions at that moment. For she knew that if she spoke, her voice would likely be cold as she retorted, "Did you not consider the consequences when you placed my mother's urn in the storage room?" Men, it seemed, only reflected upon the past during times of struggle, never recognizing their own faults. They would always attribute their misfortunes to others or to the cruel hand of fate. Their attempts at reconciliation were not born of sincerity, but rather a recognition of her newfound prominence beside Xinchongning. Although her tenure at the Shun family was brief, she had indeed assisted Shun Chongning in navigating numerous challenging situations. Consequently, her year-end bonus was substantial, and she was invited to spend the new year at Shun Chongning's home. Presently, the household was quiet, consisting solely of her and her daughter who had returned from studying abroad. Sang Luo urged her to return to the Shun family for the new year. Unlike Shun Chongning, who was the youngest daughter and had severed ties with her family due to a scoundrel, she would surely be welcomed back now that she sought reconciliation. Sang Luo's situation was quite different. That place was not her home at all. Moreover, this year she could not dine with those extravagant employees who chose to forego family gatherings for the festivities. She abhorred the holidays, where countless lights illuminated homes. Yet none shone for her. Even her close friend, He Mingchuan, had returned to her hometown for the celebrations. Before leaving, she had even offered to find a dashing, young internet celebrity to keep Sang Luo company during the long holiday. Overworked with overtime before the new year, Sang Luo had no desire to entertain a young man during her precious days off, thus graciously declining He Mingchuan's kind suggestion. She did not neglect herself, however. In the afternoon, before the supermarket closed, she purchased some ingredients, intending to prepare a hot pot for dinner. Her culinary skills were mediocre, but hot pot was forgiving. It required no exceptional technique. One could simply boil whatever they desired. The supermarket was stocked with pre-prepared ingredients, and she laid them out abundantly on the table, with a bubbling inyong pot at the center. She snapped a photo and shared it on her social media. Just as she noticed Sue, he had posted as well, accompanied by a picture of a heart in the snow. Yet, there had been no snowfall in Song City this year. Instead, heavy snow had blanketed Sijio City over the past few days, as she gleaned from her colleagues' posts. Was that girl off to Sijio City to find Jiang Bingzhu again? Upon refreshing her feed, she saw that Sue had deleted her post. Sang Luo thought little of it and switched on the projector to enjoy a variety show while savoring her hot pot. Not long after she began eating, the doorbell rang. She hadn't ordered takeout, so could it be that He Mingchuan had a sudden change of heart and returned to celebrate the new year with her? Clad in her coral fleece pajamas, Sang Luo opened the door to find He Mingchuan standing outside. Both were taken aback by the unexpected encounter. "Aren't you having dinner at home?" Sang Luo inquired. He Mingchuan surveyed her in her blue and white dog-patterned pajamas, an unexpected sight given her usual alluring style. Sang Luo blocked the doorway, preventing He Mingchuan from entering, yet she sensed his low spirits enveloping him like a dark cloud. "Is anyone home?" he asked. There was no way to deter him. Whatever he intended to do, she could not stop him. Watching him step inside, she noted the absence of men's slippers in her home. However, he removed his shoes on the carpet and proceeded further in. Sang Luo exhaled a deep sigh, realizing her plan for a quiet dinner had been thwarted. The living room was filled with the cheerful sounds of the variety show, the only other noise being the bubbling of the hot pot. "Have you eaten?" Sang Luo asked. He glanced at the pot on the table, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly unimpressed with her choice of meal. His dissatisfaction did not compel Sang Luo to change her dinner plans. After all, on New Year's Eve, restaurants were closed, and takeout was no longer an option. Ignoring He Mingchuan's presence, she sat down to enjoy the hot pot she had yet to finish. Yet, under the gaze of He Mingchuan, Sang Luo found the variety show unappealing and the hot pot devoid of its allure. Since their return from the capital, the two had scarcely crossed paths, each ensnared in their own whirlwind of responsibilities. Just as Sang Luo believed that the thrill he brought had faded, he reappeared once more. "Stop looking at me. You know that gaze of yours is truly..." Sang Luo hesitated, for within He Mingchuan's eyes lingered an unmistakable hint of something deeper. She was aware that his visit bore no trivial intent. Yet she pondered whether his furrowed brow stemmed from discovering that his fiancée had sought solace in her former lover, stirring feelings of discontent within him. He Mingchuan raised his hand to adjust his tie, the distinct contours of his fingers rendering the action rather captivating. "Come here," he commanded. Chapter 44. He Mingchuan was distinctly out of sorts today. In their previous encounters, he would often utter nonsensical remarks, and while he donned a suit with utmost seriousness in public, his demeanor in private was utterly uninhibited. However, today he remained silent, devoid of his usual finesse, seemingly intent on releasing pin-up emotions. His phone rang several times during the course of their encounter, yet he chose to ignore it. With a fleeting glance at Wu Lu, Chu Luoshi silently mused that this fellow was indeed laying traps with every word, intent on ensnaring countless souls. Wang Haitao appeared momentarily dazed, blinking as if he no longer recognized Ma Shuiying, and couldn't help but adjust his trousers before her. Since she began assisting in Weichun during their vacation, she had been nurturing his growth. Given this, why then should she feel compelled to refuse? Although he had sensed something amiss before, it was only today that he earnestly contemplated the matter. Perhaps this was the future state of his relationship with Xiong Ruei. To be frank, had it been another man worthy of Shangguan Feng's affection, after witnessing her previous self-sacrifice, Chu Shang would have resolutely let go, allowing them to flourish together. Upon seeing Yun Shui arrive, Han Yue was undeniably delighted. She accepted the frog that Yun Shui presented, and the two exchanged pleasantries before Yun Shui took her leave. Their conversation meandered aimlessly, yet the audience listened with rapt attention, finding it refreshingly engaging, far more profound than the scripted dialogues. Even Li Su was reluctant to call it a day, wishing for their exchange to continue. Zhang Zai's face darkened, his anger rendering it crimson as he stared fixedly at the Porsche 911, his fury escalating with each glance. Uncle Zhao, let us do the same. Damn it, what kind of life are we living? The government demands taxes. Why not just end us instead? Rather than being driven to starvation, we might as well fight back. Vented one of the young men, his frustration palpable. Of course, you need not worry. At least I am still enjoying the air of freedom, which should hint at my resilience. Chu Jun reassured, albeit with lingering concern. Outside, the rain intensified, its relentless sound cascading through the drain pipes to the ground below. Shen Mengsheng measured his steps from the blood-stained mattress to the kitchen knife rack, traversing nearly 20 paces. After committing murder, why not destroy the weapon instead of returning the knife to its rack? I approached slowly, reaching her bedside, where I found her cocooned in blankets, eyes closed. Jiang Beijing suddenly realized that perhaps Yang Wang's previous fearlessness stemmed from reliance on this creature. A revelation that sent a chill through him. No wonder Yang Wang was unafraid of death. There was indeed a deeper reason behind it. In pursuit of the military factory contract, I had invested nearly 400 million, all while facing threats from Lingda Group. Young Master Zhao, do you truly believe this is only worth 30% of the shares? Lu Jinxing expressed his reluctance, yet his words carried a heavy sense of despair and resignation. It is evident that Bai Yi is under considerable psychological pressure at this moment. She is acutely aware of the situation we are facing. Zhui Yifan remains silent, seemingly devoid of any effective solutions. He has activated the unique ability of Moonset observing the heart, yet it appears to have no effect on the phantoms. I dare not dwell on thoughts of Ailing, as the mere idea evokes a profound sense of sorrow within me. How desperately she must long to find me, to reach out, likely weeping herself to sleep each night. Next month, I intend to purchase a vehicle. Tian Cheng, could you assist me in finding a suitable avenue? Jiang Hua confidently pointed towards the imposing Hummer, proclaiming his intent. Mr. Zhu, upon hearing those words, visibly shrank under their weight, bowing his head in silence. Observing this, Ding Yang and Fang Fei nearly felt compelled to approach Mr. Zhu, exclaiming how could he remain mute at such a critical juncture? Chapter 41. No loss. Every encounter between Sang Luo and He Mingchuan was seldom pleasant, and this occasion was no exception. However, Sang Luo was resolute in ensuring she would not suffer any detriment, as He Mingchuan had not declared an end to their association. She proposed that he invest in Yi Lanshan's company the following year. The realm of live streaming was currently a burgeoning industry, and his investment would undoubtedly yield returns. He Mingchuan did not acquiesce immediately, but stated that he would have his assistant investigate Yi Lanshan's company. In conclusion, he remarked, "You assisted the Shun family previously, and now you're aiding Yi Lanshan. One might think you are a living bodhisattva." Sang Luo offered no explanation, merely responding, "In any case, I stand to gain nothing." Truly, her calculations were precise. The new year held no particular significance for Sang Luo. If one were to draw a distinction from previous years, it would be that traditionally, by the second day of the Lunar New Year, she would return to her extravagant work life. This year, however, she found herself at leisure until the 8th day. Yi Lanshan returned on the 4th day, citing her inability to remain in her hometown, as her family was pressuring her to marry, fearing she might remain single. Sang Luo could not fathom such worries. After all, no one was urging her towards marriage, and thus she felt no urgency. Occasionally, she wished to experience the anxiety of being urged to wed, if only to affirm that someone cared for her. Unlike her current state, where whether she married or found happiness seemed to elicit no concern from anyone. Nonetheless, Sang Luo maintained a pragmatic outlook. Such melancholy did not linger long in her heart. More often than not, she relished the solitude of her home. The 9-day holiday swiftly passed, and as she returned to work, she received an invitation to the engagement banquet of He Mingchuan and Su Yi. Initially, she presumed their invitation was merely a formality, as those attending the engagement of He Mingchuan and Su Yi were not insignificant figures in Song City. Upon receiving the invitation, she briefly questioned whether it had been sent to her by mistake. Shen Chongning was also on the guest list, and they decided to attend together. On her way there, Sang Luo pondered a rather serious question. How many of her former lovers would she encounter at this engagement banquet? As anticipated, she soon came face to face with Fang Xulin. Although the woman by his side had changed, his feelings for Sang Luo remained a tumultuous mix of love and resentment. People often cling to that which they cannot possess. Fang Xulin walked directly towards her, and she did not shy away. After all, this was He Mingchuan's engagement banquet, and should Fang Xulin disrupt an event meticulously planned at considerable expense, he would likely find himself permanently blacklisted by the He family. As Fang Xulin approached, he derided Sang Luo. What if you slept with He Mingchuan? A woman like you will never become a rich man's wife. Once you lose his protection, just see how I will ruin you. Sang Luo's expression remained impassive. No matter what Fang Xulin uttered, it failed to provoke any emotional reaction from her. The more composed she appeared, the more irate he became. No woman had ever so swiftly severed ties with him post-breakup, devoid of any lingering affection or intent for reconciliation. He had once assumed Sang Luo reported him out of jealousy regarding his affair with Zhou Xian, only to realize she simply found him tiresome. Fang Xulin could hardly bear this indignity. Just as he was about to unleash further vitriol, Lu Qi arrived. Lu Qi stood in front of Sang Luo, lowering his voice to address Fang Zuling. Fang Zuling, what are you intending to do? Fang Zuling, witnessing another man defending Sang Luo, displayed a myriad of expressions, though ultimately, restrained by the fact that this was He Mingchuan's engagement party, he dared not act recklessly. He glared at Lu Qi, then smiled. Fine, take her, Lu Qi. Just wait to be deceived by her. With that, Fang Zuling reluctantly departed. Throughout this exchange, Sang Luo remained aloof, resembling a mere spectator, devoid of any excessive emotion. When Lu Qi turned back, Sang Luo politely expressed her gratitude. In that moment, Lu Qi found the young woman before him strikingly unfamiliar. Are you all right? Lu Qi inquired, surprised that Fang Zuling still harbored grievances. Sang Luo shrugged, acknowledging that lingering feelings were futile. After all, she was currently a favored individual beside Shen Chongning, and anyone daring to pursue her would need to think twice. As they conversed, Sang Luo appeared to spot a familiar figure. Following her gaze, Lu Qi saw a man. Do you know him? Sang Luo was startled to see Jiang Bingzhu there. Was he there to offer blessings or to steal someone away? It seemed a delightful spectacle was about to unfold. Looks like today will be entertaining, Sang Luo remarked cryptically to Lu Qi, clearly unaware of their history. Lu Qi assumed she referred to He Mingchuan's engagement party, noting how much effort he had put into the celebration, indicating that it was indeed a serious commitment. Don't you girls love such romantic and grand engagement parties? Sang Luo shook her head. I can't speak for others, but my engagement party certainly won't have this many guests. Essentially, she had no family, merely friends. Understanding her circumstances, Lu Qi pondered a moment before saying, a few days ago, your grandfather went to the hospital for a checkup. His heart isn't in good shape, but surgery at his age poses significant risks. At the mention of her grandfather, a flicker of emotion crossed Sang Luo's face. She seemed to embody a paradoxical blend of ruthlessness and tenderness. She had countless reasons to confront the Sang family, yet one reason that held her back. I need to use the restroom. Sang Luo excused herself. anticipating Lu Qi's forthcoming words. He would likely suggest she visit her grandfather, asserting that family grievances could be resolved. She understood the rationale, yet her retort would have been, "Why don't you experience it for yourself?" Stepping out from the enchanting banquet hall, Sang Luo did not genuinely seek the restroom. Rather, she had spotted Jiang Bingzhu and Su Yi. How they dared to slip away under the watchful eyes of so many was beyond her comprehension. However, upon exiting, Sang Luo could not locate them. As she prepared to leave, she heard voices emanating from the emergency exit. She swore she hadn't intended to eavesdrop, yet her body betrayed her as she approached. "I knew you would come," Su Yi said, a hint of pride in her tone. Jiang Bingzhu replied coolly, "I just wanted to see how you look in a wedding dress. Have you not seen me in one before?" "True. So, do you wish to see me in a wedding dress again?" Jiang Bingzhu hesitated. "Then shall we change the venue? However, I am on the verge of becoming engaged." Sang Luo is aware that men and women often indulge in frivolous chatter in private, yet their conversation at her engagement banquet with He Mingchuan seems rather inappropriate. Indeed, most men perpetually believe that their ex-girlfriends remain theirs in some capacity. Sang Luo did not continue listening. Instead, she pondered whether this engagement party could proceed smoothly. If Su Yi were to delve into a discussion with Jiang Bingzhu regarding the art of dressing, whether to wear clothing or not, He Mingchuan would likely emerge as the sole subject of gossip over the next 3 months. Chapter 42. The escape. As Sang Luo prepared to return to the banquet hall, she encountered He Mingchuan. If he continued to approach, it was likely he would stumble upon the intimate scene between Su Yi and Jiang Bingzhu. Given that Jiang Bingzhu was the head of the branch office, if He Mingchuan were to misplace his anger towards the company, it would seem rather counterproductive for Sang Luo. Alternatively, she felt that allowing He Mingchuan to witness such a moment would indeed wound his masculine pride, prompting Sang Luo to approach him first. Upon reaching He Mingchuan, she offered a gentle smile and said, "I heard from Lanshan that your collaboration intentions are quite strong. Thank you." He Mingchuan briefly glanced towards the staircase behind Sang Luo, as if he saw through something or was merely casting a casual look. "I also heard from Lanshan that you have invested," he remarked, his expression devoid of any festive cheer typically associated with a groom. Clad in a black suit, his attire was not overly formal. He merely exchanged his tie for a bow tie. Sang Luo refrained from responding directly, stating, "Just a small profit. Not worth mentioning compared to you, young Master He. Nonetheless, I must congratulate you on your union with Miss Su. You are indeed a perfect match." He Mingchuan seemed rather indifferent to her congratulations, as if they held no genuine sentiment. Lighting a cigarette, he asked, "What about your partner? When do you plan to marry?" While she had been contemplating that no one was pressuring her about marriage, He Mingchuan's question caught her off guard. "I haven't found the right person yet, but I promise to inform you first when I do," she replied. "If you have no other matters, I shall head in. I hear the pastries at the engagement banquet are crafted by foreign pastry chefs. I cannot afford to miss them." As he exhaled a plume of smoke, obscuring his expression, he remarked, "You might never find one in your lifetime. Young Master He, such a curse is rather unkind. I wish you and Miss Su a long and happy life together," Sang Luo retorted, feeling that He Mingchuan's words were rather unethical. It seemed that the principle of amicable separation was lost on men like him. With one hand holding the cigarette, He Mingchuan suddenly grasped the back of her head. Drawing her closer, she anticipated a kiss, yet he halted mere centimeters away, his gaze complex as he murmured, "Sang Luo, you lack a heart." Sang Luo had heard this accusation more than once. Each time she moved on from a relationship, Lanshan would inquire about her feelings, to which she would respond with indifference. "You lack a heart," Lanshan would declare. Yet, who among them did not possess a heart sensitive enough to shatter at a mere touch? It was merely that after the events of 5 years ago, Sang Luo felt that all of life's occurrences could be summarized in 9 words. It doesn't matter, it's unimportant, it's not worth it. Thus, even when He Mingchuan claimed she had no heart, she found it inconsequential. She even smiled and asked, "Do you?" He Mingchuan studied her for a moment. Then a faint smile graced his lips, as if affirming her words. How coincidental that neither of them possessed such a thing. Just then, He Mingchuan's phone rang, prompting him to release Sang Luo and retrieve his device. Sang Luo realized it was Su Yi calling. He answered the phone, but upon hearing the conversation, his expression darkened immediately. He then said, "Come back." If Sang Luo's intuition served her right, Su Yi had eloped with Jiang Bingzhu and had the audacity to inform He Mingchuan. This is why He Mingchuan urged Su Yi to return. What an astonishing scene this was. Someone actually dared to stand up He Mingchuan at his engagement ceremony. Su Yi truly was remarkable. It seemed the other party had more to say, but they did not allow He Mingchuan to respond before abruptly ending the call. He Mingchuan furrowed his brows as he hung up. From Sang Luo's perspective, He Mingchuan would likely be furious enough to smash his phone and demand that someone fetch Su Yi back, regardless of her reluctance, as the engagement ceremony must proceed. The He family had invested millions into this occasion, with numerous guests in attendance. If the leading lady failed to appear, not only would millions be squandered, but He Mingchuan would also become a laughingstock. Naturally, Sang Luo had no intention of provoking trouble at such a moment. She decided to make a discreet exit. She dared not ask questions and turned to leave, only to be grasped by He Mingchuan's wrist. "What is it?" Sang Luo inquired, wondering if he intended to unleash his frustration on her. What had she done wrong? He Mingchuan did not release her, but merely stated, "Su Yi has left." Indeed, Su Yi could not resist the temptation of Jiang Bingzhu and chose to abandon so many people in the banquet hall, fleeing from He Mingchuan. Sang Luo feigned ignorance and asked, "What now?" No wonder He Mingchuan had remarked on her poor acting skills. Even she was left speechless by her own exaggerated performance. "You and Su Yi are of similar height and build. So what? You should be able to fit into that dress." Sang Luo was filled with questions. In the lounge, the legendary haute couture gown, which even celebrities struggled to borrow, was draped over a mannequin. The primary hue of misty blue was adorned with hand-embroidered flowers, and the skirt was embellished with scattered diamonds, shimmering under the lights. It was both dreamlike and beautiful. Sang Luo wondered if He Mingchuan was a bit out of his mind. Even if Su Yi had chosen to leave him, he could not simply find someone else to attend their engagement banquet, could he? He Mingchuan, I believe you should exercise a bit more rationality. Sang Luo had never anticipated that the gossip would culminate in such a scenario. Perhaps Su Yi was merely momentarily confused and would return once she calmed down. If she were in Su Yi's position, she would never recklessly run off with Jiang Bingzhu. Jiang Bingzhu was also absurd. Had he not considered that after abducting Su Yi, He Mingchuan would pursue the matter, jeopardizing the entire company? However, He Mingchuan did not seem to be acting impulsively. Instead, he stated, "What use do I have for someone who has run away? There is not a single flaw. Yet, what benefit does it hold for me?" Sang Luo calculated that she stood to gain nothing from this situation. "Shall I offer you half of my fortune?" He Mingchuan chuckled. "You have quite the appetite, demanding half of my wealth right off the bat. Indeed, this title holds far greater value than that of Mrs. He." Up until this moment, Sang Luo had been convinced that He Mingchuan was jesting, and thus she had not taken it seriously. This was an engagement, not merely a casual gathering where one could bring a companion and dismiss the matter. It was an engagement, although there remained the formality of a marriage certificate before they could be considered officially wed. Their relationship was acknowledged by all. She thought that once He Mingchuan regained his composure, he would abandon this notion. However, He Mingchuan insisted, "Go change." Chapter 43, Cooperation. Sang Luo realized that He Mingchuan was not jesting. The man stated, "My grandparents are present. They are quite elderly and cannot withstand any stress. Many guests have arrived for the banquet, and leaving them unattended would surely invite criticism towards the He family. We must resolve the immediate matters first." Indeed, it was a grand engagement feast, and the He family would undoubtedly be the subject of gossip for quite some time if it were to be cancelled. However, what concern was that to Sang Luo? He Mingchuan continued, "I may not be able to offer you half my worth, but the benefits will not be scant." Upon hearing this, Sang Luo felt a flicker of interest and calculated her response before asking, "How much do you intend to offer me?" "A property in Songcheng and 5 million in cash," He Mingchuan replied, showcasing his generosity. "I want a residence in Linjiang Yiping," Sang Luo asserted without hesitation. She was wary that he might offer her a suburban house, resulting in a significant loss for her. Thus, she made sure to clarify the terms before agreeing, adding, You will transfer the funds now. I will only feel secure once the money is in my hands. He Mingchuan promptly took out his phone and initiated the transaction. I will transfer 50 now, with the remainder in installments. Young master you wish to pay in installments? Sang Luo challenged. If I were to receive it all at once, would you ensure that I fulfill my duties properly? It was evident that neither party fully trusted the other. Once Sang Luo received the funds, she proceeded to change her attire without any hesitation. This arrangement was undeniably advantageous for her. By merely posing as He Mingchuan's fiancée, she would acquire a residence in Linjiang Yiping and 5 million in cash. Even if she were to sell the Linjiang Yiping property, it would fetch several tens of millions. Not to mention the 5 million in cash. Such wealth, which could take an ordinary person a lifetime to achieve, she would obtain with relative ease. Moreover, the identity of He Mingchuan's fiancée would provide her with numerous advantages that transcended monetary value. Another reason for her decision was that Sang Luo harbored a persistent feeling that He Mingchuan had previously engaged in an improper relationship with her. If this were to be exposed, she would likely have to relocate to another city. By adopting a new identity, even if they were to part ways later, she could claim that their relationship had simply reached its natural conclusion due to incompatible personalities. For her, it was not a loss at all. The banquet hall was filled with clinking glasses and lively chatter, yet the main figures had yet to make their appearance. Observant guests noted that the attendants had removed the photographs of He Mingchuan and Su Yi from display. Ye Lansan, noticing that Sang Luo had been absent for quite some time and was unresponsive to her messages, speculated whether she was unable to bear witnessing He Mingchuan's impending marriage to Su Yi. After all, He Mingchuan was the only man associated with Sang Luo, known to her, who seemed unconcerned about her and was preparing to wed someone else. As He Lanshan contemplated whether to call Sang Luo, two figures entered the banquet hall. From a distance, the man was clad in a sleek black suit, exuding charm and elegance, truly deserving of the title of Songqing's foremost heartthrob, He Mingchuan. Beside him stood a woman in a misty blue haute couture gown, her silhouette graceful and captivating. Yi Lanshan squinted, her suspicion growing as she observed the woman, who increasingly resembled Sang Luo. As they drew closer, Yi Lanshan became certain. The woman was indeed Sang Luo. Not only did Yi Lanshan recognize that the woman beside He Mingchuan was not Su Yi, but rather Sang Luo, everyone present with discerning eyes came to the same conclusion. Yet, despite the shock, no one dared to openly voice their doubts. Was it not evident that even the photographs of He Mingchuan and Su Yi had been removed? In the banquet hall, there was hardly a trace left of the original heroine, Su Yi. Chapter 44. The revelation, the sudden change of fiancé by He Mingchuan has piqued the curiosity of many, who were eager to observe the reaction of the Su family. However, the Su family remained utterly silent, their faces betraying not a hint of emotion. This silence led to speculation that perhaps the Su family had committed some transgression, prompting He Mingchuan's abrupt decision to change his betrothed. The truth remains elusive. Those present were astute, and despite their inner curiosity and confusion, none dared to openly discuss the matter in front of the Su family. Everyone continued to regard Sang Luo as the one engaged to He Mingchuan. He Mingchuan escorted Sang Luo to the main table, and upon recognizing the woman linked to He Mingchuan's arm as Sang Luo, Mrs. Zhou appeared somewhat surprised. The elderly He patriarch and matriarch, both wearing reading glasses, scrutinized her carefully. The matriarch smiled and said, "Xiao Yi, step closer. You look truly lovely today. Even your grandmother can hardly recognize you." When addressed as Xiao Yi, Sang Luo glanced at He Mingchuan, who quietly remarked, "Grandmother's eyesight, I sent tea the best." "Oh, I see. So, I must pretend to be Su Yi in front of her? As long as the payment is sufficient, who I impersonate matters little." Upon uttering these words, Sang Luo sensed a chill in He Mingchuan's gaze. Well then, with money comes obligation. With a cheerful demeanor, Sang Luo approached the matriarch and sweetly addressed her, "Grandfather. Grandmother, I apologize for my tardiness. Thank you for your patience." Although the matriarch's eyesight may have failed her, her hearing remained sharp. The moment she heard the voice, she was puzzled and inquired, "You're not Xiaoyi?" At this juncture, He Mingchuan stepped forward and clarified for the elderly couple, "Grandfather, grandmother, this is Sang Luo. Su Yi will not be joining us today." To elaborate would require delving into the relationship between Su Yi and Jiang Bingzhu. However, it was evident that this was not the appropriate setting for such discussions. Mrs. Zhou interjected to ease the tension, saying, "Mom and Dad, let the young ones manage their own affairs. Let us take a family photo first." Upon the mention of a family photo, the elder's face displayed a hint of displeasure. After all, not everyone had arrived yet. "Father, Chengfeng has too many commitments and cannot spare the time. He will certainly return for Mingchuan's wedding." Mrs. Zhou defended her husband. Nevertheless, the elder was unconvinced, pondering what significant matters could occupy Chengfeng's time. As the elder trailed off, perhaps sensing the inappropriateness of the moment, or perhaps deeming these matters unworthy of public discourse, Sang Luo stood quietly aside, unfamiliar with their family affairs, but adhering to her principle of not meddling in others' family matters. Nonetheless, she was aware that He Chengfeng, the chairman of the He family, often resided abroad, leaving He Mingchuan to oversee the family business. What family is devoid of secrets? Especially for a prominent family like the He's, the revelation of an illegitimate child would hardly raise eyebrows. The news of Sang Luo replacing Su Yi as He Mingchuan's legitimate fiancé swiftly spread. The banquet was already bustling with guests, and the sensational news of the engagement to a former fiancé only added to the commotion, especially considering the bride-to-be was Sang Luo, a woman many men in Song City yearned for yet could not possess. However, as the gossip circulated, it took on a life of its own. Sang Luo's past relationships could easily fill a mahjong table, and her former suitors were not merely players but rather the number of tiles. On the other hand, He Mingchuan's ex-girlfriends represented a myriad of professions, each excelling in their respective fields. This raises the question, how long could the engagement between the infamous Sea King and Sea Queen endure? A week, a month, or perhaps half a year? They had even wagered on it, with rumors suggesting they believed a breakup within a month was most likely, as a month seemed to be the average duration of their previous relationships. As the engagement banquet concluded, a considerable number of guests came to congratulate Sang Luo, while others offered their sarcastic jibes. It was not until the very end that Shun Chongning finally had a chance to speak with her, though it was evident that Shun was not there to offer congratulations. With a serious expression, she remarked, "Previously, someone suggested I introduce my daughter to He Mingchuan, and I used the excuse that she was studying abroad. Do you understand why I was reluctant?" "I do, Sister Ning," Sang Luo replied, fully aware that no mother who truly cared for her daughter would wish to marry her off to a man like He Mingchuan, whose life was fraught with scandal, akin to pushing her daughter into a pit of fire. Shun Chongning frowned and said, "You should know better. I thought you were clear-headed enough to understand what you truly want. Do not be confused in this matter, or it will be you who suffers in the end." Sang Luo felt a sense of gratitude, while others offered genuine or feigned blessings for her engagement to He Mingchuan. Shin Chongning's concern for her future well-being weighed heavily on her heart. After careful consideration, she replied, "I have always known what I want." Once the banquet was over, Sang Luo presumed her duties for the day had concluded. However, she was summoned to the He residence, where her unwillingness was apparent. He Mingchuan remarked, "Do you think money is easily earned? Indeed, no penny comes without a price." After escorting the elderly couple back, Mrs. Zhou sat on the sofa, observing the two. After a moment's thought, she spoke, "I recently learned that Su Yi had a boyfriend, and before completely severing ties, her family arranged a blind date, believing that securing an engagement with you would allow her to cut ties with her ex. The Su family's actions are truly excessive. Mingchuan, your handling of the situation today has spared the Su family some face, but in the future, let us cease our cooperation with them." "Understand," He Mingchuan replied in a calm tone. Mrs. Zhou was relatively easy to converse with. Had it been someone else, they might have sought revenge on the Su family. "Sang Luo, thank you for your timely intervention today." Mrs. Zhou expressed her gratitude. "From our last meeting, I sense you are a particularly clever girl. Should you need any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." "Indeed, Mrs. Zhou astutely perceived that there was no mutual affection between Sang Luo and He Mingchuan regarding their attendance at the engagement banquet. No need for thanks, Mrs. He. I merely hope that Mr. He will offer our Shun family more support in the future. No wonder Chong Ning often refers to you as her invaluable assistant. Ms. Zhou holds a certain level of satisfaction towards Sang Luo, albeit limited to her work ethic. As for Sang Luo's candid revelation regarding her collaboration with He Mingchuan, she is acutely aware of the implications, hoping that Ms. Zhou does not take it to heart or mistakenly regard herself as He Mingchuan's fiancée. She certainly would not, and under no circumstances. The world of the affluent is fraught with complexities, and He Mingchuan, in particular, does not seem like a reliable partner for a lifetime. At that moment, He Mingchuan spoke. I will escort her out. Ms. Zhou's gaze towards He Mingchuan carried a hint of curiosity, yet he did not meet her eyes. Chapter 45. Cohabitation. As He Mingchuan accompanied Sang Luo out, she inadvertently caught sight of a family portrait resting in the corner of the living room. The image was populated with numerous faces, yet her gaze was immediately drawn to He Mingchuan, whose stern expression suggested that everyone around him owed him a considerable sum. It was perplexing how her eyes had gravitated towards him first, amidst so many others in the photograph. As she lingered, wishing to examine it further, He Mingchuan approached and obstructed her view. Politely, Sang Luo bid farewell to Mrs. Zhou before departing the villa with He Mingchuan. The He residence was quite expansive. The building they had just visited was home to the elderly couple, while several other villas nestled within the grounds resembled a miniature park. I heard you have an older brother? Sang Luo inquired. With one hand tucked in the pocket of his suit trousers, He Mingchuan turned to look at her, seemingly pondering whether she was already searching for her next companion. Sang Luo sensed the implication in his words, but chose not to pursue the matter further. I can return on my own. You needn't see me off. It's no trouble, he replied, appearing unconcerned by the effort. Sang Luo was well aware of his thoughts at that moment. Since the evening of New Year's Eve, their relationship had indeed shifted. When preoccupied, she seldom recalled those intimate moments. She was not the type to feel discomfort in the absence of such experiences. However, whenever He Mingchuan alluded to them, her mind would wander. Moreover, as his nominal fiancé, it seemed almost wasteful to neglect the opportunity for closeness. As their vehicle traversed the road, Sang Luo noticed a light display on a prominent building in the city center, where someone was professing their love. Why is it that only initials can be used instead of their full names? She pondered aloud, captivated by the luminous declaration, XY, JBZ, cliché yet romantic. She mulled over the initials, silently repeating, Su E loves Jiang Bingzhu. He Mingchuan provided a matter-of-fact response. The next partner might mind. Indeed, it was a sentiment only someone with a reputation for romantic entanglements would express. Why should they care? Who thinks about their next partner while in a relationship? That's rather callous. Sang Luo trailed off as she spoke, only to be met with He Mingchuan's laughter. I've never encountered someone who criticizes themselves like that. At least in this relationship, my thoughts are solely on him. It's the exes who could not hold my attention, Sang Luo remarked, half jokingly, half seriously. As a traffic light turned red, He Mingchuan leaned against the car window. During this time, try not to attract other men. I am quite devoted, Sang Luo retorted, feeling as though He Mingchuan was questioning her fidelity. When I'm with you, my affection is directed solely at you. I don't even glance at anyone else. You love me? He Mingchuan turned to her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone casual. Without hesitation, she replied, Of course I do. What do you love? I love you. Who loves me? Me. The conversation hung in the air, unspoken words lingering between them. Sang Luo chose not to continue, but instead turned her gaze to the windshield, where a couple strolled by, the girl holding a bouquet of roses, her face illuminated with joy. The man held the girl's hand, his eyes filled with her presence. Today was yet another public display of affection, accompanied by couples exchanging roses. It suddenly dawned on her that today was Valentine's Day. He Mingchuan followed her gaze and caught a glimpse of envy in her eyes, though it flickered away, leaving only indifference behind. The red light soon turned green, and He Mingchuan started the car. No one mentioned the tedious game of professing love. When Sang Luo finally realized, she discovered that He Mingchuan did not take her home, but instead headed to his upscale apartment in the city center. Though it was also an apartment, He Mingchuan's was a spacious flat, offering a panoramic view of the nightscape of Song City, with the Jialing River flowing through it. It was evident that He Mingchuan did not bring her here to admire the river's nocturnal beauty. He led her into the bathroom. His bathroom also featured floor-to-ceiling windows, and although no building loomed higher, the thrill of the view was exhilarating, making Sang Luo feel that no one could match He Mingchuan's audacity. She was overwhelmed, her inner boundaries continuously challenged by him, urging him to return to the bedroom. In such matters, Sang Luo found it difficult to oppose He Mingchuan. He merely grew more excited by her restrained enthusiasm. "Stop pretending. I know you like it," he declared, tearing apart her facade, intent on rendering her completely transparent before him, devoid of any concealment. Yet, they understood each other deeply, both aware of each other's essence. Beneath his tailored suit lay a bold and unrestrained heart. While the potential within her was awakened by him, it was hard to discern who was more formidable. Indeed, flowers and wine were not the quintessential elements of Valentine's Day. Sleep was. After their encounter, he suggested she bring over a few clothes and stay here. Lying on the soft, expansive bed, Sang Luo inquired, "Cohabitation? Your place is too small. It's not comfortable," he replied. His apartment, with a bathroom that could barely accommodate her bedroom, was indeed more spacious. However, Sang Luo was not accustomed to living with anyone. She had never done so in any past relationship, especially not with He Mingchuan, who was not her partner. Noticing her hesitation to agree, He Mingchuan simply stated, "Suit yourself." The following day, as she arrived at work, Sang Luo truly felt the difference in treatment that accompanied her newfound status, not to mention the envious glances from her colleagues. The heads of previously elusive companies were now sending her morning greetings on WeChat, clearly expressing a desire to collaborate with her first. Indeed, people were realistic. In her previous life of indulgence as a boss, she had made many acquaintances, but their interactions revolved primarily around leisure and were often laced with suggestive remarks. Now, every word exchanged seemed to be carefully considered, and her title had shifted from Little Sang to Manager Sang. She understood this transformation well and cherished the period she spent bearing the title of He Mingchuan's fiancée, for she knew that one day, when their collaboration concluded, others would no longer extend He Mingchuan's courtesy towards her. One evening, Yilanshan messaged her, inviting her to a bar to discuss matters. As his investment company formally invested in Yilanshan's MC and agency, where she had recruited several prominent influencers, preparing for a significant venture. Sang Luo replied that she would arrive shortly. While driving to the bar, she received a WeChat message, which she only read upon her arrival. It was from He Mingchuan, who informed her that he would be on a business trip the following day and requested her presence. It was merely a pretext, as he sought comfort before his departure, and it seemed that his mind was consumed solely by that singular matter when he was not working. Sang Luo informed him that she was preoccupied with tasks and would join him later. At that moment, He Mingchuan felt a twinge of discomfort. It was always he who pursued her. He wondered if he had become addicted to her presence or if there was some other reason for his relentless yearning. After a few cigarettes, his phone lit up. Upon checking, he discovered an image sent by Shunhan Jing. Upon closer inspection, it revealed Sang Luo at the bar. Chapter 46. When Sang Luo arrived at the private room, she found Yilanshan flanked by two men. However, this scene was not one of affectionate embraces, but rather an intimidating blockade formed by two menacing figures who obstructed Yilanshan's path, with several half-consumed bottles of foreign liquor laid out before her. As memories flooded back, Yilanshan was abruptly subdued by one of the men. Sang Luo had no time to inquire further, as the other man swiftly closed the door to the room, standing guard at the entrance. "What are you doing?" Sang Luo demanded coldly. "Release her." Yilanshan, already inebriated, managed to murmur to her, "You should leave. They..." "Hurry." The room was filled with ruffians, rendering it impossible for Sang Luo to approach Yilanshan. Her gaze swept across the interior until it landed on a man seated by the karaoke stage, who appeared more formidable than the rest, his eyes glinting with malice. She strode directly to him, addressing him firmly. "Brother, if there is something to discuss, let it be known. Is it excessive to force a girl to drink like this?" The man's eyes roamed over Sang Luo, finally resting on her chest. "Is this the girl who wanted to drink with us and said she would call her friends to join? It's you, isn't it?" His words elicited raucous laughter from a gang. Sang Luo understood Yi Lanshan well. She was a cautious soul who would never engage in anything perilous, especially with such thugs. It was clear they were bullying her. Tossing her handbag onto the coffee table, she knocked over several bottles, causing them to clatter to the floor. With an icy gaze fixed on the man on the sofa, she declared, "If I wish to play, let us see if you dare." Infuriated, the man grabbed a bottle and stood, raising it to strike Sang Luo's head. She did not flinch, but leaned in closer, challenging him, "Go ahead, strike me, and see if you can walk out of this establishment today." Sang Luo did not appear to be a fragile girl. Her defiance, as she taunted him with her head held high, bore an audacious, almost reckless air. Those who fear nothing are often more daunting than those who merely fear. The man hesitated, finally saying, "Miss, we are merely doing our job. We cannot simply do nothing." Who was behind this? Meanwhile, Shen Hanjing found the situation amusing. Upon seeing Sang Luo in the bar, he sent a photo to He Mingchuan. He had always thought that He Mingchuan's interest in Sang Luo was merely a fleeting whim, and he found their engagement utterly baffling. Even more astonishing was that shortly after sending the photo, He Mingchuan arrived. As He Mingchuan settled in, Shen Hanjing pointed out the private room where Sang Luo had entered, noting the presence of several muscular men inside. He Mingchuan shot him a glance, dismissing the notion of seeking her out. "I never suggested you go looking for her, and besides, I hadn't even mentioned that Sang Luo was in that room. No need to offer me explanations." Shen Hanjing chuckled. He Mingchuan, uninterested in further elaboration, knew that they didn't need to call for women to drink. In a bar like this, many attractive girls would naturally approach, especially given their handsome appearances and lavish spending. Not long after He Mingchuan took a seat, several alluring young women approached him. One of them attempted to sit beside He Mingchuan, but was promptly halted by Shen Hanjing, who interjected, "Sister, do not approach him. He is engaged." The young woman, with a look of regret, remarked, "Oh dear, he has a fiancée." He Mingchuan, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "I do not." Chapter 47. Infuriated Sang Luo assisted Yi Lanshan out of the private room. Although she did not discover the identity of those who had orchestrated the events, her own reputation as a former proprietor of indulgence and her connections among certain brothers assured her that if any harm befell them, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. With stern words spoken, Sang Luo downed another half bottle of liquor, deciding to let the matter rest for the time being. The leader weighed his options and ultimately allowed Sang Luo and Yi Lanshan to depart. Having not consumed such potent spirits in a long while, and on an empty stomach, Sang Luo now felt a fiery discomfort in her gut. She had to support the unconscious Yi Lanshan, yearning to swiftly escort her home. As they exited, Sang Luo caught a glimpse of He Mingchuan seated in a booth. He seemed to notice her, yet his attention appeared diverted by another woman. Did he seek companionship outside while she was ensnared in this predicament? Already irked by the deceit she had endured, the sight of He Mingchuan observing her plight from a distance only added to her frustration. After giving him a contemptuous glare, she turned away. Both she and Yi Lanshan were unfit to drive, and at this hour, amidst the lull in bar activity, even a designated driver was nowhere to be found. As she prepared to call a friend for assistance, two dubious men approached, leering at them. "Beautiful lady, need a ride? We can drive you." No charge, they offered insidiously. The streets were not devoid of predatory men lurking for intoxicated women, and Sang Luo snapped back, "Get lost." Her retort was fierce. The men attempted to grab her, but Sang Luo swiftly secured Yi Lanshan in the back seat, slammed the door shut, and retaliated with a kick, exclaiming, "I enjoy hitting back even more." The two men, realizing they were outmatched, hurriedly fled. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Luo sought someone to come to their aid. Spotting a call from Lu Qi, she hesitated briefly before dialing. Among her acquaintances, Lu Qi was one of the more dependable individuals. Given Yi Lanshan's condition, a visit to the hospital was necessary. Just as she initiated the call, someone patted her shoulder. Instinctively, she reacted. Anyone who touched her would receive a swift response, and she delivered a resounding slap. The assailant was taken aback by her directness. It was He Mingchuan, who, realizing what had transpired, grasped her hand, attempting to prevent further retaliation. "Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing He Mingchuan's voice, Sang Luo's tense demeanor slightly eased, though she felt no inclination to explain herself to him. "Let go. Go entertain your companion. I have no time for you," she rebuffed. Shaking off his grip, He Mingchuan had never encountered anyone who dared to express such audacity toward him. He pinned Sang Luo against the car door, his voice icy as he remarked, "You are the first woman to strike me." Just then, Lu Qi's voice came through the line. "Sang Luo, I was just busy. What do you need?" He Mingchuan, observing the call on her screen, smirked coldly. "Have you disregarded my words? First, you drink with those men, then you seek your backup. You're quite bold." Sang Luo abruptly severed the call, unwilling for Lu Qi to overhear. At this moment, she was not only confronted with He Mingchuan's sudden rage, but her stomach, which had been nurtured over the past few months, ached fiercely due to the alcohol. However, despite the overwhelming emotions, she found herself unable to express them, her eyes welling with tears. Yet, being unaccustomed to revealing her vulnerabilities in front of others, she quickly wiped away the fallen tears and nonchalantly remarked, "You've known me long enough." Sang Luo found the situation amusing, likening their interaction to that of a loving couple who, upon discovering one another's clandestine outings, began to chastise each other for their indiscretions. It was evident that He Mingchuan recognized the absurdity as well. He released Sang Luo, and she, naturally, chose to remain silent thereafter. Noticing a driver on an electric scooter, she unhesitatingly called for a ride to leave the scene. He Mingchuan watched as her vehicle departed, his expression inscrutable. Soon, Shen Hanjian emerged from within, following He Mingchuan's gaze, and said, "I just saw those men in the restroom dividing money. It seems they mentioned something about getting back at Sang Luo and Yilanshan." He Mingchuan furrowed his brow, his gaze directed at Shen Hanjian, shifting to one of discontent, who possessed the audacity to target his legitimate fiancée. Yet, until now, Sang Luo had said naught. Sang Luo took Yilanshan to the hospital for an 4 drip, and it took her 2 hours to regain some clarity. Yilanshan informed her, "They snatched my phone to send you messages. I had no way to notify you." Earlier, the company signed several prominent influencers, and it seems we have inadvertently provoked someone, leading to this lesson. Sang Luo poured Yilanshan a cup of warm water, maintaining a composed demeanor. "I will look into who is behind this," she promised, suspecting it to be just a handful of individuals. Yilanshan sensed that Sang Luo had someone in mind, urging her, "You should head back. I'll have someone else keep me company." "Who is it?" Sang Luo mused, finding Yilanshan's romantic life to be an enigma. Yilanshan dismissed her inquiry, insisting, "Just go, I can manage on my own," initially planning to stay by her side. Sang Luo soon realized that Yilanshan did not require her presence. Feeling a lingering discomfort in her stomach, she advised, "If anything arises, call me immediately." Yilanshan responded with an okay gesture. Upon leaving the hospital, Sang Luo summoned another driver, her mind occupied with thoughts of who might be orchestrating these obstacles against her. A few potential suspects began to form in her mind. Once home, she took a shower, consumed some pain relief medication, and retired for the night. She chose not to stay with He Mingchuan. After all, they were not truly a couple, and the notion of cohabitation felt absurd. The thought of He Mingchuan stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. He remained, as ever, aloof and self-absorbed. That night, Sang Luo experienced a troubling dream in which she was genuinely in a relationship with He Mingchuan, even marrying him. In her dream, she transformed into a dutiful partner, managing the household and raising children, while He Mingchuan continued his solitary ways, surrounded by admirers and brazen mistresses. Infuriated, Sang Luo awoke in a fit of rage. She kicked her pillow to the floor, envisioning it as He Mingchuan. Since that day at the bar, it seemed as though Sang Luo and He Mingchuan had severed all ties. Had it not been for the occasional mention of her connection to He Mingchuan, she might have completely forgotten that she was his betrothed in name only. It would not be long before she could publicly declare the dissolution of their relationship, and annul their engagement. Of course, until that formal separation occurred, Sang Luo continued to bear the title of He Mingchuan's fiancé, which inevitably led to her past indiscretions being unearthed. Tales of an unplanned pregnancy, intentional harm, entanglements with older men, and expulsion from school circulated, as if everyone was questioning how a woman with such a tumultuous and disreputable history could have ensnared the affections of the He family's scion. Was it merely her beauty that captivated him? He Mingchuan's social media accounts must have been inundated with fervent comments from well-meaning netizens, prompting him to post a status update. "I'm seeking a wife. What business is it of yours? Chapter Kurksikis, Destruction Yelansan." Upon seeing the status update posted by He Mingchuan, brought her phone over to show Sang Luo, teasingly remarking, as expected of the illustrious Mr. He. Even his defense of his partner exudes dominance. Indeed, the comments beneath the post were rife with praise for He Mingchuan's fierce protection of his fiancée, with some even claiming that possessing such a fiancé could only mean one had saved the galaxy in a past life. It seemed these individuals had conveniently forgotten the multitude of scandals that had previously surrounded He Mingchuan. "You're overthinking it," Sang Luo replied, her enthusiasm waning. "It's merely a result of him being utterly annoyed, hence the post." "Do you truly believe He Mingchuan regards me as his fiancé, Yi Lanshan shrugged. "Who knows? Sometimes, the line between pretense and reality blurs. Don't underestimate your charm." "I have never doubted my allure," Sang Luo dismissed, pushing open the door to the opulent private room. "However, both He Mingchuan and I are not the types to settle down. Even if we were to end up together, it would likely occur in a moment of unclarity for both of us." Her certainty stemmed from a profound understanding of herself and a keen insight into the mindset of individuals like He Mingchuan. With a gentle sigh, Yi Lanshan felt that Sang Luo was overly perceptive regarding certain matters. They had come today for an afternoon tea gathering within the high society social circle, which was said to have invited numerous promising talents from their milieu. In essence, it was an afternoon tea event organized for the purpose of socializing. Sang Luo's attendance was motivated by the knowledge that Sang Yu would also be present. The man from the bar incident was someone Sang Yu had introduced. Upon spotting Sang Luo, Sang Yu's fury was palpable, her expression akin to that of a bull ready to charge, almost wishing to confront her directly. The several prominent influencers Yi Lanshan had signed were all under Sang Yu's wing. It was no wonder she felt exasperated. However, upon noticing Lu Qi's presence, Sang Luo realized the perfect opportunity to further provoke Sang Yu. Sang Yu harbored feelings for Lu Qi, but during the years when she bullied Sang Luo, she had often been reprimanded by him. Consequently, Sang Yu's disdain for Sang Luo intensified, as she believed that Sang Luo was the reason Lu Qi did not harbor affection for her. Later, when Lu Qi moved abroad with his family, Sang Yu had insisted on studying overseas as well. Sang Luo offered a teasing smile to Sang Yu before striding toward Lu Qi. It had been quite a while since they last met, and she greeted him with a gentle smile, joking, "Lu Gu, have you found anyone to your liking today? If not, I could make an introduction." Lu Qi waved his hand dismissively. "I was invited by a friend. I had no idea it would be like this. Had you not come, I would have already planned to leave." "Well, has Dr. Lu attended such gatherings?" Sang Luo chuckled. "You mustn't let Mr. He hear you say that. He might become quite jealous, given his strong possessiveness." After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Qi, Sang Luo made her way to the terrace. Before long, Sang Yu approached her, meticulously closing the sliding door behind her to shield their conversation from the others. With an air of superiority, Sang Yu regarded Sang Luo and proclaimed, "Sang Luo, don't assume that just because you're currently He Mingchuan's fiancé, you can consider yourself the future mistress of the He family. You have yet to marry into the He family. He could cast you aside at any moment." Sang Luo smiled lightly, radiating confidence and allure, seemingly unfazed by Sang Yu's words. Only those endowed with immense confidence can remain unfazed. "Sang Yu, after all, I'm still He Mingchuan's fiancé, but what about you? After all these years, you have failed to win over Lu Qi." Sang Luo's eyes were filled with derision. Lu Qi is the very trigger for Sang Yu's emotions, and her voice immediately escalated a few notches. "Wasn't it you who enticed Lu Qi? You have been charming since childhood. The one who knows how to seduce is not your mother? To this, Sang Yu did not deny, but boldly retorted, "It is not my mother who knows how to seduce, but your mother with her perpetual, sorrowful expression. What man would not be repulsed? Not only does she wear a forlorn face, but she is also infatuated, believing that bearing a child would secure a man's heart. Your mother can give birth. Does that imply my mother cannot? Just because you were born before me. What does it matter? You are still referred to as an illegitimate child." Sang Luo kept one hand behind her back, tightly grasping her phone. Although she had seen and heard countless absurd romantic tales over the years, hearing Sang Yu assert such statements with conviction made her want to slap her in the face. Not convinced? Sang Yu poked Sang Luo's shoulder. What is there to be dissatisfied about? You are already nailed to the pillar of shame. Your past indiscretions are not forgotten. And you truly believe they never happened? How will you redeem yourself? People do not seek the truth. They do not care whether you are guilty or innocent. Blame your face. There are countless who wish to see you ruined. Sang Luo exhaled a breath of frustration. So, you admit that those rumors were all fabricated by you, correct? Do I even need to spread rumors about you? Isn't your reputation already tarnished beyond repair? Anything said will be believed. After uttering these words, Sang Yu finally felt a sense of relief. She wished for Sang Luo to be thoroughly trampled in the mud, for everyone to recognize her as a wretched person. This way, no one would question her and her mother's status. She would be the rightful young lady of the Sang family. However, upon seeing Sang Luo smile, a subtle smile, reminiscent of a victor, she felt a moment of panic and sharply inquired, "What are you smiling about?" Sang Luo produced her phone, revealing that she was on a call. The curtains between the banquet hall and the terrace were drawn open, and Sang Yu turned in astonishment, realizing that all eyes in the banquet hall were upon them. Inside, Yilanshan waved her phone at her. Besides Yilanshan, numerous others were filming the scene, capturing Sang Yu's flustered and furious demeanor in vivid detail. In a fit of hysteria, Sang Yu pushed Sang Luo. "Have you lost your mind?" Sang Luo gracefully stepped aside, causing Sang Yu to stumble and fall to the ground. She merely regarded the disheveled Sang Yu with a calm demeanor and said, "Sang Yu, I have been exceedingly lenient with you." Sang Luo pushed open the sliding door and walked inside, resembling a proud white peacock, while Sang Yu appeared as a mere mountain chicken. It turned out that it was indeed Sang Yu's mother who had stolen Sang Luo's mother-s man, flaunting her power for years and bullying her at every turn. Even the earlier fabrications were rumors conjured by Sang Yu. Rising from the ground, Sang Yu was determined to make Sang Luo as wretched as herself. However, before she could encounter Sang Luo, she was intercepted by Lu Qi, whose countenance betrayed his disdain for her. "Sang Yu, after all these years, how is it that you remain unchanged?" The most severe punishment for Sang Yu was the complete annihilation of her image before the one she cherished. 1,000 words could not rival a single look of contempt from Lu Qi. Sang Luo retreated, but as she turned to leave, she caught sight of He Mingchuan strolling down the corridor with Su Yi by his side. Not only did she witness this, but all those present did as well. Sang Luo felt as though she had won that skirmish, yet it seemed she had not triumphed entirely. Chapter 49. Bystander. It is well known that He Mingchuan's initial fiancée was Su Yi. For reasons unknown, on the day of the engagement ceremony, it unexpectedly turned into Sang Luo, who, in a moment, became the center of attention, with everyone proclaiming she had soared to greatness. While many questioned whether Sang Luo truly deserved him, she boldly took to social media to confront the critics. Yet at that very moment, they witnessed He Mingchuan strolling alongside Su Yi. Behind them, the raucous laughter of Sang Yu echoed. "Ha ha ha, Sang Luo, I told you that you couldn't possibly marry into the He family as the young mistress. The rightful fiancé, he has returned. You should swiftly depart. Do you intend to cling on stubbornly?" Although Sang Luo had long grown accustomed to the myriad of scrutinizing gazes and could remain indifferent to their remarks, she still felt a twinge of embarrassment under the weight of so many eyes. He Mingchuan cast a glance inward, his expression icy. This brought back memories of her childhood, when she was bullied, and he too had observed with a detached demeanor, even questioning, "Don't you know how to fight back?" However, Sang Luo understood that no matter what she said in that moment, It could not rival even a single word from He Mingchuan. She gazed at him, wishing he would utter just one phrase to defend her. Whether it was the signal of her pleading gaze that he noticed, or perhaps he felt her lack of respect diminished his dignity, He Mingchuan approached. He stepped beside Sang Luo, grasping her wrist, pulling her close, and remarked, "Su Yi came to discuss some matters, expressing that she does not wish our relationship to affect the collaboration between our family's companies." This man was explaining, in front of all the attendees at the banquet hall, the reason for his meeting with Su Yi. Moments before, the crowd had been reveling in Sang Luo's misfortune, mocking her for having only recently become He Mingchuan's fiancée while he was dining with his former betrothed. In the end, the jest was on them, particularly on Sang Yu, who was left embarrassed. Sang Luo forced a smile, her tone light-hearted as she inquired, "So, will you still collaborate?" He replied, "There's no need. What if you become upset?" His tone was filled with affection. Sang Luo recognized that He Mingchuan was indeed defending her, and she was acutely aware of the deep-rooted collaboration between the He and Su families, which could not simply be severed. She responded gracefully, "I'm not upset. Although you two are not engaged, we still need to earn money, right? After all, I have a share in it." He Mingchuan granted her the respect she deserved, and she was determined not to let their family's partnership falter. Moreover, the desired effect had been achieved. Hand in hand, they departed, leaving the banquet hall in a frenzy. Especially for Sang Yu, who had lost all face, she fled in tears. The others animatedly discussed the relationship between He Mingchuan and Sang Luo, previously speculating that their engagement was merely a coincidence and that He Mingchuan would inevitably abandon Sang Luo. Yet, just moments ago, he had indeed refused to continue cooperating with the Su family for the sake of Sang Luo, fearing her displeasure. One must ask, is He Mingchuan the type of man swayed by base desires? Sang Luo climbed into He Mingchuan's car, showering him with compliments. "Young Master He, you were truly magnificent just now, almost like a savior stepping upon a rainbow." He Mingchuan paid no heed to her flattery. "Am I merely to wait for Lu Qi to take you away, publicly placing a green hat upon my head?" Previously, Sang Luo had not noticed Lu Qi, but upon hearing He Mingchuan's words, she grasped Lu Qi's intentions from earlier. "Habitually," she replied, "I am very devoted. When I love only you." He Mingchuan smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes, and asked, "How do you love?" Chapter 50. Love You. He Mingchuan brought her home, seeking to have Sang Luo demonstrate the depth of her affection for him. Initially inexperienced in such matters, Sang Luo felt a tinge of shyness. However, as she and He Mingchuan were no longer strangers, she gradually became more at ease. After not seeing him for 7 or 8 days, he had learned a new trick, blindfolding her with his tie, creating an air of thrilling suspense. Yet, this could lead to a scenario where she would inflict harm upon herself while attempting to conquer an adversary, perhaps even resulting in injury. To He Mingchuan's surprise this time, it was Cold E who was taken aback, initially believing the figure was merely a bodyguard hired by President Jean, only to discover he was a member of the Grim Reaper's hand. As she pondered this, Wang Chuchu's voice reached her. She had been waiting in the duty room, accompanied by a middle-aged guard who followed her out. Most of the work involved constructing private residences, with the largest project being a villa district. Originally, the developer intended to build in a European and American style, but after seeing a certain advertisement, he changed his mind. The spiral arrow struck the energy shield with a resounding boom, causing the air around Guangzhou to distort momentarily. "Not a bother, not at all. We are here to serve the people," Director Jean exclaimed with a sycophantic smile. "Commander, if that is the case, our shield system will be rendered utterly ineffective." The energy officer cried out in alarm. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's pleasant mood evaporated instantly. He opened the system's list to find the section for gambling stone masters, where each technique required a minimum of 100 bragging points. Hiding outside the room, she peered in, nearly gasping at the sight before her. As she saw the dark-faced man approaching the door, Gan Liang swiftly chambered around, preparing for an attack. It seemed that unless he could resolve Medakin's doubts, he might not fully trust her. Although their relationship was currently stable, his stubborn nature remained a challenge. The situation was peculiar, with two wild boars slowly approaching. The 50-meter distance closing in swiftly. This presented a breakthrough, yet Yin Jiong scratched his head, his expression not reflecting joy, but rather a hint of perplexity. A brand new magical net formed rapidly under Zhou Ming's control, intertwining with that eerie crimson energy. Before the lobby manager could approach with his entourage, several assailants darted toward them, swiftly turning the tide of the encounter. Within the tightly secured upper-level base, meetings among a few could only occur in the resource hall. The reality beneath the tree proved far more merciless than Lu Zhu had imagined. With a slight shift, she shattered into countless pieces, scattering like droplets of dew. At this moment, it could be stated that over half of the exploitable floating stone elements on the Pandora planet were under the control of Yun Xinghe and his companions, all without severely damaging the environment. To avert such a predicament, Zhou Ming had no choice but to activate the dimensional gate, allowing his true self to directly enter the instance, fully committing to a gamble that risked everything. At that moment, the second wave of adversaries surged forth. Li Dazhong placed his large machete along the trench's edge, letting his assault rifle slip from his shoulder. The muzzle, initially directed downward, now faced forward. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A continuous burst of 30 rounds ensued. Shortly thereafter, groans echoed in the air, while at that instant, Yang Lan had swiftly returned to the towering tree. Celia longed not to spend her entire life guarding this in. How she yearned to behold the world beyond. Chapter 51. The unwavering decision. Indeed, they were an engaged couple. They had recently completed their engagement ceremony, and to the outside world, their relationship was apparent. However, Mrs. Zhou was evidently not entirely satisfied with this conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Mingchuan, although we live in an era of openness where it is common to be together if one is fond of another, and to part ways if not, I must admit my previous negligence in your affairs was my own shortcoming. Now that you and Xiaoseng share such a bond, I hope you will take responsibility. You are a young man and should not be at a disadvantage, but she is a girl. If you two were to separate in the future, the burden of gossip would inevitably fall upon her." It was clear that Mrs. Zhou understood her son well. Hence her preemptive counsel. In this world, many parents teach their daughters to protect themselves, yet few instruct their sons to refrain from harming others' daughters. He Mingchuan paused momentarily, then responded, "Do you really think she appears to be someone who could be easily hurt? How do you know that she hasn't become impervious after enduring past wounds? Are you suggesting that I should inflict pain upon her once more?" Instead of directly answering Mrs. Zhou's query, he said, "Mother, I am your son. Why are you not concerned that I might be the one to suffer?" Mrs. Zhou dismissed his words entirely. After all, how could a man ever be truly hurt? Unless, perhaps, he was deeply in love with a woman who no longer desired him. Mrs. Zhou seemed to have a fleeting realization, and her expression shifted from its earlier ease. "I must take my leave now. Think carefully about what I've said. Those who betray love will ultimately find love betraying them." Sang Luo entered the kitchen to alleviate the tension and waited until the silence outside was palpable before she emerged with a bowl and utensils in hand. After surveying the surroundings, she noticed that Mrs. Zhou had indeed departed. "Where's your mother?" Sang Luo inquired, and upon confirming Mrs. Zhou's absence, she felt a slight relief. He Mingchuan sat casually in a chair and replied, "She left, suggesting we should not be disturbed." Sang Luo suspected that the latter part was likely an addition by He Mingchuan himself. However, the aroma of the old duck soup was irresistible, and she chose not to delve into the veracity of his words. It had been a long time since she had savored home-cooked meals. Without hesitation, she sat down, lifted the lid, and served a bowl of soup for herself and another for He Mingchuan. She was indeed someone who would not deny herself pleasures. "This is delicious," Sang Luo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, clearly satisfied. It was evident that she had not smiled as broadly when offered 500,000. Could a mere bowl of old duck soup bring her such joy? He Mingchuan, meanwhile, was lost in thought about Mrs. Zhou's earlier words, pondering whether a person could become as resilient as she was without having been deeply hurt in the past. Only the naive would charge ahead, unmindful of the dangers, while those who were cautious and contemplative had often been tempered by hardship. Bringing his thoughts back to the moment, he said, Then you should finish your soup. Aren't you going to drink? Sang Luo asked. People like you are truly unaware of the blessings you possess. Some yearn for a taste, yet cannot obtain it, while others receive it at their doorstep and refuse to indulge. He Mingchuan furrowed his brows, pondering the excessive chatter. I possess a mouth for two purposes, to eat and to express affection. Upon observing that He Mingchuan seemed genuinely inclined to confront her, Sang Luo promptly retracted her declaration of love. Noticing her silence, He Mingchuan refrained from broaching the subject again. You certainly know how to navigate relationships. My mother has advised me to treat you kindly and not to let you down. That's because I am obedient, she replied. He Mingchuan did not engage in banter with her, and she did not depart that evening. However, lacking personal items and a change of clothes at his place, she suggested retrieving them. Wishing to avoid the hassle, he accompanied her to the shopping mall downstairs. Their shopping expedition yielded an abundance of items, including slippers, pajamas, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. She even purchased several packs of sanitary pads, anticipating her menstrual period. The scene of the two of them perusing the supermarket felt somewhat dissonant. At the checkout, he casually grabbed several additional items from the shelves. Isn't this excessive? Sang Luo mused, considering that these goods also had expiration dates. After all, she did not reside at his home on a daily basis. Yet, he collected a few more, rationalizing that they would not seem excessive when needed. The cashier at the imported supermarket was a young lady, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment despite wearing a mask as she overheard their intimate conversation. After acquiring daily necessities, they proceeded to buy a few changes of clothing. Although everything appeared normal, an underlying sense of disarray lingered. The following day, when Shen Hanjing sought out He Mingchuan to discuss business, he brought up their encounter the previous day. As a longtime friend, he abandoned the lightheartedness and earnestly analyzed the situation with He Mingchuan. Old He, I observed you and Sang Luo shopping yesterday, and chose not to interrupt. But the two of you resembled a married couple. It left me quite perplexed. It seems you truly care for Sang Luo. Reflecting on their supermarket outing, He Mingchuan paused and inquired, Really? You see, the participants are often oblivious while the observer sees clearly. That woman has you under her thumb, Shen Hanjing asserted confidently. Having never been in a serious relationship, you could easily fall prey to a love scam. Do exercise caution. He Mingchuan cast a glance at Shen Hanjing, questioning the necessity of emphasizing that he had never engaged in a serious romance. Putting aside all else, can your family accept Sang Luo as your wife? Just look at your father and yourself. Shen Hanjing had initially intended to provide counsel, but upon touching upon the taboo within the He family, he hastily fell silent. He Mingchuan's expression dimmed slightly. Shen Hanjing felt compelled to advise. It's better to conclude matters that bear no potential for resolution sooner rather than later. He Mingchuan remained silent, lost in thoughts of his tumultuous childhood home. The source of the discord was likely the tale of his father and another woman. Presently, his father resided abroad with that woman and her son, reluctant to return home. He sought to make amends with his eldest son, claiming that his son was on the verge of marriage. Yet the prospective in-laws deemed him unworthy due to his humble origins. Thus, it was imperative for him to bring his eldest son back to the He family. A notion met with staunch opposition from the family. He Mingchuan, due to his intensive training, became somewhat of an enigma thereafter. Upon his return to Songqing, he discovered that his father had taken residence abroad. Thus, Mizzhou advised him not to let down the young lady, as she had once been the one left in disappointment. He Mingchuan did not dwell on such matters. He simply remarked to Shen Hanjing, My feelings for Sang Luo are not as profound as that. Chapter 52. Heartfelt Sang Luo found her relationship with He Mingchuan rather satisfactory, devoid of expectations, devoid of considerations for marriage or offspring, and indifferent to the future. In essence, it was a relationship free from obligations. Neither was responsible for the other. Once responsibilities intertwine in a romantic relationship, complexities inevitably unfold. When Yi Lanshan sought out Sang Luo, she happened to witness her. The air today was humid and sultry. The clouds had lingered for a day and a night, yet refused to release their rain. The oppressive heat made everyone feel sticky and uncomfortable. The clouds obscured the sunlight entirely, rendering the surroundings somewhat dim, despite it being morning. At noon, Manager Sun carried a large food box, followed closely by Zhang Guzi, who bore an even larger one, as they headed to the magistrate's office to dine and converse with Master Song. After 3 months apart, Xiaoba seemed to have matured considerably. At merely 17, he had begun to grow facial hair, softening the youthful essence of his face. After all, the array of medicinal bottles appeared uninviting, lacking the allure of the unspent, revitalizing elixir. The site of the tent was no longer a mere encampment, but transformed into a palace with white walls and a domed ceiling, nestled amid forests and springs. Although it did not rival the imperial palace of Shijing, it possessed a unique, exotic charm. At that moment, a 6th-level cultivator from Ayazishin, clad in heavy-fitted armor, was rolling on the ground in apparent agony, truly enduring a fate worse than death. Zhang Yang, upon hearing the commotion, halted in place, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. I merely reclaim what is rightfully mine. This room now belongs to me. I shall decide to whom I wish to give it. I detest it when others bestow upon someone else what is evidently mine. Even if they must give it away, they should at least inform me first. Yi Qing remarked with a soft huff. Having made up his mind, Su Hong nodded slightly, resolutely determined. His expression and demeanor revealed the gravity of his resolve. Upon returning to the camp, Su Ziqing found Mr. Liang waiting for him. The conflict with Liang Guo had concluded sooner than anticipated, necessitating adjustments to the agreements with Wu Guo. This matter required discussion with the elder. A formal procedure was essential. Outside the window, sunlight flickered, the moon moved, shadows danced upon the branches, and a few cat calls elicited barks from the dogs. The swallows flitted about, their wings brushing against the eaves. Strange. Why was there no sound? Tang Chi muttered to herself, and just as she contemplated sending a message to inquire if they were still present, the team channel finally buzzed with activity. Releasing Nan Yechen, she realized that with him absent, there was no need to squander time, and she prepared to depart. Oh no! 2 individuals lay in ambush within the mist. Lu Xuanxiang fixed her gaze on the water mirror, her brow furrowed tightly. Yet this glimmer of hope vanished abruptly with the sudden appearance of Yi Wanxiu behind her, and with Yi Chunfeng's hands locked behind him, immobilized, and Yi Wanxiu's foot pressing against his lower back to prevent any struggle, all chances of escape were extinguished. Sheng Mingzhu wore a grave expression. After reading the note in her hand, she ignited it with the nearby candle flame, watching it turn to ashes. You are merely 16 this year. Xiao Yuan's worries increasingly surfaced, as if he had lost his senses, still harboring hopes that he alone could achieve enlightenment, elevating all around him. In truth, his suspicions were confirmed. The esteemed elder not only refrained from punishing him, but even slightly tempered his oppressive aura, posing an inconsequential inquiry. This time, in order to preserve Sun Lily's morale, Tang Chi resolutely abstained from seizing the gift bag. However, as compensation, she devoted herself more earnestly to safeguarding her teammates. As a side note, when they launched their assault on the lowly, amidst a flash of white light, Mr. Immortal's head and body had once again reunited, resurrected anew. Chapter 53. First Love. Sang Luo paused momentarily as she listened to He Mingchuan's words. She gazed into the mirror at the man before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she inquired with a hint of curiosity, Mr. He, have you developed feelings for me? Individuals of their ilk certainly did not readily express a desire to embark on a romantic relationship, despite their numerous encounters and her frequent stays at his residence. The notion of becoming a couple had never been broached until now. They both understood that the engagement banquet was merely a hasty decision made in the heat of the moment. Upon hearing Sang Luo's remark, He Mingchuan's expression grew more subdued as he replied, just a casual comment. Do not take it to heart. With that, he turned to leave. Realizing her jest may have gone too far, Sang Luo quickly pursued him, positioning herself in front of him and wrapping her arms around his waist. He pushed her away gently, but to no avail. Is that all it takes to make you angry? I was merely teasing. Since you brought it up, how could I possibly refuse? Sang Luo chuckled, then added, however, if we are indeed together, will you still provide me with the money you previously promised? He Mingchuan, amused yet exasperated, responded, are you truly that obsessed with money? Well, I have reason to suspect you might be reluctant to part with that remaining 450,000, which is why you suggested we give it a try. Do you think I would skimp on that? Sang Luo's eyes glimmered as she refrained from providing a direct answer, revealing her concern about his intentions. He Mingchuan scooped her up effortlessly, declaring, I will transfer it to you at the bank tomorrow. Large transactions can indeed be somewhat cumbersome, necessitating a visit to the bank. As Sang Luo clung to his neck, her long legs swinging, she was momentarily unsure whether her joy stemmed from the imminent influx of 450,000 or from the prospect of embarking on a romantic relationship. Shen Chongning could easily observe that Sang Luo had been in excellent spirits lately. This was not to imply that she had previously been in poor shape, but rather that she now radiated an even greater vitality. Her fair complexion, beautiful visage, and eyes sparkling with life reflected a rosy glow that no mere skincare or cosmetics could bestow. After Sang Luo concluded her work report one day, Shen Chongning intentionally retained her presence. After a brief moment of contemplation, she asked, Are you in a relationship? Sang Luo did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation before adding, Rest assured, my romantic life will not interfere with my work, Sister Ning. Indeed, it had not hindered her. In fact, she had become even more efficient than before. Shen Chongning remarked, With He Mingchuan, I presume? Yes, Sang Luo confirmed. Shen Chongning chose not to delve further. After all, it was someone else's relationship, and her excessive involvement might not yield favorable outcomes. Furthermore, the longevity of such bonds was uncertain. He Mingchuan had indeed changed in his treatment of her compared to before. When not preoccupied, he would escort her to and from work, and he would order afternoon tea for her every day, not just for her, but for the entire secretarial office as well. He perfectly embodied the adage that one person's romance can benefit the entire workplace. Negotiating collaborations had become significantly easier, devoid of the need for socializing or toasting. They could finalize agreements right in the conference room. The sole distinction from Sang Luo's previous relationship was that they now shared the intimacy of sleeping together. At times, Sang Luo pondered whether her novelty would wane sooner, or if He Mingchuan would tire of her first. Yilan Shan felt as though her friend was playing with fire upon hearing her words. Darling, I can understand you fooling around with others. But what audacity do you possess to engage with He Mingchuan? Yilan Shan wished to pull Sang Luo back from the precipice, but it was he who suggested the romance. Not I, Sang Luo replied earnestly. I have responded with fervor. If he grows weary, it is not my fault. Yilan Shan placed her hand on her forehead, exclaiming, You profess your love to him daily, and after work, you can hardly wait to return home and cling to him. You are practically forcing him to grow tired of you. Sang Luo looked innocent. Isn't being in a relationship about devotion and ensuring the other person feels my abundant affection? First and foremost, it requires avoiding frivolous pursuits and distractions. Moreover, if one does not cling together during a relationship, should one do so after a breakup? I found myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Yilan Shan felt defeated by Sang Luo's brazen logic. Stirring her coffee absent-mindedly, Sang Luo gazed out the window. A familiar figure passed by, prompting her to drop her spoon and rush outside. Captain Wu. Sang Luo caught up with the slightly plump man nearing 30. It really is you. The man, addressed as Captain Wu, took a moment to recognize her, then exclaimed, You are little Sang, Fu's girlfriend? Sang Luo had once experienced a very serious relationship, but after receiving a breakup message from her boyfriend, he vanished from her life entirely. When Yilan Shan saw Sang Luo return, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. What happened, darling? Yilan Shan inquired. Who is that man? He can't possibly be one of your exes. Can he? Your ex has already gained weight and has children, while you remain stunningly beautiful. What a delightful narrative twist. Sang Luo shook her head and replied. He was a former teammate of Fu Jingxing. Understanding dawned on Yilan Shan. The only person capable of stirring such intense emotions in Sang Luo was Fu Jingxing, a figure living only in her memories. She shook her head and, in a few seconds, conjured a narrative. Years later, you believe you have completely forgotten your first love. Little did you know that just as you were prepared to embark on a serious romance, the mere appearance of a former teammate would unravel all your plans. Old love or new affection? How will you choose? Sang Luo ignored Yi Lanshan's teasing and said, I had always thought he grew tired of me and left in the most irresponsible manner. I only just learned that he was injured during a mission while protecting his team, suffering from 50% burns. That evening, Sang Luo remained distracted. He Mingchuan ended his evening hastily and stepped out to the balcony to smoke. He recalled what Shen Hanjian had said upon learning that he and Sang Luo were genuinely dating. Old He, your lack of experience shows. If you dated a few more, you wouldn't feel this way. A woman like Sang Luo requires flowers, diamonds, gifts, and money. Provide adequately, and she will do whatever you ask. After finishing 2 cigarettes, Sang Luo emerged from the room and embraced him from behind. Darling, it's windy outside. You'll catch a cold. She caressed the muscles of his abdomen. He did not turn around, but leaned against the railing, allowing the evening breeze to envelop him. Sang Luo moved closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. What's wrong? Are you not happy? She admitted to having been somewhat distracted earlier, preoccupied with work concerns. Her attention to detail was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. He responded with a lackluster demeanor. I'm just a bit tired. That's all right. I'll take care of it. He cast his gaze downward, noticing she wore his shirt, the buttons haphazardly fastened. He offered a faint smile. Are you doing this on purpose? Do you not like it? Chapter 54. The past and recent days, Sang Luo has felt an incessant twitching in her eyelids, an unsettling premonition of impending trouble. However, her encounters with He Mingchuan have diminished significantly, as he has been frequenting the He mansion and seldom residing in his apartment. The expanse of his apartment, too vast for a solitary occupant, imbues her with a sense of eeriness, prompting her to return to her own home in his absence. When boredom strikes, she sends messages to He Mingchuan. If he is free, he replies, and if not, he transfers funds for her to indulge in leisure on her own. One evening, after a long day at work, Sang Luo returned home and prepared a bowl of noodles, snapping a photo to share with He Mingchuan. His response was swift. Is the noodles delicious? A seemingly innocuous inquiry, yet somehow, when it emanated from He Mingchuan, it carried a different tone. Sans Luo replié. You would know if you tried some. He responded, I have, it's acceptable. Sang Luo felt her phone grow warm in her grasp, and her breath quickened as memories of earlier moments flooded back. Just as she was about to reply to He Mingchuan, her phone rang, the call interface overshadowing her chat. Without hesitation, she answered the unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Upon connecting, there was a prolonged silence on the other end. Who is it? If you do not speak, I will hang up, she said, her brow furrowed. Has there really been an uptick in prank calls these days? As she lowered the phone from her ear, a low, raspy voice resonated. Xiao Luo. Her hand, holding the chopsticks, trembled, causing them to slip into the bowl, hot broth splattering onto her skin. Former acquaintances used to call her Boss Sang, while professional contacts addressed her as Secretary Sang. Only Fu Jingxing would affectionately refer to her as Xiao Luo. It's me, Xiao Luo. Fu Jingxing's voice pulled her back to reality. Regaining her composure, she replied with an air of indifference, I know. Years later, receiving a call from Fu Jingxing, Sang Luo found herself far more composed than she had anticipated. I received a message from Wu Jun that you encountered each other on the street. Yes. I asked him if he knew where you were, and he informed me. At that moment, Sang Luo felt her appetite vanish. Forgive me, Xiao Luo, at that time. I truly was. It's all right. Sang Luo interrupted his explanation. It's all in the past. Those simple 4 words glossed over the tumultuous 6 months she had endured. Indeed, there was little to articulate. It was merely a week of losing 10 pounds. At her lowest, she barely weighed 80. It was countless sleepless nights where the sounds of passing cars at 3 or 4 in the morning remained vivid. It was crying until her heart ached, pain radiating from her chest to her limbs, weeping until her voice was lost, her eyes swollen. Yet it was nothing. It's all in the past. Now, was she not living well? On the other end, a soft sigh escaped. I have returned to Song City. When you have time, let us meet. Perhaps later, Sang Luo replied, her tone neutral and devoid of emotion. All right. Fu Jingxing acquiesced. I heard you were engaged. Sang Luo watched as the noodles before her gradually grew cold, feeling a twinge of ennui. At 25, she mused. It was about time for her to consider engagement and marriage. Do you have anything else to attend to? I still need to eat. You can have your meal first. We can chat later. All right. With that, Sang Luo ended the call. Once the call was disconnected, she returned to her conversation with He Mingchuan, who mentioned he had yet to eat and wished to come over for noodles. Having just spoken with Fu Jingxing, she had neglected to respond to He Mingchuan, and it was clear that at this moment, she had no intention of replying. Memories of her past with Fu Jingxing surfaced. They had been together during her university years. He was not a student at her school, but rather a firefighter. While she attended classes, he was busy with training or on duty, and they would meet whenever he was free. Due to the nature of his profession and her status as a fresh university student, they kept their relationship private. Consequently, when rumors circulated about her being courted by someone else, there were indeed whispers of having seen Sang Luo leaving the school in a BMW. He had promised to marry her once she graduated, even purchasing a home and showing her the ring. Yet, as fate would have it, he vanished without a trace. Though she believed in the sincerity of his promises at that moment, she understood that emotions could change in an instant. The doorbell chimed, pulling her from her reverie. Rising to answer the door, she found He Mingchuan standing outside. What brings you here? Sang Luo inquired, her earlier experiences rendering her somewhat less than enthusiastic towards him. He sensed her mood and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He glanced at her cartoon-themed pajamas, remarking, "In my home, you wear camisole. When you return to your own, you don t-shirts and long pants. You have a bit of cunning, don't you?" "It was merely a casual choice," Sang Luo replied coolly. He took her by the hand and guided her towards the bathroom, shedding her clothing along the way. "Did you not come to eat noodles?" Sang Luo asked, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Indeed," he replied, placing her on the sink and leaning in. Sang Luo found herself without any means of resistance. That evening, both of them seemed somewhat out of sorts. Afterward, for the first time, He Mingchuan lit a cigarette. In Sang Luo's memory, he rarely smoked, only doing so when particularly stressed or troubled, and today clearly fell into the latter category. Following his lead, she took a puff from his hand, skillfully exhaling smoke rings. He was not surprised by her ability to smoke. He recalled a prior occasion during a lavish party when he had seen her in a black dress, cascading waves of hair and vibrant red lips, quietly smoking in the hallway, beautiful yet melancholic. "Darling, are you unhappy?" Sang Luo inquired as she sat on his lap, feigning deep concern. He extinguished the remaining half of the cigarette and gently patted her lower back, responding, "It's nothing, just some family matters." He rarely shared his troubles with her, so mentioning issues at home was quite a significant revelation. Leaning against his shoulder, Sang Luo reassured him, "Everything will come together in due time. Solutions will present themselves." She did not inquire about the matter at hand, for if he wished to share, he would naturally divulge it to her. His silence indicated a reluctance to speak. In this position, Sang Luo could not discern his expression, leaving her unaware of He Mingchuan's hesitation, ultimately resulting in his silence. After a prolonged pause, He Mingchuan instructed Sang Luo to rise. "Are your legs numb?" Sang Luo stood up. He Mingchuan was dressing, preparing to leave. Had he come here with a specific purpose, only to return after fulfilling it? Certainly, Sang Luo would not insist on his staying. "Take care on your way back, and do send me a message once you arrive home." He Mingchuan did not utter another word, taking the car keys and departing. However, due to He Mingchuan's visit, Sang Luo felt utterly exhausted and, after changing the sheets, collapsed in a bed. Chapter 55. Anger. The following day, Sang Luo stumbled upon trending news featuring He Mingchuan, who was seen dancing at a bar with friends late at night, and later departing with a beautiful woman. Naturally, Shen Chongning was also aware of the situation and called out to Sang Luo as she entered to deliver coffee. "Do you need a day off?" she inquired. "I'm fine," Sang Luo replied, though she admitted to feeling somewhat unwell. After all, He Mingchuan had told her he was going home, only to be exposed for heading to a bar instead. It would have been more straightforward if he had simply informed her of his intentions to visit the bar. She would not have objected, as it was ultimately his decision. Shen Chongning nodded. "If you truly intend to be with him, such occurrences will not be infrequent." "Thank you for your concern, Ning Jie," Sang Luo said. Upon exiting Shen Chongning's office, Sang Luo felt a wave of fatigue wash over her as she settled at her desk. The secretary's area was situated within a large office, and her colleagues observed her state with keen interest. After contemplating her emotions, she decided to send the video to He Mingchuan, reasoning that as his girlfriend, requesting an explanation was not unreasonable. However, He Mingchuan responded by transferring her 10,000 yuan. Sang Luo was incredulous. Can money truly resolve this matter? He then sent over 20,000 yuan. In exasperation, she chose not to respond and declined to accept the money. Accepting it would imply to He Mingchuan that he could always buy his way out of similar situations. While she indeed had a fondness for money, she could not compromise on this issue. Initially, she was not angry, but He Mingchuan's monetary gesture infuriated her to no end. And even a refreshing iced Americano could not alleviate her frustration. In that moment, she questioned why she had agreed to be with He Mingchuan in the first place. When their relationship was devoid of deep feelings, she could easily discuss how attractive the women he brought home were after his nights out. Now, all that remained was anger. Indeed, a shift in identity breeds a peculiar set of expectations. Sang Luo chose not to check her phone again, nor did she entertain any thoughts related to He Mingchuan. Ironically, despite her silence, he too refrained from reaching out. With more than 3 days without contact, could it be considered that they had effectively broken up? During the weekend, Sang Luo received another call from Fu Jingxing. He had purposefully chosen the weekend to eliminate any excuses for her to refuse a meeting. At a loss for a suitable excuse, she reluctantly agreed to meet. Initially planning to sleep in until noon, she showered, applied light makeup, and donned her usual attire before heading out. Sang Luo was uncertain about the feelings others might have when meeting a first love after many years apart. But at that moment, she felt the chill of Songqing's late March weather. She regretted not wearing a thicker coat. Having skipped lunch, they agreed to meet at a Japanese restaurant. As Fu Jingxing had suggested, she might prefer it over the originally planned Korean eatery. Upon arriving at the Japanese restaurant, Sang Luo informed the waiter of her reservation under Mr. Fu's name, and he guided her inside. While she did not feel particularly anxious or expectant, after all, it was merely a meal, she was nevertheless intrigued by the encounter. However, as she walked within the confines of the Japanese restaurant, Sang Luo was suddenly overcome by an indescribable emotion. She found herself questioning the very significance of this meal. In the past, her former partners, most of whom had transitioned to the role of friends, continued to exist within each other's social circles, yet they had never reached the point of dining alone together. Fu Jingxing. Perhaps he was indeed somewhat different. Chapter 56. The breakup. Sang Luo had been pondering whether her persistent attraction to Fu Jingxing stemmed from an inability to let go of him. Now, as she sat across from him, her heart was surprisingly tranquil. In fact, she mused that He Mingchuan might even possess a touch more charm. With a polite yet distant demeanor, she greeted him. It's been a while. Fu Jingxing's gaze held a flicker of emotion upon seeing her, yet he managed to suppress it, taken aback by her indifference. He poured her some water, and as he reached for the teapot, she noticed the grotesque scar marring the back of his hand. Wu Jun had mentioned that he had suffered over 50% burns and endured severe lung infections, prompting multiple death notices. Noticing Sang Luo's stare, Fu Jingxing quickly withdrew his hand. It was then that she observed how thoroughly he was dressed. Only his hands emerged from beneath his clothing, devoid of any exposed skin. Contemplating, she remarked, "You didn't need to conceal it from me back then." A look of guilt washed over Fu Jingxing as he explained, "In that situation, I was uncertain if I would survive, so I had someone inform you. Subsequently, I underwent several surgeries." Sang Luo leaned back in her chair, listening to his recounting of events. He had considered her at every turn, not wishing to burden her with false hope. Once he finished, she replied softly, "It's all right. It's all in the past." What lay behind them was not just that harrowing period, but also the remnants of their relationship. Her coolness rendered Fu Jingxing momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the arrival of their meal alleviated the awkwardness. "Xiao Luo, can you forgive me?" he implored. As she savored her salmon, she replied, "I hold no resentment towards you, truly. Please, do not feel such immense pressure. Had I been in your position, I might have made the same choice. So, there is no need for apologies. After all, it is behind us. Isn't it? Fu Jingxing paused, then tentatively asked, Xiao Luo, can we start anew? She had not misjudged his intent in seeking her out. He wished to rekindle their romance. Under different circumstances with another ex-boyfriend, Sang Luo might have retorted that one does not replay the same romantic narrative. Yet he was Fu Jingxing. Setting down her chopsticks, she regarded him seriously, noting the lingering charisma in his brow. I am engaged to He Mingchuan, she stated, though they had not communicated for over 3 days, tacitly acknowledging their separation. The 5 million contract still loomed. Fu Jingxing was clearly aware of this, refraining from commenting on He Mingchuan. Instead, he inquired, do you love him? Sang Luo laughed, her beauty captivating, exuding a myriad of charms. Did love truly hold such significance? Her voice was calm as she continued. The reason I accepted your invitation was to bring closure to the events of 5 years ago. Lifting her glass, she clinked it against Fu Jingxing's and then tilted her head back, draining the sake in one swift motion. Her words left Fu Jingxing with nothing further to say. Subsequently, they both lapsed into silence, continuing to eat in quietude. Sang Luo possessed a modest appetite, having felt satiated after consuming merely a few pieces of sashimi. He wished to escort her home, but she insisted it was unnecessary, as it was merely a short walk for her. It was only when Fu Jingxing could no longer discern Sang Luo's silhouette that he entered a sleek black car. Seated in the back was a middle-aged man who, upon observing Fu Jingxing's less-than-pleased expression, surmised his initial assumption was correct. He had long warned that she would not acquiesce to him. Given her engagement, it was evident she would not choose to be with him. Like her family, she wielded considerable influence. Fu Jingxing found the man's disparaging remarks about Sang Luo intolerable. She was not that kind of person. She merely required time to process his return, and once she had accepted it, all would be well. The man scoffed, suggesting that should he assume a different identity, she would undoubtedly find it easier to accept him. This time, Fu Jingxing remained silent. Sang Luo had not confided in Yi Lanshan about Fu Jingxing's return. Even the closest of friends harbor their own secrets. However, Yi Lanshan, having heard the latest gossip from an undisclosed source, eagerly shared the news with her. On the other end of the line, Yi Lanshan was brimming with excitement. I must tell you, He Mingchuan's father has returned. Upon his arrival, he appointed a vice president at He Corporation, redistributing a significant portion of He Mingchuan's authority to this new executive, leaving He Mingchuan quite disheartened. It was no wonder he had not contacted her lately. It appeared to be a matter of work. Do you know what's even more scandalous? What? Sang Luo replied, her enthusiasm waning as her interest in He Mingchuan had diminished. She was rather weary of those who played with her feelings. Yi Lanshan cleared her throat, explaining that the vice president was the son of a friend of He Chengfeng, who had tragically passed away when the boy was young. He Chengfeng had taken it upon himself to care for his late friend as orphan child. Is that so? Indeed, he treated him as if he were his own son. You are quite well informed, Sang Luo remarked, perceiving Yi Lanshan as the epitome of gossip, privy to the affairs of many families. My goodness, are you not concerned that your fiancé's inheritance might be usurped, resulting in a diminished share for you in the future? This comment succeeded in eliciting a laugh from Sang Luo. The premise for my share of the inheritance is that I must marry He Mingchuan. As it stands, we are essentially broken up. How would we even divide anything? While Sang Luo conversed with Yi Lanshan in the tea room, her remark about their breakup was overheard by someone entering to fetch water. You two have broken up? 3 days of absence from work equates to automatic resignation. Does it not? If there has been no contact for over 3 days, is that not tantamount to an automatic breakup? The following day, He Mingchuan learned of his split from Sang Luo, initially intending to inquire how their relationship had ended. It was then he noticed the money in their WeChat conversation, which had been automatically returned. She had refused the 30,000 yuan he had previously transferred to her. A knock on the office door interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to place his phone face down on the desk and allow the visitor to enter. Tang Xian, with an awkward demeanor, ushered someone in, stating, Young master, President Fu mentioned that some of the data regarding the handover was unclear and wishes to consult you personally. He Mingchuan regarded Fu Jingxing, who entered the room, with a detached gaze. He exhibited no discernible emotions as he remarked, "Tang Xian, you may accompany President Fu. Should he have any uncertainties, feel free to enlighten him." The young general manager, he truly displayed remarkable generosity by lending his personal assistant to the newly appointed President Fu. Did this not equate to transferring the connections he meticulously nurtured into the hands of Fu Jingxing? Tang Xian replied, "General Manager He, what President Fu seeks is the documentation pertaining to the collaboration with the Shin Corporation. This partnership, being directly entrusted by Mrs. Zhou and facilitated through Sang Luo, has always been personally overseen by He Mingchuan." He Mingchuan turned to Fu Jingxing, appearing ostensibly apologetic yet devoid of any genuine remorse, stating, "I regret to inform you, but this information cannot be provided." Chapter 57. Explanation. Once Fu Jingxing departed, Tang Xian hesitated for several seconds. Yet, He Mingchuan appeared unaffected, as if the sudden arrival of Fu Jingxing, the newly appointed vice president at He Corporation, had no bearing on his mood. He inquired, "Is there anything else?" "No. There isn't." Tang Xian suddenly realized that he had been overly concerned. The foundation his boss had established at He Corporation over the years could hardly be shaken by the presence of a single vice president. Even the chairman's former confidants now stood firmly by He Mingchuan's side. Clearly, there was nothing to worry about. As for this matter, He Mingchuan had conveniently forgotten to ask Sang Luo whether she and Tang Xian had broken up. When he returned home that evening, he found Sang Luo there. She had discovered her iPad left at He Mingchuan's place, which contained some documents. Had it been something else, she would have ignored it. Upon her arrival, she had even specifically asked the security downstairs if He Mingchuan had returned. As fate would have it, she bumped into him directly. This was precisely why she disliked cohabitation. The complications that arose upon a breakup were numerous. He seemed somewhat fatigued, roughly tugging at his tie and tossing it onto the sofa before sitting down and asking, "Have you just arrived?" I came to retrieve my iPad. As for the other items, you may have the maid dispose of them," Sang Luo replied. "You are quite extravagant," He Mingchuan remarked, rubbing his nose. "Come here, massage my shoulders." Sang Luo, holding the bag, stood there in a state of mild confusion, as he interacted with her as though nothing had transpired between them. It was as if the days of their silence were non-existent. "He Mingchuan, haven't you already broken up with me? Are you here for the iPad, or to see me? You know in your heart. Indeed, you have seen through me at a glance. Very well, I am here to see you. You haven't contacted me for such a long time. Yet you went out dancing with another woman until the early hours of the morning without offering any explanation. I know I can be a bit clingy, but if you're tired of me, you should just say so. You know I cannot tolerate infidelity and betrayal. The grievances and anger that have been bottled up for several days erupted under his indifferent expression. He Mingchuan turned to look at Sang Luo, his gaze inscrutable. His deep-set eyes conveyed a singular message. You are being unreasonable. Yet, he still offered an explanation. I did not cheat. That day, I was on my way home when Shunhan Jing called me. I was feeling quite vexed, so I went along. After leaving the bar, I called a driver to take me home. They only captured half of what happened. The publication was merely for sensationalism. To her surprise, He Mingchuan was actually explaining himself. Sang Luo remained unmoved. He continued, transferring money to you at that moment was simply due to my being busy. I used to be too occupied to chat with you, yet I still transferred money, didn't I? However, transferring money at that juncture was akin to attempting to resolve issues with cash. Though she was indeed angry, Sang Luo recognized that He Mingchuan's willingness to explain was a rare occurrence. Moreover, she had heard from Yilan Shan that he had indeed been troubled lately due to family matters. Sang Luo set down her bag and sat beside He Mingchuan, saying, "So, if I don't come looking for you, you won't come looking for me, will you? Do you not know my home password?" He Mingchuan said, "You could just come over directly." She wanted to say something more, but He Mingchuan continued, Sang Luo, being in a relationship is meant to bring joy. If it doesn't, then what's the point? Are you thinking of breaking up with me? Sang Luo's voice turned noticeably heavier, her expression one of quiet grievance. Were you just waiting for me to say that? Sang Luo averted her gaze from He Mingchuan's eyes, focusing instead on his hand. Suddenly, He Mingchuan chuckled. gently cupping the back of her head to draw her attention to him. You think you could just take the money and run? I shouldn't have transferred it all to you at once last time. Regardless, the money is in my account now, and I have no intention of returning it. Sang Luo felt a slight sense of triumph. Also, since we haven't broken up, you can't go out and flirt with others, putting me in a position of betrayal. You were the one who initiated our relationship. If you continue to be fickle, I will. Sang Luo found herself at a loss on how to deal with He Mingchuan. He Mingchuan let out a light scoff. Wasn't it you who claimed we had broken up? You even said that without marrying me, you wouldn't inherit my family fortune. You seem to have thought this through quite thoroughly. Sang Luo pondered the inheritance remark, recalling that she had mentioned it during a phone call with Yi Lanshan in the break room. Yi Lanshan wouldn't gossip about her affairs, so someone must have overheard her conversation. No wonder, ever since that day, there have been persistent rumors about her and He Mingchuan breaking up. I really miss you, Sang Luo stated candidly. When you were ignoring me, did you ever think of me? He Mingchuan's Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze towards Sang Luo shifted, revealing a different depth of feeling. I can tell, he replied, his voice tinged with huskiness. Having sensed his unspoken intentions, Sang Luo realized he was not inclined to end their relationship just yet, so she relaxed her demeanor. She cradled his face and kissed him. Sang Luo mused that if one day she found herself unable to live without He Mingchuan, it would surely be because of his charm. However, just as this moment began to unfold, it was abruptly interrupted by a phone call from Sang Luo. You take your call, he said, unfazed by the interruption. Sang Luo, concerned that it might be an important matter, ultimately retrieved her phone. She and T saved Fu Jingxing's number under a label, but the sequence was etched in her memory. Why aren't you answering? He Mingchuan rummaged through a drawer for something. She hesitated, silencing her phone, suspecting it was just a telemarketer, as she had been receiving numerous such calls lately. After that call ended, another number rang shortly thereafter, but this time, it was He Mingchuan who paused the conversation. You should answer it. Sang Luo noticed a peculiar look in He Mingchuan's eyes as she glanced at the incoming call, revealing an unfamiliar local number. However, given the circumstances, she decided to rise from the bed and answer the call. Hello, who is this? Sang Luo thought it unlikely that Fu Jingxing would be so bored as to call her from a different number. Is this Sang Luo? I am Fu Jingxing's father. He is currently hospitalized with a high fever. You should come see him. Huh? Sang Luo was taken aback, thinking she had received a scam call. For Fu Jingxing had told her that his father had passed away the year he was born. She rose from the bed, feeling that answering the call in front of He Mingchuan was somewhat inappropriate. Come to Renji Hospital, came the command from the other end before the call was abruptly terminated. Sang Luo wore a perplexed expression. At that moment, He Mingchuan had already donned his trousers and inquired, Do you know my father? What? Sang Luo clearly did not comprehend what He Mingchuan was implying. The man clarified, The number just now belonged to my father. Chapter 58, pleasing at this moment. Sang Luo's mind was occupied with Yi Lanshan's words. You have been seeking partners who resemble your first love. What if one day you encounter a relative of his? Wouldn't that be awkward? At the time, Sang Luo had retorted, He has no siblings. However, she later noticed a resemblance between Fang Xulin and Fu Jingxing, which compelled her to reluctantly accept Fang Xulin's ardent pursuit, despite knowing he was unworthy. When Fang Xulin was unfaithful, Sang Luo could not help but recall how she had been abruptly severed from Fu Jingxing through a mere text message, which led her to act with a bit more severity towards Fang Xulin. Upon observing He Mingchuan, she noted an even closer likeness to Fu Jingxing, particularly in his striking eyes, as if they were sculpted from the same mold. It dawned on her that those who grow up together may indeed begin to resemble one another. Sang Luo met He Mingchuan's gaze, uncertain of how to justify her actions. Yet, considering that he would inevitably discover the truth, she felt no need for concealment. Your father asked me to visit Fu Jingxing at the hospital. He has a fever. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, and He Mingchuan opened his mouth but found no words, his expression growing somber. After a brief pause, Sang Luo added, Fu Jingxing is also my ex-boyfriend. She deliberately omitted the detail of him being her first love, wishing for He Mingchuan to regard Fu Jingxing as merely one among her many past relationships. He Mingchuan appeared to be processing this revelation, and, after a moment, he responded with a single word. Oh. Just like that? Sang Luo found herself perplexed by the implications of He Mingchuan's response. Engaging with her ex-boyfriend, who also happened to be a half-brother of He Mingchuan, seemed absurd, and she felt no one could rival her in this regard. She picked up the clothes from the floor, preparing to put them on. Suddenly, He Mingchuan spoke. What are you doing? Getting dressed? You can't possibly be going to see your ex-boyfriend at this hour. His voice was laced with a chill. Do you think I'm a fool? His demeanor was calm, yet enveloped in an undercurrent of tension, making him appear rather intimidating even without raising his voice. Of course not. Sang Luo quickly discarded her clothes and moved closer to He Mingchuan, wrapping her arms around his waist. I'm hungry. I want something to eat. Am I supposed to go out without getting dressed? She seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. This tactic had proven effective before, regardless of whether He Mingchuan truly appreciated it. However, he was not as easily swayed this time and removed her arms from around his waist. In a cold tone, he said, Sang Luo, I don't care about your past. You're my girlfriend now. If I find out that you're still in contact with your ex-boyfriend, you can imagine the consequences. That night, they clearly did not engage in any intimate activities. Naturally, Sang Luo did not visit Fu Jingxing at the hospital. When she later mentioned this incident to Yi Lanshan, she felt a lingering unease. Yi Lanshan remarked, what did I tell you? If you keep seeking out faces that resemble your first love, trouble is bound to arise. You should quickly decide where you want to bury yourself. Sang Luo felt helpless, yet she insisted, but Fu Jingxing never told me that his biological father is He Chengfeng. Ye Lansan Shuruk. I believe your foremost task at present is to swiftly sever ties with He Mingchuan. The newly appointed vice president of He Corporation is Fu Jingxing, and eventually, they will engage in a fierce struggle over inheritance, which could lead to dire consequences for you. In such a tumultuous relationship, it is inevitable that He Mingchuan may direct his ire towards you. Prioritize your own safety, my dear. Do not speak ill of the situation. At this moment, Sang Luo harbors a certain fear of Yi Lanshan's prophetic words, which seem to carry an unsettling weight. Chapter 59. Suffocation. Sang Luo was not one to entangle herself with her ex-boyfriend, even if that individual happened to be Fu Jingxing. Moreover, aware of the clandestine relationship between Fu Jingxing and He Mingchuan, she was eager to sever all ties with them. She recalled Fu Jingxing's message on WeChat, where he mentioned his deteriorating health, a lingering consequence of the harrowing fire 5 years prior. He had only reached out to her that day in a moment of confusion. Sang Luo advised him to take good care of himself and refrain from further contact. Her work was demanding, and soon she was assigned to a business trip to the capital. The timing of this trip was fortuitous. She hastily gathered her belongings and headed to the airport, only messaging He Mingchuan once she arrived. He called her, inquiring about the sudden trip. With a hint of resignation, she explained, our company is understaffed, and Sister Ning trusts me to handle this. She reassured him, don't worry, I will return soon. Though I am in the capital, my heart remains with you. He Mingchuan scoffed lightly. Unable to see his expression over the phone, Sang Luo continued, during my absence, you must refrain from drinking, clubbing, or flirting with other girls. I will call every night to check in. I have befriended the security guard downstairs. If you bring a girl home, he will inform me. Perhaps you should skip this trip and stay by my side at all times, he retorted. Sang Luo pondered for a moment. That is not a bad suggestion. Are you hiring a secretary? That way, we could be together 24 hours a day. Are you not tired of that? He Mingchuan appeared unenthusiastic about her proposal. Of course not. I wish to be with you every moment because I love you. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't mind if you brought home 24 girls in a day. Little he, I truly love you. I have a meeting, he interjected, consistently evading her declarations of love. Wait, Sang Luo called after him. Remember to keep me updated on your schedule whenever you have the chance. He did not respond, abruptly ending the call. The incessant need to report one's whereabouts felt suffocating, a form of emotional captivity masquerading as love. He Mingchuan, a man unaccustomed to constraints, found this particularly intolerable. As expected, He Mingchuan did not update Sang Luo at all. It was not until she had completed her work, returned to her hotel room, showered, and settled in a bed to review the day's tasks that she realized he had not sent a single message. She called him, but he did not answer her WeChat, nor did he pick up her phone calls. After several attempts, she sent him a message inquiring about his activities and why he hadn't answered, wondering if she had disturbed him. After a long wait, he replied with a terse, busy. Sang Luo urged him not to overwork himself, emphasizing the importance of health. Expressing her concern, he did not respond further. In a bar, He Mingchuan's phone continued to illuminate, while the other single companions received no calls or messages. Shun Hanjing jested, "Old He, it seems you are now under the watchful eye of a wife. You should return home soon to avoid draining your battery." In the corner, Fang Xulin felt utterly uncomfortable and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "It may not necessarily be Sang Luo. She has never cared about what time her partners stay out or whom they associate with. At least I have not experienced such leniency. Sang Luo has never monitored my whereabouts." Shun Hanjian glanced over at He Mingchuan, whose expression was inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Suddenly, the door to the private room was knocked open, and several alluring young women entered, eager to join the revelry. One of them, dressed innocently, approached He Mingchuan and asked, "Brother, may I sit here?" He Mingchuan briefly glanced at her. Long hair, large eyes, clad in a white off-shoulder knit top and a pleated skirt. After posing her question, she settled beside him, inquiring, "Is this your first time here? I don't think I've seen you before." It is oftentimes difficult for men to refuse assertive women, especially when they are as captivating as she. He Mingchuan had previously not declined Sang Luo's advances. Shun Hanjian and the others observed, curious to see if He Mingchuan would indulge in a fleeting moment of indulgence. Considering the implications for a man's pride, He Mingchuan maintained a stoic demeanor, remaining polite until the end, suggesting she seek entertainment elsewhere, his tone notably frigid. The young woman, mistaking his coldness for a playful challenge, smiled and attempted to entwine her arm with his, saying, "I just want to have fun with you, brother. Do I need to be told to leave?" He Mingchuan furrowed his brow and withdrew his arm, having already been more courteous than warranted. The girl hesitated, recognizing the finality of his rejection, and ultimately departed. He Mingchuan, feeling somewhat disillusioned, picked up his phone and left. The others exchanged glances, pondering whether He Mingchuan was genuinely under Sang Luo's control. Shen Hanjin remarked, "Are all women like this? Once in a relationship, do they feel compelled to attach a tracking device to their partners to monitor their every move? How suffocating." Fang Xulin, unwilling to accept the reality, retorted, "Those calls could not have been made by Sang Luo. She would never behave that way. She has never bombarded any of her past partners with incessant calls." A man who had been seated next to He Mingchuan interjected, "I saw it. The contact was saved as Sang. Fang Xulin, incensed by this revelation, rose abruptly and left in silence. Later that night, He Mingchuan abstained from drinking and drove home. Upon arriving at the building, the security guard greeted him, saying, "Mr. He, welcome back." He Mingchuan's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled Sang Luo's earlier claim about having bribed the building security to relay his whereabouts to her. As he entered the elevator, Sang Luo's call came through. He answered, and her voice resonated on the other end. "Darling, have you made it home?" The elevator ascended rapidly, and He Mingchuan's expression darkened with impatience as he replied, "Sang Luo, enough. What's wrong? I just wanted to check if you were home. I can't visit you while I'm on a business trip, so I thought I'd call to talk. You have no idea how much I miss you." "Do you miss me?" Sang Luo spoke fervently into the phone, expressing a deep yearning to see him at all times. "I don't know what's wrong with me. If you don't reply, my mind spirals into chaos. What should I do? It seems I have truly fallen for you." He Mingchuan pressed his lips together as he stepped out of the elevator. "Why are you silent? Are you unwell? If so, let me check for any late flights. I could return to Song City to be with you." The sound of sheets rustling on the other end suggested that she was indeed preparing to pack her bags to come back. He Mingchuan furrowed his brow. "You should focus on your work. How can work be more important than you?" Sang Luo replied. He Mingchuan hesitated before saying, "You make me feel suffocated." "But I love you," she insisted. With that, He Mingchuan ended the call and turned off his phone. Chapter 60. A plea. He Mingchuan had always been fiercely independent, primarily due to his aversion to being controlled. In recent days, Sang Luo's behavior had become overwhelmingly suffocating. While it was understandable to inquire about his activities, The incessant need for updates was utterly absurd. A message left unanswered would promptly be followed by a barrage of phone calls. This incessant communication led He Mingchuan to associate Sang Luo with women who were solely engrossed in matters of the heart. One morning, having just emerged from a shower, he was taken aback to find Sang Luo standing in his living room, clutching a thermal bag filled with breakfast. Upon seeing him, she joyfully rushed to his side, wrapping her arms around his waist and asking, "Aren't you surprised to see me? I took the earliest flight back and brought you breakfast. It's hot, so please eat." He Mingchuan was left speechless, furrowing his brow as he gently pushed her away. Noticing the suitcase she had placed by the entrance, he inquired, "Have you resolved your work issues?" Sang Luo hesitated, avoiding the topic of work. "Just eat first. It will get cold," she urged. His tone turned grave, and it seemed to startle Sang Luo, her smile abruptly fading, replaced by a look of confusion. "Did I interrupt you? I was worried when you didn't," he replied me. "I don't know why I'm acting this way. I've never been like this before." Her head hung low, betraying her lack of confidence. Seeing He Mingchuan remain silent, she anxiously reached for his hand. "Are you angry? I didn't mean to upset you. Please don't be mad. If I did something wrong, I will change. As long as you don't find me suffocating or break up with me, I am willing to change anything for you." Her sincerity was palpable, her eyes brimming with earnestness. In that moment, Sang Luo resembled a desperate woman pleading to salvage a crumbling relationship. Yet, in such circumstances, the more a woman begs, the more hastily a man retreats. He Mingchuan's expression had plunged into despair. He withdrew his hand from her grasp. "Sang Luo, I think you should go home and take some time to calm down." Sang Luo refused to budge. "Are you sending me home or breaking up with me? I don't want to go back. I want to be with you. I can stay silent and just watch you if that's what you want." They found themselves at an impasse, one unwilling to leave, the other reluctant to stay. Ultimately, He Mingchuan, unable to withstand Sang Luo's persistence, recognized the futility of their standoff. "Do you really need me to spell it out?" Sang Luo's eyes filled with tears. "You truly want to break up with me?" As her words hung in the air, tears streamed down her cheeks. She stepped forward and embraced He Mingchuan. "Please, let us not break up. I'm begging you," he raised his hands, seemingly about to push her away. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, yet predominantly marked by helplessness. Perhaps he hadn't anticipated that Sang Luo would exhibit the same tearful desperation as other women, pleading for him not to end their relationship, leaving him at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately pushed Sang Luo away. "Let us break up, Sang Luo. This is no longer meaningful." She had asked repeatedly whether they should part ways, ultimately receiving an affirmative response. Sang Luo struggled to suppress her tears, ultimately placing the blame squarely on He Mingchuan, exclaiming, "You must have wanted to break up all along. If breaking up is what you desire, then so be it. All men are truly despicable." As if stung by some unseen force, she forcefully shoved He Mingchuan and turned to flee. This time, He Mingchuan made no attempt to pursue her. It felt as though the world had fallen into a profound silence at that moment. That very night, Sang Luo sought solace in the company of Yi Lanshan, drowning her sorrows in a haze of alcohol. Presumably due to her dismal mood, she barely had a few drinks before her words became slurred, tears streaming down her face. Resembling the heartbroken women in the bar, all molded from the same despair. Clinging to Yi Lanshan's arm, she cried, "Why? I love him so much. He simply says let us break up without a thought for my feelings. We were so happy together, even engaged to be married. Lanshan, I am so heartbroken." Yi Lanshan, observing Sang Luo's tear-streaked eyes, momentarily couldn't discern whether her sorrow was genuine or feigned. "Shall I go find him? Perhaps he is just angry. Once the anger subsides, we could reconcile, don't you think?" In that moment, Sang Luo was impulsive, springing up from her seat, grabbing her phone, and rushing outside. Concerned for her friend's safety, Yi Lanshan hurried after her. Those still lost in the revelry of the nightclub, servers and patrons alike, witnessed the drama of a former boss being cast aside, and now seeking to rekindle a romance with her ex. Many expressed their astonishment at He Mingchuan's prowess. The clash between the Sea King and the Sea Queen concluded with the latter's complete defeat, while the former remained unscathed. In the game of love, it is invariably the men who manage to extricate themselves unscathed. Once He Mingchuan had driven a considerable distance, she turned to the person in the passenger seat and said, "Stop pretending. There are no more spectators here." The woman, who had been slumped in the passenger seat with her hair disheveled, now swept her hair back and wiped away her tears, her once beautiful eyes devoid of any trace of sorrow. Sang Luo let out a deep sigh, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted." He Mingchuan glanced at her, clucking her tongue. "This wild night has certainly taken a toll on you." Sang Luo dabbed at her tear-streaked face with a tissue, responding with resignation, "I had no other choice. I didn't want to become a casualty in the conflict between He Mingchuan and Fu Jingxing. You've foreseen it. They will inevitably vie for the family fortune. And I will be caught in the middle. How awkward." She feared that one day He Mingchuan might discover the true nature of her past relationship with Fu Jingxing. At that time, he could very well direct his wrath at her, leaving Sang Luo feeling unjustly wronged. Moreover, she understood that her eventual separation from He Mingchuan was inevitable. Thus, it would be wiser to sever ties now rather than risk developing an attachment that might lead her to regret the earlier scene she had played out in He Mingchuan's home. Nevertheless, the events of that morning had indeed wounded Sang Luo's heart. Thus, a woman truly yearns to spend the majority of her time with a man she adores, while the man, in fact, may feel reluctant, even suffocated. Such a self-sacrificing love ultimately only touches the heart of the giver. In that fleeting moment, when she forcefully pushed He Mingchuan away and turned to flee, he did not feel sorrow or sadness, but rather a sense of liberation. Throughout their journey, the two exchanged no further words. When He Mingchuan accompanied Sang Luo to her doorstep, she pondered for a moment and inquired, "Why do I get the impression that your eagerness for He Mingchuan to break up with you is linked to Fu Jingxing's return?" Chapter 61. Seeing through in response to He Mingchuan's inquiry, Sang Luo pondered seriously for a few seconds before replying, "It has nothing to do with Fu Jingxing. I admit that the untimely end of my first love has had a certain impact on me, but does not affect every relationship that followed. Breaking up with He Mingchuan was hardly unexpected. Was it? That's good. Once you turn the page on this, I'll introduce you to my brother," He Mingchuan said, her brow relaxing. As a good friend, she was undoubtedly concerned that Sang Luo might fall for Fu Jingxing once again. "Everything is fine," Sang Luo smiled. "I won't be dating anyone in the near future. I'm focused on my career." After bidding farewell to He Mingchuan, Sang Luo exited the vehicle. Indeed, she had returned to Song City on a whim this morning. She needed to head to the 49 city, where Jiang Bingzhu was keeping an eye on things. Immersing herself in work after a heartbreak, using it as a distraction, seemed to be a common behavior among those who have experienced love lost. Just as she was about to walk inside, a car approached her with its high beams blaring. Instinctively, Sang Luo shielded her eyes, bewildered by the lack of decorum from the driver. Peering through her fingers, she caught sight of He Mingchuan's matte black sports car, sending a jolt of surprise through her heart. In the next moment, she stumbled, as if intoxicated and unrecognizing of He Mingchuan's vehicle, making her way toward the entrance. Unbeknownst to her, He Mingchuan had come looking for her. Logically, he should be reveling in the freedom of having shed a woman ensnared by thoughts of love, feeling fortunate to reclaim his independence. Earlier, she had contemplated whether to pursue He Mingchuan further until he grew thoroughly weary of her. Before she could reach the entrance, He Mingchuan approached, blocking her path. You're in my way. Could you step aside?" Sang Luo said, her words laced with drunkenness. He Mingchuan seized her wrist, asking, "Are you trying to drown your sorrows?" Sang Luo, unable to meet He Mingchuan's gaze, feigned ignorance. "What do you mean by drowning sorrows? Who are you, handsome? Are you interested in an older sister? Stop pretending. I know your drinking capacity," He Mingchuan replied, his tone calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of pressure. It was unclear just how much he truly knew. Her tolerance for alcohol was indeed commendable. But how could she admit to that in this moment? "Handsome, you really do fancy me?" Sang Luo teased, draping her arms around He Mingchuan's neck. "What a coincidence. I've just been through a breakup too." He Mingchuan seemed to lack patience, stating, "Then return the money you owe me." The mention of money snapped Sang Luo back to clarity. She retorted with clarity. What do you mean by wanting the money back now that our collaboration has ended? He Mingchuan scoffed. So you were merely pretending to be drunk. With her facade now exposed, Sang Luo found it impossible to maintain her act. She released her hold on He Mingchuan, awkwardly inquiring, weren't you the one who wanted to break up with me? What brings you back? Are you here to reconcile? He Mingchuan regarded her with an expressionless gaze, silent. His demeanor was somewhat intimidating, leaving Sang Luo feeling uncertain. Do you remember I once told you that your acting skills are quite poor? He Mingchuan cast a cold gaze upon Sang Luo, remarking that since the moment she began bombarding him with her messages, she had orchestrated everything meticulously. Even during their time together at his home, she had repeatedly hinted at a breakup. When he finally uttered the words, she feigned a victimized demeanor as she pushed him away. Listening to He Mingchuan's words, Sang Luo's heart raced uncontrollably. This was bad. It seemed he was aware of everything. He Mingchuan smiled, yet there was not a trace of mirth in his eyes. Sang Luo felt as though she might meet her demise at his hands. Reconciliation? He Mingchuan regarded Sang Luo with derision, stating that he would not indulge in a second round with the same woman. Chapter 62. The Stranger When He Mingchuan Saw Through Her. Sang Luo felt an unsettling uncertainty within her heart. She was acutely aware of his profound intellect and ruthless demeanor, realizing that should he pursue the matter, it could cost her dearly. In comparison, Fang Xulin seemed merely a child's play. After a brief pause, Sang Luo spoke. He Mingchuan, it is true that my intentions in approaching you are not entirely pure, yet among all my suitors, you are the only one with whom I share a tangible connection. I understand that with our personalities, it is challenging to maintain a lasting relationship. To be frank, I fear falling in love with you, for the thought of becoming unable to let you go terrifies me. He Mingchuan regarded her with a hint of impatience, retorting, save such words for deceiving others. You never truly contemplated a lifetime with me, did you? Sang Luo questioned. You once said that if we are happy, we should be together, and if we are not, we should part ways. I too experience insecurity and wonder what would happen if one day you grew weary of me. I'm a girl easily swayed by emotions. Indeed, those were words He Mingchuan had previously uttered. Their brief, yet passionate affair was more exhilarating and exhausting than many relationships lasting a decade or more. Disinterested, He Mingchuan said nothing further and turned to leave. As his car vanished into the night, Sang Luo watched its retreating silhouette, her expression somber. The words she had just spoken were a blend of 7 parts sincerity and 3 parts pretense. She understood that confronting He Mingchuan directly would lead to no favorable outcome, and admitting fault might render him unable to act against her. However, her fear of falling for He Mingchuan was genuine. In truth, He Mingchuan epitomized the ideal man for many women. Handsome, well-built, wealthy, and generous towards his girlfriend, never neglecting her needs for his own pleasure. Had Sang Luo not been accustomed to the myriad of men in a world filled with opulence, she might have easily succumbed to the allure of He Mingchuan's tailored suit. She was lucidly aware that should she fall for him, she would merely be a fleeting presence in his life. The notion of marrying into a wealthy family and living as a pampered wife was far from her aspirations. Even if He Mingchuan claimed she was his only choice, she could never surpass the threshold of the He family. His father's former wife stood as a living testament to this reality. Nonetheless, Sang Luo believed that He Mingchuan's visit that night to confront her was already a significant limit for him. Based on her understanding of him, he would never hold a woman in his heart, nor would he seek reconciliation. Moreover, with the rumors circulating that He Mingchuan had discarded her, he was even less likely to engage with her on such matters. In the following days, Sang Luo experienced an unexpected calm. She returned to the capital that evening to manage the operations of the branch office. She noticed Su Yi seeking out Jiang Bingzhu, though she was unaware if they were still entangled in their affairs. She received a call from Fang Xulin using a new number, inquiring if they could rekindle their relationship, expressing that he did not mind her being cast aside by He Mingchuan. Sang Luo replied, I am not interested in dating at present. It wasn't that she did not wish to date, but rather, she did not want to date him. Upon being rejected, Fang Xulin, in a fit of anger, proclaimed that she had already been abandoned by He Mingchuan, questioning which man in Song City would want her thereafter. Behold, love not only stirs feelings of gain and loss, but can also lead one to irrationality. Sang Luo ceased to engage with Fong Shulin. Upon returning to Song City, she resumed her normal life, and few spoke of her and He Mingchuan. Such is life. Everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs. Who has the time to monitor the two of them? Only in the initial days following the rumors did curiosity abound, akin to following a drama. But once something novel emerged, attention naturally shifted away from them. One day, as Sang Luo was about to head to the parking lot after work, a black sedan halted before her vehicle. It was a Bentley, and naturally, she did not anticipate that a Bentley would seek to collide with her Mini. As she approached, the driver exited the car and politely addressed her, "Miss Sang, Mr. He has sent me to escort you." He Mingchuan? A shiver ran down Sang Luo's spine. What could He Mingchuan want with her? Perhaps he had come to realize, after some time, that their previous collaboration had been to his disadvantage. She had indeed considered repaying him a portion of the money. The driver smiled and said, "It is Mr. He Changfeng. He wishes to speak with you and has asked me to bring you to him. You will understand upon arrival. But I have no relation with him." The driver paid no heed to her words, opening the rear door and waiting for her to enter. After a moment's hesitation, Sang Luo climbed into the vehicle. There was no escaping this. She was uncertain whether He Changfeng sought her out regarding matters of He Mingchuan or Fu Jingxing. Yet, with each passing moment, the direction the driver took deepened her unease. They were heading towards the He Mansion. Sang Luo inquired the driver, "Are we going to the He Mansion?" He offered no response. After a little over 10 minutes, the Bentley smoothly rolled into the He Mansion, and the driver stepped out to open the door for her. "Miss Sang, we have arrived." Sang Luo remained seated in the car, contemplating whether to disembark. Surely, discussions could not necessitate a visit to the He Mansion. What struck her as even more absurd was that shortly after the Bentley halted, He Mingchuan's sports car arrived, parking beside it. Dressed in a suit, He Mingchuan emerged from his vehicle and caught sight of Sang Luo, who was caught in indecision. She opened her mouth to ask him what was happening, but He Mingchuan turned away as if he did not recognize her, leaving her with a brisk and indifferent silhouette. "Miss Sang, we have arrived," the driver mechanically reiterated. With no other option, Sang Luo replied and exited the vehicle. The specifics of the matter could be addressed once she met with He Changfeng. He Mingchuan entered the living room with a solemn demeanor. The scene in the parking lot had left him perplexed. Upon entering, he noticed not only his grandparents and his mother, Mrs. Zhou, but also his father, He Changfeng, and Fu Jingxing. He greeted his grandparents and Mrs. Zhou, but omitted any acknowledgement of He Changfeng. Mrs. Zhou cast a glance at He Mingchuan, who remained resolute in his decision not to address He Changfeng, compelling her to relent. She inquired, "Why have you returned alone? Where is Sang Luo?" Previously, she had asked about their relationship and suspected they might be having a minor quarrel, urging him to reconcile with Sang Luo. He Mingchuan glanced at Fu Jingxing and remarked, "They will arrive shortly. Why do you rush off so hastily? Can you not wait for her? It is not her first visit. She knows the way." As soon as He Mingchuan finished speaking, Sang Luo stepped inside. To her surprise, all the members of the He family were present, both those who ought to be there and those who should not. At that moment, she wished nothing more than to dig a hole and disappear into it. Once everyone had gathered, Mrs. Zhou said, "Let us commence with the meal. It has been a long time since the family dined together." Sang Luo felt an urge to protest, wondering why she was summoned to their family dinner. Was it merely to take a family photograph? Chapter 63. Pitiful Sang Luo pondered the significance of her presence here. Could it be that Yi Lanshan's words had become a prophecy, and she was destined to be the pawn in the struggle between He Mingchuan and Fu Jingxing for the family fortune? Fu Jingxing lingered at the end, approaching Sang Luo. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Why did your father summon me here?" Fu Jingxing reassured her, "It's nothing serious. We're merely having a meal together. As for my family's matters, I will explain everything later." In truth, Fu Jingxing need not elaborate too much. Yi Lanshan had already enlightened her about how he became part of the He family and shared many secrets of their affluent lifestyle. Even if Yi Lanshan had not informed her, she had no desire to delve into the past of his predecessor. Before she could voice her thoughts, He Mingchuan's voice interjected, "Fu, What do you intend to explain to my fiancé? Sang Luo gazed at He Mingchuan in astonishment. He did not meet her eyes, but rather regarded Fu Jingxing with amusement. His expression unmistakably conveyed that he had caught a rogue harboring inappropriate intentions towards his fiancée. Fu Jingxing's demeanor soured as he questioned, "Haven't you two already broken up?" He Mingchuan chuckled dismissively. "Are you not aware that arguments and breakups are quite normal among couples? Or perhaps, during your romance with your ex, you never indulged in such dynamics?" Sang Luo felt her embarrassment swell to an unbearable degree. Fu Jingxing met He Mingchuan's gaze and retorted, "Not everyone treats relationships as casually as you do, declaring together when it suits and apart when it is convenient, showing no respect for one's partner." He Mingchuan countered, "If Fu is not my partner, how can he presume to judge my respect for her? Perhaps you should inquire of her, for the involved party knows best." Sang Luo realized that the ensuing conflict would inevitably draw her into its flames. She turned to He Mingchuan, hoping to quell the situation. He merely regarded her coolly, awaiting her response. In this male rivalry, if neither party emerged victorious, the conflict would persist until a resolution was reached. Sang Luo could only turn to Fu Jingxing and declare, "Fu Jingxing, I have already made my position clear. The past is behind us. If there was any misunderstanding, I apologize. Currently, I am indeed experiencing some conflict with He Mingchuan, but that is our own affair." With that, Sang Luo pivoted and walked toward He Mingchuan, not affording Fu Jingxing another glance. Upon reaching his side, she tugged at his sleeve, infusing her tone with a hint of supplication as she softly suggested, "Can we talk?" Sang Luo did not believe this gesture would yield any substantial impact, yet at least it might fulfill a certain confidence within He Mingchuan. Alternatively, it could provide her an advantage over Fu Jingxing, thereby granting him some satisfaction. She led He Mingchuan into a nearby study on the first floor. However, Sang Luo was indifferent to the surroundings. With a slight tremor in her voice, she implored, "He Mingchuan, I truly wish to remain uninvolved in your family's affairs. Please do not involve me. Prior to the day your father called me, I was unaware of your connection with Fu Jingxing." Sang Luo understood that He Mingchuan was utterly oblivious to the embarrassment and anxiety she felt upon entering the living room moments ago. He likely did not care either. Noticing He Mingchuan's silence, she trembled as she proposed, "I will return the money to you. I do not wish to keep even a penny. I had intended to repay you all along, for possessing such a substantial sum leaves me feeling uneasy. What do you think?" Sang Luo had witnessed He Mingchuan's formidable nature. His silence and lack of expression could unsettle anyone lacking composure, leading them to a state of utter despair. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. He Mingchuan recalled the night he had made her cry, involuntarily swallowing hard. He replied coolly, "It wasn't I who summoned you here." He distanced himself from the matter entirely. After a moment contemplation, He Mingchuan added, "It seems that Fu Jingxing is fundamentally different from your many former suitors. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have seen fit to invite you." He Mingchuan truly possessed an uncanny ability to discern the essence behind appearances. Ultimately, nothing could remain concealed from him. As if struck by a revelation, he inquired, "You aren't the woman who was once engaged to Fu Jingxing, are you?" He had heard from Mrs. Zhou that Fu Jingxing once had a girlfriend, but her family had deemed him too impoverished to be worthy of their daughter, especially since Fu Jingxing had adamantly refused to return to the He family at that time. In a side room, Fu Jingxing summoned He Chengfeng to question him about Sang Luo's presence. He Chengfeng's expression was somber as he remarked, "I wanted you to see what kind of person Sang Luo is. She could abandon you for money and just as easily be with Mingchuan for the same reason. Deep down, you know this to be true. Otherwise, you wouldn't have concealed your predicament from her 5 years ago, for you inherently distrust her vanity and self-interest." Fu Jingxing recalled the moment he had shown Sang Luo's father the property deed to the modest 2-bedroom apartment he had painstakingly acquired over the years, intending to prove he could provide a home for Sang Luo. His father had disdainfully pointed to their grand villa and asked, "Do you know how many of your little rundown apartments could be bought with this villa? You claim you can offer Sang Luo a good life. What can you provide? A monthly salary of 5,000 and 1,000 in allowances?" After investing so much in her upbringing, do you think a mere apartment can win her over? Love, when confronted with reality, proved fragile. He had questioned Sang Luo's father. Is it true that possessing a villa and savings guarantees Sang Luo's hand in marriage? To which her father had replied, just you? That had been the first moment he felt an overwhelming urge to seek out He Mingchuan again. Yet, before he could act on it, he had received an urgent fire alarm call upon returning to the team. It was during that incident that he sustained injuries. He Mingchuan counseled Fu Jingxing. Jingxing, there are plenty of good girls in this world. Your father will introduce you to one in due time. Moreover, she is currently engaged to Mingchuan, which casts a negative light on you. Then, he added, Sang Luo cannot enter the He family's door. Sang Luo realized there was no way to conceal the truth from He Mingchuan any longer. All she needed to do was to connect the dots of the past. Reluctantly, she confessed, he is my first love, but that was many years ago. Why can't everyone just look forward? Observing her evident distress, He Mingchuan furrowed his brows and inquired calmly, First love? Chapter 64. Unworthy Sang Luo was oblivious to He Mingchuan's thoughts. All she desired was to extricate herself from this turbulent situation. She inquired, may I leave? He Mingchuan, snapping back to reality, replied with a stoic expression. It was not I who summoned you. Indeed, it was He Mingchuan who had invited her. Sang Luo pressed on. Could you kindly inform your father that I am departing? Before she could finish her sentence, a knock resonated at the study door. Young master, Miss Sang, dinner is ready, called the servant from outside. He Mingchuan shrugged slightly, conveying that he was not the one to make decisions regarding this matter. Subsequently, he opened the door and stepped out. The dining table of the He family was indeed lavish, adorned with delicacies such as abalone, sea cucumbers, and a variety of dishes representing the 8 major cuisines. However, confronted with such an opulent spread, Sang Luo found herself devoid of appetite. This was the most intense and uncomfortable gathering she had ever attended. Before she could even lift her chopsticks, He Mingchuan spoke up. Mingchuan, I was preoccupied during your engagement, which is why I could not return. Therefore, I have invited Xiao Sang to join us for dinner today. He Mingchuan responded with an indifferent demeanor. It is of no consequence. Your absence is not a novel occurrence. Mingchuan, how can you speak to your father like that? Admonished Mrs. Zhou softly. He Mingchuan appeared unfazed by her reprimand, using the serving chopsticks to place sweet and sour ribs onto Sang Luo's plate. Eat more, he urged. Sang Luo looked at He Mingchuan in bewilderment. Was he not going to inform them of their breakup? At that moment, He Mingchuan continued, Xiao Sang, since you and Mingchuan are already engaged, perhaps you should ask your parents when they're available for a dinner together. It seems rather odd that the families have yet to meet despite the engagement. Naturally, we family must not neglect the customary etiquette owed to you. Sang Luo sat upright, her mind racing as she contemplated how to respond to He Mingchuan. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked, what do your parents do? Xiao Sang. I often travel abroad and am not well acquainted with the domestic market. I can't seem to recall the Sang family. What might they be? How could a modest family-run factory like the Sang possibly catch the attention of the chairman of the He Corporation? Sang Luo hesitated before responding. My mother has passed away, and I am not particularly close to my father. He Mingchuan appeared to learn of this for the first time, saying, I apologize. Mingchuan has never mentioned it. However, it is still imperative that you meet your father. Matters of marriage cannot be taken lightly. Family matters had always been a sensitive topic for Sang Luo. At that moment, she could distinctly sense that He Mingchuan was deliberately probing into her familial circumstances, likely to remind her of the stark disparity between her and He Mingchuan's statuses. She understood. She was acutely aware. Thus, the purpose of her invitation today was to underscore her unworthiness to marry He Mingchuan. Yet, to have her vulnerabilities so overtly exposed was disconcerting and uncomfortable. She had witnessed families amicably gathering to discuss the union of their children, filled with harmony and joy, all for the sake of their offspring's future. The woman enjoys the support of her family and the affection of her future in-laws. These are scenarios that Sang Luo has witnessed. Yet she is acutely aware that such circumstances will never be her own. Restless and uneasy, she swallowed hard and began to speak. Mr. He, actually I. However, He Mingchuan casually interrupted her, dismissing the conversation as inconsequential. Chapter 65. Fear. Sang Luo had never anticipated that He Mingchuan would stand by her side at such a moment, especially given their prior unpleasantness. However, his comment, devoid of any warmth, only intensified the already awkward atmosphere for her. Without the support of her family, it seemed her fiancé had no intention of defending her either, as if anyone could take liberties with her. Ultimately, Sang Luo was but a girl, and to claim she was unaffected would be disingenuous. Even Mrs. Zhou felt that He Mingchuan's words were rather harsh. Yet, it was Fu Jingxing who first spoke up. He Mingchuan, do you think marriage is a trivial matter? Your lack of respect for Sang Luo and her family strips you of any right to propose to her. He Mingchuan lazily lifted his gaze towards Fu Jingxing and replied coolly, Who are you? He Mingchuan, how can you speak to Jingxing that way? He Chengfeng interjected, eager to defend Fu Jingxing. I shall speak to him as he speaks to me, He Mingchuan retorted, casting his chopsticks aside, his appetite waning. At that moment, Mrs. Zhou glanced at He Chengfeng and said in a calm tone, Chengfeng, if you have something to say, address Mingchuan respectfully. There's no need to shout. Afterward, she turned to He Mingchuan with a soothing demeanor. Mingchuan, Jingxing is older than you. Temper your disposition. It was evident that Mrs. Zhou was the one orchestrating the situation, diffusing the tension between father and son while simultaneously calming He Mingchuan. Then, she directed her attention to Fu Jingxing, her tone more courteous than before. I apologize, Jingxing. Mingchuan has been somewhat spoiled by me since childhood and can be a bit temperamental. I hope you can be understanding. Though she was ostensibly apologizing to Fu Jingxing, her words inherently defended her own son. After all, she was acutely aware of who was flesh and blood and who was not. Finally, Mrs. Zhou gently placed her hand on Sang Luo's shoulder and spoke softly. Little Sang, Mingchuan's father merely wishes the best for both of you, which is why he arranged for the families to meet. I have spoken with Mingchuan, and he has shared the circumstances of your family with me. So the decision to meet lies entirely with you. If you marry into our family, Annie will not let your family situation cause you any distress. Sang Luo had been striving to hold back her tears, yet the strength of her resolve was easily shattered by such kindness. A mere blink caused her tears to spill forth. She quickly bowed her head, wiping them away. She recalled that day at He Mingchuan's home when her father had called. Indeed, it was Sang Luo who had told her father that, even if they were willing to accommodate the He family as scheduled, they would not arrange a meeting. I understand. Thank you, Mrs. He, Sang Luo said, drying her tears and forcing a smile as if nothing were amiss. He Mingchuan disliked seeing others cry, deeming it overly sentimental. Sang Luo had previously wept before him, and he knew it was feigned. But this time it was genuine. He Mingchuan, with a solemn expression, extended a tissue towards her. Sang Luo turned to glance at He Mingchuan. His eyes held no discernible emotion, leaving her uncertain. She accepted the tissue and softly murmured her gratitude. Uncertain whether the recent incident had dampened their appetite, Mystery set down his chopsticks and gravely addressed He Chengfeng. Chengfeng, come with me to the study. I have something to discuss. Mrs. He yawned and remarked, I'm full. Shuyi, please escort me back to my room. He Chengfeng and Zhou Shuyi rose in succession, leaving behind a lavish banquet untouched. Once they departed, Sang Luo exhaled in relief. She had never experienced such a suffocating meal in her life and felt utterly drained, with no desire to maintain any pretense. Turning to He Mingchuan, she expressed, I wish to go home. Very well, He Mingchuan replied succinctly. Fu Jingxing promptly stood up, stating, Xiao Luo, I will take you back. Sang Luo looked at Fu Jingxing with a sense of resignation, acutely aware of his intentions to rekindle their relationship. However, she longed for him to let her be. He Mingchuan chuckled softly, observing Fu Jingxing. Can you not discern her earnest efforts to distance herself from you? Your father raised those matters about her family because of me, or perhaps because of you. You know in your heart the truth. He Mingchuan, unwilling to engage in further argument with Fu Jingxing, took Sang Luo's wrist and guided her out of the dining room. At that moment, all Sang Luo desired was to escape the He household. She never wished to endure such a battlefield again. Even seated in He Mingchuan's car, which was pleasantly warm, she found it hard to regain her composure. It was not until they had exited the He Manor that she felt a sense of relief. After a lengthy pause, she inquired of He Mingchuan, "Why did you say in the He residence that your father treated me that way for Fu Jingxing's sake?" "I merely spoke offhandedly. Do you truly believe that?" He Mingchuan replied, his gaze fixed ahead. "You come at the beck and call of anyone? I see you being sold out, while still counting the coins for them. I thought you informed them of our breakup. I accepted your money, after all, and I still have obligations to you. Who knew it would turn out like this? This money is hard-earned." Sang Luo's voice softened. The sense of grievance was palpable. Being targeted and isolated in such a manner was truly distressing. "You seemed quite pleased when Fu Jingxing was helping you," He Mingchuan remarked, casting a glance at her. The mention of Fu Jingxing stirred her emotions anew, and she felt dread creeping back in. With a quivering voice, she implored He Mingchuan, "Mr. He, please let me go. Do not involve me in your family matters. Your father is truly terrifying. I, a mere pawn, will inevitably be discarded." He Mingchuan frowned, saying, "Speak properly." "I'm speaking properly. I am genuinely afraid." Sang Luo stifled a sob. "You cannot comprehend the worries of ordinary folk like us. Merely existing is a struggle. If an unforeseen incident occurs, it could render years of effort meaningless. I am but a pitiful soul, with no mother and an uncaring father. I fear for my safety." Regardless of her pleas, He Mingchuan remained silent, driving her home and leaving her to ponder his intentions, whether he meant to release her or ensnare her further. Or perhaps he had other plans altogether. "Then, I shall take my leave," Sang Luo tentatively asked. He Mingchuan chuckled. "What? Do you still wish to invite me up for a drink?" The relationship between the two had reached a point where further entanglement was truly unfeasible. "Little He, it was you who ended things with me, and it was you who declared that one does not indulge in the same woman twice." Sang Luo's face bore an expression of great grievance, perfectly embodying the sorrow of being jilted. In the end, she added, "I absolutely will not reconcile with Fu Jingxing." He Mingchuan had no intention of going up to begin with, and her words only solidified his resolve to remain where he was. Seizing the moment before his expression fully darkened, Sang Luo swiftly opened the car door and fled the scene. She was utterly exhausted today, both mentally and physically. Thus, when Fu Jingxing called, she chose not to answer. Chapter 66. Letting go within the confines of the He Mansion. He Chengfeng and Zhou Shuyi emerged from their respective chambers and encountered one another in a side hall on the ground floor. Zhou Shuyi approached He Chengfeng, her expression neutral, her demeanor markedly distant. "Chengfeng, I am aware of your desire to make amends with Fu Jingxing. I have never interfered. Your decision to welcome him into the He family and to elevate him within the He enterprise has not met with my disapproval, for he is." Zhou Shuyi began, but then added, "However, Mingchuan is my son. I shall not allow him to be wronged." He Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, clearly reluctant to delve into this topic. "I understand. Moreover, you yourself have never favored the notion of matching social standings. Why impose it upon Mingchuan?" Zhou Shuyi could no longer contain her thoughts. "Have you ultimately transformed into the very type of person you detest?" "I know what is best for Mingchuan," He Chengfeng replied. Zhou Shuyi paused, realizing the implication of his words. "So, I am merely your choice after weighing the pros and cons." He Chengfeng was even less inclined to discuss their issues. When faced with matters one wishes to avoid, people often prefer evasion. Naturally, Zhou Shuyi did not press further. They had maintained a courteous distance for many years. The answers had long been settled in their hearts, rendering any further justification unnecessary. Before departing, Zhou Shuyi remarked, "Mingchuan's marriage is his own decision. You need not concern yourself." After she left the estate, Sang Luo sought to minimize social interactions, especially avoiding the circle associated with the He family. This way, the conflict between He Mingchuan and Fu Jingxing would not encroach upon her life. Yet, she was still somewhat curious about why He Mingchuan's father harbored such animosity towards her. He Mingchuan had mentioned that his father's disdain stemmed from Fu Jingxing, but the reasoning eluded her. This matter remained unclear to Sang Luo until Fu Jingxing personally came to clarify it. It was uncertain whether everyone was aware of her whereabouts, but he easily located her residence. Upon parking her car, she found Fu Jingxing awaiting her at the foot of her building, seemingly having been there for quite some time. As it was now 10 o'clock and she had been working late, he was clad in a dark trench coat, holding a bag in his hand, pacing back and forth. Perhaps due to the chill in the air, Sang Luo recalled her university days, when on wintry nights, Fu Jingxing would wait for her outside her evening classes, carrying warm chestnuts for her. After presenting her with the chestnuts, he would hastily return to his team. Shaking off her nostalgia with a soft sigh, she approached him. "How do you know I lived here?" she inquired. "I made it clear before. It's all in the past," he replied, somewhat taken aback by her aloof demeanor. Sang Luo remembered that Fu Jingxing had once been a rather oblivious young man regarding emotions, the kind often described as earnest and straightforward, devoid of pretense. "Well then, did you come to see me for a particular reason?" she asked. "May we find a place to sit?" Fu Jingxing inquired. "I brought you your favorite tiramisu." In truth, she had refrained from indulging in sweets for quite some time to maintain her figure. "Thank you." As Sang Luo accepted the invitation, she noted the lateness of the hour. The CAFS outside had already shuttered their doors. "Come to my home," she suggested, aware that the lingering chill of an unseasonable spring cold could lead to illness if they remained outdoors. Once inside, Sang Luo poured a cup of warm water for Fu Jingxing and inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Fu Jingxing surveyed Sang Luo's modest abode, noting the absence of any masculine possessions. Settling onto the sofa, he began, "I must apologize for He Jia's behavior during your last visit. You see, 5 years ago, I visited your family and broached the subject of marriage with your father, but..." Sang Luo listened intently, unaware of Fu Jingxing's previous courtship of her family. "Your father did not approve, believing my salary at the time insufficient to provide you with a comfortable life." Fu Jingxing's tone bore a hint of resignation. "After that encounter, I reached out to my father, contemplating whether, once I achieved financial stability, I could approach your father again with confidence." It dawned on her why He Changfeng had deliberately struck at her vulnerabilities that day. It was all to vindicate Fu Jingxing's honor. Sang Luo chuckled softly. "I see. Xiao Luo, I am sorry. I had told my father that you are not a woman who covets material wealth." Sang Luo shook her head. "It's not important, really." "Xiao Luo." Fu Jingxing attempted to continue, but Sang Luo interrupted. "Both my father and yours have valid points. Social standing is indeed significant. I could never aspire to the likes of the He family, nor have I ever dreamed of marrying into it. Therefore, it matters little." Though she longed to distance herself from their entanglements, they persistently drew her into their turmoil. It struck her as somewhat amusing. She remarked, "I was willing to be with you when you had nothing, and I would not reconcile with you now simply because you possess wealth. If you truly wish for my happiness, do not seek me out again." Upon her conclusion, Fu Jingxing fell silent. He had an abundance of thoughts he wished to share with Sang Luo, yet felt a growing sense of futility in articulating them. No one would wait indefinitely for another. She remained uncertain whether the outcome would be a joyful resolution or merely a fleeting hope. To wager time in such a manner was indeed fraught with peril. With Fu Jingxing silent, Sang Luo sat quietly, awaiting his contemplation. Only when one has come to terms with their feelings can they truly let go. After what felt like several minutes, though she could not ascertain the exact passage of time, she heard Fu Jingxing say, "Xiao Luo, even if you choose not to be with me, please do not pursue He Mingchuan. He is not a good man and may not bring you happiness." "Very well," Sang Luo replied. In moments of desperation to extricate oneself from a situation, individuals often unconsciously acquiesce to any conditions proposed. However, this particular circumstance would not come to pass. Even if Fu Jingxing remained silent on the matter, she and He Mingchuan were destined to inhabit entirely different worlds. Sang Luo glanced at the time and said, "If there is nothing else, may I ask you to leave? I wish to rest." Fu Jingxing rose from the sofa, caught in a limbo of acceptance regarding the irrevocability of their relationship, while Sang Luo remained resolute in her intent not to prolong his stay. After that day, neither of their fathers troubled her again. When Sang Luo later mentioned this incident to Yi Lanshan, she felt a lingering unease. Yi Lanshan remarked, "Fortunately, you extricated yourself early. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly have been the catalyst for the conflict between Fu Jingxing and He Mingchuan over their inheritance. Wasn't it precisely the fear of becoming such a catalyst that prompted He Mingchuan to end our relationship? Yet, he had already perceived the truth. Exposing it after the breakup indicated his own desire to part ways. Sang Luo was acutely aware of this. Neither of them were mere children. "You are not the one capable of bringing the Sea King ashore," Yi Lanshan stated, although reluctant to admit it. Sang Luo couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about who, in fact, could be the one to draw He Mingchuan, the Sea King, to the shore. Chapter 67, He Mingchuan was halted by He Changfeng after the senior management meeting. During the meeting, He Mingchuan had not spared Fu Jingxing any leniency. The errors in decision-making had led to considerable losses for the company. Were he another subordinate, He Mingchuan would have reprimanded him just the same. However, the others vaguely sensed the relationship between Fu Jingxing and He Changfeng, leading them to believe that He Mingchuan was intentionally undermining Fu Jingxing. It seemed that his father shared this sentiment as well. He Changfeng remarked, "Jingxing has not studied management before. You possess ample experience, so please mentor him." He added, "If he were not Fu Jingxing, I would have dismissed him long ago." He Mingchuan replied in a subdued tone, "Father, this is a matter of the previous generation. I do not wish to dwell on it." He Changfeng repeatedly emphasized this point, then shifted the topic to He Mingchuan's relationship with Sang Luo. "Have you truly resolved to marry her? If you are determined to wed, you may find yourself regretting it." In truth, regardless of the decision made, people often experience remorse, pondering whether an alternative choice might have been superior. He Mingchuan countered, "There's no one I must marry. However, the more you oppose it, the more I may feel compelled to explore whether marrying her would indeed lead to regret." He Changfeng, exasperated, responded, "Very well, I shall not pressure you. I do not insist that you marry someone of equal standing, but at the very least, their background should be untainted." He Mingchuan found it amusing that his father had seldom shown concern for him in the past. Nevertheless, he refrained from arguing further and exited the meeting room promptly. In truth, He Mingchuan had not attempted to trip Fu Jingxing. To do so would imply that his 5 years at a corporation had been in vain, indirectly acknowledging Fu Jingxing as a threat, yet he regarded Fu Jingxing with indifference. Upon returning to his office, Tang Xian informed him that someone was waiting for him inside. When he entered, he found Su Yi, her eyes red and her demeanor utterly haggard. He Mingchuan let out a light scoff, saying, "I told you long ago that Jiang Bingzhu is not a good person. Once he rises to prominence, your value to him will be nil." Su Yi stammered, "But he still took me away from the engagement banquet, indicating that he still cares for me. He merely thinks my family is beyond his reach." At this, He Mingchuan genuinely laughed, settling into a single sofa while observing the naïve Su Yi. "To correct you, it was not he who took you from the banquet. It was your own choice to leave with him." Su Yi appeared taken aback, as if realizing the truth of his words. "However, we were quite happy in the 4-9 city." He Mingchuan truly wished to refrain from reiterating that Jiang Bingzhu was a negligent scoundrel, for she was not inclined to listen. Instead, he remarked, a romantic at heart. "So he has found someone new?" Su Yi said softly. "I often see him chatting with Sang Luo on WeChat, not just for work, but other matters as well." He Mingchuan paused momentarily, holding his coffee cup. Soon after, Su Yi inquired, "Mingchuan, what is the situation between you and Sang Luo? Have you truly broken up? Do you believe that the issues between you and Jiang Bingzhu stem from Sang Luo?" He Mingchuan had no time to analyze Su Yi's tumultuous story with her unworthy partner, so he suggested she find something to occupy her mind. Su Yi pondered for a moment, her words emerging as if from deep contemplation or perhaps a fleeting impulse. "Then let us marry." Recently, Sang Luo had been frequently traversing between the 4-9 city and Song City, primarily due to Shun Chongming's daughter studying in the former. The girl expressed her fondness for 4-9 city and her desire to establish her future there. As a devoted mother, Shun Chongming focused her efforts on ensuring a prosperous path for her daughter, thus prompting Sang Luo to accompany her on these frequent visits. Through their interactions, Sang Luo became increasingly acquainted with Jiang Bingzhu, discovering that he was not as aloof as he appeared. Rather, He possessed a charming sense of humor and a knack for flirtation, which undoubtedly captivated Su Yi. Yet, Sang Luo remained acutely aware of the connection between Jiang Bingzhu and Su Yi, recalling how Su Yi had professed her feelings for him through a light display on Valentine's Day. That evening, while accompanying Shen Chongning to a social engagement, Jiang Bingzhu was also present. After consuming some alcohol, a driver was arranged to take Shen Chongning home to her residence in 49 City, which she had purchased for her daughter. Sang Luo opted to stay at a hotel. As they awaited the designated driver outside the restaurant, she initially suggested taking a taxi, but Jiang Bingzhu insisted that it was unsafe for a young woman to return alone, as he would not know how to explain any mishap to Shen Chongning. Sang Luo remarked, "You certainly know how to care for women. Su Yi, being such a young girl, must be prone to jealousy." Jiang Bingzhu nodded thoughtfully, recalling how he would initially feel compelled to clarify matters to prevent misunderstandings, but later, he found it exhausting to explain his professional interactions with women that often sparked her ire. When Su Yi was mentioned, Jiang Bingzhu felt the need for a cigarette and inquired if Sang Luo would mind. "Not all," she replied. "If one truly cares, they would feel jealousy. Indifference would render your kindness towards others inconsequential." "I understand," he said, lighting the cigarette. He mused that in his life, love occupied a staggering 90% of his thoughts, while the remaining 10% was devoted to leisure. Conversely, in her life, work comprised 90%, with only 10% left for living. The disparity between their two worlds became increasingly evident after hours. While they toiled until 9 or 10 in the evening, merely waiting to return home as diligent workers, the bar across the street was just beginning to open, heralding the nightlife of affluent individuals arriving in luxury cars. The street showcased two distinctly different lifestyles, clearly delineated. It was not a matter of insufficient love. Rather, it was love that felt unattainable. Jiang Bingzhu gazed across the street, recognizing that they inhabited entirely separate realms. Sang Luo inquired, "Have you two broken up again?" Jiang Bingzhu withdrew his gaze and nodded in affirmation. Sang Luo refrained from commenting, reflecting that had he not sought out Su Yi previously, she might have been well on her way to marrying He Mingchuan by now. He seemed unconcerned about potentially disrupting what could have been a promising union for Su Yi, fixating instead on the insurmountable chasm between them. It was then that Sang Luo realized she had not thought about He Mingchuan in quite some time. He vanished from her life so completely, as if he had never existed. After returning to the hotel, Sang Luo called Yi Lanshan to discuss the affair between Jiang Bingzhu and Su Yi. Yi Lanshan replied, "Just a couple of days ago, someone spotted Su Yi seeking out He Mingchuan. Could it be that they both ended their previous relationships and then reunited? The wealthy certainly know how to indulge in their whims." She mused, "Does He Mingchuan not feel discomfort? After all, Su Yi did flee from their engagement banquet." Sang Luo, with a facial mask on, spoke in a muffled tone. If one truly loves, even if the person has been married before and returns, they would still be cherished as a treasure. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Luo realized that this notion might indeed hold some truth. Could He Mingchuan truly accept Su Yi once more? Chapter 68. Jealousy. The reason Sang Luo and her companions visited the capital city was due to Shen Chongning's generous donation of equipment to her daughter's school, Beiyang University, coinciding with its anniversary celebrations. In order to avoid any special treatment for her daughter at the school, Shen Chongning asked Sang Luo to attend on her behalf. Jiang Bingzhu accompanied Sang Luo to the event, serving as both her escort and driver. During their time together, Sang Luo sensed that Jiang Bingzhu might regard her as a confidant, someone with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. When a man confides in a woman, it could either mean he sees her as a friend or wishes to display a vulnerable side in hopes of awakening her maternal instincts and eliciting a protective response. Sang Luo was uncertain about which category Jiang Bingzhu fell into. Upon arriving at the school, they were greeted by staff who escorted them to the grand auditorium. Having been expelled in her sophomore year, Sang Luo had never truly experienced campus life, and now, as she walked through the vibrant surroundings, she felt a surge of energy. Jiang Bingzhu humorously remarked on her casual attire. suggesting that one might mistake her for a student. Who doesn't he enjoy being told they look youthful? Sang Luo replied with a smile. People often ask me if I'm still in college. Jiang Bingzhu playfully countered, if you weren't in a suit, you'd also appear quite student-like. I'm getting old. Nearing 30, Sang Luo interjected. How can a man claim to be old? She added in jest. Jiang Bingzhu smirked, but refrained from continuing the conversation, perhaps mindful of the students nearby. As they passed the corridor displaying notable alumni, Sang Luo's gaze was suddenly drawn to a photograph of He Mingchuan. She halted, surprised by the sight of the impeccably dressed man in the picture. A male classmate enthusiastically explained, "This is Senior He, a legend at our flight academy. He was admitted at 15, completed 4 years of undergraduate study in just 2, and was later accepted into the aviation university. Now he is the president of He Group. Our academy's drone research is funded by him." Sang Luo nodded in acknowledgement. She had indeed been fortunate to be a classmate of He Mingchuan for a year, though his exceptional talent had allowed him to advance a grade shortly thereafter. During her time at school, she often heard tales of this prodigy easily outpacing his competitors. The male classmate continued, "Senior, he is also here today." Sang Luo felt a sudden rush of pressure. She often sought refuge in the capital, yet here she was, encountering He Mingchuan at such an event. The previously bustling crowd began to stir. Following the sound, Sang Luo beheld He Mingchuan, clad in a black suit, being guided through the corridor. And on his arm was Su Yi, adorned in a light pink dress. Their appearance together was striking, epitomizing the notion of beauty and talent in perfect harmony. The surrounding students, witnessing the legendary figure in person, gazed at them with starry-eyed admiration. With a successful career and a stunning companion, what more could one desire in life? Sang Luo, who had confidently told Yilan Shan that He Mingchuan could never again be with Su Yi, found herself swiftly proven wrong. Should their union be a commercial arrangement, He Mingchuan could undoubtedly seek a better-suited heiress than Su Yi. Thus, their reconciliation signifies He Mingchuan's conscious decision to overlook Su Yi's past and embrace her anew. Sang Luo turned away, feeling a twinge of discomfort as she faced the couple. It appeared that everyone else was engrossed in this match made in heaven. Jiang Bingzhu chuckled softly and turned to Sang Luo, remarking, "Indeed, they belong to the same world." This was a truth Sang Luo had long acknowledged. The prince made dalliance with Cinderella, but would ultimately wed the princess. "Let us proceed inside," Jiang Bingzhu said, placing his hand gently on Sang Luo's shoulder, guiding her forward. Sang Luo glanced at his hand, resting on her shoulder, choosing not to push it away. The alumni ceremony had yet to commence, and the hall buzzed with familiar faces exchanging greetings. Sang Luo's sole intention was to assist Shun Chongning and then depart. Yet, Jiang Bingzhu led her into the throng. He murmured in her ear, "President Shun has sent us here primarily to foster relationships with these individuals for future collaborations." His hand, once on her shoulder, now slid down her arm to rest on her waist. Observers might have mistaken them for a couple. Sang Luo felt that having his hand on her waist was somewhat excessive. Still, she refrained from pushing him away as they approached He Mingchuan and Su Yi. Sang Luo halted, maintaining a composed demeanor beside Jiang Bingzhu. The two couples held each other, while Sang Luo stood beside Jiang Bingzhu. "President He Miss Su, what a coincidence." Jiang Bingzhu greeted them. He Mingchuan's gaze was indifferent, briefly flicking towards Sang Luo's waist before he offered a distant nod in acknowledgement. Sang Luo could not decipher the expression in He Mingchuan's eyes, but it was evident that he held her in low regard. When he was disinclined to engage, he radiated an unmistakable aura of exclusivity. Only Su Yi's emotions seemed more pronounced. Her previous warmth had transformed into palpable hostility as she regarded Sang Luo. "Is Secretary Sang also an alumna of Beihang?" she inquired, knowing full well that Sang Luo had been expelled. This inquiry was merely an attempt to provoke. Sang Luo replied, "No, I am here on behalf of President Shun." Unbeknownst to her, Su Yi's animosity stemmed from He Mingchuan rather than Jiang Bingzhu. "Oh, I had thought Secretary Sang was Zhang's girlfriend, accompanying him," Su Yi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Bingzhu as if to test the waters. Jiang Bingzhu responded with an untroubled demeanor, not at present, but who can say what the future holds? Sang Luo was uncertain whether Jiang Bingju's words were intended to provoke Su Yi or if he genuinely harbored intentions toward her. However, He Mingchuan evidently had no interest in such discussions and whisked the visibly flustered Su Yi away, perhaps not wishing to witness the emotional turmoil of the woman he had brought along. It appeared that He Mingchuan was indeed susceptible to jealousy. Sang Luo shifted her gaze, finally removing Jiang Bingju's hand from her waist and stating, "President Jiang, using me to provoke your ex-girlfriend seems rather misguided, does it not?" Jiang Bingju gazed at Sang Luo with a gentle smile. In truth, Jiang Bingju possessed a certain charm, exuding maturity and poise, a successful career, and a disciplined demeanor. However, his past entanglement with Su Yi was indeed less than commendable. Only an immature young man would engage in such behavior. Jiang Bingju remarked, "How can you be certain that we won't eventually find our way together? I have no interest in men who linger in unresolved affairs with their former partners." Sang Luo replied candidly, "That implies, aside from that aspect, you hold a rather favorable view of me," Jiang Bingju observed. Sang Luo did not refute this assertion. Chapter 69. Illness had Jiang Bingju severed ties with Su Yi. Perhaps Sang Luo would have contemplated a potential relationship with him. They are both adults, and at this age, it is natural to explore compatibility. Should they find themselves ill-suited, they could part ways amicably. Not everyone encounters their lifelong partner during their first romance. Most, like them, navigate through numerous relationships before discovering the one with whom they wish to grow old. Jiang Bingju subtly expressed his desire to further develop his connection with Sang Luo, yet left himself an escape route. After all, it would be unfortunate if they could not become a couple, and even more so if they could not remain colleagues. Soon after, the school anniversary ceremony commenced officially. The principal delivered a speech, followed by various representatives. Sang Luo was taken aback when He Mingchuan, as an esteemed alumnus, took to the stage. Dressed impeccably and exuding confidence, he garnered admiration from many young women in attendance. It seemed as though the anniversary had transformed into a personal showcase. However, Sang Luo's thoughts drifted back to their previous encounter in his apartment. While others hailed him as a male deity, she could only think of him as a refined scoundrel. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Jiang Bingju leaned closer and inquired, "Are you perhaps fond of someone like him?" Their proximity allowed Sang Luo to catch a whiff of his subtle fragrance. She replied, "It's hard for anyone to refuse someone like President He. And few can refuse me," he added. Sang Luo chose not to respond, as He Mingchuan's speech concluded, prompting a wave of applause from the audience. She joined in the clapping, and Jiang Bingju distanced himself from her. Moments later, Sang Luo's phone lit up with a WeChat notification. It was a message from He Mingchuan, requesting her to step outside. Glancing at the front row, she noticed only Su Yi seated there. Why was he asking her to go out? Quietly, she informed Jiang Bingju that she was heading to the restroom, just as the lights dimmed for the upcoming performance. Sang Luo slipped out discreetly. The auditorium was quite expansive, and she had no idea where He Mingchuan might be. Just as she was about to message him, she spotted a figure in the stairwell. Approaching, she found He Mingchuan with one hand in his suit pocket, his gaze icy as he regarded her. "You really have no standards at all. After I dumped you, you're willing to settle for anyone?" Sang Luo furrowed her brow. "Is this why you call me out? Were you two already involved beforehand?" "He's my colleague," she retorted, exasperated. "Besides, after our breakup, do I owe you an explanation about whom I choose to be with? You didn't inform me when you got together with Su Yi." Sang Luo sensed he might be looking for a confrontation. He Mingchuan's eyes held a frosty demeanor. "Not exactly. I just think it would be rather embarrassing if someone were to mention that my ex-girlfriend is now with Jiang Bingju. Is there some inexplicable sense of control that all men have over their ex-girlfriends?" Though Sang Luo felt a twinge of fear at provoking He Mingchuan, it did not quell her anger. She asserted, "You are exceptional, indeed. In the grand expanse of Song City and the capital, it is rare to encounter someone as affluent and handsome as you. If I were to seek a partner based solely on your criteria, I would likely remain single for a lifetime." He Mingchuan, as if he had just heard a jest, inquired, "Can you endure it?" When they were together, encounters inevitably led to that affair. Before experiencing it, Sang Luo had been oblivious to how unforgettable such moments could be. However, after they had shared that intimacy, there were times she would cling to He Mingchuan, yearning for more. He would engage with her while asserting that no one else could fulfill her needs. At that time, when they were together, she found no issue with such claims. Yet now that they had parted ways, his words struck her as rather excessive. She retorted, "There are others out there." This subtle implication towards He Mingchuan irked him. One could label him as a scoundrel, but one could not deny his prowess. He coldly replied, "It seems your experiences are quite extensive. Are you not aware of the depth of my experiences?" Sang Luo found it rather absurd to discuss such matters with He Mingchuan. After speaking, she attempted to leave, only to be pulled back by He Mingchuan, who pressed her against the wall. "What are you causing a ruckus for?" he questioned. "Am I the one causing trouble?" "You sought me out first," Sang Luo corrected him, adding that they were in the school auditorium, and should any students witness this, his image as a paragon might come crashing down. "I'm making every effort to distance myself from you. Why do you keep seeking me?" She had already stated she would not reconcile with Fu Jingxing and would not involve herself in their affairs. Was it not permissible to embark on a new chapter in her life? Sang Luo understood all too well that He Mingchuan was unsettled by the notion that she might soon have suitors. It had nothing to do with affection. Rather, it was pure possessiveness. "Rest assured, I will not be with Jiang Bingzhu. However, if you wish for me to be with him to extinguish Su Yi's hopes, I could assist with that," she remarked with a keen understanding. "Assist me? Ha!" He Mingchuan scoffed. Sang Luo quickly amended her statement. "Indeed, Mr. He, you do not require my assistance in winning back Su Yi. It is entirely due to your own charm." Perhaps her words struck a chord with He Mingchuan, as the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. However, Sang Luo felt that their current position was somewhat inappropriate, and, as she attempted to push him away, a man's voice echoed from the stairwell. It was Jiang Bingzhu, who had come looking for her. Just as Sang Luo was about to respond, He Mingchuan covered her mouth and pulled her into a storage room within the stairwell, shutting the door behind them. "What are you doing?" Sang Luo exclaimed. Unbeknownst to her, the room was shrouded in darkness, and apart from the proximity of He Mingchuan, she could see nothing else. "If I said I missed you, would you believe it?" His voice was barely above a whisper. "Are you out of your mind?" Sang Luo was gripped by anxiety, genuinely fearing that this man might act upon some absurd impulse. "Is this your first day knowing me?" Sang Luo was at a loss for words, struggling momentarily. It seemed she had brushed against something, and suddenly she found herself frozen in place. "Have you lost your mind? Do you even know where we are?" One reason she dared not move was the sound of footsteps outside. It was not just one person, but a multitude. It appeared that the event in the auditorium had concluded, and the students were departing in succession, with this staircase being an unavoidable passage. Should she step out now? It was likely that both she and He Mingchuan would instantly dominate the trending topics. Amidst her anxiety, she unexpectedly caught the sound of He Mingchuan's low laughter. Irritated, she whispered, "Are you still laughing?" Not only did he laugh, but he also lowered his head to inhale the fragrance emanating from her neck, his lips brushing against her skin. A shiver coursed through her. He spoke, his voice laced with an irrepressible mirth. "Did you miss me?" Chapter 70, a bit farther thus. Sang Luo described himself as a refined scoundrel. The solemnity he displayed while delivering his speech earlier was now replaced by a decidedly rogue demeanor. Sang Luo restrained himself and remarked, "You men possess normal physiological responses, and so do women. I am not devoid of emotions." Furthermore, it was he who had deliberately teased her in such a sensitive manner beneath her ear. At that moment, suddenly, the bar's entrance swung open, and a group of officers in uniform rushed inside. At this juncture, Mo Xian seemed to perceive a gaze directed at him. He turned and caught sight of a man wearing an enigmatic smile, who acknowledged him with a nod before turning away. A lengthy discourse ensued, filled with trivialities that tested Ai Montian's patience. The absence of a mere square meter of land would have rendered Chun Xianliang speechless with astonishment had he been present. "This was not a matter of our integrity. Our purpose for coming here was entirely different," as Yu Jingguang stated. He then slowly approached the flower, carelessly discarded on the ground, resting his chin on his hand for a closer examination. with significant accomplishments, even if King Wu harbored no ambition to usurp the throne. His advisors and generals surely would not content themselves with a subordinate position. Moreover, King Wu had previously slain him by the Kunming Pool. How could he possibly let such a grudge go? The once desolate dock now bore witness to several vehicles and a cargo ship moored at its side. For reasons unknown, the Soul True Dragon unexpectedly found itself targeted by the Soul Phoenix, which pecked forcefully at it. Uncertain of the cause, he clawed at his wound, possibly under the influence of poison. Nan Yixing was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. The numerous powerful figures present understood that prolonging their idle observation could lead to dire consequences. Humanity could no longer afford internal strife. The loach swayed its large tail and leisurely strolled amidst the starry sky, grinning broadly and laughing incessantly. Over 5 years had passed, yet the piercing pain had not lessened. Instead, it had grown to an extent that it rendered one stiff and cold. Chen Dabin had followed Wang Yuanping since their time at the Daong factory, fully aware of his temperament. He knew that if he hesitated now, he would surely face reprimand. Indeed, after Lu Heping scolded him thoroughly, he shifted his tone to a more amiable one and began discussing the current situation at Daong. Wu Mingde, mindful of the gravity of the matter, promptly delivered a detailed report on Daong's operations, which Lu Heping listened to attentively, occasionally jotting down notes. There was nothing ostentatious about it. It was as if he simply reached out his hand, and the once swiftly dashing flower ferret, nearly indistinguishable in its speed, had arrived in Yenshi's grasp. "What are you thinking? Once Yenji returns, we shall set forth." The wrench, lost in thought yet again, was nudged by the dog, unable to restrain itself. This wrench was commendable in many aspects, yet its habitual daydreaming remained unaltered. Chu Di nodded slightly, and Juma promptly fetched a piece of paper, handing it to Chu Di, who wrote down her earlier sentiments. The resounding clap echoed, sending a shiver down my spine, revealing the immense force behind it. Shortly after, the mountain rooster retaliated with another swift strike, landing a blow on the Snake King's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The opponent was not only tall, but also robust, and the ample space within the raincoat was evident. At that moment, Chu Di seemed to vanish almost entirely, as she caught a whiff of a strong yet inexpensive liquor, reminiscent of the homemade grain spirits often consumed by bandits in the mountains. The dark gold leader, approximately at level 25, could be likened to the strength of a dark gold leader from the 3rd tier of the Palace of Blood. And with the added qualities of an angel, he might even surpass the might of the most formidable dark gold fallen rogue he possessed. Chapter 71. A slip of the hand, He Mingchuan found Su Yi, who appeared to be in low spirits. It was uncertain whether her visit to Jiangbingzhu had left her dissatisfied with the answer she received. It seemed likely. He inquired, "What do you seek? To be rejected? To be despised? Or perhaps to acknowledge that he no longer loves you?" Su Yi, feeling irked, retorted, "Why does he have the authority to dictate whether we are together or apart? Do men change their affections faster than one can turn the pages of a book?" He Mingchuan pondered for a moment and concluded, "So your discontent stems from a sense of unwillingness." "Nay, I love him," Su insisted, though a hint of doubt lingered within her. "Why, despite my superior qualities compared to Sang Luo, does he choose to pursue her?" He Mingchuan responded candidly, "Perhaps your only advantage lies in your family background." Su Yi bristled. "We are friends, yet you defend your ex-girlfriend? Men are fickle. The more you care, the less they value you." He Mingchuan contemplated. "Rest assured, once you cease to care, he will come crawling back like a dog seeking affection. I have already declared my intent to marry you. What ye claim it? Is that genuine anger or merely a fade to mask your feelings for him? You know the truth, and so does he." Su Yi fell silent, for both engagement and marriage served as tests of her standing in Jiang Bingzhu's heart. However, such strategies, once employed, would eventually be seen through. There are no individuals who cannot let go. It is merely a matter of your own unwillingness, He Mingchuan remarked. "Are you attempting to enlighten me or merely comforting yourself? Do I possess such leisure?" He Mingchuan responded lightly, amusement evident in his tone. Su Yi nodded, conceding, "Indeed. You must be wary of Fu Jingxing seeking to usurp your family's wealth. In all honesty, you ought to seek a wealthy wife. should Fu Jingxing marry a rich woman? Your status as the heir of the He family could be jeopardized. He Mingchuan scoffed softly. You overestimate Fu Jingxing and underestimate me. Su Yi shrugged. True. Your maternal grandparents are quite formidable, so what is there to fear? She merely mentioned the matter of He Mingchuan and Fu Jingxing briefly before sinking once more into the relentless cycle of rejection by Jiang Bingzhu. See, the attainment of love is a rarity. The majority struggle within this turmoil. Of course, a small fraction remains untouched by such torments, like Sang Luo. Aside from the events in the auditorium during the school anniversary, various exhibitions were held in different colleges. As the company was involved in relevant product development, Sang Luo stayed behind to explore potential connections during the celebration and perhaps to pre-select outstanding students from the school as prospective talents for the company. Having added a few peers and students on WeChat, she was engrossed in her phone when a message from He Mingchuan popped up at the top of her screen. He inquired, "Did you casually mention your desire to pursue me?" Sang Luo struggled to recall when she had ever uttered such words. Has she lost her senses? All she could remember was her declaration of wanting to sleep with him. When she clicked on the message, she discovered that He Mingchuan had retracted it. Sang Luo slowly pondered whether to send a question mark or feign ignorance. Suddenly, she recalled that incident at the vineyard, when she had inadvertently declared her intention to pursue He Mingchuan. Indeed, those words had escaped her lips, yet she never believed He Mingchuan would take them seriously. Thus, she silently deleted the question mark. It might be better to act as if she hadn't seen it at all. She found He Mingchuan somewhat peculiar. His possessiveness nearly led her to wonder if he was genuinely serious about their playful banter. After a moment, He Mingchuan sent another message, claiming that he had mistakenly typed the previous one. Sang Luo replied, "It's nothing." No sooner had she sent her message than another one from He Mingchuan arrived. Just a few words, yet dripping with sarcasm. He Mingchuan wrote, "Sang Luo, you truly are amusing." Chapter 72. Taking action in moments of irrationality, individuals often make regrettable decisions. This was akin to the emotionally charged WeChat message that He Mingchuan sent to Sang Luo, and to the current predicament in which Sang Luo found herself cornered by Su Yi in the corridor. It seemed that Su Yi had made a significant decision to confront Sang Luo, inquiring, "Sang Luo, are you and Jiang Bingzhu together?" Evidently, Jiang Bingzhu had not relayed the conversation he had with Sang Luo to Su Yi. With a soft sigh, Sang Luo replied, "No, I have never been with him, nor am I now, nor will I ever be. However, Miss Su, I must clarify that Jiang Zong and I are merely colleagues and do not meddle in his personal affairs. Since you have come to me, allow me, as an observer, to candidly inform you that the reason you and Jiang Zong cannot reach a lasting conclusion is not rooted in a lack of love, but rather in your fundamentally differing desires. Even if you were to reconcile now, separation would inevitably follow." Sang Luo comprehended Su Yi's inability to absorb this truth. Perhaps for you, obtaining anything comes easily, which makes the acceptance of loss arduous. Yet, even the divine encounters adversities. How much more so for mortals? Sang Luo understood all the obsessions and resentments, yet she felt it unnecessary to encapsulate them in 3 words. Perhaps it was Sang Luo's composure that rendered Su Yi's current behavior all the more trivial. Just as she was about to speak, a figure approached. A man positioned himself protectively before Sang Luo, sternly questioning Su Yi. "What are you doing bothering Sang Luo? I have made it abundantly clear that my separation from you has nothing to do with anyone else." Su Yi stared at Jiang Bingzhu in astonishment, taken aback by his outburst. The emotions in her eyes shifted rapidly, ultimately settling on 3 words. "You yell at me?" Jiang Bingzhu's gaze reflected his annoyance and disdain for Su Yi. "Your behavior is truly off-putting. In love, people often yearn to express the most beautiful sentiments, yet in parting, they cannot resist the urge to hurl harsh words. Jiang Bingzhu, you raise your voice for her?" Sang Luo was bewildered by how the situation had devolved into a tug-of-war. She genuinely believed it was unnecessary and stepped forward to separate Su Yi from Jiang Bingzhu. He Mingchuan, alerted by the commotion, arrived to witness the altercation. It was clear that Su Yi was no match for the 2 men. He advanced to push Jiang Bingzhu aside, exclaiming, "Jiang Bingzhu, what are you doing?" Jiang Bingzhu shrugged off He Mingchuan's hand, attempting to pull Sang Luo away, while Su Yi grasped at Jiang Bingzhu. In the ensuing chaos, Jiang Bingzhu mistook Su Yi for He Mingchuan, and, as he pushed her away, he inadvertently exerted too much force, causing Su Yi, who was wearing high heels, to stumble. With a sharp twist of her ankle, she fell to the ground. Su Yi landed heavily, but her hands instinctively clutched her abdomen. Su Yi, He Mingchuan rushed to assess her condition, only to notice blood seeping through the light-colored fabric of her dress. Sang Luo had observed the entire incident with clarity. Jiang Bingzhu had merely shoved Su Yi, yet the impact had caused her to hit the ground forcefully, staining her skirt with red. Now, as they rushed her to the hospital, doctors hurried in and out of the operating room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Uncertain of the circumstances, He Mingchuan called Tang Xian, urging him to reach out to the school and suppress the matter from spreading. After all, their earlier altercation had been captured on numerous students' phones. Once they established contact, the doctor emerged from the operating room, inquiring, "Who is the family member of Su Yi?" The patient requires a dilation and curettage, and a family member's signature is needed. It was indeed confirmed that she was pregnant. He Mingchuan cast a cold glance at Jiang Bingzhu, asking sharply, "Do you think I am capable of signing this?" Jiang Bingzhu met He Mingchuan's gaze and retorted, "How am I to know if it is mine?" With the urgency of the surgery at hand, He Mingchuan signed a consent form. However, as the doctor proceeded into the operating room, he turned back and seized Jiang Bingzhu by the collar, delivering a punch. The unexpected aggression startled Sang Luo, who had not anticipated He Mingchuan's sudden outburst. Yet, she refrained from intervening, partly due to He Mingchuan's fierce demeanor and partly because she believed Jiang Bingzhu deserved it. There was nothing wrong with being in love or breaking up, but with a child involved, Jiang Bingzhu's attitude was indeed infuriating. Sang Luo tugged at He Mingchuan's arm solely because she noticed the police officers on duty in the emergency area approaching. She whispered urgently, "The police are coming. We should not escalate this." Only then did He Mingchuan release Jiang Bingzhu, warning him, "Jiang Bingzhu, you should prepare for the Su family to deal with you." Perhaps at that moment, they recalled that Su Yi was no ordinary girl. She was the daughter of the Su family. Given the situation, the Su family would undoubtedly not let Jiang Bingzhu off the hook. After delivering his warning, He Mingchuan pulled Sang Luo aside. "What were you thinking, getting involved with them?" He furrowed his brow and questioned. Sang Luo felt quite innocent, stammering, I was held back by Su. I had no idea Jiang Bingzhu would come over, and they were pulling me in, so I just wanted to mediate." Furthermore, she was unaware of Su Yi's pregnancy. Now, she found herself uncertain whether the child belonged to Jiang Bingzhu or He Mingchuan. According to He Mingchuan's assertions, it seemed the child was indeed Jiang Bingzhu's. Seeing that Sang Luo appeared ready to speak further, He Mingchuan's tone turned grave. "Do you genuinely believe everyone is as accommodating as I am? Consider this. If the Su family learns of Su Yi's predicament, do you think they will spare you?" Sang Luo contemplated the intricate connections involved. If Su Yi believed there was something between her and Jiang Bingzhu, she would never be able to clear her name, no matter how hard she tried. This was no longer merely a matter of infidelity. "What does this have to do with me?" Sang Luo said weakly, "If it comes to it, we can pull the surveillance footage. It was Jiang Bingzhu who pushed Su Yi. But did it matter who pushed whom?" Sang Luo fell silent, realizing that, regardless of the outcome, she would inevitably be implicated. Frowning, she decided to wait for Su Yi's surgery to conclude. The fall had been severe, and a miscarriage could cause significant bodily harm. Indeed, the only course of action now was to await the surgery's completion. However, it was certain that the child could not be saved. Before the surgery had concluded, Shun Chongning's call came through. She was evidently aware of the events that transpired at school that day. She first inquired about Su Yi's condition and then asked if anyone from the Su family had arrived. Sang Luo responded that the Su family was in Song City and likely would not arrive swiftly. "You should remain there and adapt to the situation," she advised. As for Jiang Bingzhu, Shun Chongning hesitated before suggesting that he rest for a while. The notion of resting implied that if the Su family were to pursue the matter, Shun Chongning could readily abandon Jiang Bingzhu as an employee. This thought led Sang Luo to reflect on her own position. If she were implicated, Would Shun Chongming weigh the pros and cons and choose to forsake her as well? Chapter 73. Disgust after receiving a phone call. Sang Luo's demeanor became notably heavy. He Mingchuan, who was waiting for the surgery to conclude, naturally noticed her change in mood and approached her once more. "What is the matter?" he inquired, lightly touching her arm. She winced, not from disdain, but due to the pain from a prior altercation where she had been struck on the arm. The ache was still present. He Mingchuan gently grasped her arm, rolling up her sleeve to inspect the pale skin, now marred by a bruise. "It's nothing," she replied, pulling her arm away. "It was just our general manager Shun who called, advising Jiang Bingzhu to take a few days off." Upon hearing this, He Mingchuan understood her concern that the repercussions might ultimately affect her as well. "Shun Chongming is quite expedient," he remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Bingzhu, who sat on a bench, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. After a pause, Jiang Bingzhu addressed Sang Luo, saying, "This matter does not concern you. I will explain it to General Manager Shun. You're in no position to protect Sang Luo when your own situation is precarious." "What are you thinking?" He Mingchuan retorted, genuinely astonished by Jiang Bingzhu's self-assuredness. "Your priority should be Su Yi's well-being. Were it not for Sang Luo's intervention, He Mingchuan might have delivered another blow to Jiang Bingzhu. Such matters cannot be resolved through mere words." Of course, Sang Luo was not assisting Jiang Bingzhu. She simply wished to prevent the flames of this incident from engulfing her. As the atmosphere among the three grew tense, the doctor emerged from the operating room. "Family of Su Yi, the surgery was successful. However, the miscarriage will have significant physical and psychological implications for the patient. You must be attentive to her emotional state to avert any unforeseen complications." He Mingchuan remained silent, feeling it was not his place to respond to the doctor. However, Jiang Bingzhu also refrained from speaking. Sang Luo, perplexed by their thoughts, chose to disregard them and address the doctor. "Thank you, doctor. We will convey this information to her family." The doctor, perhaps accustomed to such situations, merely shook his head and departed. The myriad complexities of life are often mirrored in the corridors of hospitals. What struck Sang Luo as particularly absurd was that immediately after the surgery concluded and Su Yi was transferred to her ward, Jiang Bingzhu turned to leave. When she called him to inquire about his intentions, he replied that since she was now fine, he was free to go. He assured her that the surgical fees and any compensations would be transferred to Su Yi's account in due time. Sang Luo had encountered various types of scoundrels, but Jiang Bingzhu was a first. Thus, she could add a new category to her compendium of dishonest men. Given the circumstances, Sang Luo felt it impossible to utter another word in Jiang Bingzhu's defense. She recounted everything to He Mingchuan. He, unsurprised, responded, "Just wait. The Su family will deal with him." Although the predicament of pregnancy was not solely Jiang Bingzhu's doing, the situation had unfolded partly due to his irresponsibility. "Will they deal with me?" Sang Luo asked, a hint of worry in her voice. At this moment, He Mingchuan's mood shifted, and he inquired, "Why would they target you? Do you truly have any connection with Jiang Bingzhu?" "Of course not." Sang Luo endeavored to clarify her relationship with Jiang Bingzhu, asserting that there was not even the slightest hint of anything beyond mere colleagues. "How many times must I explain this to you? Or to Su Yi?" She found it utterly unreasonable to be misunderstood as having any association with Jiang Bingzhu. She added, "To me, those who radiate brilliance are insignificant." Furthermore, she did not indulge in the peculiar pleasure of stealing someone else's partner. Later, when the Su family arrived, it was unclear what He Mingchuan had communicated to them. But upon his return, he informed her that she was free to leave. Sang Luo felt uncertain. Could she truly depart? Then go over there. Wait for them to beat you up and then leave? He Mingchuan suggested. Naturally, Sang Luo had no intention of submitting herself to such treatment, though it appeared that Su Yi's family was not entirely unreasonable. With grievances having their causes, she hastened to seek out Jiang Bingzhu. Leaving the hospital, Sang Luo was still shaken. He Mingchuan accompanied her, and she was surprised by his presence, inquiring, "Is it true that men, no matter how deeply they may love a woman, cannot accept that she has borne children with another?" "People differ," He Mingchuan replied. "Indeed, if one were to assert without hesitation that they did not mind, Sang Luo believed that would surely be a lie. And what about you? He Mingchuan regarded Sang Luo with a curious gaze, pursing his lips as he asked, "Did you not claim to have never been with another man before me? Have you deceived me? What have I lied about?" Sang Luo retorted, "Before you, I truly had no other men, believe it or not." She was perplexed as to how their conversation had veered towards their personal histories. It seemed that men not only cared about whether a woman had borne children, but also whether she had been with other men. If you yourself are not one, then why impose such expectations on others? Sang Luo had a deep aversion to men who judged a woman's purity based on her past relationships. It was they who sought to engage in intimacy, yet demanded cleanliness from women. Wasn't that utterly repugnant? Sang Luo raised her hand to hail a taxi back to the hotel, feeling nauseated by encountering two types of scoundrels in a single day. However, He Mingchuan pulled her back. "What are you imagining? You asked me whether I cared about a woman having had children, and I inquired if you had ever been with another man. Is there a problem with that?" Their conversation seemed to be on entirely different wavelengths. "No," Sang Luo replied. "Are you satisfied now? Why are you so upset with me? Have I wronged you?" He Mingchuan felt somewhat aggrieved. The irony amused Sang Luo. "Aren't you about to marry Sui? If you discover she has a child with Jiang Bingzhu, you would surely be unwilling. What difference is there between you and Jiang Bingzhu? Did I say I was going to marry Sue?" He Mingchuan questioned. It appeared that, indeed, no one had explicitly stated that they were to wed. "It seems you still do not grasp what I was trying to convey earlier." Sang Luo opposite, recalling that He Mingchuan had indeed shared quite a bit with her in the school auditorium. However, at that moment, Sang Luo was acutely aware that He Mingchuan sought a thrill. He Mingchuan did not elaborate further. Having reached this point, he felt that if Sang Luo remained oblivious, it would be a deliberate act on her part. This woman was undoubtedly skilled in the art of feigned indifference. Just then, the car arrived, and He Mingchuan waved, ushering Sang Luo into the vehicle. The driver inquired about their destination. Sang Luo remained silent, so He Mingchuan promptly provided the name of a hotel. It was evident that this was not the hotel where Sang Luo was staying, as her company had booked her a suite of 4-star caliber. He Mingchuan mentioned a 5-star establishment. "I wish to return to my own accommodation," she stated. After a moment's contemplation, He Mingchuan replied, "That is also acceptable." Chapter 74. Bowing down, Sang Luo was perplexed by He Mingchuan's peculiar behavior, as he had indeed accompanied her back to the hotel. She felt utterly exhausted today and had no desire to engage in any quarrels with him, suspecting that he might have ulterior motives for returning with her. She had already stated her reluctance. "I don't want to," she declared. He Mingchuan immediately grasped the implication behind her words and cast a glance at her room. Clearly dissatisfied. "I merely intend to rest," he replied. This statement could easily rank among the top 10 lies told by men. "If you're so displeased, then return to your own hotel to sleep," Sang Luo retorted, knowing well that He Mingchuan was accustomed to a life of luxury, always staying in the most opulent accommodations. In contrast, she adhered to the standards set by her company, residing in whatever category was assigned, as long as it wasn't tea out of her own pocket. Now that they were here, she retrieved a change of clothes to take a shower, ultimately blocking the bathroom door to prevent He Mingchuan from entering. "He Mingchuan, that's enough. I'm truly exhausted today," she asserted, too weary even to raise her voice. The man leaned against the doorframe, yet he still uttered, "If one of us must bow down, then fine, I shall bow down." Clutching her clothes, Sang Luo momentarily misinterpreted He Mingchuan's intent. She recalled him mentioning that he would not pursue the same woman twice. What was he aiming for? "I'm just friends with Sui. It's as simple as that. My earlier confrontation with Jiang Bingzhu was merely in defense of a friend," He Mingchuan clarified with utmost transparency. Sang Luo narrowed her eyes, finding it somewhat difficult to decipher his true meaning. Nevertheless, she understood that a man's every action could be interpreted as a compromise leading to a final resolution. Whether she was willing to share a bed with He Mingchuan was irrelevant to her. What truly mattered was her willingness to engage in something with him. Yet, at that moment, she was not inclined to do so. She had made her disinterest abundantly clear upon entering the room. "I understand," she responded succinctly, locking the door behind her. As Sang Luo prepared for her shower, a call from Jiang Bingzhu interrupted her thoughts. "To be frank, She harbored no fondness for irresponsible men like him. With a bit of wealth and a touch of charm, he took advantage of the affections of young women. What was that worth? Initially, she had thought he might feel the disparity between his family and the Su family. But upon reflection, if he truly believed they were mismatched, he should never have pursued her in the first place. Ultimately, it seemed he had grown weary and was ready to move on. Suppressing her annoyance, Sang Luo answered Jiang Bingju's call. "Have you arrived at the hotel?" he inquired. "I sincerely apologize for today's incident. I never intended to involve you, nor did I anticipate Su's violent reaction." Sang Luo paused, observing her own seething reflection in the mirror, and managed to contain her ire. "It's fine. I would have misunderstood too," she replied. "However, when I left, I noticed the Su family had arrived. They may hold you accountable, considering Su's child truly is no longer with us." The other party fell silent for a moment before stating, "Rest assured, this matter will not implicate you. I will go and apologize to her. It will all be resolved. You needn't worry." Each word was laced with concern for her, yet one could not help but wonder where he placed the woman who had just lost her child. Sang Luo ended the call, foregoing her bath to open the bathroom door. He Mingchuan remained outside, not having departed. Noticing her still unwashed state, he raised an eyebrow. Sang Luo played the recording for He Mingchuan, watching his expression darken swiftly. Had Jiang Bingju been before him at that moment, he might have struck him down. Sang Luo remarked, "If I am not mistaken, if the Su family seeks to hold Jiang Bingju accountable, he will undoubtedly plead for Su Yi's forgiveness. From what I observe, Su Yi does not seem particularly astute and is likely to choose to forgive him. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not squander so much time on Jiang Bingju. Thus, it can be deduced that Su Yi is somewhat naïve and has not yet tasted the bitterness of love." Sang Luo felt Jiang Bingju held himself in too high esteem. After such an incident, he still had the audacity to apologize and seek her favor. Did he truly believe she would accept him? "Send me a copy of that recording," He Mingchuan requested, his tone grave. As she manipulated her phone, she added, "For now, do not let Su Yi hear this." Having just lost her child, hearing this would likely shatter her. "I understand," He Mingchuan replied, his curiosity piqued as he regarded Sang Luo. "You seem to have given this considerable thought. Thanks to your guidance. I have witnessed all manner of scoundrels in this hedonistic world," Sang Luo retorted, sending the recording to He Mingchuan. "Moreover, safeguarding my interests in this manner is prudent. Should the Su family seek to hold me accountable, I must protect myself. There exists a fundamental difference between a rogue and a scoundrel. A rogue merely breaks hearts, while a scoundrel may do far worse. Have you always been this clear-headed?" He Mingchuan inquired, noting she had never appeared lost due to a man. Sang Luo tucked her phone away, her mind drifting back to the time when Fu Jingxing disappeared, and she had frantically searched for him, desperately striving to prove that he had not betrayed her. Yet, what was the significance of that? Many things do not unfold as she envisions. Love, in time, will inevitably fade. One can only hope, Sang Luo mused, uncertain if another person capable of clouding her judgment would ever appear. Yet, she felt it best if that never occurred. Love can render one irrational, abnormal, and beset with anxiety over gain and loss. Having concluded her thoughts, Sang Luo finally intended to take her bath. However, just as she took a few steps, He Mingchuan pulled her back. She found herself sitting squarely on his lap, as he firmly held her waist, preventing her from rising. "What need is there for clarity when one can seek joy?" He Mingchuan declared. "Listen, a rogue's philosophy. Do not ponder the future, but cherish the present, reveling in immediate pleasures." How romantic that sounds. Sang Luo chuckled lightly. "Yet, I desire not only fleeting joy, but also steadfast loyalty and a clear future." It wasn't that Sang Luo was quick to discard relationships. Rather, she had discerned the signs that the other party did not harbor long-term intentions. Rather than waiting for someone to grow weary and cast you aside, it is wiser to sever ties early, swiftly cutting through the entanglements to minimize the ensuing hurt. As Sang Luo observed He Mingchuan's silence, she gazed into his profound eyes and inquired, "Do you not find me somewhat different, little he?" Indeed, she appeared more capricious and carefree than anyone else. Yet, it was merely a facade. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Sang Luo asked him earnestly. Men often fear responsibility and take seriousness to heart. Those who dare to make promises, while not claiming to be entirely sincere, are often only 80% genuine at best. Observe how his grip on her waist has notably softened. Chapter 75. Contradiction. As Sang Luo observed He Mingchuan's expression, she noted it had softened, losing its earlier levity. However, his hand, resting on her waist, did not completely withdraw. He remarked, "Who can predict what will happen in the future? Would you trust someone who claims they will be with you for a lifetime?" "Certainly not," Sang Luo replied succinctly. "Then what does that conclude?" He Mingchuan continued. "You doubt a man's verbal promises, yet seek a definitive future. Isn't that a bit contradictory?" Sang Luo nearly allowed herself to be swayed by his words, but quickly reined in her thoughts. "These two notions are not at odds," she countered. "The sincerity of wanting a certain future cannot merely be proclaimed. It is reflected in attentiveness to details." She sighed, realizing that He Mingchuan would likely not grasp this. She patted his shoulder and said, "I truly need to take a shower. Please let me up." The events of the day had left He Mingchuan equally fatigued, and he released Sang Luo, allowing her to bathe. Sang Luo felt utterly exhausted, not merely from the day's occurrences, but primarily from the emotional toll. While she had grown accustomed to the various behaviors of scoundrels, there were always individuals who could challenge her worldview, instilling a flicker of doubt regarding her beliefs in love. She did not deny the existence of beautiful relationships in this world. However, the likelihood of such a connection occurring in her life seemed slim. Believing in love often led to outcomes akin to Su Yi's experiences. Thus, for Sang Luo, love had become merely a diversion. She hoped that the situation involving Su Yi would not affect her. Otherwise, Shun Chongning would undoubtedly abandon her. Determining how to become an indispensable presence was, in Sang Luo's view, her most pressing concern at this juncture. Yet it felt overwhelmingly challenging. Even someone like Jiang Bingzhu, who had ascended to a managerial position, could be indefinitely sidelined by Shun Chongning before the Su family unleashed their wrath. What could she possibly do? While showering, she pondered these matters, and upon finishing and drying her hair, she was surprised to find He Mingchuan still present. Was he truly going to sleep here? Lacking the energy to engage with him, she took her phone and lay down on the bed. Hearing movement, it appeared he had gone to take a shower. Sang Luo messaged Yi Lanshan, informing her that He Mingchuan was in her room, deliberately omitting any mention of the day's events. Some matters were best left unspoken, while others invited gossip. Yi Lanshan replied instantly, "Stay safe and maintain your speed." She quickly followed up with, "Is there room service? I can order you some takeout." Prompted by Yi Lanshan's suggestion, Sang Luo instinctively glanced toward the bedside. Realizing her response, she texted back, "No way, absolutely not." Yi Lanshan replied, "Don't shortchange yourself. Make the most of good resources." Indeed, He Mingchuan possessed an admirable physique, muscular, yet not the type that seemed overly polished from gym workouts, but rather a result of years of disciplined living. No wonder He Mingchuan had called her superficial. However, Sang Luo was too weary to engage further. She had little energy to converse with Yi Lanshan and soon found her eyelids heavy. After the multitude of events from the previous day, she had slept soundly, only to awaken this morning feeling an unsettling warmth beside her, as if a great furnace were present. It was only then that she recalled He Mingchuan had seemingly not left last night. He had no sleepwear here, hence he had gone without clothes throughout the night. She intended to discreetly withdraw her hand, while He Mingchuan was momentarily distracted, but it was evident that it was already too late. "What are you doing?" The man pressed her beneath him, his voice raspy and laden with intensity. She struggled to formulate a response and instinctively attempted to push him away. Yet, was it truly possible to extricate herself from his predicament? Chapter 76. The haunting. In the end, nothing transpired, for there was nothing in the room. He Mingchuan paused, extending his hand to feel around the bedside, only to find nothing. This was not his home, and the nightstand drawer contained nothing of his necessity. A wave of frustration washed over him, eliciting a low curse. Perhaps it was the ordeal with Su Yi that weighed heavily upon him. As they dined on grilled fish, Xia Fanxing and Qin Shisan rushed to the cave's entrance, brandishing firearms and firing recklessly at the approaching figures. The Qinghe Chui family, relocated by Cui Yan's father, Cui Mi, represented merely the second generation. Wang's anxiety made her pace in agitation, wishing fervently to rush to Liang Kang's side and bring him back. Leah understood Loki, hence when they faced each other, she refrained from mentioning marriage. Loki, burdened by guilt, could only offer repeated apologies. If Lu Jun could be drawn into this circle, it would be a matter of great joy for Yin Yan. Jiang Zhu was perplexed. Upon witnessing the ancestral figure personally intervening and displaying utmost respect towards a golden-feathered giant eagle, he sensed trouble brewing. The wind, upon reaching the entrance of the thatched cottage, vanished without a trace, and all the wild grasses and tangled trees before it were seamlessly severed, including the hidden stones nestled among the undergrowth. Blood trickled from the wound, meandering downward, soaking the fabric while draining the owner's strength. Yet, the guest before him had transformed from the plump landowner Wang Meng into one of the foremost masters of the demonic sect. Behind him stood merely less than 20,000 guards, intended to counter the likes of Lu Fu'er and the Su and Wu families. Fear not. The three major factions have each dispatched 2 individuals to oversee this matter. Mu Cheng waved his hand reassuringly. It's all right. Perhaps it is simply a matter of growing older together, Huang Zitao said, dismissively waving his hand with a smile. In those days, the sect leader had taken him into seclusion for 5 years. Nearly 2,000 days of torment had failed to extinguish his fighting spirit. So how could he easily concede today? Yueli pondered for a moment, then rose onto her toes to plant a gentle kiss, only to be unexpectedly held back by Sihun, who grasped her nape. Cheng Xiaosu's face turned pale as he glanced vacantly at Lu Xian, and suddenly, the world before him darkened at an alarming rate. What parameters have been set for me in this task? Lu Jiajun inquired, referring to the measures he was permitted to employ during the mission. At this moment, even Wu Fan had discerned a reversal in the chess game. The binding ropes constructed by Lu Wanzong had not only loosened, but had completely unraveled, losing their potency entirely. The disciple believed that Huang Shaotian could not possibly pass the white-clad disciple assessment without some form of deceit, and thus felt compelled to. Zhang Jiayin remained undeterred. Naturally, the performances they staged annually were nothing short of spectacular. Given this, the Qinian Hall could also strive for breakthroughs, incorporating the strengths of all 3 families. Shen Ro suppressed her inner fury, biting her silver teeth in frustration, almost overwhelmed by the impulse to kick him. The power of this surge was terrifying, especially as it encompassed the force of the Sagittarius constellation, its penetrating capability truly fearsome. Bai Yufei's breath quickened, her delicate jade-like face flushed with anxiety. After all these years, she found herself unable to forget Gu Qingluan. Not only could she not forget, but her feelings had only deepened over time. The Hanwu and Tongzhong ships had just been delivered to the troops and had not yet undergone sea trials with the new propellers. Thus, Lin Fei did not command the fleet to advance at high speed, but ordered them to proceed at a moderate pace of around 10 knots, conducting various sea tests along the way. Han Minxue spoke softly, her eyes shining with an indomitable confidence. If Yang Kai represented the unparalleled tide capable of sweeping away all, then Han Minxue stood as an unyielding rock, enduring the relentless onslaught of the ancient tides. Chapter 77. Erasure. The progression of events unfolded precisely as Sang Luo had anticipated. Initially, He Mingchuan made the effort to travel to the capital, but after a few trips, fatigue set in. In contemporary society, individuals are often overburdened by their work, and when the weekend arrives, they undoubtedly prefer to rest at home and recuperate. Those in management positions, like He Mingchuan, do not find themselves significantly less encumbered than their subordinates. Often, they return home only to grapple with work-related matters. The distance of over 1,700 kilometers and nearly 3 hours of flight is a toll that few can endure. Observe how a man's promises falter under the test of time. The experience of being with a man often entails the repeated erasure of Sang Luo's hopes for a beautiful romance. In love, the most detrimental element is the expectation of another's unwavering fidelity. That morning, Sang Luo was awakened by a flurry of notifications on her phone. leading her to momentarily believe she had trended on social media. Upon unlocking her device, she discovered it was merely her birthday. Friends from her past indulgences and colleagues from her current professional sphere had sent her well wishes. She mused that leveraging one's birthday for prosperity could indeed be a viable path. She replied to each message with gratitude, ensuring she did not miss a single red envelope. Even her previous partners had sent birthday greetings, yet He Mingchuan's chat remained conspicuously empty. She sent him a morning greeting, but it went unanswered for an unreasonably long time. What sort of man was he? Sang Luo then opened the conversation with He Mingchuan, her trustworthy confidant, who promptly transferred 52,000. After accepting the funds, He Mingchuan messaged her. He Mingchuan is in the capital today. He must be planning a surprise for you. It makes me want to fall in love. Upon reading the message, Sang Luo felt a surge of clarity. Had he indeed come? However, He Mingchuan had not mentioned his trip to the capital. Could there genuinely be a surprise in store? She replied, no way. He doesn't strike me as the type who prepares surprises. He Mingchuan retorted, stop pretending. You're clearly anticipating it. Sang Luo did not deny it. He Mingchuan was like a worm in her stomach, intuitively aware of her thoughts. Though it was her birthday, it was still a weekday, and Sang Luo had to report to work. Upon her arrival at the office, the receptionist informed her of a floral delivery. A magnificent bouquet of white roses, resplendent and breathtaking, awaited her. No one can resist the allure of fresh flowers. Sang Luo inquired, who sent these? The receptionist shook her head, explaining that the courier had delivered them without revealing the sender, only noting they were for General Manager Sang. Considering who knew her company address and would send roses, Sang Luo could only surmise it was He Mingchuan. With a smile, she expressed her gratitude and returned to her office with the flowers. Monetary transfers seemed rather mundane. Gifts crafted with thought and care bore far more sentiment. Sang Luo retrieved her phone, intending to message He Mingchuan, but noted he had yet to respond to her earlier text. Perhaps he was still airborne. She decided to wait until he landed. After attending a meeting that stretched close to noon, she returned to her office only to find still no message from He Mingchuan. However, she did receive a message from Fu Jingxing, who mentioned he was passing through the capital, remembered her birthday, and wished to take her out for a meal. The location has been set, and she can simply head over. Perhaps due to her prolonged silence, I inquired whether she was unable to maintain even a friendship post-breakup. Sang Luo, too, had to dine around noon. The restaurant he chose was conveniently nearby, and moreover, the individual was en route from the 49 city. Reluctantly, Sang Luo acquiesced and went. Casually, he caught sight of the white roses elegantly arranged on the table, which reminded him of a past conversation with Fu Jingxing, where she expressed her preference for white roses over red ones, appreciating their understated yet enduring beauty. Were these flowers sent by Fu Jingxing? At that moment, Sang Luo felt a wave of confusion and proceeded to the restaurant Fu Jingxing had mentioned. Regarding the notion of whether one can remain friends after a breakup, Sang Luo believed it ultimately depended on the individuals involved. Someone as reckless as Feng Shulin was better suited for the blacklist. As for Fu Jingxing, Sang Luo had no desire to befriend him. His presence conjured unpleasant memories. However, the two had not truly severed ties, and it was unrealistic to expect complete estrangement. Moreover, Fu Jingxing had promised not to bring up the past, and he indeed refrained from doing so, merely wishing to celebrate her birthday in a simple manner. If she chose to dwell on other matters, that was her own issue. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sang Luo learned that Fu Jingxing was not faring well at He Corporation. Although he had been promoted to vice president, it was solely due to He Chengfeng's connections. The company as higher-ups predominantly heeded He Mingchuan, understanding that aligning with him was essential for success. Sang Luo then asked Fu Jingxing if he enjoyed his current job. He replied somewhat resignedly that he could no longer pursue his previous line of work, but it was all right if he performed well in his current role. He could earn a considerable sum. Sang Luo paused, wondering if the event from 5 years ago had instilled in Fu Jingxing an inexplicable obsession with wealth. She smiled and remarked, "Indeed, who doesn't appreciate money? I wish you a swift path to prosperity." He responded, "Likewise. Your birthday, wish ISNT to become wealthy." Is it? As they conversed, Sang Luo's phone lit up, prompting her to glance at it instinctively. Fu Jing seemed teased. You've checked your phone at least 5 times since we began our meal. Sang Luo picked up her phone and replied, What if I miss a work-related message? I am, after all, the head of the branch. Any mistakes could lead to my dismissal. Who would support me if I lost my job? Opening her phone, she saw a message from He Mingchuan asking if she had eaten. Was he finally reaching out to her? Sang Luo replied, I'm currently eating. He followed up with another question. What did you have? Sang Luo snapped a photo of her meal to send him, deliberately excluding Fu Jingxing to avoid inciting his incessant chatter. He Mingchuan responded, Eat more, it feels good to touch. Indeed, from He Mingchuan's words, Sang Luo discerned no hint of his desire to see her, or perhaps he was intent on maintaining the element of surprise. She refrained from asking. Since it was meant to be a surprise, revealing it prematurely would only undermine the effort of the one preparing it. As the meal drew to a close, the waiter presented a strawberry cake, and Fu Jingxing produced a lake blue bag. He said, Happy birthday to you, just a small token, please do not refuse. Sang Luo recalled a previous outing with Fu Jingxing, during which they had wandered past a shop window, displaying a key necklace. The least expensive piece from that collection was priced over 10,000, an astronomical sum for the two of them at the time. Now, Fu Jingxing gifted her a diamond-encrusted piece from that very collection. Sang Luo merely expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Throughout the day, she had received numerous red envelopes and gifts. Even Feng Shulin's dog had called her from an unfamiliar number to wish her a happy birthday. Yet He Mingchuan, who had come to the city, did not seek her out. Chapter 78. Birthday. He Mingchuan did not mention her birthday, nor did Sang Luo bring it up. Much of a woman's unhappiness in love stems from having excessively high expectations of her partner. Without hope, there can be no disappointment. Yet, there was an undeniable discomfort in her heart. What perplexed Sang Luo even more was that he had come all the way to the capital, yet chose not to seek her out. What was the purpose of his visit? This sense of confusion tormented Sang Luo for over half an hour, after which she resolved to cease her thoughts on the matter. Ultimately, they would part ways sooner or later. That evening, she remained at the office, working late on her birthday, certainly not the first to do so. By the time she finished, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Grasping her car keys and phone, she descended to the parking garage. The underground parking lot was unnaturally quiet. She harbored a dislike for subterranean places, haunted by memories of being confined to the basement by Sang Yu, her mother, whenever she was displeased with her. During the fire at the Sang residence, she had nearly perished in that very basement. Sang Luo shook off her thoughts, fastening her seatbelt as she prepared to drive away, when suddenly, the passenger door was yanked open, and a shadowy figure slipped inside. Sensing something amiss, she instinctively reached for the door to exit, but the figure pulled her back and locked the doors with alarming speed. Don't move. The man with the cap spoke in a low voice, exuding an aura of menace. Sang Luo's heart raced, yet she managed to discern his voice, Jiang Bingzhu. What do you want? As she questioned him, she discreetly slipped her hand into her pocket where her phone lay. Jiang Bingzhu kept his cap pulled low, avoiding the gaze of any surveillance cameras. I never imagined you would record our conversation and share it with Su Yi. I haven't wronged you in any way, yet you have put me in this predicament. I have come to realize that once I leave, you will take my place. He held a knife against her abdomen. Sang Luo had no doubts about the unstable mind of this man and feared he might lose control and stab her. Her breathing became cautious, and the touchscreen of her phone rendered her unable to call for help even after unlocking it with her fingerprint. She could only hope to access her contacts by instinct. Please let it be the contacts. Calm down. What you're doing is illegal. Consider how hard you have worked to achieve your position. If you harm me, all your efforts will be in vain. This plea only seemed to agitate Jiang Bingzhu further. Do you think I have any other options? I was on my way to apologize to Su Yi. If she hadn't heard that recording, she would have forgiven me without issue. Now, I possess nothing and am deeply in debt. Do you think I still fear anything? Sang Luo pressed her back against the seat, striving to maintain her composure. She took a deep breath and asked, What do you want then? Money? I am merely an employee, just like you, with little to spare. However, I could lend you some for your immediate needs, and when you are better off. Yes, I want money, Jiang Bingzhu stated plainly, You have a complicated relationship with He Mingchuan, don't you? You urged him to procure 10 million for you, otherwise. Let us perish together, for the Su family will not spare me regardless. Was her status that would compel He Mingchuan to offer such a sum for her rescue? Sang Luo could only manage a wry smile. He Mingchuan does not even remember my birthday. Do you truly believe he would part with 10 million to save me? Chapter 79. The superfluous. At this moment, Jiang Bingzhu found himself at a dead end. He forcefully pressed the knife against Sang Luo as a warning. Quickly call He Mingchuan, he commanded. Sang Luo was genuinely terrified, afraid of death, afraid of injury. Calm down, I'll call, she replied, retrieving her work phone to find He Mingchuan's number. Do not harm me. If you want money, I will give you money. But if you resort to robbery, extortion, or violence and get caught, your life will be over. Having reached such a desperate juncture, Jiang Bingzhu clearly no longer cared for such considerations. In despair, he retorted, my life is already over. Do you know how the Su family has treated me? I have been blacklisted across the industry and am being sued for intentional injury. I am driven to the brink, with no way out. If you wish to blame someone, blame yourself for meddling. And what do you hope to gain by trapping me in the parking lot beneath the company? Sang Luo provocatively stated, revealing the location. See, He Mingchuan hasn't given me a second thought. He hasn't even answered my call. Perhaps he is off wing some other girl. Indeed, the phone was engaged. Sang Luo was unsure if another phone call had reached someone else moments prior. Listen, I have 5 million on hand, but such a substantial transfer must be conducted at the bank. Tomorrow I'll go to the bank and transfer it to you. Unbeknownst to her, a particular phrase struck a nerve in Jiang Bingzhu. He violently seized her hair and forced her head against the steering wheel. Do not think I am unaware of your attempts to stall. Transfer the money now. With her forehead painfully smashed against the wheel, Sang Luo felt disoriented. Her vision clouded with bright spots. Yet, at this critical moment, her survival instinct took precedence. She spotted the unlock button within the car. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she protested, how can I transfer money when you're holding me down like this? Perhaps Sang Luo's reasoning resonated with him. For Jiang Bingzhu lifted her head from the wheel. However, she was still restrained by her seatbelt. Unbuckling it, unlocking the doors, and escaping were actions she could not possibly execute under his watchful eye. She opened her mobile banking app and, entering her password, handed the phone to Jiang Bingzhu. My hands are shaking. You input your account number. The password is 960707. When faced with the allure of wealth, one can overlook many things, especially upon seeing the 5 million balance in Sang Luo's account. Taking advantage of Jiang Bingzhu's intense focus on entering the car number, she stealthily unfastened her seatbelt. As he realized the password was incorrect, Sang Luo swiftly pressed the unlock button, flung open the car door, and fled according to the escape route etched in her mind. Security. There were guards in the building. If she could just reach the exit, she would surely find someone. At that moment, she spotted a car approaching and waved her arms frantically. Jiang Bingzhu's pursuit was relentless, and she could feel him closing in on her. Then, the car screeched to a halt right in front of her. It was only then that she recognized the driver, Fu Jingxing. Fu Jingxing parked the car, exited, and seamlessly pulled Sang Luo behind him. At that moment, Sang Luo trembled, clutching Fu Jingxing as if he were her last lifeline. It's all right, I'm here, he reassured her, keeping her shielded while eyeing Jiang Bingzhu, who brandished a knife. I'll call the police. Jiang Bingzhu glared at Sang Luo and Fu Jingxing, his voice laced with anger. I advise you not to meddle. His eyes were wild, having lost his job in future and being oppressed by the Su family. He felt he had lost everything. He believed Sang Luo was the root of his misfortune, and even now, she dared to mock him. Thus, with the knife in hand, he advanced toward them. Get in the car, Fu Jingxing urged as he pushed Sang Luo aside. She collided with the car door, her mind racing with thoughts of calling for help. As she fumbled in her pocket for her phone, she realized the call she had inadvertently connected was to Fu Jingxing. She abruptly hung up to call the police, while Fu Jingxing grappled with Jiang Bingzhu. Though Fu Jingxing had undergone specialized training, the accident 5 years prior had diminished his physical prowess, especially with Jiang Bingzhu wielding a knife. Sang Luo managed to reach the police. clearly stating her location and urgently pleading for their swift arrival. Jiang Bingzhu, fixated on making Sang Luo pay, repeatedly attempted to break free from Fu Jingxing's grasp, only to be thwarted. "Lock the door," Sang Luo urged, desperate not to distract Fu Jingxing any further. Trembling, she opened the car door and climbed inside. Securing it behind her, her gaze fixated on Fu Jingxing as he fought Jiang Bingzhu. Her hands clenched the steering wheel tightly. In a moment of desperation, she contemplated ramming the vehicle into them. Yet, the Fu Jingxing who risked everything to protect her was the same man who had once placed an oxygen mask on her and rescued her from the depths of the Sang family's old mansion. Soon after, a patrol car arrived, swiftly subduing Jiang Bingzhu. Sang Luo dashed from the car to embrace Fu Jingxing, nearly knocking him off balance. He steadied her and exhaled with relief, saying, "It's over." In that instant, Sang Luo felt as though she might shatter. Subsequently, the police took Jiang Bingzhu into custody and escorted Sang Luo and Fu Jingxing to the hospital. Sang Luo had sustained an injury to her head, while Fu Jingxing had also been cut on his arm during the scuffle. As the doctor prepared to stitch Fu Jingxing's wound, he instructed him to remove his shirt. However, observing Sang Luo's anxious demeanor, he said, "Xiao Luo, you should wait outside." "I'll be right here," she replied, wishing to know the severity of his injury. He hesitated, saying, "You might be frightened." Sang Luo assumed he referred to his wound, just as she was about to declare that she was unafraid. She recalled he was likely referring to the other scars on his body. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to wait outside, seated in the corridor. Although she was in a safe place with a female officer by her side, Sang Luo still trembled. Having just endured such a harrowing brush with death, it is exceedingly difficult to regain composure swiftly. The female officer beside her offered words of comfort, yet she herself was a person lacking in security, her mind oscillating between visions of being engulfed in flames and the gripping scene of being held hostage by Jiang Bingzhu. Then, a hurried voice broke through her turmoil. "Sang Luo." With reddened eyes, Sang Luo looked up to see He Mingchuan hastening toward her. In moments of peril, the individual who emerges to rescue one becomes etched in memory, evoking feelings of gratitude and even a sense of reliance. However, when the danger has subsided, the reappearance of certain individuals may seem somewhat superfluous. He Mingchuan swiftly approached, squatting beside Sang Luo, concern evident in his eyes as he said, "I will take you to have your wounds treated." Chapter 80. Remorse. Sang Luo did not accompany He Mingchuan. Even when he reached out, she instinctively recoiled. He Mingchuan's hand hung awkwardly in the air before he ultimately withdrew it. The female officer nearby remarked, "She has just endured a robbery at knife point. Her emotions may be unstable. Please console her first, and once she calms down, we can attend to her wounds. If she is steady, we will need her cooperation for a statement." "Understood," He Mingchuan replied. He then sat beside Sang Luo, stating, "You have blood on your forehead. We should bandage it. Rest assured, Jiang Bingzhu has been apprehended." At that moment, He Mingchuan's temperament was notably gentle. It was primarily due to Sang Luo appearing utterly drained, as if her spirit had been siphoned away, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, so delicate that it evoked pity in anyone who beheld her. Sang Luo shook her head, taking a moment to collect herself before saying to He Mingchuan, "It's all right, I will wait for Fu Jingxing to come out." Upon hearing Fu Jingxing's name, He Mingchuan paused briefly but refrained from probing further. Not wishing to move, Sang Luo found herself effortlessly lifted by He Mingchuan, who carried her toward the night emergency room. His voice turned more somber as he insisted, "We must first attend to your injuries." Having faced life and death, Sang Luo lacked the energy to argue with He Mingchuan. She acquiesced to his care for her wounds and followed him for a CT scan of her head, though her thoughts remained fixed on Fu Jingxing's condition. By the time all examinations were completed and her injuries tended to, it was already 2 in the morning. When Sang Luo saw Fu Jingxing approaching, she promptly rose from her seat and hurried toward him, entirely oblivious to He Mingchuan still by her side. She noticed Fu Jingxing's arm wrapped in a coat, deliberately concealing his injury. As she approached, he instinctively shifted his arm back slightly and reassured her, "It's nothing, Just a minor injury. Don't worry. Sang Luo opened her mouth, as if she had much to say, but all that escaped were the words, "Thank you." Not everyone is willing to risk their life to save another. The first time Fu Jingxing rescued her from the flames, it was out of duty. This time, he saved her from the blade, driven by camaraderie. How could mere words of gratitude encapsulate such profound appreciation? Fu Jingxing responded, "I will take you home to rest. Once you feel better, we can go to the police station for your statement." "Don't worry, the evidence is irrefutable." He Wanti escaped justice. Sang Luo nodded, her gaze towards Fu Jingxing laden with complexity. At that moment, He Mingchuan approached, gripping Sang Luo's wrist firmly, declaring, "Since I am here, I will handle her matters. You need not concern yourself." His tone was frigid, as he seemed intent on establishing dominance in this situation. Sang Luo's brow furrowed tightly, ready to protest. But Fu Jingxing spoke first. "All right, I happen to be injured and cannot drive. You take Xiao Luo home. I will feel at ease." He Mingchuan's expression darkened, and he exchanged few words with Fu Jingxing before pulling Sang Luo away. She found He Mingchuan's behavior puzzling. After a day of absence, he suddenly appeared, leaving Fu Jingxing alone in the hospital. The crux of the matter remained that Fu Jingxing had just saved her. He Mingchuan, let go. The voice of Sang Luo was low yet resolute. He Mingchuan, of course, did not relent, stating, "Let us return. You need to rest. Tang Xian will escort you back. So there is no need for your concern." Sang Luo glanced back at Fu Jingxing twice, but her frustration grew as she could not free herself from He Mingchuan's grasp. Fu Jingxing, standing in place, merely waved her off, urging her to return. His demeanor only deepened Sang Luo's sense of guilt. Throughout the ride to the hotel, Sang Luo maintained a sullen expression, offering no warmth to He Mingchuan. As he fastened her seatbelt, noticing her continued somberness, he remarked, "You worked late until past 10. Jiang Bingzhu waited for you downstairs, and within mere minutes, Fu Jingxing appeared in the underground parking lot. Reflect on that." He secured her seatbelt and drove back to the hotel. At that moment, Sang Luo was too preoccupied to ponder his words. She simply found He Mingchuan inexplicably bewildering. Choosing silence, she sat in the passenger seat without uttering a word. Even upon arriving at He Mingchuan's hotel, she remained mute, exhausted and still shaken. Any touch from He Mingchuan made her uneasy. He Mingchuan, unaccustomed to such treatment, finally said, "Sang Luo, know when to stop." His patience was finite, and so was his gentleness towards her. Sang Luo was indeed irritable. Her face cold, she retorted, "I never asked you to come. And on what grounds do you question Fu Jingxing? Where were you when he rescued me? You only come to take me home from the hospital afterward." "I had matters to attend to," He Mingchuan clarified. Sang Luo found his explanation both absurd and tedious. "What was I expecting from you? You have always regarded me as your plaything, seeking me when it pleased you and dismissing me with money when it did not." Her words struck a nerve with He Mingchuan, and his expression soured as he coldly countered, "And what do you consider me? Ask yourself, what do you consider me?" This question momentarily left Sang Luo speechless. She felt a mix of shock and helplessness. After a pause, her eyes welled with tears as she finally asked, "Why are you so harsh?" What seemed poised to erupt into a heated argument softened at Sang Luo's tear-streaked inquiry, causing He Mingchuan to withdraw his anger. After a brief moment of surprise, he replied, "I'm not being harsh with you." Sang Luo stared intently at him, her eyes unblinking as tears streamed down her face. He Mingchuan had never witnessed such raw emotion from her, and feeling a sense of helplessness, he approached and gently patted her head. "Do not cry. I am not being harsh with you," he reassured her. "I genuinely had matters to attend to. After finishing, I went to your place to wait for you, but never saw you. It was only later at your company that I learned something had happened. Additionally, seeing Fu Jingxing there stirred my anger, especially with the way you looked at him, full of concern." He pulled Sang Luo into his embrace, softly stroking her back. "Do not cry. I will handle this matter. Jiang Bingzhu has not been around for years. No one will dare to bully you again." Sang Luo was not devoid of anger or resentment. Rather, she was simply fatigued. With He Mingchuan no longer harsh towards her, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She fell silent, her mind replaying the image of Jiang Bingzhu wielding a knife against her. Though she had previously encountered tumultuous experiences, the revelry of excess often attracted troublemakers. However, during those times, there were bodyguards present, ensuring her safety from harm. The troublemakers resembled paper tigers, hesitant to create any significant disturbance. Jiang Bingzhu was different. It seemed he would rather perish than not obtain his monetary demands from her. She was consumed by fear. Yet, despite her overwhelming terror, she still refrained from seeking solace in He Mingchuan. She understood that he would not rush to her rescue with the same reckless abandon as Fu Jingxing. Chapter 81. In distress, although Sang Luo felt utterly fatigued and had yet to detach herself from the events surrounding Jiang Bingzhu, she found no semblance of sleep as she lay in bed. It was not a matter of being overly delicate or incapable of handling adversity. Rather, it was impossible for her to drift into a peaceful slumber as if nothing had transpired. Moreover, her thoughts wandered to Fu Jingxing. Was he all right? He had been informed by He Changfeng that the accident 5 years prior had left him with numerous lingering ailments, and the injury he sustained earlier had been quite severe. She wondered how he was faring now. He Mingchuan held her close, simply embracing her, yet he could still sense her body trembling slightly. He softly inquired, "Can't you sleep?" Sang Luo replied with a non-committal hum, perplexed as to why Jiang Bingzhu sought her out. After all, it was he who had wronged Sui. When pressed about his responsibilities, he should have faced the consequences with humility. Why had he bound her to him, demanding money in the process? He Mingchuan listened attentively, recognizing that this moment was one of catharsis for Sang Luo. As she spoke, her anger intensified. How could someone so despicable have ever captured Sui's affections? Fang Zuling, in comparison, was not nearly as shameless. Sang Luo considered Fang Zuling to be the most exasperating of her previous partners. Indeed, there were always greater depths of human character. "He saw me out recently to inquire about you," He Mingchuan mentioned. "He even called yesterday to wish me a happy birthday." "Yesterday was your birthday?" Sang Luo asked, and as the words left her lips, the atmosphere in the room thickened. The stillness of the early morning was palpable, and the silence between them deepened into a suffocating quietude. At that moment, Sang Luo found herself disinclined to converse with He Mingchuan. He had forgotten her birthday, offering no gifts or surprises, nor had he been the first to come to her aid in a time of peril. Just moments before, He Mingchuan had reproached her for taking him for granted. In truth, they were equally culpable, neither deserving to feel wronged by the other. Sang Luo attempted to extricate herself from his embrace, but he refused to let go. "I'm hot," she said, a hint of impatience in her tone. It was not that she was genuinely overheated. She simply wished to be free from his hold. Yet, He Mingchuan, understanding the turmoil of her emotions, did not release her. "Let us sleep," he murmured. "I'll hold you. What would you like for a birthday gift? I'll make it up to you." Sang Luo remained silent, not out of modesty or reluctance to accept gifts from a man, but because she sensed that he had not genuinely considered the matter. Why should she accept a gift that was not thoughtfully prepared? She felt that anything obtained without effort was not worth having. This man professed their relationship, yet failed to fulfill the duties of a boyfriend. Perhaps he should simply seek a friend with benefits instead. Despite being held in a secure environment, Sang Luo's slumber was restless. She awoke intermittently, and by 8 or 9 o'clock, found herself unable to sleep any longer. Resolutely, she rose from the bed and stepped onto the balcony with her phone in hand. After a moment's contemplation, she sent a message to Fu Jingxing inquiring about his condition. He responded with a voice message, assuring her that he was fine and on his way to the police station. Without hesitation, she called him. "Are you truly uninjured? Your father mentioned that you had numerous complications. You were hospitalized for several days, even for a routine fever." Sang Luo inquired, clearly concerned. After a few seconds of silence, the other party responded, "You didn't come to see me that time." Sang Luo was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling that they had been in a state of separation, and, at that time, she was involved with He Mingchuan. Now his arm bore the injury she had caused, which naturally compelled her to show concern. "I was just joking," Fu Jingxing replied with a faint smile. "Xiao Luo, regardless of our relationship, if you are ever in danger and I have the ability to help, I will rush to your side without hesitation." Sang Luo paused before asking, "How did you get there so quickly yesterday?" It wasn't that she doubted Fu Jingxing. Rather, she found it a bit too coincidental. Fu Jingxing explained, "After having lunch with you, I intended to return to Song City, but I felt compelled to say something more to you. I turned back, and while in the car, I was reflecting on our past. Then, I received your call, and I thought we were in sync." Understanding dawned on her. It was He Mingchuan's malice at play. "Xiao Luo, once you feel better, come to the police station to give a statement." He Mingchuan, "Will he take care of you?" Fu Jingxing asked, a hint of concern evident in his voice. Sang Luo glanced into the room, unsure how to articulate her feelings. "I will take care of myself," she assured him. "All right, rest well. I'll be here." Feeling overwhelmed, Sang Luo abruptly ended the call. She realized that the moment she had rushed towards Fu Jingxing the previous night, she had sealed her fate. Earlier, Yilanshan had remarked on her lack of affection. Her mother had left when she was very young, and upon returning to the Sang family, she received nothing but indifference and neglect from her father. Even the occasional concern from the elder Sang would linger in her memory for ages, and she had refrained from retaliating against the Sang family out of respect for him. She recalled how Fu Jingxing had rescued her from the depths of despair, a moment that would undoubtedly rank among the most unforgettable of her life. She had desperately sought traces of Fu Jingxing in her past relationships, yearning to see if anyone could treat her better than he did. Should she find any shortcomings compared to him, she would swiftly end things. And now, he had returned. Not only that, but he had once again saved her. Meanwhile, in the room, He Mingchuan, still groggy, realized Sang Luo was missing. He quickly awoke, threw off the covers, and searched the room for her to no avail. Growing anxious, he pulled out his phone to call Sang Luo, only to hear the ringtone coming from the balcony. He hurried outside to find her sitting there, lost in thought on the chair. The balcony railing was not high, and curled up in the chair, she looked precariously close to falling if she stood up. He Mingchuan rushed to her side, gathered her into his arms, wrapped her in a blanket, and sternly admonished, "What is wrong with you, Jiang Bingzhu? Were you trying to jump?" Sang Luo regained her senses, gazing at He Mingchuan with a look of confusion, and explained, "I did not intend to jump from the building. I merely needed a moment to collect my thoughts outside." Earlier, Sang Luo had appeared pale and devoid of desires, curled up in the chair on the balcony. Who could witness such a sight without assuming she contemplated a leap? It was only when He Mingchuan became fully aware that he realized Sang Luo was not the type to inflict harm upon herself over such matters. He relaxed and inquired, "Do you still wish to rest for a while?" Sang Luo shook her head and replied, "I will take a shower and then head to the police station to give my statement, ensuring that scoundrel Jiang Bingzhu pays for his actions." Her fierce determination had resurfaced. She was resolute that this matter would not be settled without Jiang Bingzhu facing consequences. Thus, she asked, "The dashcam has audio recording capabilities, doesn't it?" At this moment, He Mingchuan regarded Sang Luo with utmost seriousness, and after a few seconds, he remarked, "You truly are not to be underestimated." Chapter 82 originally. When He Mingchuan spoke these words, he was 3 parts serious and 7 parts jesting. However, Sang Luo was not joking in the least. She inquired of He Mingchuan, "Why should one show mercy to those who have inflicted harm upon oneself? We are all novices in this life. What gives them the right to be indulged?" Discussing such a heavy topic so early in the morning indeed felt rather burdensome. He Mingchuan lifted Sang Luo into his arms and carried her towards the bathroom. "I can bathe myself," she protested. "Aren't we in a hurry to take your statement?" He countered, "Then let's go together." Sang Luo emerged from the bathroom before He Mingchuan, her mood quite dim. She donned yesterday's attire, making do with it, as she had no inclination to return home to change. Her sole desire was to head straight to the police station to provide her testimony, hoping for a lengthier sentence for Jiang Bingzhu. Suddenly, He Mingchuan's phone rang, and she noticed the caller was Su Yi. It was not entirely unfounded for Sang Luo to be concerned, ever since the incident involving Su Yi surfaced. He Mingchuan had made it a point to visit her whenever he came to Sijiacheng. She had an inkling that his visit this time was also to see Su Yi. After a moment's hesitation, Sang Luo answered the call. "Mingchuan, the police came to see me today and asked about Jiang Bingzhu. They mentioned he had come to find Sang Luo. Is she all right?" Yi muited. In truth, Su Yi possessed Sang Luo's WeChat. Yet she refrained from directly inquiring about her well-being, instead opting to approach it indirectly through He Mingchuan. Sang Luo sensed something amiss. She replied, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Miss Su." "Oh, it's Secretary Sang?" Su Yi responded, somewhat surprised. "You and Mingchuan are together? I thought he would return immediately after visiting me yesterday." Indeed, He Mingchuan had come to Sijiacheng to see Su Yi. Sang Luo was at a loss for words, feeling rather speechless. "He is in the shower. I will fetch him for you," she said, glancing towards the bathroom. "At this hour, he is bathing." Was it before or after his visit? Sang Luo kept silent, leaving Su Yi to ponder. Typically, she treated young women with courtesy, yet Su Yi, fully aware that it was she who answered the call, offered neither an apology nor any inquiry about her welfare. Sang Luo felt perplexed by Su Yi's demeanor. Su Yi replied, "No need, it is nothing of great importance." Secretary Sang, "I did not anticipate Jiang Bingju would commit such terrifying acts. Rest assured, our family's lawyer will seek justice." Sang Luo responded, devoid of emotion, before ending the call. When He Mingchuan finally emerged, he noticed Sang Luo's composed expression and asked, "What is it?" "Su Yi called earlier, and I answered," she replied. "Oh," He Mingchuan responded, seemingly indifferent to the fact that Sang Luo had taken Su Yi's call. "What did she say?" Sang Luo was uncertain whether He Mingchuan's lack of concern stemmed from genuine innocence or from the belief that his visit to Sijiacheng for Su Yi was unproblematic. After a brief pause, she replied ambiguously. She asked if you had returned to Songchen. It was evident that Sang Luo was upset. He Mingchuan understood her underlying sarcasm and explained, "Su Yi and I are truly just friends. You are aware that she recently lost her child and is emotionally unstable. She mentioned craving the tofu pudding from Songchen. I initially intended to come see you this week, which is why I arrived on Friday." He Mingchuan paused mid-sentence, realizing that such a conversation could lead to complications. It was quite extraordinary to take a flight solely to deliver tofu pudding to Su Yi. It truly reflected the nature of their friendship. Although she understood that feeling inexplicably jealous was unwarranted, an unease lingered within her. She inquired, "Is the tofu pudding delicious?" Chapter 83. Do not think Sang Luo did not engage in a serious debate with He Mingchuan regarding this matter. After all, when a woman begins to care, it often marks the onset of her entanglement. Sang Luo was not averse to the idea of romance, nor to embarking on a new relationship with a different person. She even entertained the notion of wholly surrendering her body and soul to another. What she rejected was infidelity. He Mingchuan drove Sang Luo back to the company building to retrieve the car's dashcam. Casually, he inquired, "You were talking in your sleep this morning? Something about fire and struggling to breathe." Sang Luo paused, recalling the fragmented dreams from the early hours of the morning. She nodded yes. When the Sang family still resided in the old villa district, the house had fallen into disrepair, and it was said that the aging wires had caught fire. I was in the basement at the time, and the firefighters rescued me after they arrived. She spoke nonchalantly, omitting the reason for her entrapment in the basement. Sang Yu had informed the firefighters that no one else was home, but for safety's sake, Fu Jingxing had gone back in and found her. Had it not been for him, she might have perished that day. Sang Luo's tone was subdued as she revealed her past with Fu Jingxing. He Mingchuan glanced at Sang Luo. Her makeup had been removed earlier that morning, and now her fair complexion was devoid of any artifice. Her hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. As he opened the window, a gentle breeze tousled her hair. When she recounted those events, her expression bore little emotion. It seemed to harbor profound sentiment. He Mingchuan averted his gaze, reflecting on the absurdity of listening to Sang Luo's narrative involving Fu Jingxing. With an unclear sentiment, he asked, "What are you trying to convey?" "He saved me once again yesterday," Sang Luo emphasized. "So?" He Mingchuan chuckled lightly. "Sang Luo, do you wish to play both sides?" Sang Luo, ensconced in the passenger seat, felt despondent. "No, even if I were to be with him, it would only be after parting ways with you. Do not even think about it." He Mingchuan had never encountered a woman who could speak of such matters with such nonchalance. What was going on in her mind? Sang Luo pondered that she would not end up with Fu Jingxing, even if she were to separate from He Mingchuan. It wasn't that reconciliation with her ex was out of the question, but rather, she felt deep down that she and Fu Jingxing were no longer compatible. Time not only altered their ages, but also their experiences and perspectives. Fu Jingxing's lingering feelings for her might simply stem from the fact that he had not pursued other women during these 5 years, wholly focused on his recovery. Even if they had not parted ways 5 years ago due to those circumstances, their future together was not guaranteed. She resonated with Yi Lanshan's viewpoint that unwavering love is contrary to human nature. After retrieving the dashcam, they proceeded to the police station, where He Mingchuan's assistant, Tang Xian, awaited them with a lawyer. In handling the aftermath of the incident, He Mingchuan was meticulous. The lawyer informed Sang Luo, "There are surveillance cameras at the office building, and, combined with the audio from the dashcam, he cannot escape the charges of extortion. Furthermore, the amount involved is substantial, starting with a minimum sentence of 10 years. The lawyer added another remark, stating that the suspect's ex-girlfriend had just arrived. It was heard that he had been weeping profusely in her presence, pleading for forgiveness. After all, they had also retained legal counsel, and if he were to be charged with intentional injury, an additional 2 years would be added to his sentence." As they conversed, the aforementioned ex-girlfriend concluded her meeting with Jiang Bingzhu and emerged from within. Sui approached when she spotted Sang Luo and He Mingchuan, greeting them with a hint of apology on her face. Standing beside He Mingchuan, she expressed to Sang Luo, "Secretary Sang, I truly apologize for involving you in my affairs. I hope your injury on your head has healed." Sang Luo's gaze briefly flickered towards He Mingchuan, aware that they were standing rather closely. However, He Mingchuan appeared oblivious to any discomfort, perhaps still vexed by her earlier mention of a potential reconciliation with Fu Jingxing, deliberately maintaining a distance from Sui. She replied calmly, "It's nothing. I'm here to take a statement." Upon mentioning the matter, Sui seemed somewhat troubled. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Secretary Sang, I have given it serious thought, and I do not intend to hold Jiang Bingzhu accountable. After our breakup, I did indeed entangle myself with him, which led to these circumstances. Now that he has shown remorse. After all, we were together for several years. There is no need to exacerbate matters post-breakup." The phrase, "after all, we were together for several years," truly infuriated Sang Luo, leaving her with no further retorts. She simply remarked, "You kind of deserve it." Upon hearing this, Sui's expression noticeably shifted. He Mingchuan, on the other hand, remained silent, seemingly unwilling to engage in the women's dialogue. Perhaps due to the earlier tension between Sang Luo and Sui, he deemed silence the wisest course of action. Sui's decision to withdraw her lawsuit was her own affair, but it was a fact that Jiang Bingzhu had threatened Sang Luo with a knife the previous night. Sang Luo found it utterly incomprehensible that Sui, having been treated so poorly, seemed to disregard their years of relationship, eager to cast him aside and start anew. To declare that she would not pursue accountability, claiming to be magnanimous, was absurd. Did she truly believe that if the incident of Jiang Bingzhu's robbery had not occurred, there was still a chance for reconciliation? It's no wonder Jiang Bingzhu had her completely under his thumb, even knowing of her miscarriage. He could suggest that an apology would suffice for her forgiveness. It appeared Sui had inadvertently provided him with the confidence to utter such words. They truly seemed well matched. While Sang Luo was giving her statement, He Mingchuan waited outside. Sui was present as well, but he hardly engaged her in conversation. Sui initiated the dialogue, saying, "Mingchuan, I really don't want to be entangled in these matters. Lawsuits can take months. I just want to quickly forget that chapter and begin a new life." He Mingchuan nodded in understanding, recognizing that being ensnared in a toxic relationship only serves to deplete oneself. Some end relationships decisively, while others maintain dignity. Both approaches are valid. Moreover, I believe that things were indeed better in the past, and there is no need to subject others to such harsh treatment. If this continues, who would dare to pursue a romantic relationship with me? Breaking up would merely result in sending someone to jail. This statement elicited a chuckle from He Mingchuan. The notion of sending someone to jail after a breakup was akin to revealing Sang Luo's identification number. After contemplating for a moment, He Mingchuan said to Sui, "You may leave for now. I still need to wait for Sang Luo." I must escort her home later, as she was quite frightened yesterday. Very well. I shall take my leave, Sue E replied, saying little more, merely casting a glance towards the room where the statements were being recorded. Chapter 84. Return after concluding matters at the police station. Sang Luo returned to her hotel. She was on a business trip in the capital, and Shen Chang had yet to decide whether to appoint her as the head of the branch office. She was contemplating her options. However, Sang Luo did not feel an urgent need for the position. Her tenure at the company was brief, her qualifications limited, and her educational background a considerable drawback. She preferred to undertake several more projects before seeking a promotion, believing that others would not object. Upon returning to the hotel, He Mingchuan was determined to pursue her, but Sang Luo was not in the mood. Unwavering, He Mingchuan knew precisely how to disarm her defenses. He boldly remarked, "You are too tense. You need to relax." Her retort was laced with sarcasm. "Is this your idea of relaxation?" Indeed, perspiring profusely could alleviate tense nerves, and afterward, he held her close. Reflecting on their initial encounters, when he would hasten to shower, it was now evident he was reluctant to let her go. He stated, "When I return to Song City, if anything were to happen to you here, I would be unable to reach you in time." This was not the first time He Mingchuan mentioned going back, and Sang Luo sensed his reluctance to venture to the capital. A flight took 3 hours. A round trip required 6. Who could endure such a routine? "I still have work to do. How much can Shun Changning pay you?" Does the Shun family genuinely offer substantial opportunities for advancement? Emerging from He Mingchuan's sweaty embrace, she lay flat and questioned, "What would I gain by returning to Song City with you? We both know your feelings for me are but a fleeting passion. Before you first suggested breaking up, I reached out to you through calls and messages, yet you ignored me, claiming you felt suffocated and lacked personal space. But that is the most authentic state of a relationship. Look at us now. Isn't it wonderful?" He Mingchuan recalled the earlier dread he felt when bombarded by Sang Luo's calls and texts. "You did that on purpose," he said coldly. Sang Luo silenced him by turning and kissing him. He Mingchuan cupped her face, pulling back reluctantly, saying, "That tactic won't work." Sang Luo slid down slightly and asked, "How about this?" After spending 3 days in the capital, He Mingchuan departed early on Monday morning, catching the earliest flight, citing a mandatory meeting that he could not afford to be late for. When Sang Luo awoke, he was already gone. After freshening up, she took the trash out herself. During the weekend, she had done nothing in her room, and the cleaning lady must have seen the remnants of her activities, which left her feeling embarrassed. With He Mingchuan absent, Sang Luo's life returned to its normal rhythm. Her current workload exceeded her previous role as Shun Changning's secretary, and several executives had good relations with Jiang Bingzhu. Whether it was an expression of male camaraderie or resentment towards Sang Luo for allegedly encroaching on their territory, they were not particularly cordial towards her. As her work consumed her time, she found little opportunity to engage with He Mingchuan. Sometimes his messages would go unanswered for hours, and gradually, he ceased to text her frequently. It was understandable, given his lofty demeanor. Had he ever truly lowered himself to anyone? On one occasion, Sang Luo chanced upon He Mingchuan's WeChat, where numerous messages adorned with attractive female avatars lay unread. He chose to ignore them, neither acknowledging nor responding. His prior attentiveness towards Sang Luo stemmed solely from the fact that she was a conquest he had yet to achieve, compounded by the presence of other suitors vying for her affection. Now, with Sang Luo intentionally avoiding Fu Jingxing and Jiang Bingzhu having returned, he perceived the potential threat as diminished, thus allowing Sang Luo to roam free. He understood the dynamics of this tug-of-war quite well. Sang Luo thrived in the bustling city of Sijio, her performance markedly improving, while those erstwhile friends of Jiang Bingzhu, who had conspired against her, now dared not provoke her further. She contemplated the possibility of shedding the prefix of acting from her title. However, a phone call from Shun Changning subtly hinted at her need for a competent assistant since Sang Luo's arrival in Sijio. Others simply did not measure up. Understanding the implications of her boss's words, Sang Luo assured her that she could return to Song City to facilitate the transition. Shun Changning breathed a sigh of relief. expressing that the dry weather in Sijio was less preferable compared to the comforts of Song City, where her family and friends resided. Initially, Sang Luo perceived this as a routine personnel adjustment, but Shun Chongning's explanation aroused her suspicions. She recalled He Mingchuan's previous mention of returning to Song City. Had he perhaps shared something with Shin Chongning? Yet, after some reflection, she dismissed the notion. Her communication with He Mingchuan had dwindled over the past few days, and she believed his interest had waned. There was no need for him to linger on her. Individuals like He Mingchuan seldom took romantic matters seriously. Upon her return to Song City, while at the airport, Sang Luo thought she spotted Yilanshan, whose companion appeared somewhat familiar. However, they were in the VIP lane, and a fleeting glance left her uncertain. She messaged Yilanshan to inquire if she was at the airport. By the time Yilanshan replied, Sang Luo was already en route. Yilanshan, yes. My father injured his leg. I need to go back and check on him. Sang Luo asked about the severity of the injury and whether she should accompany her. Yilanshan assured her it was a minor injury, nothing to worry about. After a moment's contemplation, Sang Luo refrained from questioning why Yilanshan had boarded the flight with Shun Hanjing. After all, they were adults. Everyone harbored their secrets. Upon returning to her apartment, Sang Luo had arranged for a cleaner to come, and after a refreshing shower, she donned her pajamas and settled onto the sofa, ordering takeout while opening her laptop. Perhaps adult life revolved around work, sleep, and takeout. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up with an incoming call from the resurrected He Mingchuan. Sang Luo hesitated, but ultimately answered. His tone was less than cordial as he inquired, "Where are you?" She glanced at the time on her computer screen. Friday evening, 7:30 p.m. Could it be that he was in Sijio? Sang Luo speculated that his ire stemmed from discovering a different occupant in the hotel where she had been staying. The other end let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Sang Luo activated the speakerphone and continued to place her order, her tone neither warm nor cold. "Aren't you the one who wished for my return to Song City? Here I am, yet you seem upset." She wished to add that it was he who orchestrated her return to Song City. "You could have informed me in advance. You are well aware of that." Sang Luo retorted sharply. Their quarrels were infrequent. They rarely engaged in disputes. Just like this time, He Mingchuan abruptly ended the call. Chapter 85. Do not indulge. As He Mingchuan stepped out of his home, he unexpectedly encountered He Changfeng, who had just returned. The relationship between father and son was far from harmonious, especially since Fu Jingxing's return. "Where are you headed at this late hour?" He Changfeng inquired. He Mingchuan halted, his expression neutral as he replied, "Out." He was adept at the art of terse conversation. Clearly, he did not wish to disclose his destination to He Changfeng. After a moment's contemplation, He Changfeng remarked, "I've heard you've been getting closer to that young lady from the Su family. You are well aware of her past. Our family cannot accept her." He Mingchuan retorted, "Why not simply arrange for me someone else?" This proposition seemed to genuinely resonate with He Changfeng, who pondered it seriously, considering it more reliable than the choices He Mingchuan might make on his own. The father's words rendered He Mingchuan momentarily speechless. As He Mingchuan prepared to leave, He Changfeng said, "You were quite sensible as a child. Why have you become so rebellious as an adult? If only you could be half as considerate as Jingxing." He Mingchuan furrowed his brow slightly, yet the night concealed his emotions impeccably. With little sentiment, he stated, "All right, I shall return." With that, he turned back towards his small courtyard. That night, Sang Luo sent He Mingchuan a message, inquiring if he had indeed gone to Sijio City. He simply shared his location, the address of the He residence. Evidently, he had not gone. Their exchange was limited to this, as He Mingchuan did not reach out to her again, and she was preoccupied with indulging in the long-missed culinary delights of Song City, thus refraining from further conversation with him. She felt that they did not resemble a couple in the least. A few days later, Sang Luo encountered He Mingchuan's mother, Ms. Zhou, at a conference organized in collaboration with multiple educational institutions. The curriculum at contemporary private schools had expanded significantly, even encompassing aeronautics. As a school board member, Ms. Zhou was naturally present at the event. After the conference concluded, Sang Luo took the initiative to greet her, and upon seeing Sang Luo, Ms. Zhou appeared unsurprised. She remarked, "I believe Chongning is reluctant to let you go to Sijio City." I inquired about it previously, and she mentioned that once you were found, she would ensure your return. Of course, the environment in Song City was much more pleasant. Sijio City was fast-paced and the climate arid. Sang Luo smiled brightly in response, but internally, she felt a surge of emotion. It seemed that Zhou Shuyi had raised this matter with Shen Chongning, which explained why Shen Chongning had summoned her back from Sijio City. She had previously expressed her frustration about this to He Mingchuan, and it was no wonder he had abruptly hung up on her. Zhou Shuyi smiled, suggesting, "Let us dine together. The last time you visited my home, we didn't have the chance to enjoy a proper meal. I felt rather guilty about it." "It's quite all right. That time, I was the one who acted thoughtlessly," Sang Luo replied. "How are things between you and Mingchuan?" Zhou Shuyi inquired. "He has his flaws, but he has matured somewhat since being with you." At that moment, Sang Luo was at a loss for words in response to Ms. Zhou. Then Ms. Zhou added, "In a relationship, it is ultimately the male who should accommodate the female. If he has done anything amiss, do not hesitate to speak up. Do not indulge him." Men tend to become complacent when indulged. Indeed, Sang Luo never coddled He Mingchuan, not even once. However, this time, Sang Luo realized she had unjustly accused He Mingchuan, and persisting in this stalemate would yield no resolution. Therefore, after concluding the dinner with Mrs. Zhou, Sang Luo took the initiative to call He Mingchuan. On the other end, he responded with a sarcastic inquiry. "Who is this?" Chapter 86. Darling, it is often said that a man who reveals his childish side in front of a woman truly cherishes her. However, Sang Luo regarded this as a sign of underdeveloped intellect. Yet, at this moment, she refrained from confronting He Mingchuan directly. Softening her tone, she said, "I'm waiting for you downstairs at your apartment. Could you come fetch me? Since you're already downstairs, can't you come up by yourself?" He Mingchuan replied, his voice still indifferent. Nevertheless, Sang Luo could hear the sound of his footsteps as he approached. "There's security downstairs, if you don't recognize me." "They certainly won't let me in," she retorted. "They lack your discernment. Will you come to get me, then?" Sang Luo inquired. "How pretentious," he remarked. Yet the very person who uttered this was already in the elevator. The signal was poor, causing their call to drop abruptly. Sang Luo stood at the entrance, clutching her bag, lost in thought. Before long, He Mingchuan descended the stairs. He was clad in a white t-shirt and gray athletic pants, exuding a more relaxed and sunny demeanor than his usual formal attire. Indeed, handsome men seemed to look good in anything. "Did you need something from me?" He Mingchuan asked, adopting a polite yet distant demeanor. Sang Luo stepped closer to him, reaching for his hand, but he evaded her grasp. When she attempted again, his reaction was less pronounced. "Are you not cold? Dressed so lightly?" she questioned. He Mingchuan scoffed. "Do you actually care about others?" This sentiment had been brewing since she returned to Song City. "I'm not a cold-hearted person. How could I not care?" "That is precisely what I believe," he replied coolly, regarding her with a gaze that revealed his disdain for bickering with her in the open. The thought of such childishness sent a shiver down his spine. "Let's go inside." His expression remained neutral, yet a flicker of barely discernible emotion lingered between his brows. Sang Luo smiled and caught up to him, linking her arm with his. "Young man, do you not understand the importance of dressing appropriately for the seasons? Even the strongest body cannot withstand neglect." "I'm perfectly fine. Quite healthy. In fact," He Mingchuan retorted with a dismissive snort. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he changed direction, heading towards another entrance instead of leading Sang Luo upstairs. "Where are you going?" she asked, perplexed. "To the supermarket to buy some things," he replied. Sang Luo understood immediately. "I clearly saw supplies in your house the last time I was there. Have you brought another woman home?" He Mingchuan turned to her, his gaze intense, as if he wished to devour her with his eyes. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he answered, "Who else could it be besides you? You seemed rather occupied during your days in the capital." Sang Luo felt somewhat speechless. "I was working in the capital, and with Jiang Bingzhu making things difficult for me. I had no energy to waste on men." He Mingchuan scoffed again. "Without that incident with Jiang Bingzhu, you would have felt free as a bird, wouldn't you?" Sang Luo was perplexed by the man's awkwardness upon their first meeting. She decided not to explain herself and thought, let him believe what he wants. Not receiving a response from Sang Luo, He Mingchuan continued, "A woman like you should be tethered with a rope around your waist. He led Sang Luo to the underground supermarket, heading straight for their destination. Sang Luo felt utterly speechless. Although it was nighttime, the supermarket still had its share of patrons, and she wished she could pretend not to know him. He Mingchuan, however, appeared unfazed and remarked, "You returned without a word. Yet you act as if I am the one obstructing you. Does that make you feel better?" Indeed, men often know everything but choose to remain silent. It is only in moments of urgency that they voice their suppressed thoughts. Sang Luo perceived He Mingchuan as somewhat immature, perhaps due to being a year younger than her. "Is it wrong for me to apologize?" she asked. He Mingchuan scoffed. "Your insincere demeanor resembles that of a cat. I learned it from you." Sensing that he might be genuinely upset, Sang Luo turned and walked away. He Mingchuan casually tossed a few items into the shopping cart and caught up with her. As they exited the aisle, they encountered another man pushing a shopping cart, who looked at them with an awkward expression. Coincidentally, it was Fu Jingxing. This building belonged to the He family, and after returning to the He residence, Fu Jingxing did not stay at the He mansion. He Qingfeng provided him with an apartment in the same building. He Mingchuan approached Sang Luo, his tone indifferent. "What are you dawdling for? Didn't you say we should hurry home?" Fu Jingxing noticed that He Mingchuan's cart held nothing but the items they had chosen. His expression was a complex mixture of emotions. At that moment, any word seemed inadequate. Ultimately, Sang Luo was pulled away by He Mingchuan. Upon returning home, He Mingchuan's demeanor was less than pleasant. He was quite expressive of his feelings in Sang Luo's presence. However, she found his cryptic expressions irritating, reflecting on her mother's advice that men should not be indulged. Frustrated with He Mingchuan's behavior, she impatiently asked, "How long are you going to remain angry?" His expression was icy as he retorted, "You know I'm angry?" Sang Luo thought to herself that he might as well have worn his irritation on his face. "What do you want from me?" she inquired. A few kind words would suffice. She recognized that the earlier encounter with Fu Jingxing had ignited his competitive spirit, which created an awkward tension between them. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Darling." Afterward, Sang Luo took a shower, and upon her return, she found him smoking on the balcony. In their recent encounters, it seemed that He Mingchuan had become inseparable from his cigarettes. Noticing her presence, he extinguished the half-finished cigarette. Sang Luo asked, "Are you feeling particularly troubled lately?" He replied, "You know I'm annoyed, so try not to provoke me." He Mingchuan cast her a glance. She was still wearing his shirt, opting for it over her own pajamas. "Please, don't tease me. I lack the energy for it." "How am I teasing you?" she retorted. "Are you unaware that your legs are quite alluring? Then why are you bothered?" He countered, "I have no idea what is troubling you. What if I inadvertently touch on a sensitive topic? Keep your distance from Fu Jingxing, and you won't tread on my landmines," He Mingchuan replied, irritation evident in his tone. No wonder she had been so agitated earlier. "That was merely an accidental encounter," Sang Luo explained. "Since that incident in Sijio City, I haven't seen him again." Regardless of whether He Mingchuan believed her, it was sufficient for Sang Luo to be at peace with her own conscience. After a brief moment, it seemed she had an epiphany and inquired, "You sought to rekindle our relationship because of Fu Jingxing, didn't you?" "Perhaps." He Mingchuan's feelings were not fueled by a sense of rivalry. It was likely a simple desire to prevent Fu Jingxing from obtaining what he yearned for. Chapter 87. Distress upon hearing Sang Luo's words, He Mingchuan let out a cold laugh. With an ambiguous tone, he inquired, "What would you do if one day I were to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Fu Jingxing?" The chill in his laughter sent a shiver down Sang Luo's spine. Although she was worlds apart from the elite circles He Mingchuan inhabited, she had overheard tales of treachery and betrayal among those families during her previous indulgences in their extravagant gatherings. In the face of power and wealth, notions of kinship, friendship, and love were rendered trivial. Previously, while seated at the He family's dining table, Sang Luo had sensed an undercurrent of tension. Fu Jingxing had the support of his biological father, He Qingfeng, while He Mingchuan was shielded by his mother, Zhou Shui. Should a conflict arise over the distribution of family assets, it would inevitably devolve into a ruthless contest of victors and vanquished. Nonetheless, Sang Luo shrugged nonchalantly, feigning indifference as she replied, "That is your affair, not mine. By then, you may well have someone else by your side." Her words implied that He Mingchuan was oblivious to her attempts at evasion. Soon after, she added, "But truly, darling, do not involve me in this." Approaching He Mingchuan, she wrapped her arms around his waist and continued, as a diligent worker solely focused on earning a living. "Can you bear to see me reduced to a state of utter poverty?" Here it came again. He Mingchuan removed her hands from his waist, stating, "Go to sleep." "I'm tired." "Were you tired?" Sang Luo pursued him. "Let me massage you." "Do not touch me," he retorted. "Why not?" "I simply wish to be near you." She insisted on clinging to He Mingchuan, who ultimately relented, unable to extricate himself from her grasp. At times, even Sang Luo could not discern whether her emotions were feigned or genuine. The following day, Sang Luo and He Mingchuan resumed their respective routines, remaining uninvolved in each other's lives. Their relationship resembled a nocturnal revelry, followed by a stark separation at dawn. The turning point arrived when Yi Lanshan returned from her hometown, bringing not only local delicacies for Sang Luo, but also sensational news. With vivid enthusiasm, Yi Lanshan recounted, He Mingchuan delivered a fierce blow to Fu Jingxing during the board meeting, but unexpectedly, Fu Jingxing was in poor health and ended up in the hospital. Consequently, the chairman of the He family suspended He Mingchuan from his position for reflection. At that moment, Sang Luo was unpacking the specialties Yi Lanshan had brought back when she abruptly turned her head. What happened to Fu Jingxing? Yi Lanshan did not respond directly, but instead clicked her tongue, regarding Sang Luo with knowing eyes. "Darling, I just told you that Fu Jingxing was injured and He Mingchuan was suspended, yet your only concern is for Fu Jingxing. It is quite apparent whom you prioritize." Sang Luo paused, regaining her composure. "It's because Fu Jingxing has been unwell and often falls ill. Why would He Mingchuan strike him? Moreover, He Mingchuan has not mentioned his suspension to me." At the Renxin hospital, Yi Lanshan was on the verge of revealing Fu Jingxing's hospital room number to her. The two men were grappling, either for wealth and power or for a woman. Why, one might wonder. Sang Luo recalled the moment she had encountered Fu Jingxing at the shopping mall. After some contemplation, she decided to call He Mingchuan, but his phone was turned off. With his phone off, he would, of course, be unable to see any messages. At that moment, Yi Lanshan, with a curious expression, inquired, "Darling, are you going to find Fu Jingxing first, or He Mingchuan?" Sang Luo, countering with curiosity, retorted, "I saw you walking through the VIP passage at the airport with Shan Hanjing the other day. What is your relationship with him?" This successfully silenced Yi Lanshan. Grabbing the car keys, Sang Luo instructed Yi Lanshan, "Please close the door when you leave." "Aren't you coming with me?" Yi Lanshan asked. However, Sang Luo had already exited. Yi Lanshan was genuinely curious whether Sang Luo would seek out He Mingchuan first or Fu Jingxing. Sang Luo drove to He Mingchuan's residence. Their relationship was indeed rather ordinary, lacking the intimacy typical of couples who spoke daily, yet there remained a layer of connection. If she did not express concern at this moment, she would feel remiss. As for Fu Jingxing, Sang Luo believed that since he was already in the hospital, the doctors would certainly be more capable of caring for him than she could, rendering her visit futile. The security guard at He Mingchuan's building recognized Sang Luo, possibly due to prior instructions from the owner, allowing her to ascend directly. Upon the elevator doors opening, Sang Luo felt her concerns might have been unfounded. He Mingchuan's home, originally adorned with a minimalist and understated design, was now hosting a lively party, its ambience rivaling that of a bar. The spacious apartment was filled with unfamiliar faces, both men and women, dancing and drinking, some even embracing and kissing. Sang Luo was utterly taken aback. The revelers continued their festivities undeterred by her arrival, with one eager young man attempting to draw her into the merriment. Sang Luo instinctively brushed aside his hand and inquired, "Where is He Mingchuan?" "He Mingchuan," the young man chuckled, leaning closer. "Sister, you are quite beautiful. Come join us." Scanning the vibrant lights, Sang Luo failed to spot He Mingchuan. She pushed past the young man and headed toward He Mingchuan's room. The door was ajar, and it seemed there were people inside. Upon entering, she discovered He Mingchuan swaying to the music with several girls. Initially worried that he might be downcast due to his suspension, she now realized he appeared to be in high spirits, needing no one as concern. He Mingchuan seemed to notice her, but indifferently averted his gaze, continuing to dance with the girl beside him, who was practically draped over him. Sang Luo's eyes caught sight of a few scattered wrappers on the bedside table, remnants from when He Mingchuan and she had gone to purchase them together. Thus, the items at his residence had been utilized in such a manner. Without a word, Sang Luo turned and left. As she stepped out of He Mingchuan's apartment, she was unexpectedly confronted by Shen Hanjing. "Are you leaving without staying?" Shen Hanjing inquired. At that moment, Sang Luo found herself uncertain about the source of her irritation. Perhaps she merely felt it was none of her business. In a subdued tone, she replied, "You all enjoy yourselves." However, Shen Hanjing obstructed her path, clarifying, "What I mean is, could you persuade old He to take a break? This is the third group now. He certainly has considerable stamina," she thought. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Sang Luo would never have imagined that He Mingchuan could revel in such merriment. Yet, upon reflection, wasn't that the very nature of his character? No, he must be feeling quite uncomfortable now. It truly eluded her how he could be dancing so intimately with several girls and still be experiencing any discomfort. Chapter 88. Let us go. After pulling Sang Luo to the balcony behind the kitchen, Shen Hanjing closed the door, finding solace in the quietude. He addressed the visibly impatient Sang Luo, saying, "You must be somewhat aware of the situation with the He family. The relationship between old He and his father is quite strained. This time, his father summoned Fu Jingxing back, ostensibly to honor his eldest son, yet he never considered the feelings of old He and his mother. Every family has its own burdens to bear." Sang Luo understood well the exclusion a child from a previous marriage might experience within a new family. However, observing He Chengfeng's evident favoritism towards Fu Jingxing, she surmised that He Mingchuan had endured considerable hardship. Just a couple of days ago, Oldie's father announced his intention to transfer a research project to Fu Jingxing, a project that Oldie had established upon joining the He family company, which also fulfilled his mother's aspirations. Oldie was understandably displeased, and as soon as Fu Jingxing received the project, he halted it, claiming it was unprofitable. In the study of this apartment, an entire wall showcased various models of drones. For the He family is a leading company in the drone industry. Shen Hanjing continued, "However, none of that holds significance now. With old He suspended from his position, he is filled with frustration and, lacking other outlets for his emotions, seeks to stir up some excitement." Listening to Shen Hanjing, Sang Luo felt a twinge of sympathy for He Mingchuan. Yet, a thought flickered through her mind. Pity a man, and he is doomed for life. After absorbing his words, she remarked, "It is quite lively. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. I shall not intrude." "Wait," Shen Hanjing interjected, blocking her path. "Since you are here, we will leave. The guests are yours to entertain." In truth, upon seeing the party He Mingchuan was hosting, Sang Luo had little desire to remain. However, Shen Hanjing's words prompted everyone to disperse. He Mingchuan, still reveling, noticed that all the girls had departed. When he looked up, only Sang Luo remained. He seemed somewhat disheartened, retrieving a cigarette from the bedside. Upon glancing at the scattered wrappers, he merely furrowed his brow slightly. As Sang Luo observed him light the cigarette, his demeanor exuded a blend of despondency and a palpable atmosphere. After a moment, she inquired, "How are you holding up?" He Mingchuan inhaled deeply, walking towards her but not stopping by her side. Instead, he headed to the kitchen. Thirsty, he fetched a bottle of mineral water, twisting the cap off to drink. Frankly, his indifference was rather daunting, reminiscent of the time when he had been brutally aggressive. Sang Luo wondered if he might truly be unhinged. Approaching the dining area, she asked once more, "Shall I call a cleaning lady to tidy up this place?" The scent of alcohol lingered heavily on him, yet he appeared lucid. "Why should I care?" he retorted coldly, his gaze icy as if encased in frost. Had it not been for Shen Hanjing's earlier remarks, would she have intervened? "Never mind. I understand you're feeling down," Sang Luo replied. "Why don't you go take a shower? I can handle the cleanup here." He Mingchuan placed the mineral water bottle on the island with considerable force, causing the glass to shatter upon impact. Sang Luo gazed at her hand, pierced and bleeding, the crimson mingling with water as it trickled down the ivory-hued countertop. a rather disconcerting sight. You need not feign kindness here, He Mingchuan remarked, retracting his hand and striding towards the living room, blood dripping from his fingers. Standing by the countertop, Sang Luo felt her temples throb with tension. No one could maintain fervent enthusiasm in the face of such icy words. And Sang Luo was not particularly skilled in placating others. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress the flames of frustration within her and sought out his medicine cabinet, carrying it over. Along the way, she kicked aside balloons and navigated past bottles of liquor, ultimately placing the medicine cabinet on the coffee table. She remained silent, quietly opening the cabinet and retrieving iodine. The blood from He Mingchuan's palm flowed down his fingertips, staining the pristine carpet in a shocking manner. Sang Luo reached for his hand, intending to treat his wound first. However, the man shifted his hand slightly, clearly unwilling to allow her to touch it. At this moment, Sang Luo's temper was remarkably restrained as she said, "Your hand is bleeding. Do you find self-harm amusing? Or is it that only pain can make you feel something?" He Mingchuan exhaled a puff of smoke. She detested the smell of smoke, particularly when mingled with the scent of alcohol, which was even more repugnant. His expression, obscured by the curling smoke, appeared even more aloof as he replied nonchalantly, "Not really. It feels quite vivid when I'm with you." Perhaps he had been overly gentle in their earlier encounters, and now his sudden coldness left Sang Luo feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet, had he not always carried this demeanor? She fell silent, her expression darkening. He Mingchuan regarded her with a hint of amusement, asking, "Sang Luo, do you truly believe yourself to be my girlfriend? You should tend to that wound on your hand. It may become infected." Ignoring his resistance, she fixed her gaze on his hand and poured iodine over the wound, an evidently unorthodox method of treatment. She noticed his hand tremble slightly, likely in response to the pain. The iodine dripped onto the carpet, staining it a significant patch. She used cotton to wipe away the excess iodine and applied gauze to his wound, even tying a bow around the bandaged area. Once she had completed the task, she withdrew her hands and looked up at He Mingchuan. He appeared to have neglected shaving for 2 days, stubble emerging on his jawline. Dressed in a white shirt with a few buttons undone at the collar, his collarbone was faintly visible. A noticeable reddish mark adorned his throat, unmistakably a hickey, a detail known to adults. Sang Luo stated, "It is not that I truly believe myself to be your girlfriend. It was you who suggested we give a try. If you consider your words to be mere nonsense, then we have no relationship at all." The air was thick with the scents of alcohol, blood, and tension. He Mingchuan regarded Sang Luo with a detached gaze, his eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. Yet nothing transpired in those fleeting moments. After a few seconds of silence, he resumed his indifferent demeanor, saying, "You may leave." "By leave, do you mean now? Or are you suggesting I should depart permanently?" She surely deserves a definitive answer, does she not? He Mingchuan remained silent. At times, silence serves as the most profound response. Sang Lu comprehended this and remarked, "Please take care of yourself. I shall take my leave." She did not entertain the notion of any heartfelt pleas for her to stay, for she and He Mingchuan had not yet reached that juncture. Perhaps He Mingchuan realized that his interest had waned, yet he could not devise a suitable rationale to part ways with her. In adulthood, there are indeed certain sentiments that need not be articulated with utmost clarity. Sang Lu rose to depart. Upon descending the stairs, she encountered Su Yi, who was carrying a takeout bag from a certain restaurant. Chapter 89. Upon unexpectedly encountering Su Yi, Sang Luo momentarily hesitated. Previously, she had heard rumors suggesting that the He family was dissatisfied with the Su family due to the entanglements between Su Yi and Jiang Bingzhu. However, it appeared that Su Yi's relationship with He Mingchuan remained unaffected. Sang Luo offered a slight nod as a greeting, but Su Yi halted her, politely inquiring, "Secretary Sang, are you here to see Mingchuan?" "Yes." Su Yi's eyes sparkled with a smile. "I should have sought you out earlier, but certain matters delayed me. I visited Jiang Bingzhu again. He wishes for you to provide a letter of reconciliation, which I deemed a fanciful notion and subsequently declined." "That indeed is a fanciful notion." She pondered for a moment before continuing, "In truth, I am rather reluctant for him to be released, as his presence would only serve as a blemish on my life." Sang Luo's mind raced as she recalled sending the recording of her conversation with Jiang Bingzhu to He Mingchuan, who then shared it with Su Yi. Logically, that should have been the end of the matter. Yet, Jiang Bingzhu learned of it, which inadvertently implicated Sang Luo. After a brief pause, Sang Luo asked Su Yi about the recording. Su Yi did not deny it, stating, "Sang Luo, you are well aware that my connection with Jiang Bingzhu was tenuous at that time, yet you still engaged in trivial conversations with him over WeChat. Had it not been for that incident at school, you would undoubtedly have been with him. Do not assume that just because you aided me, I owe you my gratitude. Your ulterior motives are evident to all." Upon hearing this, Sang Luo was rendered speechless. She refrained from defending herself, knowing it would be futile. Glancing at the takeout bag in her hand, she inquired, "So, are you intending to seize him while I am caught in a limbo with He Mingchuan, so that I may experience your previous feelings?" "Not at all," Su Yi replied. "Mingchuan and I are merely friends. He values loyalty. In the face of friendship and romance, he would undoubtedly choose the former." Sang Luo perceived Su Yi's words as mere idle banter, yet her irritation was genuine. In a cold tone, she retorted, "If you truly believe that my existence has thwarted any chance between you and Jiang Bingzhu, I have nothing further to say. You're free to think as you wish. However, should you attempt to undermine me, I shall not remain passive." Su Yi chuckled lightly, Secretary Sang. "You need not hold yourself in such high regard. I'm not inclined to waste my time on you." She raised the takeout bag, declaring, "I must ascend to deliver food to Mingchuan." With that, Su Yi turned and departed. He Mingchuan's apartment was seldom visited, and access to the elevator required a code. Naturally, he did not share the code with every woman he encountered, yet Su Yi was privy to it. The nature of their relationship extended beyond mere friendship, a truth known only to them. However, Sang Luo felt a genuine surge of anger. She had been unjustly ensnared in this predicament, nearly losing her life as a consequence. It was indeed a precarious situation. What if Jiang Bingzhu had attacked her? Her lack of affection for him rendered her merely a colleague. Yet she found herself cast as a romantic rival. This label was an unjust burden to bear. What infuriated her even more was the fact that she was genuinely considering Su Yi's well-being, believing that despite her current state, Jiang Bingzhu should not deceive her, and that she ought to recognize the reality of the situation. Instead, she was cast as the villain disrupting their relationship. Sang Luo, filled with indignation, relayed this matter to Yi Lanshan, along with the incident of seeking out He Mingchuan. Yet, Yi Lanshan responded, "You actually approached He Mingchuan first?" Subsequently, she added, "Should you not also visit Fu Jingxing? I have heard that his condition seems rather serious." Chapter 90. Separation 2 days later, Sang Luo finally visited Fu Jingxing. By the time she arrived, the wounds on his face had nearly healed, leaving only a faint bruise visible at the corner of his mouth. This marked their first encounter since their time in Suzhou City. Fu Jingxing was naturally pleased to see Sang Luo, yet he tightened the fit of his hospital gown, unwilling for her to glimpse the scars upon his body. Sang Luo, however, seemed unfazed by his condition. There is no need for such pretense. Should anyone find your scars alarming, simply inform them of your past. If they still perceive them as frightening, the true terror lies within them, not you. He responded with a newfound ease. Knowing my history, they would view my scars as a badge of honor. Yet, asking someone to accept me wholly and coexist for a lifetime is indeed a tall order. Such a person is one you need not concern yourself with. Those who love you will embrace all facets of you. And you? Fu Jingxing inquired. Upon asking, he felt somewhat abrupt and swiftly diverted the conversation. "I heard your family arranged a match for He Mingchuan with the daughter of the Rise Communications family." Sang Luo's immediate reaction to this news was the realization that Su Yi was indeed out of the picture. After all, He Chingfeng was no fool. The previous incident involving Su Yi had been far from pleasant. For He Mingchuan to be paired with Su Yi would bring embarrassment to the He family. Regaining her composure, Sang Luo replied, "They have parted ways." Since he had accepted the arrangement for a blind date, it indicated that his earlier words, that she would leave, were indeed final. It was precisely because of the definitive break that she had come to see Fu Jingxing. "Xiao Luo, seeing you all puts my mind at ease." Sang Luo interrupted Fu Jingxing, forestalling any notions he might have of reconciliation. Soon after, she added, Jingxing, while I shouldn't comment on your family matters, I know that He Mingchuan is not one to act out of irrationality or resort to violence. I am aware of your project. It was a gift from He Mingchuan to his mother, thus. As she spoke, Fu Jingxing's expression darkened, becoming noticeably tense. Then, with a hint of hurt, he queried, So you did not come here to see me, but rather to defend He Mingchuan? That was not my intention, Sang Luo clarified. What I meant was that there is no need for you to engage in conflict with He Mingchuan on my account. He may appear indifferent, yet he possesses considerable cunning. You are not his match. After uttering these words, Sang Luo sensed that her phrasing may have been less than precise. She could clearly see that Fu Jingxing appeared rather disheartened. After all, no man could bear the thought of the woman he cherished implying that he paled in comparison to another, especially when that man was her former lover. Was this, then, a rivalry between exes? Xiao Luo, the He Family S project, is not one I can halt at whim. Have you considered who the final signatory will be? It is still Chairman He Chengfeng, is it not? Sang Luo took a deep breath and said, Forget it. That is a matter between you two and does not concern me. As long as you are fine, I shall take my leave. Fu Jingxing intended to say something, but Sang Luo departed too swiftly, leaving him no opportunity for discourse. Ultimately, she realized that she no longer had any ties to either of them. Their fierce conflicts were of no consequence to her. As Sang Luo exited the hospital room, she unexpectedly encountered He Chengfeng. To be honest, Sang Luo felt somewhat intimidated by He Chengfeng. He regarded her with a cold demeanor and issued a low warning. Miss Sang, I advise you to refrain from any entanglements with Jingxing in the future. Our family is modest, and I hope you will exercise restraint. His words seemed to imply that the fault lay with her. Sang Luo forced a smile and replied, You are being overly harsh, Mr. He. Should Miss Sang insist, it is likely that Song City will not be welcoming to you. Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback, gazing at He Chengfeng in astonishment. Did he mean to suggest that she would be unwelcome in Song City? When she looked at He Chengfeng, his expression remained calm and composed. It was she who felt a sense of isolation and vulnerability at that moment, until a voice pulled her thoughts back. Sang Luo, there you are. I have been looking for you everywhere. She turned around to find Lu Qi approaching. Lu Qi worked here and soon came over to greet He Chengfeng politely. Hello? Uncle He. It has been a while. Just the other day, my father mentioned you and suggested we have a meal together when you are free. He Chengfeng's gaze flickered between Sang Luo and Lu Qi, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. However, he ultimately refrained from revealing anything further. It seemed he was indifferent as long as Sang Luo did not trouble He Mingchuan or Fu Jingxing, no matter whom she chose to associate with. Lu Qi then led Sang Luo to the hospital cafeteria. He had a surgery scheduled for the afternoon, so he could only manage a quick meal there. Lu Qi was quite popular at the hospital, and his arrival with a beautiful woman drew considerable attention. Even the cafeteria staff inquired if she was his girlfriend, and they generously added extra meat to his plate. Lu Qi placed a tray before Sang Luo and said, Just make do with this. Next time, I'll treat you to something grand to thank you for my timely rescue. It was evident to all that Sang Luo had been left speechless by He Chengfeng's pressure. Sang Luo nodded and replied, All right, I'll remember this. Next time, I will treat you to a lavish feast. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qi asked, What is the situation with He Mingchuan? I've seen him with several girls lately. It appeared that many were concerned about their relationship. Not just Fu Jingxing and Lu Qi, but several other friends had inquired about her and He Mingchuan. What can be said? We have broken up. It is complicated yet simple. We simply were not compatible. Sang Luo responded. Lu Qi acknowledged her words, but refrained from suggesting they might give it another try, as Sang Luo had previously made her stance clear. Otherwise, they might find it impossible to remain friends. Lu Qi paused for a moment and remarked, Perhaps separation is for the best. A man's understanding of another man is limited. He may excel in romance, yet the institution of marriage often places a heavier burden on the woman. Sang Luo could hardly agree, yet who truly knows? With the current divorce rates soaring, marrying another may not guarantee a favorable outcome. Why be so pessimistic? There are still good men in this world. Lu Qi's insinuation was unmistakably clear. Sang Luo nodded, acknowledging, Men like you, either in the operating room or en route to it. Certainly lacked the time to engage in mischief. I am indeed quite devoted, Lu Qi replied with a smile. Well then, I wish you a swift encounter with your soulmate. Lu Qi chuckled softly and chose not to elaborate further. The tests of adulthood often serve merely to preserve one's final facade. Chapter 91. Delay. Sang Luo received a phone call, necessitating her early departure from the company. As the others disappeared through the cafeteria entrance, Lu Qi remained fixated on that direction. A colleague soon took the seat where Sang Luo had just been, displaying an inquisitive nature. Dr. Lu, that girl from earlier, surely she must be your girlfriend now? If you were to find someone, many of the male doctors in our hospital would breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Lu Qi's presence had captivated the hearts of many female doctors and nurses alike. Nevertheless, Lu Qi appeared quite pleased by the remark, particularly the notion of her being his girlfriend, which stirred a delightful response within him. He replied, "There's no rush. Why the delay? Does she have a boyfriend?" "She just broke up," Lu Qi stated, "but that doesn't mean I should take advantage of the situation." Moreover, it seems Sang Luo was not at all distressed and did not require consolation. His colleague disagreed with Lu Qi's perspective, arguing that since she had just ended a relationship, he should seize the opportunity. After all, what if she reconciled with her ex or someone else swooped in? She is quite attractive, and surely 1T lacks suitors. Lu Qi indeed contemplated this dilemma. What if someone else got to Sang Luo first? However, the possibility of their reconciliation seemed implausible. Her ex had already begun dating again. How callous! It's not to say that one must remain single post-breakup. Yet the swiftness with which one moves on to dating again raises questions about the sincerity invested in the previous relationship. Meanwhile, Zhou Shui visited He Mingchuan, who was still asleep in his apartment. The remnants of the chaotic party from days prior had been tidied up by the housekeeper. Upon learning of his mother's arrival, He Mingchuan got up to freshen up. Noticing her son's pallid complexion, Zhou Shui felt a pang of concern. "I brought you some soup. Drink it while it's warm." Seated at the bar, He Mingchuan was suddenly reminded of a time when his mother had brought him soup, and Sang Luo had remarked on how delicious it was. These thoughts stirred some irritation within him. "Mingchuan, your father asked me to tell you to return to He Group tomorrow. Don't throw a tantrum. Just go back to work," Zhou Shui advised earnestly. He Mingchuan, sipping the soup, maintained a stoic expression. After a considerable pause, he queried, "Is this the benefit I gain from going on a blind date? However, your actions at the board meeting were indeed inappropriate," Zhou Shui replied, not showing favoritism merely because he was her son. Resorting to violence is never a solution. At 24, you should understand this. He Mingchuan lightly licked his lips, a chill evident in his gaze. His outbursts were not isolated incidents, though Zhou Shui remained unaware of this. He responded in a subdued tone, "I understand. I still hope you can get along with Fu Jingxing. Even if there were mistakes, they belong to the previous generation, and he bears no fault." He Mingchuan remained silent. Sensing his reluctance to discuss the matter, Zhou Shui shifted the topic. "What are your feelings towards Qin Shi?" "I know you still have feelings for that girl," Sang Luo. "It's rare to encounter someone who is indifferent to you. Perhaps you should reflect on whether it's merely your competitive spirit at play, or if you genuinely care for her. Qin Shi is the daughter of the Rui's Communications, arranged by He Changfeng earlier. Does my attitude truly matter?" He Mingchuan asked with a nonchalant demeanor. Zhou Shui appeared to have much to express, yet ultimately uttered, "Marriage is a personal affair. It is you who must live with it for a lifetime. As long as you have considered it thoroughly, your mother will undoubtedly support you, and you need not concern yourself with your father's opinions." She approached He Mingchuan, gently patting his shoulder, adding, "You are my only son, and I wish for your happiness." Regarding Sang Luo, Zhou Shui felt neither entirely satisfied nor dissatisfied. It primarily depended on He Mingchuan. If he cherished her and wished to marry Sang Luo, the He family would pose no obstacle. However, if he held no affection or intention to wed Sang Luo, she saw no reason to force them together. After all, matters of the heart should never be coerced. Sang Luo was indeed attractive, and now she had become quite popular by Shen Chongning's side. Many suitors had emerged since her singlehood. Yet dating felt incredibly exhausting. Her tumultuous months with He Mingchuan had left her feeling rather disenchanted. Thus, she posted on her social media, accompanied by a photo of a stack of documents on her desk with the caption, "Finally able to focus on work. Let's keep pushing forward." The implication was clear. She was not interested in romance for the time being, and those who wish to pursue her should reconsider. In response, He Mingchuan promptly messaged her, asking, "What have I hindered you from?" Sang Luo pondered that it was unwise to offend He Mingchuan, and since arguing seemed futile, she decided to mute his messages, preventing him from viewing her social media updates. After sending that message, He Mingchuan did not reach out again, likely deeming it rather tedious to inquire about such matters. In the days that followed, Sang Luo enjoyed a peaceful solitude, free from the interruptions of He Mingchuan's unpredictable moods. However, a hint of boredom lingered. After all, the joy of dating lay in having someone to share moments with after work or on weekends, a delightful diversion during dull times. Yet, Sang Luo would never disclose to men that they were merely her distractions. One day, while in a meeting, she received a phone call which she ignored, followed by a WeChat message. Presumably, it was urgent. Upon glancing at the message from Lu Qi, she learned that her grandfather had fallen and sustained a fracture and was admitted to their hospital. Aware of her grandfather's frail heart, she recognized that this incident would only exacerbate his condition. Despite her strained relationship with the Sang family, her grandfather had always treated her kindly, so after the meeting concluded, she took leave to visit the hospital. She sought out Lu Qi first, eager to understand her grandfather's specific situation. Noticing her distress, Lu Qi reassured her, "Do not worry. I have arranged for the chief orthopedic and cardiovascular surgeons to consult on your grandfather's case. They are among the best in Songchen." "Thank you, Lu Qi." Sang Luo expressed her gratitude. "But what is his current condition?" "He will certainly require surgery. However, as you know, the risks increase with age, and coupled with his heart issues, the complexity of the operation will be heightened. At this moment, having received pain relief, she would be able to undergo the surgery as soon as the operating room became available tomorrow." With the certainty of the forthcoming procedure, Sang Luo felt a measure of reassurance. However, the inherent risks of the surgery caused her some trepidation. After a brief pause, she inquired, "When I arrived, I did not see any members of the Sang family in the ward. Their family servant came with the ambulance. It appeared that the heartless and ungrateful individuals were capable not only of abandoning their loved ones, but also of neglecting their duty to care for their father. Nonetheless, her father had imparted a crucial lesson to Sang Luo, to resolutely avoid marrying a man like him." Chapter 92. Resistance. After comprehending the situation from Lu Qi, he accompanied Sang Luo to the hospital room to see the old gentleman. The elderly man, having sustained an injury, lay in bed, looking quite unwell. However, upon seeing Sang Luo, he exerted himself to muster a smile. Trembling slightly, he said, Luo, what brings you here? Did Lu Qi tell you?" "I mentioned to him that it's not serious, and he shouldn't worry you with it." Sang Luo took a seat beside the bed and replied, "You fractured a bone, and yet didn't he inform me? Must it take a grave matter for you to share?" The old gentleman managed a weak smile, steering the conversation away from his condition. "How have you been, Luo? Have you found a partner? At your age, it's time to consider marriage. Just think, if I grow any older, I might not witness your wedding." "You will see it," Sang Luo assured him. She was not particularly close to her family, not by choice, but rather by circumstance. Her maternal relatives were few and seldom visited. As for her father's side, well, it was better left unsaid. Yet, such concern from him seemed to flick a switch in her emotions. She thought, so this is what it feels like to be urged toward marriage. The feeling of being cared for surpassed the anxiety of being pushed to wed. At that moment, the old gentleman remarked, "I think Lu Qi is quite a catch, being a doctor and stable in his career. He was our neighbor before and is a rather composed young man." Then, turning to Lu Qi, he inquired, "What do you think of our Luo? Sang Luo sensed the old man's eagerness to see her married off. Lu Qi glanced at Sang Luo, playfully responding, "Even if I agree, it's not certain that Sang Luo would acquiesce. Grandfather, you should focus on your surgery first. We can discuss marriage later," Sang Luo replied. Lu Qi remained silent, merely smiling. Later, as the old gentleman experienced severe pain, Lu Qi instructed a nurse to administer a pain relief injection. Sang Luo inquired if the surgery could be expedited, as it pained her to see him suffering. Lu Qi went to make arrangements, but it was somewhat challenging to secure a last-minute slot in the operating room. However, half an hour later, he returned, drenched in sweat, announcing that he had managed to arrange for the surgery. Lu Qi proved to be reliable. The surgery was scheduled for the evening, and he suggested Sang Luo return home for the time being, assuring her he would take care of things. Moreover, it was likely that members of the Sang family would arrive, and their encounter could lead to awkwardness. To avoid unnecessary complications, Sang Luo decided to heed Lu Qi's advice and depart. He escorted her to the parking lot, and to her surprise, she asked, "Aren't you urging me to reconcile with my family?" Lu Qi pondered briefly before replying, "Before you mentioned the phrase empathetic understanding, I, like many others, harbored the notion of a grand reunion. However, upon reflection, if I were in your position, I truly could not be gentler. Therefore, if a perfect resolution is unattainable, I choose to pursue what brings me joy." After a few days apart, it seemed his perspective had indeed grown. Sang Luo smiled in response, feeling a warmth within her. After all, outsiders merely observe the spectacle, fixating on the conclusions they desire. It is only those who truly understand her who will respect her choices. At that moment, as Sang Luo spoke, Lu Qi unexpectedly leaned in closer. Perhaps it was instinct or some other reaction, but Sang Luo instinctively recoiled. Lu Qi, somevat stifli, removed a leaf that had somehow lodged itself in her hair. He sensed a retreat, and his smile faltered as he simply remarked, "A leaf." Sang Luo snapped back to reality, realizing her earlier response may have been excessive. Later, when Sang Luo recounted this incident to Yi Lanshan inquired, "Are you perhaps developing an aversion to other men?" Sang Luo retorted, "You're ridiculous. I'm currently awaiting my grandfather's surgical results. So let us not delve into irrelevant matters." Nevertheless, Lu Qi was indeed a commendable individual, and having someone at the hospital was beneficial. Yi Lanshan suggested, "Why not give Lu Qi a chance? You might just find lasting happiness." To which Sang Luo replied, "I'm too exhausted to engage in any trials. I never anticipated the Sang family to be so indifferent. My grandfather has suffered a fracture, yet no one has come to care for him. How heartbreaking for the old man." "It's all right, you still have me," Yi Lanshan comforted. The mention of the Sang family left Sang Luo feeling quite uncomfortable. Subsequently, Yi Lanshan remarked, "However, the Sang family indeed lacks the capacity to attend to your grandfather lately. Remember when we unearthed that batch of streamers from Sang Yu's company? Their morale has taken a significant hit. Moreover, it seems they've recently been implicated in tax issues, which might spell disaster for them. It has also affected the entire industry, but thankfully our company operates within the law, and every penny we earn is legitimate. You handle matters well. I have complete confidence in you." Sang Luo admired Yi Lanshan greatly. Yi Lanshan then began to gossip. "So, do you still have any contact with He Mingchuan?" "No, it was a clean break. I don't see him as the type to linger in the past, especially since he seems to have moved on to Qin Shi. His charm with women has always been remarkable. When has he ever lacked female companionship? Why do you bring him up?" Sang Luo's barrage of questions left the person on the other end of the line momentarily speechless. After a while, Yi Lanshan observed, "You're acting differently. You used to discuss how your ex's current partner compared to you, but now your tone is laced with bitterness." Sang Luo composed herself and calmly inquired, "Is that so?" These past few days, Sang Luo had frequently visited the hospital, where the Sang family believed that merely having a servant deliver meals and hiring a caregiver would suffice. There was little consideration for the elderly man's emotional comfort. Perhaps the old man had come to terms with the situation, or perhaps he had resigned himself to it, accepting his fate. The sole source of solace was likely the fact that Sang Luo still visited him. As Sang Luo's visits to the hospital increased, her interactions with Lu Qi naturally became more frequent. Additionally, she noticed that the doctors and nurses on her grandfather's floor treated her with exceptional kindness. On one occasion, after filling out some forms at the nurse's station, she overheard the nurses engaging in hushed discussions as she turned to leave. "Doctor, Lu's girlfriend is truly stunning upon closer inspection. I find myself curious about her skincare regimen, for her complexion is remarkably dewy. Indeed, one cannot discern any trace of makeup. It is no wonder she captured Dr. Lu's heart. It appears she was mistaken for Lu Qi's girlfriend, hence the extra courtesy shown towards her. Sang Luo, facing away from that direction, was oblivious to Sang Yu's presence. Sang Yu had inadvertently overheard the maid mention that Lu Qi frequently visited their grandfather. Ever since Sang Luo and Yi Lanshan conspired to tarnish her reputation, Lu Qi had shown no inclination to associate with her. Seizing the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Lu Qi, she was taken aback when Sang Luo returned to pursue him after being spurned by He Mingchuan. Who does she think she is? Sang Yu's fists clenched tightly. Chapter 93. The enemy He Mingchuan had not returned to the He family business recently. It was quite perplexing how a president could declare a suspension and then summarily demand his return, seemingly unbothered by matters of pride. Yet, He Changfeng had called him twice, personally urging his return. The truth was, He Mingchuan's standing within the He Corporation was far more profound than He Changfeng had anticipated. The company had been somewhat disordered without him in these past few days. He Mingchuan was well aware that Tang Xian had also reached out to inform him of the company's current predicament. He merely replied that he was aware, yet continued to indulge in his leisure, acting with reckless abandon. In fact, He Mingchuan had not frequented nightclubs for quite some time, likely since he began his relationship with Sang Luo. With the demands of work during the week and weekend spent in the fourth city, seeking her out, he hardly had the energy for nightlife. However, he found himself visiting the clubs almost daily of late, much to the initial surprise of others, who speculated that he must have completely severed ties with Sang Luo to indulge so freely. On subsequent visits, he often found himself accompanied by a strikingly aloof beauty. Upon inquiry, it turned out she was Qin Shi, the daughter of a prominent family he had met through a blind date arranged by Ruisi Communications. Indeed, He Mingchuan was never lacking in female companionship. Perhaps by the next month, he would be seen with yet another different woman. As he emerged from the restroom, he spotted Qin Shi waiting for him in the corridor, clad in a strapless little dress, her long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, and her legs elegantly slender and straight. He couldn't help but recall Sang Luo's long legs that once wrapped around him. Upon seeing him approach, Qin Shi inquired with concern, "Shall we head back? It's rather noisy here." The corridor was dimly lit, and as intoxicated couples stumbled by, one accidentally bumped into Qin Shi, causing her to lean against He Mingchuan. He remained still, allowing her to nestle against him for a moment before she slowly regained her balance. He Mingchuan then asked her, "Do you like me?" The directness of his question rendered Qin Shi momentarily flustered. They had met only a handful of times. He had neither rejected nor pursued her, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. She replied, "In the few times we've met, I must say I have quite a favorable impression of you. We seem well matched. And if we were to continue seeing each other, who knows where it might lead? Is it a yes or no?" He Mingchuan pressed on, seeking a definitive answer from her ambiguous response. Qin Shi hesitated, still unable to articulate her feelings, and instead countered, "What about you? Do you like me?" He Mingchuan smiled gently at her, his demeanor casual as he replied, "I find it hard to feel impulsive toward you." With that, he walked past Qin Shi, leaving her momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed. Did his remark about impulsiveness mean what she thought it did? Qin Shi felt a sting of humiliation from his words. How could he say such things? Just as she grappled with her embarrassment and uncertainty, Sang Yu approached her. "What did you witness?" Sang Yu, an ambitious girl striving to infiltrate the elite social circle, was known for her lack of sophistication, making her an unlikely companion for the more refined crowd. Qin Shi hoped fervently that Sang Yu had not seen the earlier encounter. The thought alone was mortifying. Sang Yu politely greeted Qin Shi, "Miss Qin, I apologize for stumbling upon you and He Mingchuan earlier, but rest assured, I shall not divulge it to anyone." Qin Shi's expression was notably grim. Sang Yu continued with gentle words, "It is not that Miss Qin is lacking. Rather, He Mingchuan is currently entranced by someone else. Sang Luo is keeping him under her spell. You know, wicked women always possess a knack for ensnaring men." Naturally, Qin Shi had no intention of engaging in a discussion about the nature of wicked women. She was well aware of Sang Yu's character. With a cool glance at Sang Yu, she advised, "I suggest you refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you." Sang Yu retorted, "I am not meddling. After all, Sang Luo has also snatched away someone I cherish. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps you should contemplate that, Miss Qin. She ignored Sang Yu entirely. Meanwhile, Sang Luo had been exceedingly busy, frequently visiting the hospital while ensuring her professional obligations were not neglected. She could never have imagined that she would one day feel more exhausted than a dog. The most exhausting task assigned to her by Shun Chongning was to collaborate with other companies to bid for a project at Ruisi Communications. Ruisi stood as a dominant force in the industry, possessing core technologies essential for success. A partnership with them would elevate Shin's company to new heights. The crux of the matter rested on the fact that one of the reviewers was Qin Shi. Initially, Sang Luo expressed her concerns to Shun Chongning, who reassured her that Ruisi Communications only recognized formal proposals and that the process was a double-blind submission. Furthermore, she mentioned that if the project succeeded, Sang Luo would be in line for promotion. Unable to refuse such enticing terms, Sang Luo acquiesced. Besides, it had been some time since her breakup with He Mingchuan, who was currently engrossed with Qin Shi. Thus, she doubted Qin Shi would hinder her efforts. A publicly traded company lacking such vision would inevitably falter before Qin Shi. Shen Chongning assigned a few individuals to assist Sang Luo, and they dedicated considerable time to the proposal. During this period, Sang Luo found herself returning home late at night and visiting the hospital to see her grandfather before heading to work each morning. During this time, Lu Qi often worked the early shift and would join her grandfather for breakfast after their visits. When one is particularly fatigued or busy, having someone care for their loved ones brings immense comfort to Sang Luo. Yet, she did not take Lu Qi's attentions for granted, frequently gifting him small tokens of appreciation in the guise of friendship. As for He Mingchuan, had she not encountered him at the bidding conference, Sang Luo might have nearly forgotten about him. She had heard he had returned to the He family business, reportedly under the condition that He Changfeng granted him a 20% stake and reinstated prior projects, even at a loss. Ultimately, it was He Changfeng who made the concession. Meanwhile, Fu Jingxing in the He family office was akin to a sidelined vice president. Unfortunately, He Mingchuan's management over the past few years made it difficult for He Changfeng to make any substantial changes. Another reason for He Changfeng's compromise was the desire to avoid becoming a subject of ridicule. Sang Luo withdrew her thoughts and cast a fleeting glance at the impeccably dressed He Mingchuan. He was walking alongside Qin Shi, accompanied by several assistants and secretaries. This scene resembled a couple emerging from a dramatic narrative of a business marriage, visually striking yet somewhat unattainable. They appeared remarkably well-matched indeed. A girl from the team remarked in a hushed tone. Another girl, evidently in the know, tugged at her sleeve, frowning and shaking her head. What is wrong? Can we talk about it? Aren't they rumored to be a couple? The first girl questioned, perplexed. Sang Luo is the former girlfriend of little He. The girl warned, cautioning her against speaking carelessly. Sang Luo listened in silence. Chapter 90, for observing the individuals present, it was evident that they were no longer young. Having endured the harsh realities of life, how could they afford to squander too much time on matters of the heart? By the time they regained their senses, the initial feelings of their union had long faded. Thus, Yilan Shan remarked upon her own lack of sentimentality, yet also acknowledged that such emotional detachment could be advantageous, for extreme wisdom often leads to sorrow. After each company submitted their proposals and competitive pricing, a protracted period of anticipation ensued, as they awaited the assessments from the evaluators at Ruisi Communications. It was only upon her arrival that Sang Luo learned of the apparent collaborative intentions between Ruisi and the He family. However, their potential partnership, valued in the tens of billions, was far beyond the reach of their modest enterprise. Furthermore, this suggested that He Mingchuan and Qin Shi's marriage was likely on the verge of confirmation. With such formidable alliances, it seemed that Fu Jingxing's position within the He family would soon become untenable. As Sang Luo pondered these myriad thoughts, she opened her phone and noticed a message from He Mingchuan. She had previously set his WeChat to Do Not Disturb, and had she not idly checked her phone out of boredom, she might have missed his correspondence. He wrote, "I saw you." After a moment's reflection, Sang Luo deemed it unnecessary to provoke He Mingchuan at this juncture and replied, I saw you too, with President Qin. Congratulations. His message bubble indicated he was typing. Soon, another message arrived. Say with your mouth? Sang Luo responded. Rest assured, should you and President Qin marry, I shall certainly prepare a generous red envelope. He Mingchuan did not reply, likely finding the exchange uninteresting. After all, what meaningful conversation could be had with an ex? Moreover, there was no possibility of favoritism. The proposals were anonymous, and the judges' votes were also untraceable. This dual anonymity was instituted to ensure fairness and impartiality, especially with so many media outlets scrutinizing the event. They had a simple lunch, and by 2 o'clock, Ruisi was scheduled to announce the bidding companies and subsequently sign contracts. However, the press conference was delayed by half an hour, causing the on-site media to grow somewhat impatient, while the bidding companies were fraught with anxiety. Sang Luo, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed. When a subordinate inquired about her lack of urgency, she replied, "We have done all that we can. The rest lies in fate. If we do not secure this project, it simply means they are superior to us. We can only return and strive to improve." As she spoke, Sang Luo noticed Lu Cc sitting diagonally ahead, the woman who had previously exposed her as the extravagant boss. The circle was indeed small, and encounters were inevitable. Lu Cc also spotted Sang Luo, casting a provocative glance in her direction. Before long, the representatives from Ruisi Communications emerged, with Qin Shi leading the way. Clad in a sharp, light gray business suit, her long hair meticulously tied back in a ponytail, exuding professionalism. However, the expressions on the faces of the Ruisi team were notably grave, leaving one to wonder if something was amiss. Taking her position at the center, Qin Shi tested the microphone before succinctly addressing the audience, apologizing for the delay, as they had encountered an unexpected issue during the review process, and she wished to sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Sang Luo gazed at Qin Shi, truly captivated by her beauty and competence. She was not merely a decorative vase, trained to seek a match of equal status. Perhaps such a person would ultimately be He Mingchuan's destined partner, akin to He Chengfeng and Zhou Shui, an alliance of equals. Regrettably, I must inform you all that today, our esteemed organization, Ruisi, has not designated a superior proposal, as we encountered 2 nearly identical submissions, both bearing the same base price. Upon Qin Shi's declaration, the conference room erupted in disbelief. Was this an act of plagiarism? Which company would stoop so low? Moreover, this act of intellectual theft had rendered the hard work of others futile for so long. This was indeed the most outrageous aspect. Qin Shi intervened, cutting through the clamor. Due to the severity of this matter, our company will pursue it to the fullest extent. I request that personnel from the Shun and Ku 1 companies remain to assist in our investigation. Thank you. With that, Qin Shi offered no further responses and departed the conference room, escorted by staff. Upon hearing the name Shun, Sang Luo's mind exploded with confusion. Before they could grasp the situation, reporters swarmed around them. The general manager of Ruisi Communications just accused your Shun company of plagiarism. What do you have to say for yourselves? They clamored. Given Shun's previous record of intellectual theft, was this a repeat offense? The sheer number of reporters surrounded Sang Luo and her team, pressing in with cameras and microphones, eager to extract the answers they sought. Sang Luo remained dazed amidst the chaos. Eventually, security escorted them to a lounge, where her young colleagues were visibly anxious. Yet, Sang Luo maintained her composure. Recognizing that the situation had not yet reached a definitive conclusion, it was merely a matter of 2 companies presenting similar proposals. She was intimately familiar with her own submission and knew she had not inquired about Kuowin's plans. Therefore, she needed to uncover who had pilfered their project and who had leaked their base price. Emerging from a lounge, Sang Luo intended to seek out Ruisi representatives to articulate their position. In her haste, she unexpectedly collided with an oncoming figure. As she wore delicate high-heeled shoes, her ankle wobbled, prompting her to instinctively reach for support. The other party quickly placed a hand on her waist, steadying her. The warmth of his palm penetrated her shirt, and a faint woody fragrance wafted into her senses. Lifting her gaze, Sang Luo found herself face to face with He Mingchuan. She felt his hand on her waist, gently caressing her. Behind him trailed several subordinates, and it appeared there were also Ruisi personnel present. Hastily, Sang Luo straightened and stepped back to create distance between them. Mr. He, she greeted politely, though her face betrayed her unease. He Mingchuan glanced at his associate Tang Xian, who promptly understood and led the others away. Once they were alone, He Mingchuan, with one hand casually tucked into his suit pocket, regarded Sang Luo with a calm demeanor and inquired, "I hear you are accused of plagiarism. It is not us who plagiarized. Rather, we are the ones who have been plagiarized," she replied. "Moreover, I have observed that the minimum price is indeed the one we proposed. Our company is aware of only a handful of prices, and I will verify this upon my return." Sang Luo remarked to He Mingchuan. It was unexpected that their reunion after the breakup would occur in such a setting. He Mingchuan remained remarkably composed, akin to an onlooker at a performance. He stated, "In truth, the veracity of the matter holds little significance. After the scandal erupted, the reputation of the Shun family has been tarnished. Reality is that harsh. If the truth is inconsequential, then what truly matters? If you are unwilling to assist me, refrain from offering your sardonic remarks here. Should I fail to manage this situation effectively, I shall have to gather my belongings and depart." Sang Luo was acutely aware of the adverse repercussions this matter would entail. She must extricate the Shun family from this predicament. He Mingchuan chuckled. "What is our relationship that you would expect me to assist you?" Chapter 95. Affection. The events of today unfolded in a rather perplexing manner. Moreover, Sang Luo remains oblivious to the stance of Reese and Qin Shi. Should Reese indeed decide to resolve this matter with an iron fist, Sang Luo fears she may have to contemplate a career change. At this juncture, if He Mingchuan could intercede on her behalf, it might alter the current predicament. Sang Luo addressed He Mingchuan. "Mr. He, the He Corporation has established a partnership with us. If you choose to turn a blind eye, the Shin Corporation's troubles will inevitably impact your own interests. Surely, you would not wish to see the He Corporation suffer losses, would you?" He Mingchuan regarded Sang Luo, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, reminiscent of a smile, yet ambiguous in its sincerity. When there is a request, he is Mr. He. In the absence of one, he is merely He Mingchuan. He Mingchuan exposed Sang Luo's predicament, stating that the losses incurred by the Shun Corporation were inconsequential. Indeed, with the He Corporation's vast resources, how could they be perturbed by such trivial profits? Sang Luo found herself at an impasse. Perhaps He Mingchuan truly had no intention of assisting her. In any case, if one of Sang Luo's former partners sought her aid, she would certainly weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. It was evident that He Mingchuan sought to distance himself from her, especially considering his current involvement with Qin Shi. Sang Luo could only say, "I understand that asking for your assistance places you in a difficult position. If my involvement were to jeopardize your relationship with Mr. Qin, I would feel immense guilt. After all, a commendable ex should be as good as non-existent." Sang Luo was rendered speechless by He Mingchuan's retorts. It seemed she was caught in a dilemma regardless of her approach. The intricacies of Mr. He's thoughts were indeed challenging to decipher. He Mingchuan had grown immune to Sang Luo's remarks. Who could match her in sarcasm? As their conversation unfolded, another voice interjected. "Mingchuan." Sang Luo turned to see Qin Shi approaching. In light of the ongoing investigation regarding the project proposal, Sang Luo was determined to clear her name with Reese Communications, and she could not allow Qin Shi to perceive any impropriety between her and He Mingchuan. A woman's jealousy can sometimes be exceedingly formidable. Sang Luo retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance from He Mingchuan. When Qin Shi approached, he cast a glance at He Mingchuan before directing his attention to Sang Luo. With a tone devoid of warmth, he stated, "Sang Luo, your company is currently embroiled in allegations of plagiarism, although the final verdict is yet to be determined. During this investigation, it would be prudent for your Shun Corporation to refrain from any underhanded maneuvers. Otherwise, you will find it challenging to maintain a foothold in the industry. Mr. Qin, we at Shun Corporation welcome all investigations, as we have not engaged in any plagiarism. The leak of the base price was an oversight on our part, and we will conduct an internal inquiry to rectify this," Sang Luo responded, composed and articulate. Qin Shi, embodying the demeanor of a high-ranking executive, exhibited a hint of arrogance. This matter will be closely monitored. As for the upcoming bid, he continued, his brow slightly furrowed, this incident has hampered our progress. We will be holding a second round of public bidding. However, your Shin Corporation and Kuo will not qualify to participate. Regardless of who is at fault, there are evidently internal issues within your company. Reese does not collaborate with companies that pose risks to avoid wasting everyone's time. After speaking, Qin Shi nodded at Sang Luo, indicating that all that needed to be said had been conveyed, and then he averted his gaze from her. She turned to He Mingchuan and said, Mingchuan, let us depart. At this hour, the road should be clear, and we can make it back in time for dinner. Sang Luo had an abundance of thoughts swirling in her mind, eager to explain and to vindicate her company's integrity. However, as He Mingchuan had asserted, the truth seemed inconsequential. She glanced at He Mingchuan, who coolly diverted his gaze and walked alongside Qin Shi. As they returned to the He residence, He Mingchuan was at the wheel. He spoke to Qin Shi in a matter-of-fact tone. The Shen family has a partnership with our He family. Once the investigation is concluded, ensure that the Shen family is exonerated. Qin Shi smiled lightly. The investigation has only just commenced. No conclusions have been drawn yet. How can you be so certain that the Shen family is innocent? It's merely a hunch, He Mingchuan replied, his eyes fixed ahead. Is it because of Sang Luo? He did not respond, instead saying, Qin Shi, you are quite remarkable, a perfect candidate for marriage. However, I am not worthy. If you were to marry me, it would be akin to my mother's situation, living in a facade of mutual respect with my father, devoid of any genuine affection. Qin Shi's expression turned somber. For this was the first instance He Mingchuan broached the subject of marriage with her. Until now, their conversations had been rather scant. They resembled mere colleagues. And even when at a nightclub, he preferred to drink alone. After a brief pause, Qin Shi remarked, ultimately, marriage settles into tranquility and love inevitably evolves. Just observe the myriad of marriages around us. Are they not all similar? He Mingchuan let out a soft laugh. It appears I am preemptively warning you about my future irresponsibility. At this juncture, many would opt to halt and mitigate their losses. Qin Shi countered. Since I came of age, those around me have advised me to seek a spouse of equal status, as my greatest value lies in fortifying my family standing. Not just for me, but for my brother as well. We all choose partners of similar circumstances for the sake of family interests. What about you? Can you remain independent? He Mingchuan continued to drive with an air of calm, though a shadow of gloom crossed his features. Then, Qin Shi suggested, perhaps it would be best if you took me home first. I suddenly recalled some matters that require my attention. We can dine at your home another time. Very well, he replied. They both were excessively rational, treating marriage as a bargaining chip, wagering their entire lives upon it. This matter was far graver than Sang Luo had anticipated, entailing commercial secrets and potentially economic crimes. Following her discussions with Reese and their associates, Sang Luo promptly returned to Shun Enterprises with her team. However, the company's situation appeared dire, as economic investigation officers had arrived and confiscated their ledgers and computer systems for examination. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Sang Luo made her way to Shun Chongning's office. Shun Chongning sat behind her desk, observing the investigator's comb through her office. Upon noticing Sang Luo's entrance, she merely gestured for her to remain silent. The investigators did not depart until around 9 or 10 in the evening, and once they left, Sang Luo inquired of Shun Chongning, Sister Ning, what is going on here? Shun Chongning appeared significantly aged all at once. The last time Sang Luo witnessed Shun Chongning in such a furious state was when she confronted Su Tao regarding his infidelity. She remarked, I initially thought Su Tao's willingness to divorce so readily stemmed from fear, but I had not anticipated his cunning maneuver. Sister Ning, perhaps you should leave for now. I wish to be alone. Sang Luo felt a deep concern for Shun Chongning, recognizing this as a form of secondary betrayal from her ex-husband. Indeed, men can be utterly devoid of boundaries. She lingered outside the office, anxious about Shun Chongning's well-being. As the clock approached 10, her phone rang. It was a call from He Mingchuan. Chapter 96. Blessing Sang Luo pondered over the matters concerning the Shun family, contemplating if He Mingchuan might be of assistance, and thus answer the call. The noise on the other end hinted at a lively atmosphere, reminiscent of a bar. Young Master He? Sang Luo furrowed her brow as she spoke, having heard that He Mingchuan had been indulging himself quite freely of late. Could it be that he was drunkenly calling her? Silence reigned on the other end. Had he dialed the wrong number, or perhaps accidentally pressed the button? Young Master He, did you misdial? Sang Luo, I'm getting married. He Mingchuan's deep voice broke through the din of the bar, reaching Sang Luo's ears. She understood that He Mingchuan and Qin, she were a match made in heaven. However, hearing such news directly from his lips left her momentarily stunned. Until now, it had merely been hearsay. Now it seemed he was indeed committed to Qin Shi. You call me just to share this news? Sang Luo inquired. Do you have nothing else to say? After a brief hesitation, she added, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness? He Mingchuan remained silent, the atmosphere growing heavy with unspoken words. Even through the phone, Sang Luo could sense his discontent. She was not naive. A man does not tell his ex-girlfriend about his upcoming nuptials in search of blessings. After a moment of silence, Sang Luo ventured. Do you expect me to plead with you not to marry Qin Shi? Yes, came his low reply, a single word that struck heavily in Sang Luo's heart. It was rare for He Mingchuan to offer such a definitive response. Are you intoxicated? Sang Luo asked uncertainly. No. She knew He Mingchuan had a commendable tolerance for alcohol. He was likely just feeling the effects. In a way, alcohol often brings forth hidden truths. Glancing towards Shun Chongning's office, she slowly withdrew her gaze, exhaling a deep breath. Even if you do not marry Qin Shi, there will be others. He Mingchuan, we are world apart. Are you suggesting I am in outer space? He Mingchuan chuckled lightly, but whether it was an attempt to ease the tension remained uncertain. What I mean is, Qin Shi is far more suited to you. A scoff echoed from the other side. You might as well admit that you still think of Fu Jingxing. There's no need to mask it with such grandiloquence. You wish to play the saint after our breakup? Sang Luo, you truly excel at toying with emotions. You need to be coy. Now that we have parted ways, go seek him out. See if he wants you, or if he merely wishes to climb the social ladder to compete with me in the future. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. The busy signal left Sang Luo in a state of shock, seated motionless in her chair. Had He Mingchuan just angrily rebuked her? Why must people, after a breakup, persist in testing the waters? If that were the case, why had he initiated their separation in the first place? Was she merely a fleeting presence in his life? Sang Luo tossed her phone onto the table, the issue of the bid plagiarism unresolved, the traitor still at large. And now the company was under investigation by the Economic Crime Unit. She might soon find herself unemployed. He Mingchuan continued to harbor grievances against her. Indeed, the young master born with a silver spoon could never comprehend the struggles of the working class. Thus, they were not of the same world. Sang Luo accompanied Shun Chongning back home. Shun Chongning reassured her that, at worst, she could seek assistance from the Shun family. Perhaps Su Tao had forgotten that Shun Chongning belonged to the Shun clan. Despite any prior unpleasantness, she remained one of them and could not be bullied by an outsider. This sense of having family to rely on in times of trouble was something Sang Luo had scarcely experienced. Shun Chongning insisted she should rest at home and not worry about the company's affairs. While Sang Luo did not fully grasp the reason behind Shun Chongning's encouragement to take a break, she chose not to inquire further given Shun Chongning's low spirits. Upon returning home, she was surprised to find Fu Jingxing waiting for her downstairs. What brings you here? Sang Luo asked, astonished. She was unaware of how long he had been waiting, yet he greeted her with a calm and gentle smile. I heard about the situation at your company. Fu Jingxing said softly. I thought you would be busy tonight, so I refrained from disturbing you. I inquired about your bid situation, and if there are no issues within your company, the problem likely lies in the half hour between your submission and when it was presented to the judges. The members of the Ruisi investigation team will not disclose their own errors to the outside world. Sang Luo pondered Fu Jingxing's words and then asked, Are you suggesting that the issue originated within Ruisi? That possibility cannot be ruled out, he replied. Moreover, I discovered that QN is a company with a registered capital of only 500,000. I visited their registered address and found no one operating there. No wonder I had never heard of Qin before. Sang Luo exclaimed, rolling her eyes in frustration. Could it be Su Tao's doing again? Su Tao lacks the capability to reach into Ruisi, Fu Jingxing countered. Sang Luo remained perplexed. However, the Shun family had not encroached on anyone's territory during this period, leaving her at a loss. As the conversation progressed, Sang Luo's thoughts drifted to Qin Shi. Yet, she dismissed the notion. After all, she and He Mingchuan had been apart for quite some time, with little to no contact, rendering any motive for Qin Shi to act against her dubious. Thus, had Shen Chongning discerned the implications and granted her leave? Sang Luo recognized that Shen Chongning was far more rational than emotional. Even a person with $1 million salary like Jiang Bingzhu could easily walk away if he chose to. Could she too, without hesitation, choose to abandon this matter? I will get to the bottom of this. Do not worry, and we will clear your name in due time, Fu Jingxing said, stepping closer to Sang Luo, unable to resist, gently placing his hand on her head. Just like before, when she would bounce out of school, he would be there waiting for her. After she arrived, he would affectionately ruffle her hair and chide her. Next time, don't run off. I'll be waiting for you outside, always. However, the current Sang Luo has evidently lost all recollection of her once pure sentiments, particularly after realizing she has been manipulated. Fu Jingxing quickly regained his composure, retracting his hand, for she was no longer his girlfriend. By the way, it has come to my attention that someone witnessed Sang Yu meeting with Qin Shi. I wonder if there is any correlation between these two events. If this matter also involves Sang Yu, it is highly likely that they conspired together against Sang Luo. I understand. Sang Luo furrowed her brows tightly. I will investigate this thoroughly. In truth, you need not face this alone. Regardless of the outcome, I shall offer my assistance. Fu Jingxing declared earnestly. Chapter 97. Maintenance. If this matter is related to Qin Shi, it is likely due to He Mingchuan. At this moment, Sang Luo felt invigorated, her spirits soaring as it had not in a long while. Fu Jingxing, observing the rapid shifts in Sang Luo's expression, inquired, Xiao Luo, would you like to return and rest for a while? All right, Sang Luo quickly acquiesced. Thank you for investigating these matters for me. I shall treat you to a meal when I have a chance. I'm not motivated by the prospect of a meal, he replied. Sang Luo was well aware that Fu Jingxing's intentions transcended mere culinary appreciation. She understood that in the short span of 7 or 8 hours since the incident had unfolded, he had managed to uncover so much, undoubtedly investing considerable effort. Yet, as Fu Jingxing had remarked, she was accustomed to navigating challenges independently. After bidding farewell to Fu Jingxing, Sang Luo opened her previous WeChat messages, reaching out to various acquaintances to inquire about He Mingchuan's whereabouts. Within 10 minutes, she received the information she sought. Sang Luo drove to the bar, only to find He Mingchuan seated alongside another woman upon her arrival. That woman was Qin Shi, who gently patted He Mingchuan's back, seemingly coaxing him to awaken, yet he offered no response. In her moment of exasperation, Qin Shi's gaze fell upon Sang Luo. No longer the polished professional she had appeared earlier at the office, Qin Shi now resembled an ordinary woman, as though she were merely escorting her inebriated boyfriend home. Sang Luo approached her. I presume that at this hour, those from the Shun Corporation would be preoccupied with internal investigations rather than frequenting a bar. Qin Shi's voice was icy, laced with animosity towards Sang Luo. I am not here to drink. I am here to escort He Mingchuan home. He just called me to inform that you two are getting married, Sang Luo replied, casting a concerned glance at He Mingchuan, who lay slumped over the table. And then, Sang Luo continued, a man calls his ex-girlfriend to announce his impending marriage while simultaneously drowning his sorrows. What do you think that signifies? Qin Shi's expression soured. You are both in the past. Miss Sang, please conduct yourself with dignity and refrain from acting as a third party who disrupts others' relationships. He has never acknowledged you as his girlfriend, has he? Sang Luo countered. I initially intended to extend my blessings to you both over the phone, but I find that I may not be able to forget him. The bar, once bustling with activity, now fell into a hush as patrons observed the unfolding drama between He Mingchuan's ex-girlfriend and his rumored fiancé. Was this not more riveting than a television drama? Perhaps she had not anticipated Sang Luo would openly admit her inability to forget He Mingchuan. However, true to her nature, she swiftly regained her composure. With a derisive glint in her eyes, she remarked, "I understand, Miss Sang. You believe that if work proves challenging, it is wiser to rely on a man for financial gain. Yet, I believe Mingchuan should discern which type of woman is merely a fleeting amusement. In the end, he will choose the one most suitable for him. Of course, Miss Sang, it appears that you may possess the innate qualities of a vixen." This insinuation branded Sang Luo as a seductress. Speaking of work, she truly possessed formidable tactics. One could only speculate how long Ruisi could endure under she's management, as her emotional entanglements would inevitably lead to complications. She fell silent, her gaze upon Sang Luo deepening with suspicion, pondering whether Sang Luo had unearthed any truths. Sang Luo, of course, did not make any revelations, for she lacked substantial evidence. The fear of she turning against her and casting blame made her cautious. Sang Luo simply stated, "President Qin, please step aside. I have matters to discuss with He Mingchuan. I must escort him home." Both parties were locked in a standoff, each intent on taking He Mingchuan away. It was as if the protagonist of this tale was just awakening to the situation. He raised his head, appearing both intoxicated and sober, glancing between Sang Luo and Qin Shi. To be frank, the moment Sang Luo met He Mingchuan's piercing gaze, she realized her chances were slim. If given the opportunity, she would wish to return to the moment He Mingchuan had called her. Perhaps then, there might have been a chance for redemption. As expected, He Mingchuan grasped Qin Shi's arm and stood, leaning heavily against her. He declared, "We are leaving." Qin Shi's lips curled into a subtle smile as she cast a glance at Sang Luo, triumphantly guiding He Mingchuan away. As they departed, He Mingchuan unintentionally bumped into Sang Luo, causing her to step back 2 paces, her lower back colliding with a bar stool. The pain was minimal, yet the humiliation was palpable. After having spoken boldly before Qin Shi, she was now faced with a stark contradiction. With so many witnesses present, it would not take long for their circle to learn that Sang Luo had pursued He Mingchuan late into the night, only to be whisked away by his fiancée, Qin Shi. Sang Luo emerged from the bar, her brows knitted in frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Shi drove He Mingchuan home. Clearly, the man had not indulged in intoxication. He remained quite lucid. Qin Shi found He Mingchuan increasingly inscrutable and hesitated before asking, "Were you trying to provoke her just now?" He Mingchuan chuckled. "Is it really that significant? Is she truly the type to ignite your impulses?" Qin Shi pressed further. Whether or not he felt any impulse was a matter he saw no need to disclose to Qin Shi, as past occurrences had undeniably been genuine. Before He Mingchuan could respond, Qin Shi continued, "Thank you for defending my reputation in front of all those people. If you still harbor feelings for her, I will not impede your relationship after marriage, but the condition is that you must not have children." He Mingchuan turned a glance at Qin Shi, seemingly perplexed by the woman in the driver's seat and her perspective. Yet, Qin Shi remained unfazed, stating, "Which man can ever be entirely faithful in marriage? Rather than worrying about a moment of betrayal, it is wiser to find someone trustworthy. Our marriage is fundamentally a transaction." The cold wind swept in through the window, and He Mingchuan realized he was fully alert now. He paused and inquired, "For what I gathered from Sang Luo, it seems the issue with the Shan family pertains to your firm, Ruisi." His question was skillfully phrased, attributing the matter not to Qin Shi herself, but to Ruisi. Qin Shi did not even flicker an eyelash in response, declaring, "How could there possibly be a problem with Ruisi?" With this answer, He Mingchuan chose not to pursue the matter further. Sang Luo was left utterly speechless. The following day, Yi Lanshan visited her, vividly recounting the rumors that Sang Luo had been abandoned by He Mingchuan. She then inquired, "Did you truly attempt to win back He Mingchuan? Surely, you haven't developed genuine feelings for him?" Sang Luo had spent an entire sleepless night, and at that moment, she appeared utterly disheveled, reminiscent of a woman who had suffered defeat in love. With a weary tone, she lamented, "Shun Chongning is truly heartless. I earned her so much profit, and yet she simply tells me to take a leave of absence. Is Rue see so untouchable? Is Qin Shi truly that formidable? Yi Lanshan nodded, acknowledging that the other party had no obligation to offend the Qin family on her behalf. But I cannot allow myself to be schemed against by Qin Shi and Sang Yu without retaliating. Can I? You may have to endure this silent humiliation, Yi Lanshan replied candidly. Or perhaps you could indeed reclaim He Mingchuan. Chapter 98. Excuse Sang Luo hastily shook her head. I believe that when it comes to being human, one should refrain from treating emotions as mere tools to avoid retribution. Sang Luo felt that He Mingchuan had discerned her intentions last night, which is why he chose to leave with Qin Shi. Yi Lanshan clicked her tongue, incredulous that such words could escape your lips. Are you truly reluctant to exploit emotions? Or are you merely afraid of becoming entangled with He Mingchuan? Only you can truly know. Perhaps it is a bit of both. Yi Lanshan continued. Since there are concerns on Shun Chongning's side, it would be prudent for you to return to my place for the time being. I cannot manage this alone. Sang Luo shook her head, suggesting that it might be best to wait. If I go now, I cannot guarantee that Qin Shi won't stir up trouble again. She pretended to be magnanimous and indifferent to my past with He Mingchuan, yet inwardly, she was certainly perturbed. Yi Lanshan understood Sang Luo's apprehensions and replied, Do as you see fit, but call me if you need assistance. Over the past few days, Sang Luo had been resting at home, having been overwhelmed with tasks previously. This was the perfect opportunity to unwind. However, she was not idle. She enlisted help to investigate the allegations of plagiarism regarding the bidding documents. Even if she were to leave Shin's company, she would not do so in a manner that compromised her dignity. Yet, it was evident that this matter was not easily resolved. Many people, upon hearing about the rice bidding incident, fell silent as if afraid of attracting unwanted trouble. After all, the bonds of friendship were not particularly strong. Sang Luo understood this and merely lamented the fleeting nature of human connections. Faced with a lack of progress, Sang Luo hesitated to adopt the guise of an emotional trickster to gauge He Mingchuan's intentions. However, upon reflecting on He Mingchuan's formidable nature, she dismissed the thought, resigning herself to the possibility of enduring this silent grievance. To her surprise, He Mingchuan sought her out first, claiming he had left something at her home. Previously, Sang Luo had used the pretext of searching for her iPad to visit He Mingchuan. Yet today he had rummaged through her house for what he described as something vital, only to find nothing. Standing by the dining table, she observed him, choosing to acknowledge his predicament without confrontation. Have you found what you were looking for? He Mingchuan's countenance darkened upon realizing he had not located his item. He stepped closer to Sang Luo, lifting her chin with his hand and inquiring, Did you hide it? I would need to know what it is before I could hide it, Sang Luo retorted. Suddenly, she smiled and teased He Mingchuan. Have you perhaps left your heart here? Disgusting. If you find it repulsive, why are you still here? Sang Luo scoffed, asserting that there was nothing of his in her home and questioning why he did not openly admit he was there to see her. The thoughts of men are truly inscrutable. He Mingchuan's expression grew increasingly solemn, as if her words had struck a chord. Is it truly difficult to discern your thoughts? He no longer mentioned searching for items and instead took a seat next to the dining table, declaring, Your talent for nonsense is unparalleled. Thank you for the compliment. Am I actually complimenting you? He Mingchuan pulled Sang Luo closer to him. From this position, he could easily reach her heart. Let us maintain some distance to prevent your Mr. Qin from feeling jealous and causing me trouble again. I am currently suspended, and if she were to target me once more, I might be left with nothing but remnants of my former self. Sang Luo felt that they could not remain this close. It was not the same sense of resistance she had experienced when Lu Qi had touched her. Rather, it was a concern that their proximity might lead to unforeseen complications. He Mingchuan furrowed his brows slightly and, with a hint of detachment, remarked, I have inquired. And it is not her. Chapter 99. Compensation. Sang Luo listened as He Mingchuan casually declared, It's not her, as though he had already concluded that this matter had no connection whatsoever to Qin Shi. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the man suddenly tilted his head back. This gesture was decidedly subtle. Sang Luo paused, and when she regained her composure, she attempted to push him away. Her expression was far from pleasant as she coldly inquired, "You sought me out not for something of great significance, but rather to share a bed with me." He Mingchuan did not deny it. During the time they had been apart, he had not been involved with any other woman, finding them rather dull in comparison. He grasped Sang Luo's waist, preventing her from distancing herself too far. Sang, this is the second time I have taken the initiative to find you. The first was when I sought reconciliation. He gazed at her, his eyes softening considerably. And you, on 2 occasions, sought me out. Reflect on your motives. He continued, "Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? I simply chose not to articulate them." Sang Luo felt a bit uneasy, recalling that her first initiative to approach He Mingchuan stemmed from her annoyance with Fang Xulin, coupled with the fact that she did find He Mingchuan somewhat handsome. The second instance occurred on the night she stumbled upon Qin Shi. "Be good and follow me. Do not throw a tantrum." He Mingchuan's voice was heavy with gravity. Sang Luo was displeased. "He Mingchuan, you're the one who always brings up being together, the one who initiates the breakup, and now you are the one seeking reconciliation. After we parted, you went on blind dates with others, and when those fail, you return to seek me out. Do you think I will always stand here waiting for your return?" With a determined push, she separated herself from him and took a seat directly opposite him. Her expression reflected her displeasure. One does not smile during an argument. He Mingchuan explained, "That was all arranged by my father, and my connection with Su Yi was merely a matter of circumstance. You and Qin Shi are not friends, are you?" Shu Xuanji interjected. He Mingchuan pressed his lips together, as if his patience had been thoroughly exhausted. After all, it was quite a feat to have a man of his stature explain himself to a woman. A perceptive individual would know to tread lightly. Yet in matters of the heart, sensitivity is often absent. Sang Luo felt that He Mingchuan's demeanor was profoundly disrespectful. "You make it seem as though I am perpetually waiting for your favor. He Mingchuan, you show me great disrespect," she said earnestly. "Moreover, this issue cannot be resolved with money." He Mingchuan had indeed spent a considerable sum on her. Besides the 5 million, he frequently made transfers. During her time in Sijiacheng, he had even booked a 5-star hotel suite for her and brought her gifts each time he visited. He had been quite generous, one might say. However, generosity does not equate to respect. He Mingchuan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I do not believe others are inferior to you, which is why I have returned." Sang Luo dismissed his words, finding them devoid of substance, lacking in conviction. "What do you intend to do then?" He Mingchuan inquired, his expression stern. Indeed, when Sang Luo saw He Mingchuan approaching her, she discerned that he harbored some feelings for her, albeit buried beneath layers of ulterior motives. Even if he were to exploit her, it appeared he would accept such a dynamic, as long as he could extract what he desired from her. Each had their own agenda. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Luo spoke with a hint of grievance. "He Mingchuan, I am genuinely afraid of you. I fear that you will only be kind to me for a fleeting moment, and then, after a quarrel, cast me aside. I am not someone you can summon at will. I have invested my emotions while being with you. Your repeated visits are becoming unbearable. I cannot discern whether your intentions are sincere or feigned." As she uttered these words, her soft voice and reddened eyes evoked a profound sense of sympathy. He Mingchuan had witnessed Sang Luo weep before, yet she possessed an uncanny ability to time her tears perfectly, always when he felt most remorseful. With a slight furrow of his brow, He Mingchuan beckoned her. "Come here." He patted his thigh, inviting her to sit upon him. However, Sang Luo remained obstinate, refusing to yield to his command. Thus, it was He Mingchuan who compromised. He rose, circled the table, and seated himself beside her, reaching for her hand. "I inquired about the Shun family matters. It appears that Su Tao seeks to undermine Shun Changning. After all, Shun Changning left him with nothing, a situation he is bound to avenge. There are certainly those within Shun's circle who wish to ascertain the base price from your tender documents, and they can easily do so." As Sang Luo absorbed He Mingchuan's words, she realized that he was convinced that Su Tao's every action was motivated by revenge against Shun Changning, a feud that belonged solely to them. He Mingchuan added, "I had suspected that your tenure with Shun Changning would not be long-lasting. You have an MCN agency with Yilan Shan. Why would you choose to work for Shun Changning? He has invested in your agency, and you should aim to expand it. His words implied his continued support for her and Yi Lanshan's venture. Was this a form of compensation? Sang Luo remained silent, for this was not what she truly desired, yet she understood that this was likely He Mingchuan's limit. After some reflection, Sang Luo addressed He Mingchuan. I believe you should reconsider. I do not wish to endure another instance of being discarded. You have already left me twice. Should you do so again, I would no longer wish to remain in Song City. He Mingchuan chuckled softly. When have I not been compelled by your actions? What have I forced you into? Sang Luo felt unjustly accused, her eyes wide as she gazed at He Mingchuan. It was you who ended things with me. The first time, you bombarded me with messages and calls, compelling me to break up with you, was it not? That instance was indeed. The second time, you unexpectedly appeared at my home. I truly did not want you to see me in that state. He Mingchuan seemed reluctant to revisit that day. Sang Luo hesitated before asking, if I had not gone that day, what would have transpired between you and those beautiful women? I noticed that the items on the bedside table had all been taken out. With this thought, Sang Luo felt a wave of discomfort, especially since they had not officially parted ways at that time. What they took out I did not use with them, He Mingchuan clarified. Sang Luo's expression was nuanced. It was unclear whether she believed him or not, but it was highly probable that she did not. It's fine if you didn't use them, Sang Luo said wearily. Uncertain of what had struck a chord with He Mingchuan, he leaned closer to her, whispering softly in her ear, I have not tried it with anyone else. He was aware that her ears were an exceedingly sensitive area for her, and his deliberate proximity was undeniably cruel. Sang Luo pushed him away irritably and retorted, so what? Who is responsible? To bring it into existence. Sang Luo pondered whether all men, before engaging in something, would dare to make any promises regardless of their weight. Chapter 100. The impact. Sang Luo did not wish for He Mingchuan to remain, nor did she desire any entanglement with him. The crux of the matter lay in his insistence that Su Tao's actions were a retaliation against Xinchongning. However, Fu Jingxing had already informed her that Su Tao's influence did not extend into Ruisi. Never mind. Both He Mingchuan and Xinchongning were equally reluctant to offend Qin Shi. If the situation did not escalate, perhaps He Mingchuan would return to Qin Shi for marriage once he grew weary of her. Women are pragmatic. Men are even more so. Seeing that He Mingchuan showed no intention of leaving, Sang Luo chose to ignore him, sitting on the sofa absorbed in her phone. A message arrived from Fu Jingxing, conveying that a contact of his within Ruisi corroborated that the proposals submitted by various companies had indeed been reviewed by Qin Shi beforehand. The final modification date on the PPT submitted by Qin was the same day, and it was subsequently converted into a PDF. However, the secretary was too intimidated to testify, being merely an ordinary employee. Fu Jingxing added, if Ruisi insists on holding you responsible for this matter, I will find another way. His words brimmed with determination to clarify the situation. Just as Sang Luo contemplated her response, He Mingchuan took a seat beside her. A swift glance revealed she was engaged in conversation with Fu Jingxing. He Mingchuan's expression darkened momentarily, if he was present. Why was she so engrossed in her exchange with Fu Jingxing? She was quite audacious. Sang Luo quickly locked her phone. Not out of fear that He Mingchuan might see their chat history, but simply because she did not want to share it. This action further unsettled He Mingchuan. Show me what you two have discussed, he demanded. Why should I share my conversation with you? You haven't show me your phone either, Sang Luo retorted, guarding her device. Neither of them could extricate themselves from the other's digital world. As anticipated, upon hearing her refusal to show her phone, He Mingchuan abandoned his attempt to snatch it away. You're not my girlfriend. Why should I show you? He countered. If you won't show me, then don't look at mine. He Mingchuan scrutinized Sang Luo, uncertain whether she was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. He scoffed. I heard a joke the other day, claiming that I resemble Fu Jingxing. Sang Luo stiffened at this remark, sensing the ominous aura emanating from He Mingchuan. This was far more suffocating than the prospect of revealing her phone. Steadying her breath, she replied, You two are brothers. It's only natural you share a resemblance. If you didn't, that would be peculiar. Do you think we look alike? He Mingchuan's gaze bore into her, cold and penetrating, as if he sought to unveil her innermost thoughts. Sang Luo averted her eyes. You should leave. It's getting late. If anyone discovers you're here, they might say I'm pursuing you. He Mingchuan grasped her arm as she attempted to rise. I didn't intend to leave once I arrived. You cannot be so unreasonable, Sang Luo frowned. Unreasonable or flirtatious? He quipped. Sang Luo wished to evade, feeling that He Mingchuan was entirely insincere, as if his visit to her was solely for that matter. He Mingchuan appeared determined that something must transpire today. Sang Luo, though capable of acquiescing, deemed it unnecessary. Thus, while ensnared by He Mingchuan, she stated, if this is your desire, let us maintain only a purely physical relationship, which shall cease the moment either of us finds a partner. He seemed both irritated and as if he had already contemplated this notion, replying fine. He then added, but do not expect to find a partner. Both being young and recently unencumbered, they found themselves unable to halt the momentum. In that moment, Sang Luo was uncertain whether it was He Mingchuan's countenance that captivated her, or his physique, or perhaps both held their own allure. In her past, amidst a life of indulgence, she had overheard women discussing men, remarking that some were merely pleasing to the eye yet ineffectual, while others prioritized their own comfort over that of their female counterparts. He Mingchuan, however, was a man of considerable prowess and attentiveness toward the fairer sex. Yet, in this world, one seldom finds a perfect balance. Handsome men who are also adept often exhibit a tendency towards infidelity and irresponsibility. Thus, while He Mingchuan remained asleep that morning, Sang Luo quietly bathed, applied her makeup, and departed. A shared breakfast after a night spent together was not suitable for them. Today, Sang Luo intended to resign from her position at the Shun Corporation. Upon presenting her resignation letter to Shun Chongning, she momentarily appeared taken aback, her expression shifting rapidly before ultimately accepting the letter. Have you made up your mind? Shun Chongning inquired. Sang Luo bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Sister Ning, I am truly grateful for your guidance during this time. Since leaving my previous life of excess, I have contemplated my future, and it was your steadfast support that allowed me to join Shun Corporation and learn. Without you, I would not be who I am today. Shun Chongning sighed softly. What are your plans henceforth? I may take a brief respite, then perhaps pursue a degree. Leaving school is my greatest regret, Sang Luo replied. However, if you require my assistance in any matter, I shall certainly help. As for why Shun Chongning had not provided an explanation regarding the bidding situation, and why she sought no answers, Sang Luo chose not to inquire. The truth was evident to them both. It is human nature to seek benefit while avoiding harm. Yet her worth had not yet reached the threshold for Shun Chongning to favor her. While discomfort lingered in her heart, there was little recourse. Please, take good care of yourself. I am certain we will have opportunities to collaborate in the future, Shun Chongning said. Afterward, Sang Luo returned to her workstation to gather her personal belongings and overheard several young women in the secretary's office discussing the company's recent developments. Shun Chongning had sought support from the Shun family. Being a member of the Shun family, it was only logical that assistance would be forthcoming at her request. Thus, in the end, it was only Sang Luo who bore the brunt of the repercussions from the situation. Although she was aware that her tenure at Shun Chongning's company would be brief, the distinction between being forced to resign and choosing to leave was stark. The enmity between Sang Luo and Qin she had been firmly established. Yi Lanshan advised her that confronting Qin she now would be tantamount to striking a rock with an egg, as the former was indeed the rock. However, Yi Lanshan also mentioned to Sang Luo that it seemed the Rice family was in turmoil as well, with significant internal strife. One of the reasons she was eager to marry He Mingchuan was to solidify her position within Rice. If you genuinely wish to eliminate Qin, then the solution lies in hastening your marriage to He Mingchuan. Sang Luo pondered this and inquired, is the internal conflict within Rice so severe that it has reached the point of commercial alliances for the sake of consolidating power? Yi Lanshan nodded in affirmation. Chapter 101. The Deceiver in just a couple of days. The news of Miss Qin, she's impending marriage to the scion of the He family spread like wildfire. When reporters approached Qin, she to inquire about the veracity of her engagement, she neither confirmed nor denied the claims. The media interpreted her reticence as a sign of modesty. believing that such joyful tidings are more credible when announced by the groom's side. The consensus among journalists was that the fortunate groom was He Mingchuan, and platforms buzzed with announcements of his forthcoming nuptials to Qin Shi, prompting numerous friends in their circle to extend their congratulations. However, He Mingchuan's social media remained conspicuously dormant. His last post still lamented his search for a partner. While many may possess fleeting memories, the internet does not forget. Under that post, numerous fans celebrated his relationship with Sang Luo, and now, with the marriage news made public, those fans expressed their disillusionment. The online uproar benefited only one entity, Rui's Communication. The announcement signified a powerful alliance between Rui's Communication and the He family, with Qin Shi poised to join the board of Rui's. Sang Luo had been waiting for He Mingchuan to refute the rumors of his engagement to Qin Shi, but he remained silent. Even as news stories emerged, He Mingchuan did not deny the marriage rumors. Sang Luo felt deceived, recalling how he had once come to her home, seeking intimacy, while explaining his relationship with Su Yiqin and Qin Shi. Yet once he had her, he seemed indifferent to her feelings, allowing the world to broadcast his engagement without concern. Many compared her to Qin Shi, with the classic adage proclaiming that a prince might dalliance with Cinderella but would ultimately wed Snow White. Sang Luo considered herself resilient, having weathered numerous trials and tribulations. Yet, when people flooded her social media to belittle her and draw comparisons to Qin Shi, she experienced the harrowing reality of online bullying for the first time. To her own surprise, she fell ill. Had it not been for Fu Jingxing, concerned about her lack of response to his messages, rushed to her home and called the authorities, she might have perished alone in her apartment, unnoticed. The police, accompanied by her housekeeper, forced entry to find Sang Luo unconscious on her bed. Fu Jingxing hastily transported her to the hospital, terrified by the close call. Had he delayed even slightly, she could have developed pneumonia from the fever. He remained by her side in the hospital room. It was not until the following morning that Sang Luo awoke, her mouth parched, unable to speak. Had it not been for the acrid scent of antiseptic, she might have believed she had transcended this world. Water, she managed to croak, desperately needing to quench her thirst. Upon hearing her voice, Fu Jingxing quickly fetched a glass of water, ensuring it was cool enough to drink. He placed the cup on the bedside table and helped her sit up. "How did I end up in the hospital?" Sang Luo murmured, her head still throbbing, and drip hanging painfully from her hand. "I called you and sent messages, but when you didn't respond, I came to find you," Fu Jingxing explained, adjusting her blanket for comfort. "When I discovered you unconscious, I rushed you here. At your age, you still cannot take care of yourself?" Fu Jingxing's voice was laced with sternness, stemming from his concern for her. Sang Luo recalled that yesterday, while engrossed in her phone at home, she had become extremely agitated and subsequently fell asleep. "Thank you." Sang Luo expressed her gratitude to Fu Jingxing, her gaze towards him markedly different from before. It seemed that he consistently appeared during her most challenging moments, rescuing her from despair. Fu Jingxing checked the water temperature, then handed her the cup. "Is there a need for thanks? I've merely been preoccupied lately and haven't been able to attend to you." Yet, he bore no obligation to care for her. Sang Luo sipped the water, soothing her throat, her emotions somewhat convoluted. A woman can never truly refuse a man's genuine affection and thoughtful care. Observing Fu Jingxing in this moment, Sang Luo realized that his kindness towards her had remained unwavering. As she prepared to speak, Fu Jingxing glanced at his watch and remarked, "Now that you're awake, I can breathe easy. I have matters to attend to, so if you need anything, just call me." Sang Luo paused, surprised at how quickly he was about to leave, and replied, "All right, be careful on the road." Perhaps due to her lingering confusion, she thought that if Fu Jingxing had mentioned rekindling their relationship, she would have readily agreed. However, he did not bring it up. As this thought crossed her mind, she found it somewhat incredulous that she was seriously contemplating the possibility of a future with Fu Jingxing. Shortly after he departed, Yilanshan's call came through. "Darling, where are you?" "He Mingchuan came looking for you at my place," Yilanshan inquired. Sang Luo had yet to set up message notifications for He Mingchuan's WeChat, and her phone was on silent, so whether she received his calls or messages was a matter of chance. Sang Luo frowned, thinking, Don't tell him where I am. He is about to marry Qin Shi and still expects me to remain his friend? What is he thinking? Although it was Sang Luo who had suggested a purely physical relationship that day, mainly because He Mingchuan insisted she did not wish to be treated as his convenience. Fine. I'll just say I don't know where you are, He Mingchuan replied. So where are you then? It's better if you don't know. Sang Luo preferred not to burden He Mingchuan with her concerns. It was merely a fever, nothing significant. He Mingchuan fell silent for a moment before responding. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, but take care of yourself and don't shoulder everything alone. I'm working on having those online posts about you removed. Thank you, darling. It's nothing. If you return to Songcheng, let me know and I'll come and pick you up. He Mingchuan presumed she had left Songcheng. All right. After hanging up, Sang Luo opened WeChat and saw that He Mingchuan had indeed sent several messages, mixed with a money transfer, indicating he truly believed she could be appeased with money. The last message inquired about her current whereabouts. Sang Luo had no desire to respond. She had previously mentioned that even if the relationship was purely physical, it would dissolve the moment either party found a partner. At that time, both had consented. Did he intend to renege on their agreement? If he chose to backtrack, so be it. Who would pay him any mind? However, the unfolding events did not align with Sang Luo's expectations. As she gazed at the latest news update, Sang Luo discovered that the young scion of the He family, who was to marry Qin Shi, had been officially certified by the He group as Fu Jingxing, not He Mingchuan. Sang Luo recalled that He Mingchuan had previously sent her a voice message, which she had not opened. Now, she accessed WeChat and listened to He Mingchuan's voice message. The one who is to marry Qin Shi is not me. It is Fu Jingxing. Chapter 102. Absurdity. The press conference was not entirely successful. The event was marred by an indiscreet journalist who inquired why Qin Shi's previous acquaintance was with He Mingchuan, another son of the He family, yet the announcement of the marriage involved Fu Jingxing. Moreover, Fu Jingxing's identity had not been disclosed prior to this moment. Who exactly is this gentleman Fu? He neither bears the surname He, following He Chengfeng, nor does he share the surname Zhou, following He Chengfeng's wife, Zhou Shui. Nevertheless, He Chengfeng introduced him as his eldest son, Fu Jingxing. This revelation inevitably brought to light He Chengfeng's past romantic entanglements. However, it seemed that the He and Qin families had reached a tacit agreement, sparing no expense in their public relations efforts, culminating in the portrayal of a blissful union between Qin Shi and Fu Jingxing. After the press conference concluded, they retreated to the lounge, where Fu Jingxing requested a private conversation with Qin Shi, leaving them alone in the room. Qin Shi, quite forthright, did not wait for Fu Jingxing to speak and remarked, "Rest assured, since we are to be wed, I shall endeavor to uphold your reputation in public. As for He Mingchuan, his capriciousness poses a threat. If this continues, the He family will surely crumble under his stewardship." "I am not referring to that," Fu Jingxing interjected, observing the woman before him who treated marriage as a transaction. "Regarding the Shun family tender, was it you who manipulated it?" Qin Shi hesitated, perhaps taken aback by Fu Jingxing's inquiry about the tender. She regarded him with a different gaze. "Fu Jingxing, from the moment the press conference commenced, we are akin to passengers in the same vessel. Even if it were my doing, you must protect me. Should I falter, it would not bode well for you either." "It was indeed you," Fu Jingxing surmised with near certainty. Qin Shi neither confirmed nor denied it, stating, "You are different from He Mingchuan. He has his mother behind him. Though the Zhou family lacks the former prosperity, they are not short of funds. However, you now have me. Both I and the Qin family shall stand as your support." Qin Shi approached Fu Jingxing, adjusting the front of his suit. The seemingly intimate gesture was, in truth, colder than anyone else could perceive. "I shall take my leave now." Qin Shi swiftly withdrew her hand, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Fu Jingxing was an acceptable alternative to He Mingchuan. While He Mingchuan had the Zhou family backing him, Fu Jingxing had his biological father, He Chengfeng. For her, as long as he hailed from the He family, that sufficed. As for Sang Luo, if He Mingchuan desired to be with her, so be it. A marriage without financial stability would amount to mere sand scattered in the wind. Furthermore, based on her observations of the He family, He Chengfeng would never permit Sang Luo to enter their household. Her disdain for Sang Luo was palpable. The latter shamelessly pursued He Mingchuan before her eyes, while He Mingchuan publicly and privately defended her. It seemed a deliberate attempt to convey that mere beauty and allure would amount to nothing in the face of power. Not long after Xi's departure, He Chengfeng entered the room. Noticing Fu Jingxing's troubled expression, he inquired with concern, "Jingxing, did Shi say anything to you?" "Nothing," Fu Jingxing replied tersely, his demeanor improving upon He Chengfeng's arrival. "That is good to hear." He Chengfeng nodded thoughtfully. "In truth, Shi is quite an admirable young woman. And rest assured, she had no prior relationship with Mingchuan. I would never introduce you to someone who has been with him." Fu Jingxing remained silent. Chengfeng added, "Jingxing, marriage is essentially a union of two families. Matters of love are trivial concerns of the immature. Moreover, if you wish to establish your footing within the He family and the He corporation, marrying Shi is the swiftest and most secure route. Father would never lead you astray. His struggles within the He family were largely due to their allegiance to He Mingchuan. He had no desire to contest anything with Mingchuan. Yet since his return to the He family, it was inevitable that they would exist in opposition." Sang Luo rewatched the press conference where Fu Jingxing and Shi announced their engagement. The sight of him in a suit, standing beside Shi, evoked memories of when he proposed to her. It had been a rare day off for him, and he took her to the amusement park she longed to visit. While she waited in line to take a picture with the park's mascot, he claimed he would fetch her some water. She waited and waited, and just as it was her turn to pose with the mascot, he still had not returned. For a moment, she thought he might have received a call and left. But then he appeared, clad in a suit, kneeling with a red box in hand to propose. Over the years, Sang Luo moved homes frequently and lost many belongings. Yet that ring remained safely stored in the drawer of her vanity. The screen of her phone froze on the image of Fu Jingxing holding Shi's hand, and she let out a soft laugh. But in the blink of an eye, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Fu Jingxing had been with her just that morning, yet he had not uttered a word about marriage. Such decisions cannot be made on a whim. Why had he not confided in her? He had rushed away to announce his engagement to Shi, but why would he not even mention it? Forcing her to learn of his marriage in this manner? Sang Luo found Fu Jingxing's WeChat and, with trembling fingers, pressed the call button. Her mind fixated solely on the hope for a definitive answer from him. The music played on, but he did not answer. Each second of waiting felt like an eternity, as she yearned to hear his explanation regarding the matter. Yet, Fu Jingxing did not answer her voice call. Was it that he did not wish to, could not, or simply dared not answer? For a brief moment, she was frozen, her finger hovering above the screen, unable to press down. What authority did she possess to question Fu Jingxing about his marriage to Shi? As his ex-girlfriend? Had she not been the one to decline his proposal of reconciliation? Now, seeing him poised to marry another, she felt an urgent need to confront him. Did she believe he would always wait for her? Was that why she so recklessly rejected him? She was indeed as absurd as He Mingchuan. While Sang Luo was lost in thought, her phone lit up, and she instinctively glanced at the screen. However, the caller ID did not display Fu Jingxing's name. It was a call from He Mingchuan. Sang Luo found it rather amusing. Did she really expect Fu Jingxing to call? Shaking off her thoughts, she answered He Mingchuan's call. Would ignoring the phone and neglecting messages resolve anything? "Where are you?" He Mingchuan inquired. "I asked the security guard downstairs, and he mentioned that the police were here last night." "What happened?" Leaning against the headboard, Sang Luo spoke softly. "I'm at the hospital. I've come down with a fever. Send me your location and room number. I will come over." "All right." Chapter 103. The meeting as He Mingchuan made his way to the parking lot. He encountered Fu Jingxing and He Chengfeng returning from the press conference. Prior to this, his mother had called, informing him that Fu Jingxing's identity had been disclosed, with He Chengfeng seeking her consent rather than acting impulsively. He Mingchuan directly inquired, "Did he seek your opinion or merely inform you?" His mother fell silent for a moment before responding, "Your father has done nothing wrong. He merely granted his son an identity, and I have no grounds to oppose it. If I were to intervene, that would indeed make me a malicious stepmother." In truth, He Mingchuan was not concerned about whether Fu Jingxing would return to the He family, or if, as others suggested, he was merely back to vie for inheritance. What troubled He Mingchuan most was his father's obstinacy in this matter. His father had solely focused on compensating Fu Jingxing, without ever considering the feelings of his wife. Zhou Shuyi was not an unreasonable woman. For the past few years, she had devoted herself to accompanying He Changfeng abroad for treatment without uttering a single complaint. She had called He Mingchuan back to manage the household, maintaining it meticulously without a hint of oversight. Her efforts were not merely to acquiesce to He Changfeng's decision to elevate Fu Jingxing within the He family, nor to arrange a marriage for him that would undoubtedly evoke envy. In paving the way for Fu Jingxing, He Changfeng had completely overlooked the sentiments of Zhou Shuyi and He Mingchuan. If Zhou Shuyi were to express even a modicum of discontent, she would be labeled a wicked stepmother. This, indeed, was what infuriated He Mingchuan the most. He Changfeng halted He Mingchuan, asking, "What time is it? You're leaving already?" He Mingchuan had been less diligent at work lately, and several executives had brought this to He Changfeng's attention, prompting him to delegate those tasks to Fu Jingxing. He glanced at Fu Jingxing before replying to He Changfeng. "I'm heading to the hospital to see Sang Luo, and then I will take my mother to visit my grandparents." This statement left both men momentarily speechless. When it came to sarcasm, He Mingchuan would claim second place, with only Sang Luo daring to assert the first. He Changfeng, with a grim expression, retorted, "You still intend to take her to meet your grandparents?" This remark seemed to awaken He Mingchuan, who replied, "It's not out of the question." He Mingchuan said as he unlocked his car and prepared to leave. Their encounter was merely a result of their parking arrangements being adjacent. He drove off in a sports car, infuriating He Changfeng, who turned to Fu Jingxing and remarked, "Look at him. He has simply been spoiled by his mother. And now, with his grandparents, if he continues to misbehave, he shall be the one to suffer in the end." Listening to He Changfeng's words, Fu Jingxing chuckled softly and sincerely asked his father, "In your eyes, what kind of woman is my mother?" This question momentarily left He Changfeng at a loss for words. He had always looked down upon Sang Luo, doubting the prospects of He Mingchuan and Sang Luo's relationship, believing they would eventually part ways. Thus, when he had been with Fu Jingxing's mother, was it merely a fleeting dalliance, with the expectation that they would ultimately separate? He would then seek a woman akin to He Mingchuan's mother, to share a lifetime of mutual respect and harmony? Fu Jingxing did not await He Changfeng's response, for the answer was glaringly apparent. He turned and departed. He Mingchuan drove to the hospital, locating Sang Luo's ward. Upon his arrival, she appeared to be in good spirits, albeit with a slightly pale complexion. Upon seeing He Mingchuan, Sang Luo casually remarked, "I'm fine, just a minor fever. The doctor said I can be discharged tomorrow. Were you worried when you heard from the security guard downstairs that the police had come?" She smiled, seemingly carefree. He Mingchuan raised an eyebrow, choosing not to mention Fu Jingxing. Sang Luo, restless, continued, "But you never express your concern for me. You are so unpredictable when you wish to contact me. You do so through calls or messages, yet you can go days without a word. Being with someone like you is truly exhausting. Deciphering men is a tiresome endeavor." Her words seemed directed at He Mingchuan, yet also hinted at others. "Since you all intend to leave, there is no need to be kind to me," Sang Luo said softly, gazing at He Mingchuan. "Does his marriage cause you such distress? Why not seize him? He might just follow you." He Mingchuan replied coldly, initially reluctant to mention Fu Jingxing, but unable to restrain himself, for he had never encountered this side of Sang Luo before. Previously, when she cried in front of him, it was with a clear purpose, to evoke his sympathy through feigned tears. Yet now, she was not crying, yet her entire being exuded an aura of sorrow, leading He Mingchuan to feel that her heart belonged solely to Fu Jingxing. "Not at all," Sang Luo scoffed. "What is yours will not escape, while what isn't yours, no matter the effort, remains unattainable. Look, aren't you here now?" He Mingchuan's mood, already dim, darkened further upon hearing her words, as they seemed to imply he was merely her devoted follower. His tone grew serious. "Sang Luo, prior to this, I indeed held a different regard for you. So, even if you manipulate me, likening me to someone else, I am indifferent. However, if you believe that by seeking me out, you can capture me because you feel you cannot attain Fu Jingxing, You may be mistaken. Indeed, He Mingchuan was fully aware and comprehended everything. He simply chose not to voice it. Sang Luo felt a tinge of apprehension at his sudden seriousness, daring not to meet his gaze. Noticing her silence, He Mingchuan continued, "My affections for you have been entirely consumed as you recklessly exploited and tested my boundaries. Yet now, I am genuinely curious about your feelings towards me." Sang Luo was momentarily taken aback by He Mingchuan's candidness. He chuckled, though the sound was chilling, as if tempered by ice. She found herself at a loss, perhaps due to an instinctive urge to retort, "As if you ever took me seriously." In moments of conflict, people often unwittingly utter the sharpest words to wound one another. Protecting themselves, He Mingchuan did not wish to elaborate on his feelings regarding Sang Luo, who expended both effort and finances while also finding time for other matters. He retorted, "Perhaps your heart has been consumed by a dog. Reflect upon your actions and mine. It is your heart that has been devoured." Sang Luo countered, seemingly fixated on that single remark. "Are you seeking a quarrel?" He Mingchuan inquired coldly. Sang Luo felt perplexed. Who was actually looking for a confrontation? "I am currently a patient. You inquired about my war number and rushed over to confront me without hesitation, accusing me of exploiting you one moment and claiming my heart has been eaten by a dog the next. Am I supposed to sit here quietly, enduring your tirade, only to respond with, 'Yes, you are correct,' to appease you? Why must you vent your frustration regarding Fu Jingxing and Qin Shi's impending marriage upon me?" Chapter 104. Soaring Sang Luo retorted sharply, "Am I forcing you to seek me out?" He Mingchuan's expression darkened completely. He was accustomed to being coddled by others, and Sang Luo had truly tested his patience. In a cold tone, he replied, "Rest assured, there won't be a next time. You had better keep your word. Don't come back to me again after finding someone else you deem unsatisfactory. Such occurrences may happen once or twice, but not thrice." Sang Luo, too, had not endured such indignation. It was as if she were compelled to wait for his return. He Mingchuan fixed his gaze upon her for several seconds, his eyes reflecting emotions akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yet, ultimately, he refrained from unleashing his fury. With a sardonic smile, whether directed at Sang Luo or himself remained ambiguous, he remarked, "If you wish to pursue romance in the future, ensure you clear your heart space first." Having spoken, He Mingchuan turned sharply and departed, not uttering another word to Sang Luo. This was the essence of He Mingchuan, unwilling to engage in quarrels or discussions about love. Even a single additional word was too much for him to bear. Sang Luo's spirits did not lift. In a fit of frustration, she hurled her pillow towards the door. In her fervor, she forgot about the 4-drip attached to her hand, and her vigorous motion dislodged the needle, leaving a long, slender cut on the back of her hand. However, the pain was eclipsed by her fury, her chest heaving violently as if she were struggling for breath. The indignation rendered her lightheaded. While in a relationship with He Mingchuan, she had never entertained thoughts of anyone else. Did he think that after their separation, he could seek companionship while she could not consider others? The following day, when Fu Jingxing visited Sang Luo, he found her absence in the hospital room. Upon inquiry, the nurse informed him that she had discharged herself the previous day. He contemplated calling Sang Luo, but felt unworthy of doing so at this moment. Thus, he returned empty-handed. When he attempted to check Sang Luo's WeChat moments, he discovered that her post had been reduced to a mere straight line. She had not merely set her post to be visible for 3 days. Rather, she had blocked him entirely. After her discharge, Sang Luo promptly purchased a plane ticket to escape Song City. Remaining there was too painful. When booking her flight via a mobile app, it suggested destinations most suitable for those recovering from heartbreak, proving that apps can intuit human emotions better than people themselves. The flight arrived in Nan City at midnight, and the destination was randomly selected, leaving her with no plans or itineraries. Upon reaching the airport, she realized it was situated several dozen kilometers from the city center. As it was not the peak tourist season, and given the late hour, there were no legitimate taxis available. However, numerous unlicensed cab drivers crowded the airport exit, eagerly vying for passengers. "Beautiful lady, ride with me. I'll take you to a hotel for just 50. Miss, you should choose my car. We're a legitimate service." Sang Luo felt a headache coming on, for they appeared anything but legitimate. She did not wish to step out to clear her mind, only to find herself stranded. As she was about to pull out her phone to summon a ride, a voice called from behind. Sang Luo, why are you walking so fast? I can barely keep up. As Sang Luo turned around, she noticed a sunny young man dressed in a t-shirt and long pants, who looked remarkably familiar. She was certain she had seen him somewhere before. It dawned on her that he was Lin Shun, a small internet celebrity affiliated with He Mingchuan's MCN agency. At the time, He Mingchuan had brought him and another small influencer to dine with her. However, it was precisely Lin Shun's presence that spared Sang Luo from the misfortune of taking a dubious taxi. Lin Shun and his companions had come to Nanchang for a shoot, accompanied by a photographer and an assistant. Strictly speaking, they were still her employees. But only He Mingchuan was aware that she had partnered with He Mingchuan to establish the MCN agency. She did not elaborate much and opted to ride with them into the city. Lin Shun was far more enthusiastic than Sang Luo had anticipated. He inquired, "Sister, which hotel are you staying at? We should take you there first. It's not safe for a girl to be out so late." "I haven't booked a hotel yet," she replied, realizing she had left in such haste that she hadn't prepared anything. Lin Shun seemed to understand that she was likely fleeing from emotional turmoil in Songcheng, and he refrained from probing further. He kindly suggested, "Why don't you stay at the same hotel as us? Let me check if there are still rooms available." As he spoke, Lin Shun took out his phone to reserve a room for her. "I'll get you a room with a view of the ancient city. Fortunately, it's the off-season. Otherwise, you might struggle to find accommodation at this hour. A beauty like you could attract unwanted attention if left wandering the streets." While Lin Shun made the reservation, he engaged Sang Luo in conversation. She responded with little enthusiasm. In the past, she might have easily moved on after a breakup, perhaps even accepting the affections of a younger admirer without hesitation. However, now she felt disinclined, uncertain if He Mingchuan's words about making space in her heart before entering a new relationship had taken root. She recognized that Lin Shun's warmth, addressing her as sister and booking her a room, was not purely fraternal. Was it not risky for a younger man to call an older woman sister? "Are you tired, sister? You should rest," Lin Shun suggested. "It will take about an hour to reach the hotel. I'll wake you when we arrive." Sang Luo nodded, as she indeed felt weary. Subsequently, Lin Shun instructed the driver to turn off the music in the car to allow her to rest. In the spacious seven-seater, Sang Luo settled into the seat behind the driver, with Lin Shun beside her. As she closed her eyes to sleep, she remained unaware of the conversation happening between Lin Shun and his assistant via WeChat. The assistant messaged, "You keep calling her sister. Has your taste changed?" Lin Shun glanced at Sang Luo in the dim light and replied, "You know nothing. The apex of the food chain is the sister." The assistant remarked, "But she is truly stunning. The way she stood at the airport exit, exuding an aura of coolness, surpasses even that of a celebrity." Lin Shun sent his assistant a candid photo he had taken earlier. In the image, Sang Luo, clad in a beige trench coat, stood at the unfamiliar airport, the night breeze tousling her hair as she raised a hand to tuck it behind her ear, revealing her fair neck. Even just a profile was breathtaking, perfectly capturing an ambience of elegance and poise. The assistant promptly shared the photo on his social media, intending merely to showcase the beauty he had encountered. Yet, it wasn't long before their boss, He Mingchuan, commented, asking where he was. The boss is indeed the boss. Just a few days ago, he personally approved the budget for the filming in Nanchang, yet he promptly forgot their whereabouts. He hastily sent a WeChat message to the boss, informing him that they were in Nanchang. The boss replied that he was aware. The assistant couldn't help but wonder if their boss had taken a liking to Sang Luo and intended to recruit her back as a streamer. For the beauty of someone like Sang Luo eclipsed that of all the female streamers in their company combined. The young assistant was unaware of the close friendship between Sang Luo and He Mingchuan, particularly since Sang Luo rarely frequented the company. He Mingchuan sought out Shan Hanjing to inquire about the situation between Sang Luo and He Mingchuan. Her best friend had run off to Nanchang to recuperate, indicating that she had suffered quite a blow this time. Shan Hanjing remarked, "You needn't ask. Anyone who mentions Sang Luo in front of old, he will surely provoke his ire." Chapter 105. Although Sang Luo had come to unwind, She had not stepped out of her hotel room as Lin Shun and the others were nearing the end of their shooting. It had been quite some time since she had experienced such a feeling, as if she lacked the energy to engage in anything, no desire to move, to speak, or even to eat. She simply lay in bed, scrolling through her phone and watching television dramas. Even while viewing the sweetest of series, tears would cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. She did not resist the spread of these emotions. Rather, she allowed them to flourish unabated, even if they consumed her entirely. This was a foreign place where no one recognized her, where no one knew her past. She thought to herself, if she was to be sad, then let it be profound, leaving all her negative feelings behind in Nan City, for when she returned to Song City, she would embark on a new beginning. After the filming concluded, Lin Shin sought out Sang Luo and found her languishing in bed. He gently pulled her up, exclaiming, "Sister, how can you bear to waste such beautiful scenery in Nan City lying in bed?" He nudged her toward the bathroom, urging, "Hurry and take a shower. I'll take you out to enjoy yourself. It's just a heartbreak. What is the big deal? Out with the old, in with the new. Look at me. How do I appear?" His exuberance and sweet words were utterly irresistible. Sang Luo was guided to the bathroom sink. "Sister, sweet romance keeps one youthful and beautiful. Just look at yourself now, haggard and aged. But fret not, I will make you happy." Gazing into the mirror, Sang Luo indeed appeared quite worn. She had lost weight, and dark circles marred her eyes. "How did you know I was heartbroken?" she inquired. Lin Shin replied, "Your face practically screams. I am in agony. I have suffered a heartbreak. Someone save me. I thought you were a woman of great poise, unscathed by matters of the heart." "My heart is not made of stone," Sang Luo replied helplessly. "And, strictly speaking, it isn't exactly a heartbreak. He is getting married." Lin Shen seemed unfazed by this revelation, saying, "Then you should feel relieved, dear sister. A person who does not love you marrying someone else means you have lost only someone who did not cherish you. He, however, has lost someone who loved him. So in essence, you have not truly lost." It appeared that the concept of loss was of little significance. "It's just," Sang Luo paused, "I did not expect. Sister, do not ponder why men do this or that, since he is capable of marrying someone else. He clearly does not care about your feelings. Therefore, let us not concern ourselves with his emotions either. Let us simply enjoy ourselves." Sang Luo prided herself on being clear-headed, believing she would never be hurt by a man. Yet here she was, retreating to a remote ancient city where no one knew her to find solace. Her clarity of mind was reserved for those she did not love. Suddenly, Lin Shun recalled something and asked Sang Luo, "Sister, was it your ex He Mingchuan? He isn't getting married, is he?" Sang Luo averted her gaze, refusing to answer Lin Shun's question. Lin Shun, as if he had uncovered a secret, remarked, "Sister, you're being naughty. If He Mingchuan knew you were sad because of someone else, he would surely be furious, as this concerns a man as pride." As Sang Luo recalled He Mingchuan's earlier outburst at the hospital, she acknowledged that he had indeed been quite furious. However, it no longer mattered whether he was angry or not. That was irrelevant to her now. Prompted by Lin Shun, she hastily took a shower and changed her clothes before heading downstairs to find him. Yet, instead of encountering Lin Shun in the lobby, she came across Su Yi. Accompanying Su Yi was a handsome gentleman who attended to her every need, fetching her belongings and drinks, treating her like royalty. It was quite the twist of fate. Sang Luo initially intended to pretend not to notice Su Yi, but the latter approached her after exchanging a few words with her companion. Standing before Sang Luo, Su Yi inquired, "Did you come with Mingchuan?" "Not at all," Sang Luo replied, feeling no need to engage in an argument. "I'm not with him." Su Yi clicked her tongue, her gaze towards Sang Luo shifting dramatically. "Did you break up with him?" "No, he broke up with me," Sang Luo replied listlessly, contemplating whether to message Lin Shun to ask where he was. She had no desire to entangle herself in these matters with Su Yi. "That is probably because you pressured Mingchuan into breaking up with you. Sang Luo, you seem quite adept at manipulating men's feelings. Initially, Mingchuan and I had no intentions of getting engaged. When I began to show interest in him, you grew anxious. Once you realized Mingchuan did not harbor feelings for me, you ignored him. No wonder men are so infatuated with you." Sang Luo was uncertain whether Su Yi was attempting to salvage her reputation or if there was truth in her words. Did she deliberately feign affection for He Mingchuan? A sense of discomfort washed over her. So, it's acceptable for you and He Mingchuan to team up to mock me? She thought. The mere notion that emotions could be trivialized to mere tools left her at a loss for words. As Su Yi's gaze towards her grew increasingly derisive, she remarked, however, I doubt you'll have the opportunity to manipulate him again. He may endure once or twice, but he won't be deceived repeatedly. At that moment, Lin Shun emerged from somewhere, calling out to Sang Luo as sister. Su Yi's expression changed, her gaze towards Sang Luo imbued with deeper meaning. After a pause, she returned Sang Luo's earlier words with a smirk. You deserve it. Lin Shun, displeased by this, quickly defended Sang Luo, saying, Why are you bullying her? If you have an issue, come at me. Su Yi, seemingly uninterested in further conflict with Sang Luo, merely glanced at the two and said, I wish you both a pleasant journey. Lin Shun, youthful and eager to impress his sister, was inclined to assist Sang Luo after Su Yi's remark. However, Sang Luo urged him to go eat first, leading him away. If earlier Sang Luo felt regret that Fu Jingxing was destined to marry someone else, hearing Su Yi declare that their engagement had always been a facade, waiting for Sang Luo to seek out He Mingchuan, made her feel guilty towards him. Yet, she had no intention of apologizing to He Mingchuan at that moment. All regrets and apologies had been conclusively sealed the instant they parted ways. The entangled emotions that oscillate back and forth may not guarantee a favorable outcome, but there exists a 90% likelihood that they will culminate in a similar manner as before. Sang Luo feels she has come to a realization. However, she currently has no intention of returning. After only a few days in the southern city, it would be far too unwise to leave so soon. She intends to fully indulge in her time here before departing. Having spent nearly half a month in the southern city, Lin Shun has chosen to remain by her side. As a streamer, he brought all his equipment along, ensuring that his broadcasts remain uninterrupted. Lin Shun has subtly and directly expressed his desire to pursue a romantic relationship with Sang Luo on several occasions, yet she has consistently declined. It is not that she finds Lin Shun lacking in merit. Rather, she simply does not wish to engage in a relationship at this moment. She believes that when she next embarks on a romance, it must be rooted in genuine affection for the individual. Chapter 106. Thorough resolution. Sang Luo had initially intended to remain in the southern city for a few more days, but a phone call from Lu Qi summoned her back. After her grandfather underwent surgery for a fractured bone, his health had not improved. This morning, he suffered a sudden heart attack and was currently in the operating room fighting for his life. Upon receiving this news, Sang Luo promptly purchased the earliest flight back. During her return journey, she was in a terrible state, uncertain of her grandfather's condition. The thought of losing a loved one weighed far heavier on her heart than the pain of a broken relationship. After all, her grandfather was the last family member in this world who had ever shown her kindness. If he were to depart, she would truly be left an orphan. The flight arrived in Song City that afternoon, and Lin Shun hurriedly took her to the hospital. In their haste, they failed to notice He Mingchuan returning from a business trip, who happened to encounter Sang Luo in the airport with another man. Tang Xian casually remarked that it was Miss Sang. Naturally, He Mingchuan had seen them and, with an air of indifference, asked, Did you forget what I said? Aware that he had not fully considered the implications, Tang Xian refrained from further discussing Sang Luo. Are you heading back to the company or home? He inquired. Not to the company. Please take the contract back to director, she replied. Tang Xian had little to add. This contract had originally been given to General Manager Fu by He Qingfeng, but for reasons unknown, it had not been finalized on Fu's end. Thus, it fell upon He Mingchuan to intervene. After issuing his instructions, He Mingchuan drove off, not toward the bar, but to his grandfather's home. He was unaware of the tensions between his parents. During his business trip, his mother had returned to the Zhou family residence. It was evident that He Qingfeng had caused her distress. Was it too late for her to express her dissatisfaction? Nevertheless, it was better than perpetual forbearance. Upon arriving home, He Mingchuan learned that the cause of his mother's distress was He Qingfeng's intention to gift a villa to Fu Jingxing's mother. Zhou Shui did not place much value on the villa itself. Rather, She felt sincerely that if he still harbored feelings for his ex-wife, he should pursue her. To which He Mingchuan retorted, "She is already remarried." This implied that had she not remarried, he would have considered divorcing to reunite with her. Thus, this became the final straw for Zhou Shuyi, shattering the illusion of harmony she had maintained with He Mingchuan. After learning of this situation, He Mingchuan told Zhou Shuyi, "Then let him pursue her. Let us see if he can win her back." Zhou Shuyi's eyes flickered slightly, perhaps contemplating the feasibility of a suggestion or merely sulking in hopes that He Mingchuan would come to placate her. However, He Mingchuan surmised it was the former. Zhou Shuyi, wishing to avoid the topic, asked He Mingchuan, "How are things between you and Xiao Sang?" "It's completely over." He Mingchuan did not conceal the truth from his mother. Zhou Shuyi felt a twinge of regret, but recognized that there was little that could be done. It seemed fate had conspired against them. With a sigh, she asked, "What are your thoughts on this? I do not care whom Fu Jingxing marries or how powerful their union may be. Mingchuan, you must choose a partner who loves you and whom you love in return." Due to the notion of marital compatibility based solely on social standing, the relationship between Zhou Shuyi and He Mingchuan ultimately devolved into mutual disdain. Nevertheless, Zhou Shuyi sincerely hoped for He Mingchuan's happiness. "Could you perhaps offer me your perspective?" He Mingchuan inquired, only to feel an unease creeping in. He decided against pursuing the matter further, citing his busy schedule. "If you cannot let go of Xiao Sang, then seek her out. What holds greater significance, your pride or the one you cherish?" "Do I cherish her?" He Mingchuan replied, seemingly incredulous. "Well, perhaps there was a fleeting sentiment in the past, but it has long since faded. She is hardly a paragon of beauty, someone I would constantly yearn for." Zhou Shuyi was aware that He Mingchuan tended to conceal his true feelings, often speaking contrary to his heart. However, at that moment, she found herself pondering what thoughts occupied her son's mind. Could it be that he had genuinely forgotten Sang Luo? When Sang Luo arrived at the hospital, the elderly gentleman was already in the ICU. The very thought of the ICU filled her with dread, and her body trembled uncontrollably before she even reached the vicinity. Lin Shun supported her, assuring, "Sister, do not worry. Grandfather is surely under divine protection. I will accompany you, and I shall remain by your side, regardless of what unfolds." Sang Luo did not respond to Lin Shun, but struggled onward to the ICU. Upon noticing her arrival, Lu Qi, who stood nearby with a young boy, refrained from inquiring about the boy's identity. He informed Sang Luo, "The old gentleman has stabilized for the moment, but as you know, he is advanced in age and suffers from a weak heart. Prepare yourself mentally." Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Sang Luo felt her legs weaken, and had it not been for Lin Shun's support, she might have collapsed to the floor. Grasping Lu Qi's arm, an expression of fragmented desperation adorned her face. "Lu Qi, please save my grandfather. You must have a solution. Perhaps we could seek treatment abroad. The medical facilities there might be superior. Please, get him out of the ICU. It is far too frightening." Every family member confronted with a loved one in serious condition inevitably reveals their sorrow. As a physician, Lu Qi endeavored to comfort the families of patients, particularly Sang Luo. Yet, he could not deceive her. While assisting his mother in retrieving medication from a hospital, He Mingchuan caught sight of a familiar figure kneeling at the end of a corridor. The silhouette was unmistakable, and he recognized her immediately. At that moment, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a soft golden light through the window onto Sang Luo, who was praying with her hands clasped earnestly. The walls of the hospital have heard more prayers than those of churches, and the farewells witnessed here have borne more genuine emotion than those of wedding halls. However, Sang Luo's plight was of no concern to him. He Mingchuan averted his gaze, showing no intention of approaching her. He instead encountered Lu Qi, who was holding a cup of hot milk. "Look," he mused, "there is never a shortage of men eager to express their affection for her." Lu Qi also noticed He Mingchuan and refrained from approaching Sang Luo first, opting to call out to He Mingchuan instead. "Her grandfather's situation is critical. It could be a matter of days." Lu Qi's voice was somber. "I recall the first time I met her was in this very hospital. At that time, her mother was gravely ill, and my father informed me that the condition was exceedingly difficult to treat. When her mother was in the ICU, she knelt outside, just as she does now. She expressed that aside from prayer, There was nothing else she could do. He Mingchuan's face remained devoid of expression, as if to say it had no bearing on him. Indeed, it bore no significance to him. Lu Qi remarked, I merely wish to convey that her life is truly quite tragic. If you feel sympathy for her, then extend her warmth. He Mingchuan retorted impatiently, taking the medication and departing without even casting a glance at Sang Luo. Lu Qi shook his head, knowing that He Mingchuan had never truly cared for Sang Luo. It was fortunate they had parted ways. Lu Qi then carried the milk and made his way towards Sang Luo. Chapter 107. Ferocity. A sincere prayer may not necessarily come true. Heaven does not show mercy, nor will it keep the old man by her side simply because she is now alone. Standing outside the ICU, Sang Luo watched as the doctors and nurses removed the instruments from her grandfather, covering his body with a white cloth, just as they had done 15 years ago when they wheeled his bed out of the ICU. In that moment, Sang Luo felt as though she could not hear the words of others. All the sounds of the world were suddenly muted, as if her father had arrived. Yet she could not fathom why he slapped her upon entering. Dazed and disoriented, she faced his furious accusations, claiming she was the cause of the old man's demise, demanding she relinquish the money he left her, asserting that she was not a true member of the Sang family and had no right to the inheritance. Fortunately, Lu Qi arrived just in time and summoned security. The lawyer who subsequently arrived clarified the situation. The old man had dabbled in stock trading in his youth, initially with the pocket money provided by Sang Luo's father, but his keen insight and acumen had led to a substantial fortune. All of this wealth had been bequeathed to Sang Luo, while Sang Yu and the others received nothing. Thus, the earlier confrontation ensued. Sang Luo had never anticipated an inheritance from her grandfather, but upon witnessing their behavior, she declared, since you refuse to acknowledge it, let us take this to court. Not one of you visited him during his illness. Now that he has just passed, you come seeking money. I assure you, even if I were to donate this money, not a single cent would be shared with you. Do you dare to sue me? Sang Luo, how could you dare to sue your biological father? In the face of substantial wealth, even those closest to one another can reveal their most ferocious sides. The following day, the entire city of Song was abuzz with the news of Sang Luo's intention to sue her father over the inheritance. Her father, in tears, lamented how ungrateful Sang Luo had become, claiming he raised her with unwavering dedication and never sought anything in return. Yet, this daughter of his not only lacked gratitude, but also coveted the old man's wealth. The trivial matters of the Sang family paled in comparison to the current scandal. They even claimed that Sang Luo had once borne a child, but after the mysterious disappearance of the father 5 years prior, the child was lost. Though Sang's father did not name him directly, those aware of Sang Luo's past would know it was Fu Jingxing. Sang's father seemed to have realized that Fu Jingxing was the son of He Qingfeng and sought to exploit this opportunity for gain. Regretfully, he thought that if he had known Fu Jingxing's lineage, he would have welcomed him as a son-in-law. As he regarded Fu Jingxing, Sang's father was calculating in his mind. Fu Jingxing, with a somber expression, inquired, Sang Luo had a child? Sang's father did not answer directly, opting for a roundabout approach. Are you not aware? You young ones take no precautions, and perhaps you feared she would use the child to threaten you, prompting your sudden disappearance. Fu Jingxing remained silent, sensing that the man before him was not being entirely truthful. Because he had never engaged in any intimate relationship with Sang Luo, he considered her too young, believing that certain matters should be reserved for after marriage. However, the thought of her purchasing such items with He Mingchuan lingered in his mind. Had she begun to indulge herself only after his departure? Witnessing Fu Jingxing's disbelief, Sang Luo's father placed a worn pregnancy test result before him, clearly bearing Sang Luo's name. Chapter 108. The plague godfather Sang observed the myriad expressions flitting across Fu Jingxing's face and promptly reclaimed the pregnancy test results. With a hint of impatience, he remarked, You have previously shown the capacity to abandon her. Now that you are to wed another, it is inconceivable that you would concern yourself with her plight. Spare me your time. I shall take my leave. Return the test results to me. Fu Jingxing coldly called out to Father Sang, How much do you demand? Upon hearing the mention of money, a cunning smile crept across Father Sang's face. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I do not seek money. I am aware that you are currently employed at He Corporation as a vice president. Simply provide me with a contract from your company. In the realm of avarice, Father Sang was unparalleled. A monetary sum would merely amount to a few million, but aligning with the He Corporation would elevate the Sang family's status exponentially, far beyond mere millions. Fu Jingxing furrowed his brow slightly. Are you not being excessively greedy? If you are unwilling, so be it, Father Sang scoffed nonchalantly. I shall post it online, allowing everyone to witness the disgraceful behavior of this unfilial daughter. She is your daughter. Fu Jingxing's expression turned icy. At the moment of inquiry, Father Sang experienced a fleeting pause, but quickly suppressed that unusual emotion. She is no longer, he asserted. Fu Jingxing was nearly driven to violence against Father Sang. What right did he have to call himself a father? Yet, engaging in conversation with such a person was futile. Hand over the test results, and I shall devise a solution, Fu Jingxing insisted. That is not feasible. I can only relinquish the test results after the cooperation is signed, Father Sang replied. Fu Jingxing continued to compromise, unwilling to allow Sang Luo to be subjected to public ridicule. Indeed, in this era, terminating a pregnancy was often regarded as commonplace. Yet many would lack sympathy for a girl's plight, merely condemning her for her lack of virtue. Sang Luo's search for a lawyer was fraught with difficulties. Initially, she approached a man who immediately queried, Miss Sang, have you truly had a child? She sought legal counsel to contest her father's inheritance, and such matters should not concern them. Frustrated, she stormed out. The other lawyers she consulted were either similarly gossipy or lacked competence. Sang Luo did not invest all her energy in finding a lawyer. She wished to ensure her grandfather received a proper burial. While her grandfather had no sons, he still had granddaughters. She did not want his departure to be marked by sorrow. Any matters could wait until after the funeral. The Sang family was pleased to see others eager to manage the arrangements for her grandfather's funeral, as it allowed them to remain uninvolved. Sang Luo often pondered whether individuals like Father Sang possessed any sense of heart. Would he ultimately find himself alone, bereft of family? She mused that perhaps he would. With Yi Lanshan's assistance, the funeral proceeded smoothly, albeit somewhat somberly. After the ceremony, Yi Lanshan handed Sang Luo a business card, suggesting she seek out this individual. Renowned for handling divorce and inheritance cases with great skill. Zhou Jingyan, that name sounds familiar, she noted. As Sang Luo gazed at the business card with its black background and gilded lettering, she felt a sense of familiarity with the name it bore. Of course you know him. He is He Mingchuan's cousin, Yi Lanshan remarked. In that instant, Sang Luo found the card somewhat burdensome and promptly returned it to Yi Lanshan, deciding it was best to distance herself from anyone associated with He Mingchuan to avoid any complications. Perhaps it was a reflexive response to the name He Mingchuan, but she felt it prudent to maintain a safe distance from him and his circle. You were asked to consult him on legal matters, not to flirt with him. Yi Lanshan noted, exasperated. I've looked into it. There are hardly any reliable lawyers in Songcheng. Your father, that scoundrel, will only complicate things further. You're not after your grandfather's money. You simply wish to vex them. Indeed, Yi Lanshan understood Sang Luo better than anyone else. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Luo concluded that seeking out Zhou Jingyan as her attorney might be a wise choice. When Sang Luo arrived at the law firm to meet Zhou Jingyan, she never anticipated encountering He Mingchuan there. Upon spotting her, He Mingchuan's expression soured, as if he had seen a harbinger of misfortune. He clearly disdained her presence. She instinctively wanted to hide, but having just exited the elevator, she found herself face to face with him, with nowhere to retreat. Hesitating over whether to greet him, she realized Zhou Jingyan had already recognized her, while He Mingchuan feigned ignorance. The elevator arrived, and with a nod to Zhou Jingyan, he stepped inside. Sang Luo felt as though she had performed an internal monologue, only to be completely disregarded. Zhou Jingyan seemed to scrutinize He Mingchuan in the elevator before turning his attention to Sang Luo. Miss Sang, are you here for consultation? He inquired. Coming back to her senses, she replied, Lawyer Zhou, I would like to discuss some matters regarding an inheritance case. Do you have time? I've been quite occupied lately. Zhou Jingyan, though tactful, added, if it concerns you, I can certainly make time. uncertain whether Zhou Jinyan's willingness to take her case was influenced by He Mingchuan's presence. She clarified, "Lawyer Zhou, I've already broken up with He Mingchuan, and it wasn't an amicable split. If this is inconvenient for you, I wouldn't want to impose." Zhou Jinyan dismissed her concerns lightly, stating, "If you don't pay my fees, that would truly be a reason for me to refuse." Sang Luo thought that if the matter could be resolved with money, it would indeed be preferable. She followed Zhou Jinyan into the law firm, which was quite spacious with numerous staff members. According to Yilan Shan, Zhou Jinyan was a partner at this firm, and they handled a variety of cases. Once inside Zhou Jinyan's office, he invited Sang Luo to take a seat. Inadvertently, she caught a glimpse of a divorce agreement resting on his desk, along with a photocopy of Zhou Shuyi's identification card. She paused momentarily, wondering if Mrs. Zhou was in the process of divorcing He Mingchuan. However, Zhou Jinyan swiftly tucked the documents away into a folder, choosing not to broach the subject of divorce. Sang Luo did not dwell on it much, as it was of no concern to her. However, if pressed to share her thoughts, she would certainly advise Mrs. Zhou to have long since parted ways with that man. He Mingchuan, asserting that harboring illusions about men is a form of self-inflicted harm. Zhou Jinyan took a seat and, with a businesslike demeanor, informed Sang Luo, "My fee is 5,000 per hour. Should the case be successful, I will additionally retain 5% of the inheritance as my remuneration." This charge was indeed considerable. Yet, compared to those lawyers who immediately inquired whether she had truly borne a child, he was far more professional. "Very well," Sang Luo agreed. "Now, please elucidate the details for me." Chapter 109 Distinction. This case is, in fact, quite straightforward. When Sang Luo's grandfather established his will, he was in a lucid state. Furthermore, in addition to the lawyer, there was another notary present who can attest that Sang Luo's grandfather executed the will without coercion. Sang Luo's father's attempt to exploit the will made under the old man's diminished capacity is fundamentally untenable. As for why the previous lawyers were so circuitous in their inquiries, it was merely to gather more gossip. After sharing these matters with Zhou Jinyan, Sang Luo inquired, "Regarding their defamation, can I file a suit against them as well? Of course, on what grounds?" Zhou Jinyan asked, clarifying that there was no gossip, just a routine inquiry into the case. "They claimed that I had a child in the past, which is utterly false. Many netizens have since taken to my social platforms to berate me, and the private messages are quite horrific," Sang Luo expressed, feeling quite troubled by this. She was not one to shy away from negative feedback, but the sheer volume of vitriol was overwhelming. Zhou Jinyan pondered seriously before offering his advice. "If you feel that your normal life has been impacted or if it has caused you psychological and physical distress, I recommend consulting a psychologist. Regarding their slander and defamation, the internet is not a lawless realm. If it has been shared over 500 times, you may pursue legal action. Of course, civil disputes will incur additional fees." Having reached this point, Sang Luo was not concerned about the financial aspect. She merely desired an apology from her father. After Sang Luo departed, Zhou Jinyan placed a call to He Mingchuan. He stated, "I will review the divorce agreement, and if I find no issues, I will present it to my uncle." "You've mentioned this before," He Mingchuan replied lazily. "Just say what you wish to convey. I cannot be so direct. Maintaining client confidentiality is my professional ethics," Zhou Jinyan said, stifling a laugh. "Then I shall hang up." He Mingchuan, lacking patience, was about to end the conversation. "Wait," Zhou Jinyan called out. "Your daughter is being slandered. How can there be rumors about her terminating a pregnancy?" The other end of the line seemed disinterested in this, and he promptly hung up. Indeed, He Mingchuan showed little interest in discussing Sang Luo. If the jesting had gone too far, he would undoubtedly become irate. Some claimed that He Mingchuan was genuinely annoyed with Sang Luo, which is why he was reluctant to hear her name. Others suggested that she was a thorn in his side, causing him discomfort whenever mentioned. No one could truly fathom He Mingchuan's feelings towards Sang Luo. After attending to these matters, Sang Luo drove home. From the funeral of her grandfather to seeking legal counsel from Zhou Jinyan, she had not had a moment's rest, and it was only now that she found the opportunity to return home for a much-needed sleep. Upon parking her car beneath her apartment building, she opened her phone to check messages that had come through while she was on the road. It was a message from He Mingchuan, informing her that news had emerged from her father's side, claiming that there had been a misunderstanding regarding the pregnancy. A single phrase, "It was a mistake," lightly dismissed the insults and humiliation that Sang Luo had endured. He Mingchuan sent a voice message, asking, "Is your father perhaps experiencing a touch of schizophrenia? Or is he finally planning to return to the right path, feeling remorse for you and retracting his earlier so-called truth?" Sang Luo found this unlikely. Based on her understanding of her father, he likely had ulterior motives for greater gain. As she replied to He Mingchuan's WeChat message, she descended from the vehicle and made her way home. Upon reaching her doorstep, she was taken aback to find Fu Jingxing waiting outside her apartment, a sight she had not witnessed in quite some time. She pocketed her phone and regarded Fu Jingxing with an inscrutable expression, her voice cool as she remarked, "You seem to have no reason to be at my front door." Fu Jingxing's gaze was laden with complexity, as if he wished to offer an explanation, yet found himself at a loss. Eventually, he spoke, "Your father should no longer trouble you in the future. Rest assured, I have destroyed all the evidence." Sang Luo listened intently, confusion flickering in her eyes. "What evidence?" she inquired, only to realize the inappropriateness of her question. "How do you know he won't seek me out again? What did you offer him?" Fu Jingxing hesitated, neither confirming nor denying her suspicions. She understood him too well. A man who could not lie would rather remain silent than fabricate a story. However, at that moment, Sang Luo felt no joy over the troubles he had supposedly resolved for her. Instead, she was consumed by anger. In a cold tone, she reprimanded him. "You should not have meddled." With that, she advanced towards the door, intent on entering her home. Fu Jingxing stepped in her way, eager to clarify. "Xiao Luo, I understand you are upset about my marriage to Qin Shi. I will explain that later. As for your father's recent actions, I am not angry about your marriage to Qin Shi." Sang Luo interrupted him, her voice steady. "I just feel that you are no different from those others." She pushed past him, easily unlocking her door with her fingerprint scanner. Fu Jingxing was bewildered. "How am I akin to those others?" Once, their relationship had been beautiful, but now it had undeniably reached its conclusion. Taking a deep breath, Sang Luo turned to Fu Jingxing and asked, "Did you approach him? Did he say that if I had a child, you would believe it, and then take it upon yourself to silence everyone, preventing them from speaking ill of me?" Fu Jingxing remained silent, for this was indeed his doing. His brow furrowed as he replied, "I do not wish to hear anyone speak poorly of you." At that moment, she felt that no matter what transpired, he should not concern himself with her. You are to be married. Showing care for your ex-girlfriend does not signify deep affection. While I may not hold fondness for Qin Shi, I would not stoop so low as to irritate her. Sang Luo's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Moreover, she hesitated, reluctant to voice her next thought. "But it was the truth. Your desire to prevent others from saying I had a child. Does that mean you think I carried someone else's child?" This question struck a chord within Fu Jingxing. His hesitation confirmed Sang Luo's suspicions. "Leave, and do not let me regret having loved you." As Sang Luo entered, she closed the door behind her, not casting a single glance at Fu Jingxing. After their separation, the notions of love and affection ceased to wound. What truly inflicted pain was the regret experienced by one party for embarking on a relationship in the first place. It was as if everything from the past had been dismissed by the other, whether it be the relationship itself or the individual involved. Thus, when Fu Jingxing heard Sang Luo's words, it felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Upon returning home, Sang Luo sat on the sofa for an extended period, grappling with the realization that Fu Jingxing had never truly believed in her regarding the matter of the child. Eventually, she came to the conclusion that Fu Jingxing was no different from other men, merely distinguished by the label of first love. Chapter 110. Belief. When Zhou Jinyan delivered the divorce agreement to his uncle, He Mingchuan was also present in the office. However, prior to Zhou's arrival, the expressions on the faces of the father and son were decidedly off. Zhou Jinyan felt he might have come at an opportune time. He Mingchuan, with a mere glance at Zhou Jinyan, discerned his purpose. Rising from his chair, he addressed He Qingfeng. "In any case, I cannot acquiesce to the company's collaboration with the Sang family. If you insist on pursuing this course, we shall discuss it at the board meeting." He Qingfeng was visibly displeased. Am I not capable of deciding such a trivial collaboration? He Mingchuan did not respond and simply exited the office. Zhou Jinyan felt a wave of embarrassment and tension. Nevertheless, when he presented the divorce documents to He Qingfeng, his hands remained steady. He stated, "Uncle, this is the divorce agreement my aunt requested me to draft. If there are no objections, please sign it." He Qingfeng's face turned a shade of green. Initially, he had assumed that Zhou Shui was merely visiting her family for a short stay, returning shortly after under the pretense of caring for her ailing mother. The sudden delivery of a divorce agreement, especially by a younger relative, was utterly shocking. What divorce agreement? He Qingfeng picked up the document, flipping through it hastily. The agreement detailed his assets meticulously. Zhou Shui was entitled to half of everything he possessed. With a stern expression, He Qingfeng closed the document and inquired, "Where's your aunt?" Zhou Jinyan smiled, but remained silent. He Mingchuan was quite irate. The previous collaborations initiated by Fu Jingxing had proven to be rather inconsequential. However, he chose not to interfere, allowing Fu Jingxing to pursue his interests as long as they did not disrupt the company's operations. He had no expectations of profit from Fu Jingxing. Yet the notion of collaborating with the Sang family felt particularly absurd. He had no inclination to engage in conversation with He Qingfeng, knowing his father stubbornly sided with Fu Jingxing. If necessary, they would resolve the matter at the board meeting. Although he believed that a minor collaboration did not warrant such a discussion, the involvement of the Sang family changed everything. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Jinyan entered his office with the agreement in hand, shaking his head. "He won't sign. When I left, my uncle had also departed. I believe he is seeking my aunt. My mother does not wish to see him at this time," He Mingchuan stated in a calm tone. In life, one often learns to cherish what they have only upon its loss, mistakenly believing that those steadfastly devoted to them would never depart. Little do they realize that after countless moments of waiting come the chilling feelings of disappointment, culminating in a silent departure. Zhou Jinyan, sinking into the sofa in He Mingchuan's office, casually remarked, "Sang Luo initially hired me as her attorney for the inheritance case, but subsequently increased her offer for me to represent her in a civil lawsuit against her father for defamation. However, not long after, she voluntarily deleted the relevant information." He Mingchuan found Zhou Jinyan's frequent references to Sang Luo somewhat irksome. Yet, unexpectedly, he responded, "If the matter is fictitious, should she not apologize and await her lawsuit?" Zhou Jinyan gazed meaningfully at his cousin, letting out a sound of surprise, revealing an unexpected level of trust in her. He Mingchuan's expression darkened instantly. "Do you wish to jeopardize your legal credentials?" He retorted, "Disclosing a client's privacy is a grave transgression." Zhou Jinyan chuckled, "As your older brother, discussing your former girlfriend does not breach professional ethics." He Mingchuan was well aware that Sang Luo had never been pregnant. He had known since their first encounter. The awkwardness of that moment was not something one could feign. Chapter 111. Deliberate. Zhou Jinyan invited He Mingchuan to dinner in the evening, gathering a number of friends. Initially, He Mingchuan was reluctant to attend, as he had recently experienced a series of events that made him disinclined to engage in socializing. However, Zhou Jinyan insisted that the gathering comprised familiar acquaintances and included several charming young ladies, suggesting that after a prolonged period of solitude, it was time for him to explore romance and enrich his life. He mused, "One cannot remain in mourning for an ex-lover indefinitely, can they?" Moreover, Zhou Jinyan remarked that the interval between breaking up and entering a new relationship resembled a form of widowhood for the former partner. Did he intend to remain in that state for eternity? Zhou Jinyan, unable to ascertain He Mingchuan's true sentiments, eventually persuaded him to join. As they took the elevator together, they encountered Fu Jingxing, who was also heading to the parking garage. The elevator was spacious, yet the presence of the two men made it feel rather cramped. To the He family, Zhou Jinyan would always be an outsider. Thus he merely nodded at Fu Jingxing as a greeting. He Mingchuan, irked by Fu Jingxing's insistence on collaborating with the Sang family, coldly remarked, "If you wish for the company to partner with the Sang family, it shall only occur in my absence." In truth, Fu Jingxing had contributed to the company during this period, aided by He Qingfeng's support and his own elite team, which had garnered some backing. However, He still paled in comparison to He Mingchuan. With a stoic expression, Fu Jingxing replied, "This is a project for Group B. Your approval is unnecessary. Instead of wasting your time here, perhaps you should focus on how to cheer Qin Shi up. That would be far more beneficial than your current endeavors at the company." He Mingchuan struck at Fu Jingxing's vulnerable spot. Fu Jingxing's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, retorting, "That is certainly preferable to your frivolous pursuits with women." He Mingchuan chuckled lightly. "I take pleasure in treating women. I have no interest in the opposite." As the elevator reached the underground parking lot, Zhou Jinyan nudged He Mingchuan forward. Once they were in Zhou Jinyan's car, He Mingchuan could not suppress a laugh. Frowning, He Mingchuan asked, "What are you laughing about now?" Zhou Jinyan started the car and remarked, "The two of you just now resembled us in our childhood when my aunt brought you home. We would quarrel and fight over a toy, but in the end, it wasn't really about the toy. It was merely an outlet for our frustrations. I would never engage in such childish antics with you," He Mingchuan denied. "You must recognize how juvenile you just were," Zhou Jinyan pointed out. Seated in the passenger seat, He Mingchuan reflected on their earlier exchange in the elevator, resembling that of schoolchildren. Indeed, it was rather childish. He defended himself, stating, "There is no need to collaborate with a small company like the Sang family. It would diminish our standing. They have made it clear this is a project for Group B, and any lowering of standards would reflect poorly on their team. Furthermore, your ex-girlfriend is about to take legal action against her biological father. Now that Fu Jingxing seeks to partner with the Sang family, it is only natural for your ex to view both him and her father as adversaries. What do you hope to prevent?" Zhou Jinyan, as an outsider, saw the situation with clarity. He Mingchuan shot him a glance. "What does that have to do with me?" "All right, fine, it has nothing to do with you," Zhou Jinyan conceded. Zhou Jinyan ceased to elaborate any further, suggesting instead that one should find a suitable partner for marriage, lest his aunt incessantly fret over his romantic endeavors. The notion that he lacked a significant other rendered his urgency for companionship rather trivial. It was as if he were asserting that had he desired it, acquiring a partner would be a mere trifle. Upon entering the vehicle, Fu Jingxing lingered in the parking lot, hesitating to start the engine. The prospect of marrying Qin Shi was a matter that, as long as it lingered, would forever remind others of how he utilized women to fulfill his ambitions. He felt no compulsion to elucidate the myriad challenges he faced within the He family. Even a minor project manager could cast him a disdainful glance. It was an utterly disheartening experience. At that moment, his phone rang abruptly, the caller being Qin Shi. He steadied his emotions before answering. A cool voice greeted him, inquiring about his purported collaboration with the Sang family and the signing of a contract. "Indeed," he replied, "you should rescind the contract. I do not wish to hear others claim my husband is still collaborating with his ex-girlfriend as father. Moreover, the Sang family is merely an inconspicuous company, easily replaceable, and currently embroiled in legal troubles. Should the situation escalate, it would implicate you, and I would inevitably be affected as well." Ultimately, Qin Shi's concerns were rooted in her own interests. "This matter falls within the purview of the He family and bears no relevance to your Qin family," Fu Jingxing retorted, unwilling to compromise. There was a brief pause before she resumed with a businesslike tone, "I hope you can exhibit some sense of contractual integrity." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Fu Jingxing, feeling rather discontented, tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. What truly unsettled him was his desire to prevent Sang Fu from continuing to spread rumors and tarnish Sang Luo's reputation. The He family was rife with skepticism regarding this collaboration, and the impending nuptials with Qin Shi added to the tension. In truth, none of it mattered. What pained him most was that Sang Luo herself was not accepting of the situation, claiming he did not trust her. During her numerous romantic entanglements, she should have anticipated such circumstances. It was not that he believed all women who smoked, drank, or bore tattoos were unworthy. Rather, Fu Jingxing held the belief that one must navigate life with purpose and restraint. Individuals should be accountable for their actions, should they not? In recent days, Sang Luo had been rather despondent, primarily due to the emotional toll of recent events. Yi Lanshan commented that she no longer seemed like her true self and needed to regain her composure. Thus, she took her out for social engagements. articulating the need for her to dress flamboyantly, don the most exquisite attire, and apply the most flattering makeup. The more she wallowed in gloom, the more others would pity her, perpetuating the rumors circulating about the Sang family. Only by presenting herself as vibrant and joyful would they dismiss the veracity of those claims. Although Sang Luo felt it unnecessary for everyone to rally in her defense, she indeed abhorred the idea of being subjected to gossip. She preferred to stand atop a metaphorical pedestal, becoming the kind of woman whose resilience rendered her impervious to slander. The weak crave sympathy, while the strong seek admiration. When Sang Luo made her appearance at her friend's gathering clad in a wine-red cocktail dress, she effortlessly became the focal point of attention. Her beauty was striking. The deep hue of the dress accentuated her porcelain-like complexion to perfection. Cascading down her shoulders were her rich chestnut locks, embodying a harmonious blend of gentleness and allure. While the dress commanded attention, her makeup was notably understated. To encapsulate her essence at that moment in a single phrase, she was both innocent and enticing. Zhou Jinyan subtly gestured to He Mingchuan. Upon turning his gaze, He Mingchuan beheld Sang Luo, her eyes glistening with an innocent purity. He coldly averted his gaze and remarked to Zhou Jinyan, "You did this on purpose." In truth, it was Zhou Jinyan who was genuinely innocent, for he knew nothing. Chapter 112. Embarrassment. It took a while for Sang Luo to notice He Mingchuan, and she felt no sense of awkwardness. After all, when they had encountered each other at the law firm previously, He Mingchuan had acted as if he did not recognize her. She understood his intention to treat her as a stranger. Thus, there was no reason for her to feel uncomfortable. Was she to avoid him constantly after their separation? That seemed impractical. While Yi Lanchan was conversing with her, Sang Luo caught sight of several women gathered around He Mingchuan. Whatever he had said made them giggle coyly. Yi Lanchan nudged her wine glass and teased, "You've glanced over at He Mingchuan several times today. Can't you forget him?" "Not quite," Sang Luo replied, her enthusiasm waning. She had suddenly realized that Zhou Jinyan was rather handsome, mature, composed, and successful in his career. If it weren't for their complicated relationship, he might have been worth considering. But never mind. I've heard Zhou Jinyan is rather dull. Besides, he specializes in divorce and inheritance cases, so being with him would yield no benefits. Yi Lanchan believed Zhou Jinyan was not up to par. Sang Luo withdrew her gaze and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "He is indeed quite boring. When we met to discuss cases, he only inquired about the case details, never uttering a word beyond that. His consultation fee of 5,000 an hour is quite reasonable." As the two conversed, a woman approached them, holding a high-stemmed glass. Sang Luo found her somewhat familiar, but could not place her. However, the woman's performance was somewhat exaggerated. As she neared Sang Luo, she accidentally twisted her ankle, causing the glass of red wine to splash directly onto Sang Luo. Caught off guard, Sang Luo never anticipated such an incident. The dark red liquid splattered onto her chest, tracing down her skin, and her hair suffered as well. The woman, pretending to apologize, grabbed a napkin from the table in an attempt to help Sang Luo wipe away the wine. Sang Luo barely had a moment to decline. While the woman dabbed at the wine on Sang Luo's chest, she said apologetically, "I'm truly sorry. It was not my intention. You and T hold it against me, would you?" Her voice was loud enough, but she then lowered her tone, saying, "Dress like that. Who are you trying to attract?" With that, she seemingly accidentally tugged at Sang Luo's dress strap, yanking it to the side. As it appeared that Sang Luo might expose herself, she instinctively covered her chest with one hand while seizing the woman's wrist with the other to prevent her from further tearing her delicate dress. "Are you out of your mind?" Sang Luo's voice was icy, demanding her to release her hold. The incident had already drawn the attention of onlookers due to the wine spill, and Sang Luo's cold remark further captivated the entire banquet hall. The woman, feigning concern, replied, "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize how my bracelet snagged your strap. Perhaps your strap is too thin? I can't seem to loosen it. Don't move." Her words implied that it was all Sang Luo's fault. If she continued to pull like that, the left side of Sang Luo would surely be exposed. Fortunately, Yi Lanchan swiftly borrowed a coat and draped it over Sang Luo's shoulders. Meanwhile, Sang Luo forcefully yanked the bracelet from the woman's hand, extracted the shoulder strap from the open interface, and returned the bracelet to her. Whether it was intentional or inadvertent, Sang Luo was far from foolish and could easily discern the difference. She gazed at the woman before her, whose name she could not even recall, and inquired, "Have I wronged you in any way? We are both women. Did you pull my clothes open in public to see me embarrassed?" "I did not mean to," the woman said pitifully, as though she were the one aggrieved. Whether it was deliberate or not was something she knew in her heart. Sang Luo's voice was icy as she replied, "There are countless ways to embarrass me, but certainly not by disrobing me in this setting. I am perplexed as to how I have offended you. Is it possible that your partner has taken a liking to me and wishes to leave you?" Sang Luo's words painted the woman's face with hues of crimson and pallor. After all, most women in such a predicament would have fled in disarray to change their attire. Yet here was Sang Luo, dragging her partner into the conversation. Ultimately, Sang Luo added, "If I were your partner, I would have left you long ago." Having said that, she tightened the coat around herself and headed to the restroom. The woman, feeling utterly humiliated by Sang Luo's remarks, blushed and protested, "I don't have a partner." However, uttering those words only deepened her embarrassment. The distinction between having no partner and a partner being enamored with Sang Luo was merely a matter of degrees. Witnessing this farce, Zhou Jinyan clucked his tongue and remarked to He Mingchuan, "Women are truly formidable." He Mingchuan offered no comment. The women nearby chimed in, "Do all you men prefer the type of Sang Luo? She seems rather popular." Zhou Jinyan glanced at He Mingchuan, who clearly wished to remain silent. Thus, Zhou Jinyan continued, "Just as you girls are drawn to handsome men, men naturally gravitate towards beautiful women." One girl replied, "But there are others more beautiful than Sang Luo." This was not a topic Zhou Jinyan sought to explore. It was simply a matter of personal preference, with each having their own tastes. Suddenly, He Mingchuan, who had been silent, spoke up, "What are you comparing yourselves to her for?" His simple statement seemed to enlighten those present. Each of these young ladies was undoubtedly from a wealthy background, cherished by their families. Why would they wish to compare themselves to a woman of ill repute, thereby diminishing their own worth? Without saying more, He Mingchuan set down his glass, as if preparing to leave. Zhou Jinyan inquired, "Where are you going?" "I'm bored. I'm going home," He Mingchuan replied, and with that, he truly departed. The gathering had indeed become rather tedious. As he exited, he encountered Qin Shi. She bore no awkwardness from their earlier encounter, treating him as she always had, for they had merely dined together a few times and were not even officially a couple. Given the current circumstances, it was possible that He Mingchuan might soon call her sister-in-law. However, before Qin Shi could speak, He Mingchuan's voice, tinged with a chill, reached her ears. "You are quite dull." The woman who had just doused Sang Luo in wine was someone He Mingchuan had previously observed dining and shopping with Qin Shi, indicating a rather amicable relationship. Qin Shi, grasping the essence of He Mingchuan's words, shrugged nonchalantly and inquired, "Are you still pining for her even after the breakup?" Meanwhile, Sang Luo wiped away some of the red wine from her neck, realizing that to fully cleanse herself, she would need to return home for a shower and a change of clothes. She had no desire to remain in this awkward situation, so she emerged from the restroom while still clad in her outerwear. Just as she was about to turn the corner to await the elevator's descent, she caught wind of a familiar voice nearby. "Pining for Sang Luo? Am I losing my mind?" The tone was laced with disdain, tinged with a hint of mockery. Chapter 113. A journey after Sang Luo and the others had departed, she took the elevator down to the parking garage. As she drove out of the hotel, she unexpectedly encountered He Mingchuan outside. He waved at her car, leaving her uncertain whether to pretend she had not seen him. However, He Mingchuan approached her swiftly. With no choice but to halt her vehicle, she watched as he entered her car uninvited, fastening his seatbelt with an air of familiarity. "I came in Zhou Jinyan's car. Please give me a ride," he stated, treating her as if she were his chauffeur. Before Sang Luo could decline, He Mingchuan added, "Don't worry. The fare won't be a burden to you." She scoffed, as money was not a concern. "Is it time for you to transfer funds to your organization for the next quarter?" she inquired. "Where to, sir?" Sang Luo promptly started the engine, offering no further protest. He Mingchuan provided an address, one that was not his previous residence, but rather the luxurious penthouse with a breathtaking river view that she frequented. Sang Luo curiously asked, "Aren't you living at your former place anymore?" Once inside the car, he took out his phone and began chatting with someone, seemingly in good spirits. A voice message came through, and He Mingchuan opened it, revealing a sweet, playful tone that resonated oddly in the quiet vehicle. The girl said, "Please don't drink too much. It will hurt my heart if you get drunk. But if you do, I'll cook you a hangover remedy." He Mingchuan appeared lost in thought, yet from the rearview mirror, Sang Luo noticed he was smiling quite happily. After replying to the message, he leisurely asked Sang Luo, "What did you just ask me?" "I asked if you weren't living at your previous place anymore," she reiterated. "But it's fine. You can continue chatting with her." He Mingchuan seemed entirely absorbed by his phone screen, responding to every message almost instantaneously. She had never seen him reply to anyone so quickly. He casually remarked, "It's not appropriate for someone else to stay at a place you've lived." Sang Luo rolled her eyes, thinking how much he must cherish his partner, preventing her from occupying a space where his ex had once resided. "That sounds rather extravagant," she replied awkwardly. He Mingchuan responded nonchalantly, "I usually just give it away." "But I haven't seen you give me anything," Sang Luo pondered, considering that the apartment must be worth at least several million, not to mention its luxurious decor. Wasn't it rather profitable to date someone like him? He Mingchuan resumed messaging, ignoring her. Their conversation had become ineffective. Soon, he fell silent altogether, as the girl was exceedingly forward, or perhaps He Mingchuan had said something that stirred her feelings, as the voice messages grew increasingly suggestive. Sang Luo felt her cheeks flush at the exchange. As they neared their destination, the girl sent another message, "I'll be waiting." Goodness, was He Mingchuan really delivering her right to the girl's doorstep? Once the car came to a stop, Sang Luo turned to He Mingchuan and said, "I wish you a pleasant evening." He finally glanced at her. The dim light of the night obscured his expression within the car. Nevertheless, it was intriguing, and ultimately, he merely remarked, "It feels much better to be with you." After speaking, he exited the vehicle and entered the grand building. Naturally, Sang Luo did not believe she held any particular significance for He Mingchuan. Their emotional needs were quite minimal, yet they shared a remarkable consensus on certain matters. He Mingchuan had remarked on more than one occasion that she was like a fox. Sang Luo mused that his girlfriend was indeed fortunate. In the banquet hall, Yilanshan turned around and could no longer spot Sang Luo, prompting her to consider calling to inquire about her whereabouts. Shen Hanjing snatched her phone and said, "Don't call." "What if she's busy?" "Busy with what?" "Sang Luo is single at the moment," Yilanshan retorted, attempting to reclaim her phone. "Give it to me. I want to find her." "I just saw Lao He get in her car," Shen Hanjing remarked. Upon hearing He Mingchuan's name, Yilanshan felt a headache coming on. What does he want? Sang Luo, who never looks back, has already given him a chance once. He being quite troublesome. Shen Hanjing, ever curious, asked, "What does your best friend truly think of Lao He?" After such a lengthy separation, she hasn't sought anyone else, which is uncharacteristic of her. It's not that she hasn't sought anyone. It's just that so much has happened recently, and now she is embroiled in legal matters. Why would she complicate her life further by looking for a partner? An excuse, Shen Hanjing replied succinctly. Yilanshan was aware that Shen Hanjing had a good rapport with He Mingchuan, and she wondered if he was fishing for information. "So what is He Mingchuan's attitude towards Sang Luo?" she inquired. "He's quite innocent. Not a match for Sang Luo," Shen Hanjing replied. "However, it seems Lao He had an infatuation with a girl many years ago. Back when mobile payments were not widespread, he kept her photograph in his wallet." Yilanshan couldn't help but comment, "That does sound rather innocent, being pure-hearted while flirting with other girls." "How do you know this?" Shen Hanjing seized the moment. "What do you think women discuss during afternoon tea?" Suddenly curious, Shen Hanjing asked, "So how do you describe me to others?" The legal proceedings had not consumed much of Sang Luo's time, primarily due to the diligent efforts of Zhou Jinyan. Prior to a court appearance, she visited the law firm and happened upon Zhou Shui, whom she had not seen in quite a while. Zhou Shui appeared to be in significantly better spirits than before, her eyes sparkling with vitality, and her demeanor markedly improved. It seemed she was on the verge of leaving He Chung Feng, as happiness often accompanies new beginnings. She even waited for Sang Luo to finish her discussion before arranging an afternoon tea with her. Their afternoon tea was quite formal. Sang Luo refrained from prying into Zhou Shui's situation with He Mingchuan, though Zhou Shui brought it up herself. As of now, He Mingchuan had yet to sign the divorce agreement, yet he refused to engage in legal proceedings, claiming their relationship had not deteriorated and that the division of assets was complex, thus prolonging the matter. Nevertheless, Mrs. Zhou did not seem overly concerned, having moved out of the He residence to live independently. In conclusion, Mrs. Zhou lamented, "I wonder if this is a common trait among He family men. They only realize their regrets after loss." What was that saying? A late bloom of affection is worth less than grass. Sang Luo could not agree more, nodding in affirmation. "By the way, how is your lawsuit progressing? The last time I saw Mingchuan, he was inquiring about Jinyan. However, rest assured, Jinyan did not divulge anything. He possesses a commendable sense of professionalism and would never easily disclose a client's confidential information." It was indeed surprising to hear that He Mingchuan would ask Zhou Jinyan such matters. Ms. Zhou paused for a moment before continuing. "In truth, Mingchuan is simply stubborn and unable to lower his pride. He has always been cherished and sheltered since childhood. When you can manage everything on your own without his assistance, he feels that he plays a superfluous role in your life. Indeed, Ms. Zhou understands her son better than anyone else." Chapter 114. Two vacancies. Zhou Shui candidly informed Sang Luo that her visit was not a mere coincidence at the law firm. Rather, she had inquired about Zhou Jinyan and purposely chose this day to come. Understanding this, Sang Luo comprehended Zhou Shui's intentions. After listening, she could not directly express her disapproval of He Mingchuan as Zhou Shui did, stating that he had explicitly said he would not continue their relationship unless he were insane. After pondering for a moment, Sang Luo replied, "Auntie, in truth, I have not been in contact with him for quite some time, and it seems he has a girlfriend now, doesn't he? If he has found someone he truly cherishes, I sincerely wish him well. A woman who can utter words of blessing is either one who has never loved or one who has completely let go. Much like Zhou Shui, who can now express her good wishes for He Mingchuan." Zhou Shui reflected for a moment and said, "If your concern pertains to Mingchuan's father, you need not worry. He does not interfere with Mingchuan's romantic choices. As you mentioned, his father's influence does not extend to his relationships or marriage. The fact that we are not together merely indicates that the issues between us do not stem from his father's interference." Perhaps having encountered many who sought to marry He Mingchuan, Zhou Shui was somewhat surprised by Sang Luo's refusal. However, she refrained from pressing the matter further. After all, as Sang Luo stated, He Mingchuan clearly does not regard He Mingchuan's opinions, yet he still chose to part ways with Sang Luo, indicating that the problems between them were intrinsic and could only be resolved by themselves. Zhou Shui paused and remarked, "I always thought you were quite different." "Different? How long ago was that? Do you recall the incident when Mingchuan got into a fight as a child, eventually dissuading several others from joining in?" Sang Luo would not forget, considering that He Mingchuan's grin after the scuffle had become a recurring nightmare for her. In truth, the surveillance camera on that road was not malfunctioning. When I later asked him why he did it, he said he could not stand them bullying girls. I inquired about the girl in question, but he refused to tell me. Eventually, I had someone keep an eye out and discovered that the girl was you. The turn of events was somewhat unexpected for Sang Luo. He did not confront them for bullying He Mingchuan, but rather for bullying her. Thus, I believe he is indeed different when it comes to you, Zhou Shui concluded. However, whether you ultimately come together depends on you both. I merely feel that there are some things he may never communicate to you unless I mention them. Does this imply that she should seek out He Mingchuan again? It seems he shares a good rapport with that girl who sends voice messages, so there appears to be little necessity for her to reach out. Sang Luo chuckled softly and replied, "What's in the past should remain in the past. Perhaps fate has deemed us incompatible." With Sang Luo expressing such sentiments, Zhou Shui found it inappropriate to insist further. After contemplating for a while, she said, "I will keep an eye out for you. If there are any suitable young gentlemen, I will introduce them to you. I actually think Jinyan is quite good, but he is on amicable terms with Mingchuan, and I believe it might create an awkward situation for both of you. There is no need for that. After all, Sang Luo has no desire to engage in a romantic relationship with anyone connected to He Mingchuan. As they conversed, Sang Luo received a WeChat message from Lin Shun, inviting her to dinner that evening. Previously, Sang Luo had been preoccupied and had not responded much to Lin Shun. Considering the current situation, she accepted the invitation for dinner. Zhou Shuyi, being perceptive, inquired, "Do you have other matters to attend to?" "No, a friend has invited me to dinner tonight," Sang Luo replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. A woman's expression can reveal much about her state of mind, and after a moment of hesitation, Zhou Shuyi asked, "Is it a man?" "Just a younger brother," she replied, her half-veiled response inevitably sparking assumptions. Sang Luo's intention was primarily to dissuade Zhou Shuyi from attempting to match her with He Mingchuan. They were truly incompatible. Zhou Shuyi understood. Later, when Lin Shun arrived to pick up Sang Luo, He Mingchuan also appeared, having come to collect his mother. Sang Luo wondered if Zhou Shuyi had messaged He Mingchuan to summon him. Lin Shun, displaying thoughtfulness, greeted everyone, but when he reached Zhou Shuyi, he addressed her as sister. Sang Luo noticed He Mingchuan's displeasure as he remarked coolly, "You call my mother sister? Quite amusing, isn't it?" The atmosphere immediately became tense, prompting Zhou Shuyi to clear her throat and cast a disapproving glance at He Mingchuan. He remained silent thereafter. At that moment, Sang Luo chose not to engage with He Mingchuan, bidding farewell to Ms. Zhou before departing with Lin Shun. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Lin Shun confided to Sang Luo, "I simply thought that sister looks well preserved. Besides, calling her aunt would make her seem old." Sang Luo reassured him, "You did nothing wrong. He is the one with issues." Hearing this, Lin Shun's face brightened with a dog-like satisfaction. "But I actually don't want to call you sister," he added, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. "If you want to call me sister, then what would you prefer to call me?" Zhou Shuyi found herself both amused and exasperated by He Mingchuan. As he drove her home, she remarked, "Mingchuan, I've never noticed how childish you can be. Just now, you were clearly angry and fixated on the way he addressed me." He Mingchuan's expression remained stoic as he replied, "There are many like that young man these days. They utter sweet words and engage in costless acts, leading women to almost offer their bank cards. Ultimately, they end up losing both money and affection. Women are quite clever." Zhou Shuyi countered, "A woman willingly spending money does so for psychological satisfaction. Just look at whether Sang Luo would be inclined to spend on you." "I don't need that," he asserted. Yet, despite his words, He Mingchuan pondered whether Sang Luo had ever spent money on him at all. It was genuinely infuriating. That woman had never spent a dime on him, not even presenting him with a gift. Zhou Shuyi felt an urge to laugh, yet a sense of worry lingered. Her son, relying solely on his looks and the money in his bank account, would not be able to retain a woman for long. Who would willingly choose to be with him? After finishing their meal, Sang Luo and Lin Shun returned home. The child, possessing a sweet tongue, would often offer gifts and inquire about their well-being, leaving little to be desired. As she lay on the sofa, having just finished her bath and browsing her phone, she noticed a message from He Mingchuan. He said nothing of consequence, but merely shared an article from a public account. The content recounted the tale of a 28-year-old woman ensnared in an emotional scam, who, after losing $360,000, found herself blocked by the swindler, left bereft of both wealth and hope, lamenting her past choices. Sang Luo slowly typed a question mark and sent it to He Mingchuan, inquiring whether his WeChat account had been compromised. Chapter 115. Standard. Upon sending the message, Sang Luo received an immediate call from He Mingchuan. She hesitated to answer, fearing he might come looking for her. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she reluctantly pressed the call button. The voice on the other end was icy as he inquired, "Who are you with?" "Currently, no one," Sang Luo replied. "You managed to deceive me for money." Sang Luo. Quite impressive. He Mingchuan's tone was frigid. "Do you think making money is easy?" Sang Luo rubbed her temples, perplexed by He Mingchuan's fixation on Lin Shun. After a moment's thought, she responded, "Rest assured, no one will manage to swindle my money." "Oomph." The man scoffed. "Indeed, after all the time we spent together, what have you ever given me?" Sang Luo wanted to argue that she had contributed to their relationship, but upon reflection, she realized she had not gifted He Mingchuan anything substantial. It was not that she was stingy. Rather, it seemed He Mingchuan needed nothing. He already possessed everything he desired, making any gift seem superfluous. Moreover, she was not averse to giving gifts. Perhaps she was simply accustomed to receiving them instead. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she said, "Why bring up the past? It's all behind us. Don't worry, I'll remember to gift my next partner." He Mingchuan likely did not anticipate her response. Exchanging her unfortunate experiences for the hope that the next would be treated with care? "We did not respond," she asked. "Why are you calling me late at night, instead of spending time with that girl who sent you a voice message? I suspect she might be clingy. And if she finds out you're still in contact with your ex, she might be upset." "We are not together," He Mingchuan replied flatly, his tone ambiguous. Whether an explanation or mere statement of fact was unclear. Curiosity piqued, Sang Luo inquired, "Why is that? Am I less attractive? Or is my figure not as appealing? Why should I conform to your standards when choosing a partner? I heard I'm the only serious girlfriend you've ever had. Doesn't that make me your standard? Who told you that?" He Mingchuan's tone turned sharply cold. "Shenhanjing? What nonsense!" Fortunately, it was a phone call. Otherwise, her unabashed laughter would have surely provoked his ire. Containing her amusement, Sang Luo replied, "I was merely jesting. I know you, Mr. He, are never short of admirers. You need not fret about me being swindled. No man could deceive me. I'm not worried about you. Just don't come crying to me if you end up getting cheated," he retorted before abruptly hanging up, clearly irked. Sang Luo had no intention of calling back to console him. Half a month later, Sang Luo received a wedding invitation from Fu Jingxing and Qin Shi, accompanied by a court summons regarding her father. Coincidentally, both were scheduled for the same day. Sang Luo was unsure whether the invitation had been sent by the groom's side or the bride's. However, it was impossible to deny that it stirred discomfort within her. Yilanshan clearly understood that the invitation was sent by Qin Shi, and Fu Jingxing estimated that he would not treat her so callously. He remarked, "Since she has presented you with an invitation, you should attend, adorned in your finest attire. If she dares to invite you, she must be prepared to face the consequences. Just wait and see how Fu Jingxing's gaze will be solely upon you, rendering her the laughingstock of the event." Yilanshan suggested this to Sang Luo. However, Sang Luo was not particularly interested in the matter, replying, "I won't go. I cannot sincerely wish her well, nor do I wish to disrupt her happiness or create any inconvenience. It's best to let it be." When it came to Qin Shi, Sang Luo felt a headache coming on. She had encountered her several times, not with the intent to ruin her, but rather to concoct some unpleasantness. It seemed as though her mischief brought Qin Shi a certain degree of satisfaction. Perhaps Qin Shi was experiencing a midlife crisis, Sang Luo mused lightly. This made Yilanshan chuckle. "She is younger than you. I can't go. I have to appear in court that day. Sang Yu and the others are rather challenging, and I'll likely be busy the entire day." Even when the verdict is finally announced, Sang Yu and his associates will not let it go easily. Sang Luo's expression soured as she spoke of this. Yilanshan patted her shoulder, refraining from suggesting that she abandon her legal battle. "I happen to be free that day. I will accompany you. Let us invite a few burly individuals, and the Sang family will think twice before making a move." "Thank you, darling. Let us call Lin Shun. He has asked me several times if you're seeing anyone lately. I can see he is quite persistent. He hasn't been with anyone else recently, which is rather commendable," Yilanshan jested. Sang Luo shook her head. "No, what if he takes it seriously? I cannot be responsible for that." Yilanshan was puzzled. "Since your breakup with He Mingchuan, you haven't dated anyone. Are you locking your heart away?" Sang Luo, clutching a cushion, replied, "He Mingchuan is my benchmark. If I cannot find anyone better, I shall remain single. I believe that when pigs fly," Yilanshan teased. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the court appearance arrived. During this period, Sang Luo's father had been stirring up trouble, covertly enlisting online trolls to slander her as an ungrateful wretch, resorting to unscrupulous tactics for monetary gain. Consequently, Sang Luo had garnered a fair amount of negative press. However, the more they engaged in such petty antics, the more resolute she became in pursuing the lawsuit, feeling no sense of guilt whatsoever. It was July, and the heat in Songsheng was akin to that of a furnace. She entered the courtroom alongside Zhou Jinyin and his assistant, surprised to find onlookers present. seemingly reporters with cameras in tow. Without a doubt, they had been summoned by the Sang family. Yet seeing their confidence, Sang Luo wondered if they truly believed victory was assured. Before the proceedings commenced, Zhou Jinyan reassured her to remain calm, expressing his confidence in the case, asserting that the Sang family was merely causing a ruckus. Sang Luo had faith in Zhou Jinyan. While he had not achieved a 100% success rate in his cases, he had secured a favorable outcome in 90% of them, always striving for the greatest benefits for his clients. However, once the hearing began, events unfolded in a manner that far exceeded Sang Luo's expectations. Sang Fu directly presented a DNA test report, which confirmed that Sang Luo was not his biological daughter. Consequently, the relationship between the old gentleman and Sang Luo as grandfather and granddaughter was rendered invalid, and she was disqualified from inheriting his estate. Upon hearing this revelation, Sang Luo felt as if she had turned to stone. Zhou Jinyan was evidently taken aback by the emergence of such evidence, prompting him to request a recess in the proceedings to consult with his client regarding the matter. In the recess room, as Sang Luo gazed at the copy of the test report, an unexpected sense of relief washed over her. With a sigh of relief, she turned to Zhou Jinyan and remarked, "He truly is not my father." Chapter 116. How Sang Luo had often pondered what manner of father could be so cold and unfeeling toward his own daughter. Even a tiger does not consume its young. Yet every action of his revealed a beastly nature far beneath humanity. Many times, she had doubted whether he was truly her father. But such thoughts would cast aspersions on her mother's affections for him. Now, with the report laid before her, confirming that they were not biologically related, her loathing for her biological father diminished in an instant. Behold, her true father would never treat her in such a manner. However, at this moment, Zhou Jinyan's attention was not drawn to this matter. He scrutinized the will left by the old man. It appeared he had discovered a breakthrough, stating, "Your grandfather's will stipulates that all his assets are to be bequeathed to you, without the prefix granddaughter. Therefore, we still have a chance in this lawsuit. The will does not mandate that the testator must leave all their property to relatives, as long as the will was made while the testator was of sound mind. Even donating to the state poses no issues." At that moment, Sang Luo felt a surge of clarity. Yet, she soon found herself confronted by a new question. Who was her biological father? As the recess concluded, they were to return to the courtroom. Sang Luo felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Upon retrieving it, she saw a message from Fu Jingxing inquiring about the progress of the lawsuit. To be honest, Sang Luo was puzzled by his message. Wasn't he supposed to be occupied with the wedding preparations? What could he possibly want? Seeing that Sang Luo had momentarily fallen behind, Zhou Jinyan turned to her and inquired. She calmly placed her phone back in her pocket and replied, "Nothing." Upon re-entering the courtroom, Sang Luo felt a newfound composure, likely owing to Zhou Jinyan's timely presentation of the report. His formidable advocacy skills and commanding presence forced the plaintiff's attorney into retreat, leaving them utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, the judge did not deliver a verdict within a few days. Inheritance cases typically span a lengthy period. Many individuals cannot withstand such prolonged turmoil and abandon their lawsuits. As they exited the courthouse, Sang Luo's father stormed toward her, his demeanor suggesting an intent to unleash a violent reprimand. However, with Zhou Jinyan and his two male assistants present, he could not reach her. Zhou Jinyan warned him, "Mr. Sang, the surveillance cameras are recording. Should you lay a hand on her, my client could accuse you of intentional harm." Mr. Sang, aware of Zhou Jinyan's sharp tongue, refrained from engaging in further argument. Instead, he pointed at Sang Luo and hurled insults, "Ungrateful wretch. After all these years of raising you, you repay me with enmity. Rest assured, I will never disclose the identity of your true father. You shall live your life as a bastard who knows not who his father is." These words indeed pierced Sang Luo's heart. Her fists clenched tightly, though her expression remained composed. She addressed Mr. Sang. "The greatest revelation from today's court session is not our advantage in the lawsuit, but rather the knowledge that you are not my biological father. As for the identity of my biological father, I can investigate that myself, so there's no need for you to concern yourself." Finally, She turned to Sang's father and said, "The person my mother loved should not be you, right?" Upon uttering these words, Sang's father appeared as if struck at his vulnerable point, his expression shifting dramatically. If that is the case, Sang Luo was not mistaken. The person her mother was thinking of was indeed not him. The man in the photographs, now torn and featuring only the woman, was not him either. Subsequently, Zhou Jinyan escorted Sang Luo home. Throughout the journey, she remained largely silent, her mood evidently subdued. After all, learning that her biological father was someone else would surely dampen her spirits. He dropped her off at the foot of her building, advising her to call him if she needed anything. Sang Luo nodded and returned home. Once she had left, Zhou Jinyan promptly called He Mingchuan. In the past, He Mingchuan would take his time answering calls, often requiring multiple attempts to reach him. Today, however, he picked up almost immediately. "What is up? Do you need something?" he inquired. Zhou Jinyan replied leisurely, "I've recently taken a liking to a sports car, but I've heard that you're the only one in Song City who managed to acquire one. May I borrow it for a few days? You can take it back. I haven't even touched it." He Mingchuan responded coolly, "I have no time for this. I'm hanging up." "Hold on. I just wrapped up a lawsuit and sent the client home." Zhou Jinyan redirected the conversation towards Sang Luo, commenting on the absurdity of the plaintiff, in a quest for inheritance, could utter such words about not being his biological daughter. The courtroom proceedings were undoubtedly far more riveting than Zhou Jinyan had described. And then, He Mingchuan asked. Zhou Jinyan fell silent. Perhaps I should refrain from discussing it. After all, it's the privacy of the agent. Then farewell. He Mingchuan concluded the call. Zhou Jinyan listened to the beeping tone, shaking his head. The man's temperament remained as intolerable as ever. Upon returning home, Sang Luo began to tidy up and pack her belongings. Staying busy allowed her to escape from overthinking. Once her luggage was arranged, she booked a ticket to Swayan. Before the age of 10, she had lived there with her mother. It was only after her mother's illness worsened that they came to Swayan for treatment. There was an evening train to Swayan, and after preparing her things, she made her way to the high-speed rail station. Perhaps in that place, she might uncover some information about her biological father. Throughout the journey, she felt drowsy, arriving in Swayan shortly after 9 in the evening. Swayan was not as sweltering as Song City. Even in July, the night air carried a refreshing coolness. The distance from the high-speed rail station to her former residence was considerable, so Sang Luo opted for a nearby inn. In a small town, luxury hotels were scarce, and she had little preference, so she settled for the first available option. Her phone had already died during the journey, and upon entering her room, the first thing she did was plug it into charge. To her surprise, she found several missed calls, all from He Mingchuan. He rarely bombarded her with calls, if ever. Sang Luo returned the call. On the other end, a hint of irritation laced his voice. "Where are you? There's no one at home. Why are you looking for me? I'm not there. Are you not home because you went to elope?" He Mingchuan inquired. Sang Luo, utterly exhausted, sat on the bed and pondered. Does this imply that their wedding is proceeding poorly? I did not partake in any elopement. Where are you? Swayan, Sang Luo replied. I do not wish to argue with you right now. I am too fatigued, and with that, she hung up the phone. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Awakening around 5 or 6 o'clock, she heard a knock at the door. Groggily, Sang Luo trudged to the door, only to find He Mingchuan standing outside, accompanied by a police officer. Upon seeing Sang Luo, He Mingchuan addressed the officer. I apologize for the inconvenience. It appears she has no suicidal tendencies. Sang Luo. Chapter 117. Infuriating ultimately, the police allowed Sang Luo to retrieve her identification, and following standard procedure, they took her statement, confirming that she was not seeking a place to end her life before departing. By this time, Sang Luo had regained her senses, her dark circles betraying her exhaustion as she gazed at He Mingchuan and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? When have I ever contemplated suicide?" He Mingchuan let out a derisive laugh. Two young men clad in flamboyant shirts hopped out of a car, brushing off dust while grumbling. Since they had been called dad by you for so long, they felt a sense of responsibility and obligation to return her to her rightful father. As they watched the colossal waves crashing towards the Star River vessel, Mo Yunxing could not suppress a triumphant smile. Still unable to articulate human speech? It appears your tongue serves little purpose. Perhaps I should assist you by severing it. Ruan Xingmian glared icily at the two men. More importantly, Jinyang had not only diminished half of the political functions, but had also become the military nucleus of Beiki, with the combat strength of the Bingzhou army far surpassing that of Yeqing. Gao Ze fixated on Shang Liling's eyes, which sparkled with a natural brilliance, appearing pure and innocent, as if capable of melting hearts. The Yang family was modest in size, covering an area of merely 50 square meters. Upon entering, the Xiao family instantly made the living room feel exceedingly cramped. No one understood better than them what kind of monster Luo Yuheng faced at the hands of Yixian. The venue was a high-end club under the Shun family's ownership, meticulously arranged in advance, adorned with blue floral balloons throughout the private room, and a red carpet covering the floor, complemented by an abundance of food and drink. Having been reborn as an infant, Fan Yu felt disoriented for several months. As time passed, memories from her past life became sporadically clear yet often blurred, with many fragments refusing to coalesce into coherent recollections. 8 years later, the sensation of being forgotten became even more pronounced. Moreover, with Empress Qi gravely ill, Jinglong Emperor, as her biological son, was certainly not devoid of feelings. Although Baijiu was not well versed in the matters at hand, he sensed the sudden shift to silence in the atmosphere. His silver eyes turned toward the man on the opposite sofa, a benign smile gracing his face, yet his hand instinctively rested on the Baihu whip. It turned out that Zhao Baiming possessed a ruthless and violent side, and for some reason, she recalled the incident of Lin Xiaoma's disappearance from years past. Little did he know that, the moment they stepped out of the private club, the Qingyan gang members who had originally occupied the first-floor establishment had simultaneously commenced their actions and had long since been replaced. Suddenly, she noticed that under the night sky, the gates of Yuhua Palace swung open, revealing a dark figure stepping forth. Chu Yu nodded, donned her clothing, washed her face, and, together with the others, made her way to the dining hall. With Princess Chuyin present that evening, Huan Shan had specially prepared several additional dishes, the sight of the bountiful table overwhelming her senses. Liangzhou was at least 10,000 miles from the capital, located in a remote area that was also quite barren. Within the fief, it was hardly regarded as a desirable place, known for its distinct summer and winter seasons, characterized by extreme cold and heat. Suspended in midair, Qin Yuan twirled gracefully, drifting gently downward, and began to engage in a drunken boxing performance alongside a multitude of Qin